Qianyuan, equipped with the ultimate reward system, is reborn into the world of soul masters. Upon his birth, he acquires the extraordinary four sacred beast martial soul, and, upon reaching the 10th level of soul master, he is eligible to claim a million-year soul ring. As long as he meets the requirements, he can effortlessly obtain a million-year soul ring, a million-year soul bone, a super domain, and rare blueprints. Chapter 1. Claiming the million-year soul ring. Ding! Congratulations, host Qianyuan. Your soul power level has reached the 10th level of soul master, fulfilling the requirements to claim rewards. You may choose from the following options. 1. 1 million-year soul ring. 2. 1 million-year soul bone. 3. 1 super divine, martial soul, second martial soul. The melodious voice of the system resonates quietly in the deepest part of the soul hunting forest. A child no older than 6, clad in simple and ancient attire, with dark skin and a somewhat frail physique, sits cross-legged beneath a colossal tree. His name is Qianyuan, and at this moment his eyes are slightly closed, a smile gracing his lips. I already possess the most powerful divine martial soul. I only require 1 soul ring, so I choose option 1. As his words fall, a radiant golden light pierces through the twisting dark clouds, streaking across the sky and transforming into a magnificent golden ring descending from above. The halo, imbued with astonishing power, exerts pressure upon the heavens, bending the towering trees of the forest in an instant. Boom! With a resounding crash, the golden ring descends, causing the entire continent to tremble. The soul-hunting forest sinks by a foot. Yet, Qianyuan remains unperturbed, still smiling calmly. After a moment, he slowly opens his eyes, which shimmer with a brilliance incongruent with his tender age deep and profound. After surviving in this wretched forest for 2 years, I've finally received the reward of a million-year soul ring. Qianyuan exhales a deep breath, his eyes alight with excitement, as he eagerly anticipates the soul skill that this million-year soul ring will bestow upon him. However, system detection. Host Qianyuan has not undergone martial soul awakening and is unable to obtain a soul skill. Damn, I've endured for 2 whole years, and this is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Qianyuan raises an eyebrow, muttering sarcastically. He is not a native of the original Douluo World, rather. He hails from another realm, and is a devoted fan of Douluo. In his previous life, he was a disciple of the Qianyuan Taiji sect, but during a sparring session with a martial artist, an accident led to his brain death. Thus, he finds himself in the Douluo world he has longed for. Upon arriving in this realm, he was granted an incredibly cool divine reward system that by advancing levels, he could earn million-year soul rings, million-year soul bones, and even super divine martial souls as rewards. As an initial reward for entering Douluo, he also received a remarkably powerful twin martial soul. His first martial soul, the 4 sacred beast martial soul, formidable martial soul capable of switching forms at will. The recent million-year golden soul ring has been absorbed by this 4 sacred beast martial soul. The 4 sacred beasts include the agility-focused azure dragon soul, the strength-focused white tiger soul, the support-oriented vermilion bird soul, and the defense-oriented black tortoise soul, each corresponding to the elements of wind, thunder, fire, and earth. As for his second martial soul, it is comparatively less impressive that it was a rusty axe with a wooden handle, an agricultural martial spirit unfit for chopping wood. Yet, this very agricultural martial spirit bore an extraordinarily resounding name, the Pangu Heaven-Splitting Axe. Though he had obtained the martial spirit, as he had mentioned, without undergoing the martial spirit awakening, he could not utilize the million-year soul skill. He was eager to discover what this million-year soul skill entailed. Suddenly, the system's melodic voice resonated once more. System detection. Key individual Tang San has appeared in Holy Soul Village, preparing to awaken his martial spirit. Shall we proceed? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qianyuan let out a sigh, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His possession of a divine-level reward system was contingent upon his agreement to the system's terms. Capture Bibi Dong and make her my girlfriend. Had he not acquiesced to this condition, the system would not have chosen to forge a contract with him. Of course, this stringent condition came with a tantalizing reward, a soul bone of 10 million years. However, Bibi Dong was considered a super boss in the Douluo world, an immensely powerful entity. Capturing her as a girlfriend was not beyond the realm of possibility, provided he became several times stronger than her. Moreover, the system, exhibiting a measure of humanity, devised a strategy for Qianyuan to grow stronger, to stealthily develop alongside Tang San and ascend to greatness. Let's go. Qianyuan stretched lazily, nonchalantly uttering those 2 words in an instant, his body trembled violently. Like a flash of light, he vanished into the depths of the forest. Bibi Dong, wait for me, we shall share a bridal chamber. Ha ha! His voice echoed through the woods. The next moment, Qianyuan abruptly materialized 10 miles from Holy Soul Village. Before him stood a man clad in a white outfit, carrying a bundle. Ah, today's youth truly lack talent. I have traversed over a dozen villages, yet not a single one has the potential to become a soul master. The man lamented to himself, evidently disappointed by the villages he had visited. Qianyuan raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile appearing on his lips. As an ultimate fan of the Douluo continent had transcended mere fiction for him, it was now his strategy in this world. Given the current timeline, the individual before him could undoubtedly be identified as Su Yuntao. What a stroke of luck! Qianyuan was on the verge of his martial spirit awakening and unexpectedly encountered Su Yuntao at the village's entrance. As a traveler from another realm and a possessor of a divine martial spirit, Qianyuan did not wish for his martial spirit to be exposed to everyone. Thus, he resolved to have Su Yuntao conduct his martial spirit awakening discreetly outside the village. In a hushed tone, he called out, "Su Yuntao, may I use the martial spirit awakening crystal from your bundle? Will you retrieve it, or shall I?" Upon hearing these words, Su Yuntao's body stiffened, and he spun around abruptly. Despite being a level 26 soul master, he had failed to perceive anyone behind him. When he saw that it was merely a child, his expression swiftly morphed into one of confusion. The child was clad in simple, archaic attire, his countenance charming. Though slender, he stood upright, resembling a towering mountain, impervious to any disturbance. With one hand casually resting behind his back, he exuded an air of detachment akin to a wise sage. His eyes, profound and contemplative, hinted at an unsettling depth. His demeanor and actions belied his tender age, evoking the essence of a weathered adult who had traversed the vicissitudes of life. "Who are you?" Su Yuntao felt a profound sense of trepidation. How could a mere 5 or 6-year-old child emanate such an aura of worldly experience? And why did he sense an unprecedented weight of pressure? Despite his astonishment, he relaxed his guard, regarding the child with an air of condescension. "Huh, you dare to call me by my full name? Have your parents not taught you the essence of courtesy?" At this moment, Su Yuntao found himself stifling a laugh. Here he was, a formidable battle spirit master of the Spirit Hall, unnerved by a mere child of 5 or 6, a revelation that could only elicit embarrassment. "Do you know who I am? I am a battle spirit master of the Spirit Hall, a level 26 combat spirit master." Noticing that Qianyuan remained silent, he assumed the child was intimidated, and a cold smirk escaped his lips. "If you apologize for your earlier impolite behavior, I shall not make things difficult for you, and may even consider lending you the items in my package." No, you misunderstand. It is not a loan, it is a theft." A subtle smile graced Qianyuan's lips, his demeanor tranquil yet assured. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. Qianyuan's words caused Su Yuntao's brows to furrow deeply. How audacious for a mere child of 5 or 6 to make such brazen claims. To attempt to rob a soul master of a formidable 26th rank was nothing short of courting death. While the martial spirit awakening crystal may lack substantial value, the dignity of a great soul master must never be desecrated, even by a child. If you wish to attempt such a theft, then so be it. Roar. With a sudden, thunderous shout, Su Yuntao's form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. A faint azure light emanated from his brow, cascading into his hair, which instantaneously turned gray and began to lengthen rapidly. Simultaneously, his physique swelled considerably, muscles rippling with an explosive vigor, while his hands morphed terrifyingly into claw-like appendages. An overwhelming aura radiated from Su Yuntao, bending the trees flanking the path as if they were mere reeds. "My martial spirit, Lone Wolf. Tell me, little one, are you afraid?" His emerald eyes sparkled with a mocking glint, laced with disdain. He aimed to intimidate his opponent with the might of his martial spirit. However, Qianyuan's short hair was tousled by the force of this tremendous presence, yet his stance remained unwavering. With a cold chuckle, he declared, "Martial spirit, azure dragon of the 4 sacred beasts." In an instant, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. Crack. Within a 100-meter radius, trees buckled under the pressure, snapping with a resounding crack. Concurrently, a dense blue soul power enveloped the area like mist, revealing a majestic azure dragon, its crimson eyes radiating an awe-inspiring might that seemed to pierce the heavens. Even more astonishing was the appearance beneath Qianyuan's feet of a 10-meter diameter scarlet golden soul ring, the sheer weight of which instantly cast a shadow over the surrounding area. Thud. Su Yuntao fell to one knee, shock evident in his eyes. The weight of this pressure rendered him breathless. He had never felt such intensity even when facing a soul sage. What manner of martial spirit was this? And what of this golden soul ring? Summoning every ounce of his soul power, Su Yuntao struggled against the immense pressure bearing down upon him. This terrifying aura, this oppressive weight, forced him to voice his astonishment through gritted teeth. 100,000 years. Impossible. 100,000 years soul ring is red. What then is this golden one? The maximum age for a first soul ring should be 423 years, shouldn't it? At this moment, Su Yuntao's mind was consumed by fear and shock, setting aside the true nature of Qianyuan's martial spirit. The mere existence of this golden soul ring had transcended his understanding, who was unaware that the rank of soul rings was determined by color, ranging from low to high. 10 years as white, 100 years as yellow, 1,000 years as purple, 10,000 years as black, and 100,000 years as red. But what then was this golden hue? 20 years, 30,000, or perhaps even more. Listening to Su Yuntao's bewildered inquiries, Qianyuan offered no reply, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a trace of wickedness gleaming within. Today, I shall demonstrate my extraordinary skills. Receive, transform, release. Qianyuan, devoid of soul skills and unfamiliar with the combat techniques of the Douluo continent, yearned to test the profound principles of the Hunyuan Taiji. Receive, transform, release, learned from his past life and Master Ma. He wondered whether he possessed any combat prowess in this world, for it had proven futile in his previous existence. With a swift utterance, Qianyuan propelled himself like an arrow, charging toward the immobile Su Yuntao, overwhelmed by an imposing aura. Su Yuntao's pupils constricted in terror and despair. In the blink of an eye, Qianyuan stood before the kneeling Su Yuntao. He attempted to evade, but his body remained paralyzed. Receive. Qianyuan commanded softly, seizing Su Yuntao's right arm, utilizing motion to counter stillness and stillness to counter motion. Transform. He suddenly rotated Su Yuntao's arm, dissipating his resistance and executing a joint lock. Release. With a decisive step forward, he merged his center of gravity with strength, delivering a powerful strike with his shoulder. With a resounding thud, Su Yuntao was sent sprawling backward, his eyes wide with shock. Qianyuan did not relent, surging forward to pursue Su Yuntao, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Soon, the air was filled with Su Yuntao's anguished cries. 5 minutes later, Qianyuan had retracted his martial spirit, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes gently closed. He extended his right hand over a blue crystal. A faint golden light enveloped him, and concurrently, a soft golden glow began to emanate from his being. As time progressed, the golden radiance intensified, culminating in a dazzling brilliance. When the golden light could no longer intensify, a shocking scene unfolded. With a muffled thud, the blue crystal and 6 dark stones crumbled into dust, scattering with the gentle breeze. Had a soul Douluo or higher been present, they would have been utterly astounded, rendered speechless. The martial spirit that could shatter the awakening crystal evidently transcended innate full soul power, likely achievable only by Qianyuan on this continent. What then? Exists beyond innate full soul power? Ding. System detection, martial spirit awakened, first soul skill comprehended. The system's voice resonated once more in Qianyuan's mind. He felt no peculiarities within his body, merely an impression that something had been unlocked within him. Eagerly, he examined his soul skills, and what he discovered left him utterly astonished, enough to astound the world. Typically, a soul ring could possess but one soul skill. Yet Qianyuan's first martial spirit was named for sacred divine beasts. This martial spirit, possessing 4 forms, could switch at will. Remarkably, each form simultaneously bore its first soul skill, meaning this single soul ring granted him the equivalent of 4 soul skills. Unbelievable. Purely extraordinary. The first soul skill of the Azure Dragon, Wind Seal, harnessing the essence of wind, seals a space within a 20-meter radius, unleashing a tempest to assault foes, while simultaneously siphoning away 50% of their speed for its wielder's advantage, with a cooldown period of 5 hours. The first soul skill of the White Tiger, Thunder Spear, drawing on the power of thunder, condenses all soul energy into a lethal spear, thrusting it towards the enemy, guaranteeing a fatal strike, with a cooldown of 5 hours. The first soul skill of the Vermilion Bird, Incandescence, fueled by fire, ignites the user, amplifying their soul power 5-fold during the conflagration, with a cooldown of 5 hours. The first soul skill of the Black Tortoise, Imperial Guardian, utilizing the earth element, envelopes the user in an armor of earth, enhancing defense 5-fold, albeit at the cost of a 50% reduction in speed, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Qianyuan was utterly astonished. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Such power could easily dominate the Douluo continent. Who could possibly stand against it? Although the 4 sacred beasts could be summoned at will, they could not appear simultaneously. which could be seen as a drawback. Yet, these miraculous soul skills compensated for that limitation. Starting at the pinnacle, invincible from the outset. What a delightful prospect. Qianyuan was overjoyed, immediately lost in elation. However, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and bustling voices abruptly pulled him from his reverie. Chapter 3. An awkward moment. Master Su Yuntao, what has happened to you? Why do you appear so disheveled? A voice, aged and filled with alarm, suddenly rang out. There were 10 individuals in total, led by Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. They had come specifically to welcome Su Yuntao, yet they could scarcely have anticipated that, at this moment. He lay on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. His eyes were swollen like those of a panda, and his once defined cheeks now resembled 2 dumplings, grotesquely swollen. Perhaps due to his sobbing, mucus was even trickling from his nostrils. Upon seeing Old Jack, Su Yuntao seemed to find a glimmer of hope, scrambling to his feet and clinging to Old Jack's leg. Through his tears, he mumbled in a muffled voice, "Old Jack, I feel so wronged." At this moment, Su Yuntao was not afraid, nor was he terrified. He was simply overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. A dignified 26th level soul master had been beaten to such a state by a mere child of 5 or 6. How could he not feel aggrieved? Old Jack hurriedly helped Su Yuntao to his feet, disbelief etched across his face, as he trembled and asked, "Master Su Yuntao, who would dare lay a hand on you? Do they not know you are a member of the Spirit Hall?" Old Jack could hardly fathom that in this land, someone would be audacious enough to oppose the Spirit Hall. After hearing Old Jack's words, Su Yuntao swallowed hard, stammering, his expression still marked by shock. He suddenly pointed at Qianyuan, his tone tinged with fear, stuttering, "Hhhe." However, Old Jack assumed that Su Yuntao was merely disoriented from the beating and could not recall his assailant. Therefore, when Su Yuntao indicated Qianyuan, Old Jack interpreted this as a signal that the child was a witness. Without delay, Old Jack entrusted Su Yuntao to the villagers who had accompanied him, and, leaning on his cane, staggeringly approached Qianyuan. "Child, did you see the person who attacked Master Su Yuntao?" Qianyuan tilted his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. After a moment of hesitation, he gently nodded. That person ran into the forest. He pointed towards the trees. However, at that very moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed. "System notification, deviating from the original plot, please make timely corrections." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qianyuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He sighed. He had to comply unconditionally with any conditions set by the system. Ignoring Old Jack, he skipped merrily towards Su Yuntao. This seemingly innocent gait, in Su Yuntao's eyes, appeared nothing short of demonic. "You please don't come over." Yet, in the next instant, Qianyuan had already reached his side, leaping onto his neck with an audacious jump. In his hometown dialect, this was referred to as riding the gallant. Su Yuntao struggled desperately, trying to dislodge this little imp from his neck. However, Qianyuan clung to his ear, refusing to let go, even teasing him with a grin. "Uncle, let us awaken the martial souls for the children." After uttering this, Qianyuan leaned in close to Su Yuntao's ear, lowering his voice to say, "Let us pretend today never happened, and don't speak of it to anyone, or I'll follow you every day." This youthful voice, reaching Su Yuntao's ears, instantly transformed into a threat. His body stiffened, and he dared not make any further movements. If this little demon had set its sights on him, he feared he might not survive the journey back to the Martial Soul Hall. He swallowed hard and waved to Old Jack, who was still lost in thought staring at the forest. "Village Chief Jack, let us hurry and awaken the martial souls for the children." Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Old Jack's wrinkled face suddenly tensed. "Master Su Yuntao, I shall have Max report this matter to the Martial Soul Hall at once. After all, daring to attack you is no trivial matter. Oh, let me handle this myself. Awakening the martial souls for the children is the utmost priority. Let us go? Don't waste any more of their time." With that, Su Yuntao, disregarding his own pain, staggered to the front amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, occasionally urging them to catch up. Though perplexed, the crowd dared not defy Su Yuntao's orders, hastily following in his wake. Soon, under Su Yuntao's leadership, they returned to Holy Soul Village. At that moment, the villagers were warmly welcoming them at the village entrance. Yet when they beheld the bruised and battered Su Yuntao, their applause abruptly ceased midair. Expressions turned peculiar, eyes widening in disbelief. Su Yuntao lowered his head, feeling acutely embarrassed. He offered no explanation and walked towards the wooden house designated for martial soul awakening, while Qianyuan continued to ride triumphantly. However, as they passed a blacksmith shop, Qianyuan's heart suddenly trembled with fear. He turned abruptly to find a middle-aged man leaning against the doorframe, staring intently at him. The man was tall and imposing, clad in a tattered robe, his complexion resembling a layer of yellow wax. His hair was disheveled, reminiscent of a bird's nest. and his beard had clearly not been groomed for an extended period. Yet, at that moment, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, imbued with a formidable presence, as if he could see through Qianyuan's very soul. Tang Hao. This was Qianyuan's immediate reaction. The man's attire precisely matched the description of Tang Hao from the novel. Qianyuan swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread in Tang Hao's gaze. A fear stemming from the pressure of soul power. For Tang Hao was, at present, the youngest titled Douluo on this continent. Qianyuan felt a surge of panic, unsure why Tang Hao was regarding him with such intensity, even sensing a hint of hostility. However, this fear dissipated quickly as Su Yuntao had already escorted him to the wooden cabin for the soul awakening. Inside the cabin stood 8 children, and Qianyuan immediately locked his gaze on Tang San, the boy clad in blue at the back. Su Yuntao set Qianyuan down, and with a nervous smile, he steeled himself and approached the group of children. He was truly reluctant to reveal his disheveled state to others. The children's expressions, initially filled with admiration, shifted to one of peculiar amusement upon seeing Su Yuntao's battered visage. One child nearly burst into laughter. "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. I will now awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens." This was meant to be a grand declaration, yet for some inexplicable reason, it sounded utterly out of place coming from Su Yuntao's lips. Was it awkwardness? Humility? Or perhaps a lack of confidence? At that moment, Su Yuntao disregarded the children's strange looks, hastily retrieving the bundle from behind him. He simply wished to expedite the process of awakening these children's martial souls and escape this dreadful place. However, as he opened the bundle, he suddenly recalled that the soul awakening crystals had been shattered previously by Qianyuan's soul power. Feeling mortified, Su Yuntao stammered, "Children, I forgot to bring the soul awakening crystals. Will you believe me?" Chapter 4. Extremely dangerous. As soon as these words escaped his lips, not only did the children react, but even old Jack, standing at the door, raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Their guide had forgotten to bring the soul awakening crystals. This was akin to a beggar venturing out to solicit alms without a bowl. What about professional ethics? What about professional standards? Though old Jack was filled with countless thoughts, having eagerly awaited Su Yuntao's arrival in hopes that a soul master would emerge from Holy Soul Village. Who could have anticipated that he would forget the essential tools for the task? System detection, deviating from the original plot, please correct promptly. The system's prompt suggested leading Tang San to the Wuhuan branch hall in Nodding City for his Wuhuan awakening, which was exceedingly perilous. The emergence of 2 system notifications snapped Qianyuan back from his initial intention to merely observe. Frankly speaking, he harbored no fondness for the character Su Yuntao. Perhaps due to the anime's portrayal, he felt that the character exhibited a distinct lack of kindness towards children, particularly during his opening remarks. Su Yuntao's unyielding arrogance further fueled Qianyuan's desire to challenge him repeatedly. However, the shattering of the Wuhuan awakening crystal was detected by the system as a deviation from the original storyline not once, but twice, leaving Qianyuan feeling quite helpless. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Without the Wuhuan awakening crystal, how could Tang San possibly awaken his Wuhuan? Nevertheless, the system provided a solution to escort Tang San to the Wuhuan hall for his awakening. This plan was indeed feasible, not only correcting the deviation in the plot, but also allowing for an emotional connection with Tang San. Yet, what was this ominous mention of extreme danger? Could one truly perish during a Wuhuan awakening? Qianyuan dismissed the notion. Tang San's identity remained concealed, and even if they encountered Bibi Dong, what harm could come of it? At that moment, Su Yuntao was still engaged in explanations with the children, while old Jack pleaded desperately, hoping that the unprincipled guide before them would devise a solution. Seizing the opportunity amidst their incessant discussions, Qianyuan casually grasped Tang San's wrist. The sudden motion instinctively prompted Tang San to evade, and in an instant, he activated his Qianyu hand, his eyes subtly emanating a violet glow. However, upon realizing that the hand gripping him belonged to a child of his own age, he relaxed his guard. "Who are you?" Qianyuan was not from Holy Soul Village, hence Tang San did not recognize him. "Shu, come with me. I will take you somewhere else to awaken your Wuhuan. Su Yuntao is unreliable." Qianyuan gestured for silence and led the perplexed Tang San out of the wooden house. "Who are you? I don't know you." As they stepped outside, Tang San halted, furrowing his brow in suspicion. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qianyuan. From now on, your safety shall be my responsibility." Haha. Qianyuan cheerfully addressed Tang San. The reason he sought to protect Tang San was due to the ultimate reward system he had bound himself to. In truth, finding this system had 2 prerequisites, with capturing Bibi Dong as a girlfriend being merely one of them. "Protect me?" Tang San stared wide-eyed, utterly perplexed. He was unfamiliar with Qianyuan, and being mere children, it remained uncertain who would ultimately protect whom. Of course, I will protect you. But first, you need to awaken your Wuhuan, as Su Yuntao is not to be relied upon. Qianyuan exerted considerable effort to persuade Tang San to accompany him to Nodding City, managing to convince him after a lengthy discussion of more than 10 minutes. Now it was morning, and to return from Nodding City before nightfall, they needed to quicken their pace. He was aware that Tang San had traversed from another world, thus he faced no obstacles on their journey. As they left the Holy Spirit village, Qianyuan quickened his pace, with Tang San closely following behind. After walking for over 2 hours, Qianyuan suddenly came to a halt. Why have you stopped? Tang San inquired with curiosity upon noticing Qianyuan's abrupt pause. At that moment, Qianyuan's brow furrowed deeply, as he keenly sensed an unprecedented sense of peril gradually approaching him and Tang San. Not long after departing from the Holy Spirit village, Qianyuan had vaguely felt as if someone was trailing them. However, as he remained vigilant throughout their journey, he detected no unusual movements, leading him to believe that the system's notifications had subtly influenced his perception, creating an omnipresent sense of danger. Thus, he did not take it too seriously until now, when that intense sense of crisis lurked around him, or rather, danger was concealed within the thickets flanking the path. Xiaosan, do you feel a sense of danger? Qianyuan asked gravely, alertly scanning their surroundings, instinctively positioning Tang San behind him for protection. A sense of danger? Not at all. The weather is delightful. The sun shines brightly. It's quite serene, replied Tang San, seemingly oblivious. Qianyuan believed that as an outstanding disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San should be adept at sensing impending threats. Yet for reasons unknown, he appeared unusually dull to the danger at hand. As the feeling of peril intensified within Qianyuan, he finally comprehended that the system would not deceive him. It was indeed exceedingly dangerous, potentially life-threatening. Could this be the negative repercussion of deviating from the original plot? He swallowed hard, a grave expression etched upon his features. He dared not allow even the slightest lapse in vigilance, fearing that something might emerge from the thicket and abduct Tang San. Qianyuan, what on earth is wrong with you? Tang San, bewildered, gently tugged at Qianyuan's sleeve, seeking clarification. Just as he voiced his concern, a shadow darted through the left side woods. The shadow moved with lightning speed, so swift that even Tang San was unaware of its presence. However, Qianyuan sensed it. Whether it was due to the system or the influence of the million-year soul ring, Qianyuan's perception had become exceptionally acute. Stay right here and don't move. I'll be back shortly. If I encounter any danger, do not concern yourself with me. Hurry back to the Holy Spirit village and find your father, he said. And before Tang San could inquire further, Qianyuan's body shot into the woods like an arrow, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Tang San stood in stunned silence, astonished by Qianyuan's rapidity. Could this truly be the speed of a 6-year-old child? Qianyuan, having entered the thicket, maintained his velocity, relentlessly pursuing that fleeting figure. Yet, as he continued the chase, he began to sense something amiss. The figure's speed surpassed his significantly, yet it consistently maintained a certain distance, seemingly allowing him to keep up intentionally. In that moment, Qianyuan was suddenly beset by 2 ominous premonitions. The first foreboding, a diversion tactic. The second, the shadow was advancing towards him. Chapter 5, an ambush midway. Qianyuan was not overly concerned for his own safety. After all, he possessed the martial soul of the 4 holy beasts. Even if he were unable to defeat his adversary, he could certainly flee. However, for Tang San, he had yet to awaken his martial soul, rendering him utterly defenseless, incapable of confronting even a soul master. The 2 raced against each other, covering a distance of 300 meters in mere 10 breaths, with Tang San growing ever more distant. Thus, for the sake of Tang San's safety, Qianyuan abruptly halted and turned back along his original path. Yet, to his astonishment, the figure had swiftly materialized directly before him. The speed of this individual was astonishing, exceeding Qianyuan's by 100-fold. A tall, imposing figure stood in his path, compelling him to cease his advance. It was a man, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent, shrouded in a vivid crimson energy. Murderous intent had solidified. This was Qianyuan's first realization. Only by entering the city of slaughter and traversing the Hell Road, earning the acknowledgement of the god of killing, could one's murderous intent manifest in such a manner. Thus far, apart from the future Tang San and Hulayina, only 2 individuals on the continent had achieved this: the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, and the disheveled yet formidable figure before him, Tang Hao. Qianyuan instinctively spoke his name. At that moment, Tang Hao's expression was devoid of emotion. His eyes cloaked in a fierce crimson aura. He appeared disheveled, yet exuded an overwhelming dominance, standing before Qianyuan like a war god. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and deep, devoid of fluctuation, yet laden with lethal intent. Qianyuan was now drenched in cold sweat. He might have had a chance against a great soul master or soul sage, but facing Tang Hao, he had no opportunity to escape. He could not fathom when he had offended this formidable figure, for since his arrival in Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao had harbored animosity towards him, and now, it seemed, even murderous intent. "My name is Qianyuan. I am unaware of when I may have wronged you. Could there be some misunderstanding?" Qianyuan's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with wariness. "Misunderstanding?" Tang Hao scoffed, maintaining his impassive demeanor, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. A black light flickered in his palm, coalescing into the Haotian hammer. He advanced step by step towards Qianyuan, leaving a soul ring with each stride. On his ninth step, a red soul ring of 100,000 years descended with terrifying pressure. As the golden soul ring manifested, the ground of the hunting soul forest sank by a foot. "How do you explain this?" Outside Holy Soul Village, a dreadful presence emerged, mirroring the aura of the golden soul ring. "And how do you explain this?" "Now, you are taking my son towards the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City. What is your intention?" 3 questions posed in succession. Each inquiry was imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority. Qianyuan felt an immense pressure, his feet seemingly sinking half a foot into the ground as he struggled to endure the weight pressing upon him. Were it not for the million-year soul ring within him, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness at this moment. "Tang Hao, you've misunderstood. I intend to take the 3rd child to the spirit hall to awaken his spirit," Qianyuan hurriedly explained, fearing Tang Hao might obliterate him on the spot. "Awaken the spirit? Umph, you were the one who struck Su Yuntao, and I suspect you are also the one who discarded the spirit awakening crystal. Ultimately, you aim to take my son to the spirit hall." In an instant, Qianyuan felt a formidable soul power locking onto him. There was no escaping now. Qianyuan lamented inwardly, realizing that Tang Hao believed he intended to deliver Tang San to the spirit hall, which is why he had intercepted him mid-journey. To evade the pursuit of the spirit hall, Tang Hao had concealed himself and Tang San in Holy Soul Village. In a bid to awaken his spirit, Qianyuan had assaulted Su Yuntao, causing the spirit awakening crystal to shatter, thereby preventing Su Yuntao from facilitating Tang San's awakening. The system prompted Qianyuan again, urging him to take Tang San to the spirit hall for spirit awakening. Ultimately, Tang Hao concluded that Qianyuan was affiliated with the spirit hall and aimed to hand Tang San over to them. This was indeed a complete and awkward narrative crafted through a disparity of information. "I speak the truth. Do not act rashly," Qianyuan shouted, preparing to elucidate the entire situation. "Liar. Die." However, Tang Hao had no intention of granting him the opportunity to explain, striking decisively with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the earth. Raising the Haotian hammer with the force of a battering ram, he aimed it directly at Qianyuan. For years, Tang Hao had remained withdrawn, indifferent to worldly affairs, drowning his sorrows in drink. Yet he would not allow anything or anyone threatening Tang San to come to pass. "I swear, I have no connection whatsoever with the spirit hall. Today is the day I awaken my spirit," Qianyuan bellowed, realizing that this explanation might be futile, perhaps constituting his final struggle. "Spirit, the 4 sacred divine beasts, Xuanwu spirit. First soul skill, Kai Huang." As Qianyuan shouted, a bizarrely formidable beast materialized behind him. With a tortoise head and a massive serpent coiled around its shell, the Xuanwu-S shell glimmered like the stars embracing the moon, while layers of earthy yellow soul power radiated ripples around it. Simultaneously, a golden soul ring descended, radiating an overwhelming presence, causing Tang Hao's 100,000-year red soul ring to appear somewhat dim in its light. Observing Qianyuan, he unleashed his first soul skill without hesitation, enveloped in earthy yellow soul power. This power rapidly coalesced, surpassing the speed of Tang Hao's hammer strike. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent armor reminiscent of a war god enveloped Qianyuan. Although this armor flickered in and out of existence, it exuded an indomitable aura, akin to an insurmountable mountain pass. Coupled with the unparalleled might of the million-year soul ring, Tang Hao found himself unable to breach Qianyuan's formidable defense at that moment. The essence of Hunyuan Taiji, engage. Qianyuan roared once more, raising his arms. The Hunyuan Taiji technique, which employs stillness to control movement, seeks to leverage force with minimal effort. However, with a thunderous boom, the sound was deafening. Qianyuan's body, akin to lightning, was abruptly struck and sent hurtling away. The technique proved utterly futile. This immense sound reverberated through the forest, stirring up clouds of dust. Within a radius of 100 meters, trees were severed at the trunk, and surrounding boulders shattered in response. The tremors of the earth caused leaves to rain down from the distant, unharmed trees. Qianyuan was propelled over 50 meters before crashing to the ground, finally ceasing his backward flight. The armor composed of earth attribute soul power he had summoned disintegrated at that moment, and his martial soul was forcibly retracted into his body. Tang Hao appeared with a flash, standing before the massive pit, which measured a staggering 3 zhang in diameter. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Qianyuan, who lay in the pit, barely clinging to life, and once more raised the Haotian hammer, speaking coldly, "Those who dare to harm my son shall die." Chapter 6. A Fortunate Survival. Tang Hao exuded an overwhelming presence, his murderous intent palpable, leaving no room for Qianyuan's survival. Qianyuan squinted his eyes, filled with dread as he beheld the raised Haotian hammer, his heart heavy with despair. He had believed that possessing the 4 divine beast martial souls would grant him dominance across this continent. Yet, when faced with a titled opponent, he remained utterly powerless. The immense aura of death enveloped him, waves of pressure crashing upon him like colossal mountains from all directions. Qianyuan relinquished hope, having once envisioned ascending to the pinnacle of life through the ultimate reward system, only to find himself merely at the starting line. "Qianyuan, where are you?" Just as Qianyuan resigned himself to his fate, Tang San's anxious voice echoed from a distance. At that moment, Tang Hao, with the Haotian hammer raised, shuddered violently. Turning his gaze toward the woods, his brow furrowed deeply. Whoosh! The instant Tang San emerged from the forest, Tang Hao vanished. Upon seeing the barely conscious Qianyuan lying in the vast pit, Tang San was taken aback. Moments earlier, he had sensed a tremendous force sweeping through the woods and, fearing for Qianyuan's safety, had rushed over. "Qianyuan, are you all right?" Tang San exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he dashed into the pit, swiftly helping Qianyuan to his feet and placing a solidifying elixir into his mouth. Upon swallowing the elixir, Qianyuan finally exhaled a long breath, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. "So powerful, truly too powerful," he murmured, still shaken. He had felt the might of the Haotian hammer. Even the super divine level martial soul, revered as the ancestor of defense, the Xuanwu soul, could not withstand Tang Hao's strike. The Kaifeng Emperor Soul technique had crumbled the instant it was struck by the Haotian hammer. Had he not released his second martial soul, the Pangu opening axe, at the last moment to withstand that blow, his plight would have been far worse. For now, he was fortunate to still be alive. After all, following the Pangu's axe's resistance, there remains the protection of the million-year soul ring. Although he sustained injuries, they are not severe enough to hinder his journey. His wounds are not particularly grave. "I am fine," Qianyuan said, struggling to rise, feeling excruciating pain from his internal organs. "Why don't we return to the village first? Let the injuries heal before heading to Nodding City. What if Master Su Yuntao retrieves another soul awakening crystal? We wouldn't need to go elsewhere." Tang San's concern for Qianyuan stemmed from the instinctive action of shielding Tang San before the danger arose, which had garnered Tang San's favor. "It's nothing, just a minor injury, heh?" Qianyuan feigned nonchalance, suppressing the pain as he leaped out of the pit. "What on earth just happened here? Is someone trying to harm us?" It was only at this moment that Tang San, astonished, gazed at the collapsed forest within 100 meters, asking in disbelief. "Hush, I'll explain later. We must press on." Qianyuan, unable to elaborate and unwilling to delay their soul awakening journey, steadily made his way toward the edge of the forest. Qianyuan offered no explanation, and Tang San did not pry further, closely following behind him. Just as they were about to exit the woods, they suddenly spotted a figure stealthily maneuvering through the trees. The figure wore a panicked expression and periodically glanced toward the path, as if fearing discovery. Master Su Yuntao? Gazing at the bruised and battered figure stealthily traversing the forest, Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Qianyuan raised an eyebrow, his large eyes sparkling with curiosity as he observed the furtive movements of Su Yuntao before them. "What has happened to him?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. Qianyuan shrugged with a nonchalant demeanor. "Perhaps he has gone back to retrieve the soul awakening crystal." After uttering this, Qianyuan called out loudly, "Hey, Su Yuntao." The suddenness of the voice, combined with its unmistakable familiarity, caused Su Yuntao to freeze momentarily. Then, as if mechanically, he turned around. Upon seeing Qianyuan, his already fearful gaze now reflected terror and despair. "What are you doing?" Qianyuan questioned loudly, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Master Su Yuntao, are you going back to get the soul awakening crystal?" Tang San, unaware of the prior events between Qianyuan and Su Yuntao, asked with curiosity. No. I just came out for some fresh air." Su Yuntao dared not admit he was returning to the spirit hall. Otherwise, Qianyuan might unleash his wrath upon him. However, Qianyuan was well aware of his intentions. He was undoubtedly sneaking off to the spirit hall in search of help. Otherwise, how would he have encountered them on the way to Nodding City? Uncle Su Yuntao. My friend and I are precisely on our way to the Soul Branch in Nodding City to awaken our spirits. Why not accompany us? Otherwise, being unfamiliar with the area, if they refuse to grant us the awakening, it could prove troublesome. As he spoke, Qianyuan leapt up and once again mounted Su Yuntao's neck, gripping his ears tightly. Lowering his voice, he threatened, "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. I advise you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. We have no grievances between us." Without granting Su Yuntao the chance to respond, Qianyuan called out to Tang San, "Xiao San, let us depart." With Master Su Yuntao present, this soul awakening will surely proceed smoothly. Fortunately, Su Yuntao had allowed Qianyuan to ride atop him, enabling them to recover the time lost and ensuring their return to Holy Soul Village would not be delayed. After a short while, the trio arrived at the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City. Qianyuan had anticipated that all spirit halls would be grand and majestic. However, the one before him appeared rather modest. Although it was a two-story stone structure, its exterior was quite plain and rustic, devoid of any semblance of luxury. Save for the sign bearing the Spirit Hall's name above the entrance and two armored guards stationed outside, indicating that this was indeed the Spirit Hall. Without any pause, Su Yuntao made his way directly to the branch's Vice Hall Master. "Master Su Yuntao, you have come." The Vice Hall Master was a middle-aged man, a rank 23 Soul Master, clad in black attire, with a terrifying scar marring his face. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet it resonated with respect for Su Yuntao. "Luo Wei, assist this child in awakening his martial soul." At that moment, Su Yuntao concealed his face, ensuring the Vice Hall Master could not see his bruised visage. Of course, esteemed Grand Soul Master. Luo Wei did not hesitate, leading the three into the room designated for soul awakening. Inside, 6 black stones were already arranged, with a blue crystal placed in the center. "Tang San, proceed. Place your hand upon the crystal and allow Vice Hall Master Luo Wei to assist you in awakening your martial soul." Su Yuntao gestured towards the soul awakening crystal. Taking a deep breath, Tang San nodded and approached the crystal, placing his small hand upon it. Simultaneously, Luo Wei unleashed his martial soul, initiating the awakening process for Tang San. As golden radiance enveloped him, Tang San gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. Meanwhile, Qianyuan furrowed his brow, apprehensive that his disruption of the original plot might lead to unexpected outcomes during this soul awakening, such as the Haotian hammer being inadvertently unleashed by Tang San. Chapter 7. You are unworthy of dignity. Outside the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao lurked in a shadowy corner of the street, fixated on the Spirit Hall. All along, he had been shadowing the trio, particularly after encountering Su Yuntao. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and eliminate the two men on the spot. However, with Tang San present, he restrained himself, tracking his son closely as he entered the Spirit Hall. Should half an hour pass without Tang San's emergence, Tang Hao would not hesitate to obliterate the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall's chamber, a soft golden light radiated a gentle aura, accompanied by a subtle pulling sensation that stirred Tang San's emotions. The golden radiance continuously intensified, ultimately culminating in a brilliant flash that illuminated the dimly lit room. Su Yuntao was left utterly astounded, unable to suppress an exclamation. "This is innate full soul power." The golden glow emanating from Qianyuan was even more dazzling than that of Tang San. However, at that moment, Qianyuan had already unleashed his martial soul, so Su Yuntao was not overly surprised. Yet, the revelation of Tang San's innate full soul power genuinely shocked him. Meanwhile, Luo Wei, who had facilitated Tang San's awakening of his martial soul, was filled with clandestine joy, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The Spirit Hall had not welcomed fresh blood in a long time, and this child endowed with innate full soul power was someone he would go to great lengths to retain. Such power was a rare phenomenon, occurring once in a century. Any individual possessing innate full soul power would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters. Should Tang San's extraordinary talent manifest in the future, their branch of the Spirit Hall would elevate to a sub-branch, and his own position would be significantly enhanced. At that moment, Tang San remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three individuals. He slowly extended his right hand, and a delicate blue grass emerged quietly. Blue-silver grass. The visual shock brought about by the innate full soul power filled Su Yuntao and Luo Wei with hope and astonishment. Yet the appearance of this blue-silver grass immediately dashed their expectations. A useless martial soul, the weakest of the weak, inferior even to agricultural martial souls. However, just as the two were engulfed in disappointment, Tang San unexpectedly raised his left hand. Su Yuntao and Luo Wei, lost in their dismay, completely overlooked Tang San's movement. Yet Qianyuan was intently watching. Upon seeing Tang San lift his left hand, he was struck with alarm. Tang Sen possessed a twin martial soul, his second being the Haotian hammer. If the Haotian hammer were to be revealed in the spirit hall, neither he nor Tang Sen would leave this place alive. Without a moment to spare, he dashed forward, firmly grasping Tang San's left hand, and with a smile, remarked, "Little San, you are truly remarkable, possessing innate full soul power." Tang Sen sensed that he still had another martial soul yet to be unleashed, and Qianyuan's actions left him in a state of perplexity. Before Tang Sen could respond, Su Yuntao sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "Indeed, innate full soul power represents a supreme starting point, but alas, his martial soul." Subsequently, Su Yuntao explained the existence of the blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul, which inevitably left Tang Sen feeling somewhat disheartened. However, Luo Wei, brimming with determination, interjected, "Master Su Yuntao, although this child possesses innate full soul power, his martial soul is still a useless one. Other branches and sub-branches may not necessarily wish to retain him. Perhaps we should leave him to me." Luo Wei was undeniably eager to welcome fresh blood, and even if it was blue-silver grass, he was resolute in his desire to keep him. Hearing these words, Su Yuntao pondered for a moment, preparing to nod in agreement. However, he suddenly noticed Qianyuan glaring at him with an expression of fury. Faced with such a gaze, Su Yuntao felt a shiver run down his spine, and he hurriedly addressed Luo Wei, "Deputy Hall Master Luo, whether Tang Sen wishes to remain in the Spirit Hall is not solely for me to decide. It ultimately depends on his own will." Su Yuntao maintained a commendable relationship with Luo Wei. He desired to assist him, but hesitated to offend Qianyuan. Thus, he entrusted the choice to Tang Sen. As long as Tang Sen consented, even if Qianyuan expressed discontent, Su Yuntao would have grounds to defend his actions. Moreover, what soul master would not yearn to join the Spirit Hall? It is, after all, a coveted sanctuary for all soul masters. And he believed Tang Sen had no valid reason to decline. Encouraged by Su Yuntao's words, Luo Wei's gaze shifted towards Tang Sen, brimming with anticipation. "Young one, joining the Spirit Hall would greatly benefit your future. Although your martial spirit is merely blue-silver grass, there remains a possibility for cultivation. If you agree to join my branch, I shall dedicate all my resources solely to your guidance." Clearly, Luo Wei had firmly set his sights on Tang Sen. Aware that without the emergence of a promising soul master, his position as vice branch leader would inevitably come to an end. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon Tang Sen. As Luo Wei's fervent and eager gaze fell upon him, Tang Sen found himself momentarily ensnared, uncertain of how to respond. Initially, Qianyuan harbored no concerns about Tang Sen's potential departure, considering the lifelong rivalry between Tang Sen and the Spirit Hall. However, as he observed Tang Sen preparing to raise his left hand, he realized that his presence had altered the course of the original narrative, plunging certain outcomes into uncertainty. "Your dilapidated spirit branch possesses no resources worth mentioning. Do not deceive us. Xiao-san, let us return to the village." Qianyuan suddenly interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Wei before grasping Tang San's hand and leading him towards the exit. Upon hearing a child mock him, Luo Wei's fury ignited, his eyes widening in disbelief. His martial spirit remained manifested as a formidable 2-meter-long blade, exuding an intimidating aura. In that instant, an invisible pressure surged towards Qianyuan and Tang San. "You insolent little brat, do you even know whom you are addressing?" As Luo Wei's anger flared, Su Yuntao hurriedly intervened, fully aware of Qianyuan's prowess. Within this Spirit Hall branch, none could rival him. "Vice Branch Leader Luo, do not act impulsively. Since he wishes to leave, let him go." Yet, before Su Yuntao could finish his plea, Luo Wei retorted vehemently, "Master Su Yuntao, this is not merely about allowing them to depart. This child is challenging the dignity of a grand soul master." With Luo Wei's words echoing, his 2-meter-long blade of a martial spirit pointed directly at Qianyuan, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the air. Tang San, acutely aware of this intangible force, struggled under its weight, feeling an acute sense of suffocation. His small face reflected his trepidation as he muttered to himself, "Is this the power of a grand soul master?" However, Qianyuan merely scoffed, positioning himself in front of Tang San, absorbing the entirety of the pressure with his singular presence, thus granting Tang San a measure of relief. "You, of all people, dare to speak of dignity?" Despite having suffered considerable injuries earlier, Qianyuan could not afford to show weakness at this moment. If anything were to happen to Tang San today, he and Tang Hao would find themselves in an irredeemable predicament. With a determined exhale, he summoned his martial soul, the Pangu Acts of Creation. In the 8th chapter, the remarkable utility of transformation was unveiled. With a commanding utterance, Qianyuan's left hand revealed a wooden-handled, rusted axe. The emergence of this martial soul was astonishingly devoid of any soul power fluctuations. one could scarcely perceive that what Qianyuan held was indeed a martial soul. The Pangu axe seemed so ordinary that it lacked any sense of presence. Not only did Luo Wei appear taken aback, but even Su Yuntao failed to anticipate that Qianyuan possessed a twin martial soul. Yet, this dual manifestation was rather unimpressive. Even the appearance of blue-silver grass would be accompanied by ripples of soul power, whereas the axe seemed to materialize as if pulled from one's pocket. With a boisterous laugh, Luo Wei mocked, "I once thought you were a prodigy of exceptional talent, yet here you are, merely a fool wielding a rusty axe." Observing Luo Wei's raucous laughter, Qianyuan merely offered a subtle smirk, while bystanders remained oblivious to the true power of the Pangu axe. He was aware of its capacity to withstand a strike from Tang Hao. Its hardness was undoubtedly comparable to the Haoyan hammer, despite its outward appearance being rife with flaws. Suddenly, as Luo Wei continued to guffaw, Qianyuan vanished like a specter. "What?" Luo Wei, who had been laughing derisively, abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression shifting as he beheld Qianyuan's sudden disappearance. The speed was astonishing. In the next moment, Qianyuan appeared behind Luo Wei, raising the Pangu axe high and delivering a fierce downward strike aimed at his back. Though Luo Wei was a formidable soul master, his astonishment at Qianyuan's velocity was swiftly eclipsed by his own swiftness. He swung his large blade backward with immense force, leveraging its inertia to pivot and face his opponent. Clang! The blade struck the edge of the Pangu axe with a melodious sound of metal colliding, sending sparks flying in the blink of an eye. Stumbling backward several steps, Luo Wei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao, despite his skepticism regarding the rusty axe, recognized that Luo Wei was no match for Qianyuan. At this moment, Qianyuan's expression turned grave as he retreated hastily. A sharp pain surged in his throat, and blood welled in his mouth, which he resolutely swallowed back down. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had he been able to unleash the martial soul of the four sacred beasts, this battle would have posed no challenge whatsoever. However, after being injured by Tang Hao, every movement he made sent searing pain through his internal organs, and the collision with Luo Wei only exacerbated his wounds. Thus, he found himself unable to summon the four sacred beasts. Otherwise, the fight would have concluded long ago. How could a mere child without a soul ring possess such strength? Luo Wei was utterly astonished, casting a perplexed glance at Su Yuntao. With a furrowed brow, Su Yuntao persistently shook his head at Luo Wei, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Such a large figure, yet possessing so little power. No wonder at such an advanced age. You remain merely a 23rd rank soul master. Just look at Master Su Yuntao, so young yet surpassing you by leaps and bounds in soul power. You should feel ashamed. Qianyuan's face was filled with disdain as he mockingly addressed Luo Wei, inadvertently dragging Su Yuntao into the fray. "You insolent brat, what did you just say? Today, I shall end you." At this moment, Luo Wei was infuriated, for Qianyuan's words struck a nerve. To be in middle age and still only a great soul master truly signified an utter lack of talent. Su Yuntao, covering his face in bewilderment, found himself powerless against Luo Wei's furious outburst. Luo Wei, consumed by rage, took a sudden step forward, sending dust swirling and creating a ripple of faint brown soul power. With that stride, he closed a distance of 3 meters and swung his large blade directly at Qianyuan. He refrained from employing any soul techniques, perhaps clinging to the last remnants of his dignity. Facing a mere 5- or 6-year-old child, he felt that using soul techniques would render him unable to remain in this spirit hall. Little did he realize, should he be defeated by a child of such tender years, his ability to remain here would be even more compromised. Qianyuan squinted. The outline of the large blade reflected in his eyes, yet he made no attempt to evade. Channeling the feeble soul power within him, he sought to alleviate the internal pain he felt. As the blade approached within half a meter, his narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he thought to himself, "If I cannot withstand Tang Hao's hammer, can I truly withstand this wretched blade?" "Intercept!" he exclaimed sharply, dodging to the left and stepping forward, resembling a nimble monkey. Simultaneously, his right hand shimmered with a faint golden hue of soul power. Clang! A crisp sound of metal meeting metal resonated. But it was not the clash of Pangu's axe with Luo Wei's large blade. Rather, it was his hand meeting the blade. Qianyuan's right hand had grasped the back of the large blade, the golden soul power sending ripples through the air. Luo Wei was taken aback, astonished for the first time to witness someone capable of catching the weapon of a soul master with their bare hands. His eyes filled with disbelief. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his blade, but in the next moment, Qianyuan made his move. With a swift motion, he flung his left hand, sending Pangu's axe soaring through the air. Whoosh! The axe transformed into a flying projectile, devoid of any soul power fluctuations, hurtling toward Luo Wei's chest. Luo Wei's pupils constricted, and with a powerful thrust, he retreated quickly. Yet, the large blade he wielded was ensnared by an almost gentle, yet overwhelmingly forceful power. His body moved back, but the blade remained unmoved, as if frozen in midair. Luo Wei's retreat came to an abrupt halt, allowing Pangu's axe to charge toward his chest. However, as the master of the first hall, his battle experience was extensive. Though his body was restricted, he instinctively dodged to the side. Swish! He narrowly avoided the strike. With the Pangu axe, it effortlessly cleaved the table behind Luo Wei into two perfectly equal halves, without the slightest hesitation, then forcefully embedded itself into the stone floor. This seemingly rusted axe exhibited an astonishing sharpness, causing Luo Wei to panic. If that blow were to strike his chest, it would undoubtedly pierce through him. Just as relief washed over Luo Wei, the tender voice of Qianyuan suddenly rang out. A remarkably gentle force emanated from Qianyuan's right hand, transferring to his great sword. Qianyuan leisurely swung his right arm, using his waist to generate strength, his shoulder guiding his wrist, engaging in an extraordinarily peculiar motion. Swaying from side to side, Luo Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. For with Qianyuan's movements, he perceived that the great sword was no longer under his control, as if it were an extension of another's will. He was terrified. He had inexplicably lost mastery over his martial spirit. No matter how he exerted himself, it was futile, as though Qianyuan's motions were continuously devouring his strength. Meanwhile, Tang San, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brows deeply, his eyes brimming with horror as he murmured, "For ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Could he possibly not belong to this world?" Chapter 9. The Heart of a Gentleman. Tang San gazed at Qianyuan's techniques, his mind stirred by turbulent waves. The method of receiving and transforming force was nothing less than the principle of neutralizing strength. Could this world truly possess the extraordinary skill of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Tang San found it hard to believe, as he currently lacked understanding of soul masters or their combat mechanics. Yet one thing was certain. Qianyuan's aura was entirely inadequate against Luo Wei. It was akin to an infant standing before an adult, utterly powerless. However, despite Qianyuan's infantile demeanor, he was forcing the adult back, an occurrence that defied the laws of this world. At that moment, Tang San's interest in Qianyuan surged, compelling him to peel back the layers of mystery surrounding him. Just as Tang San remained lost in astonishment, Qianyuan's sudden roar jolted him back to reality. Witnessing Qianyuan's right hand sway with an uncanny rhythm, both the great sword and Luo Wei's arm began to follow the trajectory of his movements. Following a fierce shout from Qianyuan, his right hand thrust forward with the force of a 1,000-pound boulder, suddenly releasing its grasp. At that moment, Luo Wei felt an overwhelming force surge towards him like a colossal wave. His body, responding involuntarily to the strength conveyed through the blade, began to retreat rapidly. As he stumbled backward, he tripped over the Pangu axe that was anchored to the ground, losing his balance and crashing to the floor. In that instant, Luo Wei looked at Qianyuan with eyes full of shock and disbelief, cold sweat streaming down his face. He had not been harmed by the techniques of receiving, transforming, or releasing, yet he could feel that terrifying power steadily drawing him in, rendering him utterly incapable of controlling his martial spirit. How frightening it was that a child of merely 5 or 6 years possessed such innate talent. Well, since Tang San is unwilling to remain in the spirit hall, there is no need for us to insist. I shall see them off now. Su Yuntao sighed in resignation, shaking his head helplessly at Luo Wei, thereby providing him with a semblance of relief. Luo Wei, take care of yourself. I shall not speak of this matter. Only he knew that Qianyuan had shown mercy. Otherwise, today, Luo Wei would have surely faced a far worse fate than his own. However, it was not so much mercy as it was Qianyuan's inability to continue fighting. Should the battle persist, his injuries would undoubtedly worsen. And if Luo Wei were to employ his soul techniques, defeat would be inevitable. Ignoring the still-stunned Luo Wei seated on the ground, Su Yuntao turned to depart. Qianyuan also sheathed the Pangu axe and followed closely behind Tang San. Yet, just as Qianyuan stepped outside the spirit hall, he suddenly felt an exceptionally piercing gaze locking onto him. Startled, his brow furrowed in alarm as he glanced towards a secluded alley not far away. Qianyuan, what troubles you? Tang San inquired, having sensed something amiss. Qianyuan turned to face him, his clear eyes reflecting a hint of suspicion. While even Su Yuntao cast a puzzled look in his direction, confusion evident in his gaze. This indicated that they had not detected that sharp gaze. It's nothing, Qianyuan replied with a nonchalant smile, brushing off their concerns as he proceeded toward the outskirts of the city. Yet, within his heart, the image of one person surfaced, Tang Hao. He had been shadowing them all along, fearful for Tang San's safety. With a bitter smile, Qianyuan chose silence as he exited Nodding City. However, as soon as he crossed the city gates, his body swayed violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was darkening, resembling congealed clots. How can it be clotted blood? Were you injured before your confrontation with Luo Wei? Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock. Quickly supporting the about to collapse, Qianyuan. He had previously wondered why Qianyuan did not unleash his formidable first martial spirit, initially thinking it was a matter of discretion. Yet now it became apparent that prior injuries were the cause. In Su Yuntao's eyes, anyone capable of injuring Qianyuan must at least be a soul sovereign, otherwise, a great soul master would stand no chance against him. Qianyuan's complexion was ashen as he waved a hand toward Tang San, signaling that he was fine. If he did not expel this congealed blood, his internal organs would surely ache even more. Nevertheless, his resolute gaze turned towards Su Yuntao, and in the midst of Tang San's bewildered expression, he uttered a peculiar suggestion. Now would be the time for you to strike. Su Yuntao shook his head and, without hesitation, lifted Qianyuan into his arms. You were already injured, and after battling Luo Wei, how can such a frail body withstand this? Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Just moments before, he had been subjected to a beating, and now he was being helped. Could it be that beneath his cold and haughty exterior lay a heart that was warm and benevolent? At this moment, Qianyuan realized that he had unjustly accused Su Yuntao. His demeanor was not one of arrogance or coldness towards the children, but rather an intrinsic aspect of his character. I shall escort you back to Shenghun village to aid in your recovery. Afterwards, you must rest well in the village. Tang San, climb onto my back. Time waits for no one. Surprised, Tang San gasped. He had intended to refuse. But upon seeing Qianyuan's pallid countenance and severe injuries, he acquiesced and mounted Su Yuntao's back. Although Su Yuntao had been severely beaten, he was not gravely injured. He unleashed his martial soul, cradling Qianyuan and carrying Tang San as he sped towards Shenghun village. What would ordinarily take half a day was accomplished in merely an hour, bringing the two back to the village. Despite being a great soul master, the exertion of racing for an hour while manifesting his martial soul was quite taxing. At that moment, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and he gasped for breath, his body heaving. Upon entering the village, he promptly retracted his martial soul. Old Jack. Upon entering the village, Su Yuntao shouted breathlessly for the village chief. Go to Xiaosan's home. Suddenly, Qianyuan weakly uttered these words. His consciousness was beginning to blur, and he was on the verge of fainting. The jostling journey had exacerbated his injuries. Breathing heavily, Su Yuntao was somewhat puzzled as to why they needed to go to Tang San's home. Yet he hesitated not. Tang San, lead the way. Tang San hastily leapt down from Su Yuntao's back and sprinted towards his house. The only blacksmith shop in Shenghun village. Tang Hao leaned against the doorframe, disheveled and expressionless. At that moment, he resembled an ordinary man, devoid of the imposing presence of the Haotian Douluo. Father, please save Qianyuan. Tang San exclaimed urgently upon entering the courtyard. Upon seeing Qianyuan in Su Yuntao's arms, his dazed eyes suddenly flickered with a sharp intensity, instantly locking onto Qianyuan. However, only Qianyuan could perceive this gaze. Su Yuntao halted before Tang Hao, intending to convey that Qianyuan was injured and required healing here. Yet, in the next moment, Qianyuan uttered a series of bewildering words. I did not deceive you, did I? I promised I would bring Xiaosan back unscathed. I merely wished to have him awaken. His voice grew increasingly faint, and before he could utter the words martial soul, he succumbed to unconsciousness in Su Yuntao's embrace. He had expended his last ounce of strength to deliver this message, enduring his suffering solely to reassure Tang Hao that he was not affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Chapter 10. This thing is a divine artifact. Clang, clang, clang. A series of urgent and crisp hammering sounds emanated from the blacksmith shop, rousing the slumbering Qianyuan. He sprang up from the bed and walked into the forge room. After 3 days of recuperation, Qianyuan was finally able to walk. During this time, he had been looked after by Su Yuntao and Tang San, while Tang Hao had shown no concern for him whatsoever. At this moment, Tang San was tirelessly hammering away at a large iron block, which had already begun to glow red from the relentless blows, indicative of countless forges. Xiaosan, what are you doing? Qianyuan inquired, feigning ignorance. He was well acquainted with the events unfolding in the Douluo continent, and knew precisely what should transpire at this moment. Upon noticing Qianyuan's entrance, Tang San paused his efforts, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and replied with a cheerful smile. I aspire to become a blacksmith, so I am practicing my forging skills. My father once told me that a person possesses 3 hearts. To be an exceptional blacksmith, one must engage the second and third hearts, which correspond to the muscles in one's calves. Before Tang San could finish, Qianyuan, with a grin, pointed at Tang Sen's calves. Ah, Tang Sen exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Qianyuan, do you also forge? Qianyuan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. But instead, he circled the iron block with a serious demeanor. I am not a blacksmith, but I am indeed an outstanding designer. Xiao-san, could you assist me with a task? I have something to create, but I lack the skills to forge iron. I hope you can help me produce some components. Listening to Qianyuan, Tang Sen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. I have only just begun learning blacksmithing. I fear I may not be able to produce the parts you require. Don't worry. The components are simple. You just need to help me make them. Hee. With that, Qianyuan excitedly strode toward the room. Just wait a moment. I need to draw up some plans. Half an hour later, Qianyuan returned to the foundry with a sheet of paper, looking quite pleased with his designs, occasionally nodding to himself. Here it is. There aren't many parts. You can help me with these. He handed the freshly drawn blueprint to Tang Sen. Upon receiving the blueprint, Tang Sen's body suddenly stiffened, and he stared at the paper in astonishment. What is this blueprint? What can be assembled from these components? He looked up, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, directing his gaze at Qianyuan. That's a secret for now. You'll find out later. I'm counting on you. Without allowing Tang Sen any further opportunity to speak, Qianyuan walked briskly out of the courtyard, leaving Tang Sen in a state of shock. As he gazed at the simple components depicted on the blueprint, which numbered only a few tubes, a cylindrical piece with 6 holes, a crescent-shaped item the size of half a finger, and springs, he noted that every part was meticulously labeled with dimensions and thicknesses. Even the crescent-shaped object was annotated with its measurements. The precision of this blueprint was remarkable. However, despite this, Tang Sen found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom what the assembled item would be. His heart was stirred with astonishment, and he retrieved a blueprint from his own possession, which appeared far more intricate. Remarkably, the designs for his concealed weapon were strikingly similar, yet the components were exceptionally simple yet detailed. Tang Sen furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the blueprints drawn by Qianyuan, and found himself lost in contemplation. He increasingly sensed that Qianyuan was not to be underestimated. Could it be that Qianyuan also possessed knowledge of hidden weapons? Was that tube a projectile? At that moment, Qianyuan had already stepped outside the courtyard, where Su Yuntao was ready with his pack, preparing to depart. You're awake. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Su Yuntao inquired cheerfully upon seeing Qianyuan emerge. Qianyuan shook his head, and when he looked at Su Yuntao again, the earlier disdain had vanished. Master Su Yuntao, I truly appreciate your assistance over these past few days. What is there to thank? You are still just a child, having sustained such severe injuries. I certainly could not stand idly by. Would I really stoop to hold a grudge against a mere child? Su Yuntao ruffled Qianyuan's hair, his tone still frosty. Yet it conveyed a hint of concern. After 3 days of interaction, Su Yuntao had lost any lingering fear he had harbored towards Qianyuan. My task is now concluded, and it is time for me to leave. Should you ever need assistance in the future, you may find me at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. By the way, I noticed you and Little San have no intention of visiting the Spirit Hall. Why not consider training at the Primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City instead? Little San can take the village work-study slot, and you can use my letter of recommendation. As he spoke, Su Yuntao handed Qianyuan a personally penned letter of recommendation, adding, I am unsure of what your martial soul is. You may fill in that detail as you wish. Qianyuan tucked the letter into his pocket without expressing thanks, instead stating, Master Su Yuntao, I owe you a favor. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, Huh? I hope to see you standing at the pinnacle of this continent in the future. After their farewells, Su Yuntao departed the blacksmith shop without looking back. 3 months passed, and the day for the commencement of classes at Nodding Academy had arrived. Early that morning, Qianyuan, still ensconced in slumber, was roused by Tang Sen's gentle shaking. Qianyuan, wake up. The items you requested are ready. Initially groggy, Qianyuan sprang upright in bed, as if jolted from a dream. His excitement surged, and he eagerly seized the package, hastily unwrapping it. In his fervor, Qianyuan remained silent, swiftly assembling the various components while murmuring to himself with a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Haha, this piece fits, and this one can be assembled too. It appears my memory serves me well. Tang Sen, astonished, observed the scene with a penetrating gaze, yet his tone was remarkably innocent as he queried, Qianyuan, this contraption you've requested is rather intricate. Even that small tube requires spiral engravings inside. What exactly is this? Qianyuan continued to work in silence, his excitement unabated as he pieced together each part, until 10 minutes later, when every component was assembled. Tang Sen furrowed his brow, staring at the completed object in Qianyuan's hands, gradually falling into a daze, for the creation resembled an iron banana. Qianyuan gently tapped the wheel at the center of the iron banana, and instantly, A melodious metallic sound resonated. At that moment, a satisfied grin spread across his face. This contraption is a marvel. Chapter 11. The Modern Marvel. A marvel? This iron banana is a marvel. Surely, this is no jest. Tang San was completely taken aback. This object, resembling an iron banana, seemed utterly unrelated to the concept of a marvel. Qianyuan excitedly nodded, tenderly caressing the assembled object in his hands. Iron banana? This is no mere iron banana. It is known as a revolver. Revolver? This was the first time Tang San had encountered this term, and despite rummaging through his memory, he found no description of a revolver. Consequently, Qianyuan's identity grew increasingly enigmatic to Tang San. The reason Qianyuan possessed knowledge of firearm construction was entirely attributable to his past life as a military enthusiast. His obsession with military weaponry rivaled his affection for the Douluo continent, particularly the revolver, which was his favorite classic military weapon, capturing his heart. Thus, he possessed an in-depth understanding of its structure and components. Although forged from mundane iron, it could undeniably be regarded as a marvel. Qianyuan was immensely thrilled as he gently pulled the trigger, producing a crisp sound. Just how much power does this thing possess? When Tang San posed this question, he couldn't help but touch his sleeve, where he had crafted his first concealed weapon, the sleeve arrow, over the past 3 months. Qianyuan smirked, clicked his tongue, and shook his head, saying, "This marvel is still incomplete. It lacks ammunition. If it had bullets, you would witness its true power." This statement left Tang San even more puzzled. He had intended to compare his sleeve arrow with the revolver to see which was superior, only to discover that this object was still not complete. Just as Tang San was about to inquire further, a voice from outside interrupted. Old Jack called, "Xiao San, Qianyuan. It's time to go." Upon hearing Old Jack's call, Qianyuan and Tang San remembered that they were to attend the Nodding Academy today. After preparing a final meal for Tang Hao, Tang San felt a sense of melancholy and reluctance as he followed Old Jack away from Holy Spirit Village, unaware that Tang Hao stood silently in the courtyard, watching his son. Along the way, Old Jack regaled Tang San with tales of Nodding Academy and the Soul Masters. Tang San listened intently, as he was entirely unfamiliar with these matters, while Qianyuan found the conversation rather dull, for he was already well-versed in them. Finally, after a lengthy journey, the trio arrived at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Nestled in the west of Nodding City, the academy was constructed entirely from stone, featuring a grand archway with 2 heavy black iron gates. At the center of the archway were 4 bold characters, Nodding Academy. Upon seeing Nodding Academy, Qianyuan couldn't help but exclaim, it was far more magnificent and imposing than the one depicted in the anime. This is the place where you will cultivate your skills in the future. As long as the 2 of you diligently cultivate your skills, you shall surely rise to prominence in the future. Old Jack excitedly pointed to the 4 large characters above the archway. For now, the Saint Spirit Village has finally produced a Soul Master. What are you doing here? This is Nodding Academy, a place unfit for country folk like you. Just as Old Jack was about to knock on the door, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. A youth clad in Nodding Academy attire appeared at the entrance. Rolling his eyes and looking disdainfully at Qianyuan and his companions, his gaze filled with contempt and revulsion. Qianyuan couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Was this not the very doorman who had been soundly slapped in the face by Tang San in the Douluo continent? Naturally, Old Jack was unaware of this. He was quite displeased with the doorman's barbed words, yet he could only humble himself, for the doorman was one of Nodding Academy's own. He took out Master Su Yuntao's handwritten letter from his pocket and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Young man, we hail from Saint Spirit Village, and this child is a work-study student sent from our village this year, and furthermore, can Master Su Yuntao truly provide proof for a mere work-study student? What a ludicrous notion. Can a golden phoenix really emerge from a straw nest?" The doorman interrupted Old Jack, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a mocking tone. However, Qianyuan, observing this scene, was taken aback. Old Jack had not finished his statement, yet the doorman had begun to interject. Moreover, he had not even accepted the letter of proof. How did the doorman know it was from Su Yuntao? Qianyuan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with depth. Everything appeared exceedingly strange, stirring a wave of unease within him. Could it be that my presence has caused a slight deviation in the narrative, resulting in this current scene? System detection. Tang San is about to encounter danger. Take action to avert the crisis. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, leaving Qianyuan utterly perplexed. Danger? What danger could possibly arise? Shouldn't this be the moment when Tang San retaliates against the doorman, marking the beginning of a satisfying turn of events? Why then does danger loom? Isn't this allowing me to further influence the original plot? As Qianyuan pondered in confusion, he noticed the glint of fury in Tang San's eyes. It was evident that he was ready to strike. The doorman's insults grew increasingly offensive. and Tang San could no longer endure it. Urgent. Tang San is on the verge of encountering danger. Failure to intervene will result in the termination of the host's contract with the ultimate reward system. Damn. Hearing the system's voice once more, Qianyuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. He was utterly bewildered. The system forbade deviations from the plot, yet the current task was to alter the narrative. Without further thought, just as Tang San was about to make his move, Qianyuan sprang into action. His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. He abruptly raised his foot and aimed a kick at the doorman's abdomen. Thud! With a resounding crash, the doorman was sent flying, rolling over 2 meters before finally coming to a halt, utterly defenseless. In just a single strike, Qianyuan emerged victorious. Old Jack was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qianyuan would act so decisively, launching an immediate attack. Meanwhile, Tang San was quite pleased with Qianyuan's actions, as he himself had intended to take action regardless of Qianyuan's involvement. Yet, it was Qianyuan who remained rooted to the spot. The blow had met with no resistance, and the gatekeeper showed no sign of retaliating. The gatekeeper was utterly ineffectual. So, from where did the danger arise? You dare strike me, you filthy country bumpkin. You shall not enter the gates of Notting Academy today. The gatekeeper struggled to rise from the ground, one hand clutching his abdomen, the other pointing accusingly at Qianyuan, his face flushed with fury, trembling with rage. Enough, cease at once. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged, interrupting the gatekeeper's tirade. Upon hearing this voice, Qianyuan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and turned towards its source. Inwardly reflecting, it appears that the plot has not deviated due to this incident. Perhaps I was overly sensitive. Chapter 12. The Awkward Apprenticeship. Yu Xiaogang's physique was even more frail than described in the novel, his expression blank, eyes devoid of spirit, appearing utterly despondent. His arrival adhered closely to the narrative. Qianyuan had merely assisted Tang San and had not caused any deviation in the storyline. I sincerely apologize for this oversight in the Academy's management, which has caused you distress, Yu Xiaogang said apologetically to Old Jack and the others. Good sir. My name is Yu Xiaogang, and I am referred to as Master by the Academy. May I see the recommendation from Su Yuntao? Old Jack nodded excitedly and handed the document to Yu Xiaogang. It was indeed Su Yuntao's handwritten endorsement, without a doubt. After receiving the document, Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction, though a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Innately full of soul power, an extraordinary talent, truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yet, he noted that the blue-silver grass was somewhat lacking. However, in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, it was still a cultivable spirit. He then turned to Qianyuan and inquired, "Is this child also a student from Holy Soul Village?" Before Old Jack could respond, Qianyuan produced Su Yuntao's handwritten letter from his bosom. "Greetings, Master. This is a personal recommendation letter from Master Su Yuntao." Oh, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was momentarily stunned, and his gaze towards Qianyuan became increasingly astonished. Su Yuntao was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and the only reason he would personally recommend a child to Notting Academy was that this child possessed exceptional talent, but did not wish to join the Spirit Hall. As he perused the letter, Yu Xiaogang's eyebrows gradually rose, looking at Qianyuan with an expression of intrigue. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head to address Old Jack, saying, "Good sir, I shall take care of these 2 children." Old Jack was elated, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, while also reminding Tang San to diligently cultivate and bring glory to Holy Soul Village before departing. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang led Qianyuan and Tang San towards the academy. "Su Yuntao is not your mentor, is he?" As they walked, Yu Xiaogang suddenly inquired of Qianyuan. Qianyuan shrugged nonchalantly. "When I first encountered him, his martial spirit already awakened." "Your martial spirit is the Pango axe? This is the first time I have heard of such a spirit. May I see it?" Qianyuan did not refuse. He extended his left hand and summoned his soul power, martial spirit, Pango axe. An axe, rusted and devoid of any soul power fluctuations, materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing this martial spirit, Yu Xiaogang's lips twitched in disbelief. This is rather mundane, even inferior to blue-silver grass, lacking any soul power resonance. Its emergence felt as if it had been plucked from thin air, utterly unworthy of such a grandiose name. However, this astonishment was fleeting, for Yu Xiaogang discerned a crucial detail. Qianyuan held the axe in his left hand. "You possess twin martial spirits?" Yu Xiaogang inquired, astonished. As the founder of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, he could immediately identify whether someone bore twin spirits. Yet, he could not see through Qianyuan. Prompting his question, Qianyuan had assumed Yu Xiaogang would perceive his true nature, but since he could not, it conveniently allowed him to conceal his primary martial spirit. Thus, he calmly replied, "Master, I only have this one martial spirit. How could I possibly have twin spirits?" Yu Xiaozhang's expression grew grave as he furrowed his brows. Except for beast martial spirits, all other primary spirits manifest from the right hand, yet yours appears from the left. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. The only explanation is that you possess twin martial spirits. The second would emerge from your left hand. Just like Tang San, whose first martial spirit is blue silvergrass. The second would then appear from the left. Tang San, hearing Yu Xiaozhang's words, was taken aback and instinctively retreated. For Tang Hao had warned him that his second martial spirit must remain a secret from outsiders, and he never anticipated that Yu Xiaozhang would notice. However, before Tang San could voice his concerns, Qianyuan, remarkably composed, shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm left-handed. Yu Xiaozhang was rendered speechless by Qianyuan's declaration. Moreover, if you could discern Tang San's twin martial spirits, surely my own would not escape your keen perception. Perhaps my martial spirit is simply related to my handedness. Qianyuan's voice, youthful yet seasoned, revealed an effort to conceal something, yet it bore no detectable flaw. Yu Xiaozhang's brow remained tightly knit as he scrutinized Qianyuan. This child, his eyes reflecting depth and composure, spoke with an eloquence that belied his 6 years. Such articulate speech was not typical for one so young. With a sigh, Yu Xiaozhang acknowledged that while he was well aware of the secrets surrounding Qianyuan, the boy's reluctance to divulge them dissuaded further inquiry. Tang San, allow me to see your second martial spirit. When Tang San unleashed the Haotian hammer, Yu Xiaozhang was utterly astonished. Repeatedly admonishing Tang San to never reveal the Haotian hammer in the presence of outsiders. At this moment, Qianyuan was filled with excitement, for once this dialogue concluded, he would have the opportunity to return to the dormitory with Tang San and finally meet his most cherished character, Xiao Wu. After approximately 10 minutes of conversation, punctuated by Yu Xiaozhang's continuous reminders and explanations, the discussion came to an end. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Tang San knelt down, bowing 3 times to Yu Xiaozhang. This scene jolted Qianyuan back to reality, stirring his heart with emotion. Despite possessing an exceptionally powerful martial soul and soul rings, as well as an extraordinary ultimate reward system, these were merely aids. To win over Bibi Dong as his girlfriend, he needed to become formidable. Only by attaining such strength that she could not contend with him could he fulfill the ultimate reward system's requirements. Thus, elevating his soul power level was essential to acquire even more generous and miraculous rewards, allowing him to grow extraordinarily strong. Alas, he was completely ignorant of how soul masters cultivate. However, was this not a golden opportunity? By becoming Yu Xiaozhang's disciple, would not his soul power level soar like a rocket? Therefore, once Tang San finished his homage, Qianyuan rushed eagerly to Yu Xiaozhang's side. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt down with a thud. He knocked his head 3 times with resounding fervor. His impassioned act startled both Yu Xiaozhang and Tang San. Qianyuan, do you wish to become my disciple as well? Yu Xiaozhang gazed at the kneeling Qianyuan, a look of surprise illuminating his face. Just as Qianyuan was about to nod in eager affirmation, the system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System alert. Yu Xiaozhang is your rival. It is forbidden to become his disciple. Failure to comply will result in the termination of your contract with the ultimate reward system. Chapter 13. Competing for the title of dorm leader. The system's notification left Qianyuan frozen in place, his body completely stiff, maintaining the bowing posture like a statue. Yu Xiaozhang and Tang San exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by Qianyuan's sudden silence and immobility. Qianyuan, what is the matter with you? Yu Xiaozhang, concerned for Qianyuan's well-being, quickly inquired. However, at that moment, Qianyuan felt as if he were plummeting from a great height. That infernal system notification could not have come at a more inopportune time. Was it not mortifying? How could he possibly extricate himself from this predicament? Qianyuan, Yu Xiaozhang asked again, his worry intensifying. I was merely expressing my happiness for Xiao San and wished to pay my respects to you. Yes. I simply wanted to bow to you. Qianyuan cleared his throat awkwardly and stood up, feeling utterly embarrassed. In truth, I would very much like to become your disciple, but I already have a teacher. I sincerely apologize. Qianyuan scratched his head in embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground upon seeing the peculiar expressions on Yu Xiaozhang and Tang San's faces. It's all right, but if you already have a teacher, why have you come to Nuoding Academy? Yu Xiaozhang queried, somewhat perplexed. Generally speaking, if a disciple has a mentor, they would invariably remain close to their teacher. Thus, the arrival of Qianyuan at Nuoding Academy struck me as rather peculiar. My own teacher, tragically, perished not long ago in a battle, leaving me bereft and alone, leading me to this place. Weaving a tale to justify his presence, Qianyuan suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Once a disciple, forever a son. Thus, I implore you, esteemed master, to forgive my inability to formally become your apprentice. If you harbor no disdain for my humble self, I beseech you to impart your wisdom upon me, and I shall dutifully fulfill the obligations of a disciple." As he spoke, Qianyuan, embodying the essence of a dramatic performer, felt tears welling up in his eyes, as if on the verge of spilling over. His inner thoughts were clear. Even if he could not formally study under Yu Xiaojiang, having him as a mentor for cultivation would be an admirable alternative. Alas, dear child, your yearning for a teacher is indeed a challenging pursuit. Even if you cannot become my disciple, fret not. Like Tang San, I shall take it upon myself to guide you in your cultivation. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's affirmation, Qianyuan was instantly overwhelmed with joy, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Before long, with Yu Xiaojiang's assistance, the two successfully completed their enrollment procedures. As a working student, Tang San was relegated to the least favorable accommodations in Dormitory 7. Though tuition fees were waived, he received no additional benefits. In contrast, Qianyuan, having been personally recommended by Su Yuntao, was assigned to a luxurious double room, a testament to his esteemed background. However, after much insistence from Qianyuan, he ultimately achieved his wish to share a room with Tang San in Dormitory 7. The two, carrying their bedding, arrived at their new abode. It was quite spacious, exceeding 300 square meters, yet out of over 50 beds, only 11 were furnished with bedding, indicating that working students were indeed a rarity at Nodding Academy. New working students? What are your names? Upon entering the dormitory, a rather robust boy looked down at them from a height. Tang San, wearing a friendly smile, replied, "Hello, I am Tang San, a working student from Holy Soul Village." Qianyuan, ignoring the inquiry, strode deeper into the dormitory, declaring, "I do not seek to be the leader. If there's fighting, let him handle it." He then casually placed his bedding on a bed nestled against the wall, reclining comfortably and propping his legs up. With half-closed eyes and a tilted head, he observed the unfolding events at the entrance of Dormitory 7. His demeanor exuded a languidness reminiscent of an adult's nonchalance. Wang Sheng stared at Qianyuan, particularly taken aback by his somewhat brazen antics, leaving the other children in awe. However, since Qianyuan claimed he did not wish to assert dominance, Wang Sheng saw no reason to provoke him and instead turned his attention to Tang San. After a few exchanged words, a brawl ensued. The scuffle was lively, and Qianyuan watched with great amusement. The system had not signaled him, so he deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Within a few exchanges, Wang Sheng was defeated, leaving Qianyuan somewhat dissatisfied, as the skirmish paled in comparison to the martial arts films he had witnessed in his past life, yet it was regrettably brief. Certainly, this is merely the beginning, for in the very next moment, Xiao Wu is about to make her entrance. The contest between Xiao Wu and Tang San promises to be even more thrilling. As if on cue, just as Qianyuan entertained this thought, the door to room 7 swung open. A remarkably adorable little girl stood at the threshold. "Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao Wu the dancer." Her appearance instantly captivated the attention of all the children present. She was so enchanting that even the reborn Qianyuan couldn't help but marvel at how such a delightful child could exist in this realm. Upon seeing Xiao Wu so vividly, Qianyuan realized that the depictions of her in the animations had grossly distorted the image of his goddess. The ensuing scene felt familiar as the duel between Xiao Wu and Tang San unfolded, their combat rivaling the prowess of martial arts legends, leaving spectators utterly mesmerized. As expected, Xiao Wu emerged victorious. She was undeniably the leader of Room 7. However, system alert, key character Xiao Wu has appeared, and the task is to defeat the leader of Room 7. Hearing this task, Qianyuan nearly tumbled from his bed in alarm. He was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's extraordinary abilities. Her mastery of agility was unparalleled, rendering even Tang San a mere contender. As for Qianyuan, although he once held the esteemed title of the final disciple of the primordial Tai Chi, he possessed knowledge solely of the concepts of receiving and issuing energy. Lacking any real combat skills, without unleashing his martial soul, how could he possibly contend with Xiao Wu? Yet, he had no choice but to comply with the system's directive. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed and approached Xiao Wu. Qianyuan, martial soul, Panga's axe, dares to challenge. As his proclamation echoed, all members of Room 7 turned to him in astonishment. Wasn't he the one who shunned the pursuit of leadership? Why would he challenge Sister Xiao Wu? Perhaps he thinks she is merely a girl, easy to bully. What a shameless display. In that moment, the children began to regard Qianyuan with disdain and contempt. Particularly, Wang Sheng was filled with dissatisfaction towards Qianyuan. Previously, he had nonchalantly declared his disinterest in vying for the dormitory leadership, yet upon realizing the opponent was a girl, he shamelessly sought to engage her in a contest. What of his dignity? Xiao Wu blinked her charming big eyes, tilted her head, and cheerfully declared, "All right, let us give it a try." Wow, that head tilt. So adorable. Kawaii. Observing Xiao Wu's playful gesture, Qianyuan was taken aback. Her cuteness surpassed all his previous notions of adorability. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu had vanished from in front of him and reappeared behind him without him even noticing. At that moment, Qianyuan was flustered. Could it be that the 6-year-old Xiao Wu could already wield the art of enchantment? Chapter 14. The Lightning Whip of 5 Strikes. In truth, Xiao Wu did not employ any enchanting soul technique against Qianyuan. Rather, it was simply his own astonishment that rendered him oblivious to her swift movements. Hee. I'm right behind you. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice broke the silence, prompting Qianyuan to react, but alas, it was too late. Xiao Wu's delicate hands had already grasped his shoulders, while her knee directly pressed against Qianyuan's lower back. With a firm pull of her hands and a thrust of her knee, the opposing forces caused Qianyuan to be propelled away with remarkable speed. Such a feeble display. He could hardly compare to Tang San, who could engage Xiao Wu in several rounds of combat. How embarrassing. Let us see if he dares to show off again after such a defeat. As Qianyuan faltered in the first round, Wang Sheng and the others began to murmur in disappointment, their jeers and disdain evident. Yet, Tang San alone squinted, his expression solemn as he observed the unfolding battle. He had witnessed firsthand how Qianyuan had triumphed over a formidable soul master. Although a martial spirit was unleashed then, he believed that Qianyuan's victory stemmed from his ability to neutralize force rather than from his martial spirit. Thus, he held that the technique of neutralization surpassed that of mere grappling. At this moment, Qianyuan found himself in a most undignified position on the ground, having collapsed without any graceful rolls or recoveries. And amidst the laughter and mockery of the crowd, he clumsily rose to his feet. Xiao Wu, with a gleam of triumph in her eyes, teasingly remarked, "Hee, you truly are no match for Tang San. Shall we cease our sparring? I'm quite hungry. How about we go for a meal?" Qianyuan brushed off the dust from his clothes, unperturbed by the mockery surrounding him. "Let us go again," he declared with a confident smile. Although he lacked practical combat skills, he was assured of his technique, having once defeated a great soul master with it 3 months prior. He spread his legs shoulder-width apart, arms gradually lifting forward, bending his knees and relaxing his waist, his shoulders sinking as his palms lightly descended. In that moment, Qianyuan's movements were grand and flowing, exuding a sense of natural beauty that was captivating. The Hunyuan Taiji begins, transforming offense into defense. He smiled faintly, calmly announcing his technique. Xiao Wu, observing his posture, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, for to a soul master, his stance resembled an odd dance. "I'm coming." Xiao Wu giggled, her petite form darting swiftly toward Qianyuan, her trajectory utterly unpredictable and bizarre. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before him, executing a sudden 180-degree spin, aiming a roundhouse kick directly at his neck. Qianyuan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor unruffled, as his hands leisurely feigned a circle before reaching for her ankle. This seemingly slow movement was, in truth, as swift as lightning. With a sharp flick of his wrist, his hands enveloped Xiao Wu's ankle like flower buds yearning to bloom, firmly securing her in place. The essence of Hunyuan Taiji, the Jieji decision. It allows one to transform defense into offense, to control movement with stillness, and to respond to action with tranquility. It can engage blades at will and encompass all things, embodying the endless cycle of existence. Qianyuan articulated the principles of his technique with clarity, as if elucidating the profound applications of the Jieji decision. Xiao Wu was taken aback, astonished that Qianyuan could effortlessly counter her attack. Suddenly furrowing her brow, a faint pink soul power manifested upon her leg as she attempted to retract her foot using her spiritual energy. However, Qianyuan did not afford her the opportunity. His hand swayed leisurely, manipulating Xiao Wu's right leg to follow suit. With a remarkably uncanny motion, he neutralized both the force of her attack and her soul power. The transform technique could dismantle the strength of all worldly things, employing softness to overcome hardness, achieving a harmonious balance of rigidity and flexibility, reality and illusion. A small force overcoming a great one with minimal effort. Following Qianyuan's rhythmic movements, he suddenly stepped forward, thrusting his hands outward. Xiao Wu's body was propelled backward uncontrollably. The release technique harnessed the power of force against force. The principle of the release technique was exceedingly simple, encapsulated in but a single phrase. At this moment, Xiao Wu was thoroughly alarmed, for as she was pushed back, it felt not as if Qianyuan's strength was propelling her, but rather as if her own force had rebounded against her. In other words, her power had been reflected back, inflicting harm upon herself. The force of this rebound was formidable, potentially causing internal injury to Xiao Wu. Yet, inexplicably, it seemed to be mitigated by some unseen energy, rendering it unusually gentle, merely nudging her away. This spectacle left everyone astounded, silencing the voices of mockery. Lightning whip. Suddenly, just as Xiao Wu regained her balance, Qianyuan issued a soft command. His arms swung like whips, wide and unrestricted, striking swiftly at Xiao Wu with a trajectory as unpredictable as lightning. Whoosh! A gust of wind roared, and the bones in his arms crackled, echoing like thunder. How swift! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiao Wu, having only just steadied herself, found that even with her agility, she could not evade in that fleeting moment. Particularly, Qianyuan's arms swung without a discernible pattern, seamlessly connecting, leaving her no chance to counter. She could only watch in helpless awe as those whip-like arms advanced toward her. Just as the onlookers believed that the attack would surely connect with Xiao Wu, Qianyuan's movements abruptly ceased. One of his hands was a mere inch from her face, and the fierce wind had already tousled her hair. The battle concluded, and the entire 7th dormitory fell into a hushed silence. Qianyuan's defense and offense had left everyone utterly dumbfounded. I have lost. Xiao Wu stood frozen, her large eyes still filled with astonishment. Then I must be the leader of the 7th dormitory now. Qianyuan flashed a grin, a cheeky expression emerging that bore a rather provocative air. Yet, despite this, the students of the 7th dormitory nodded in dazed agreement, especially Wang Sheng, whose heart was stirred with tumultuous emotions. He did not believe that if he were to face Qianyuan, the latter would show him such mercy. That lightning whip 5 strikes would undoubtedly land harshly upon his face. Having earned the recognition of those around him, Qianyuan swaggered over to his bed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Once again reclining on his bed, he crossed his legs, humming a little tune, embodying the carefree demeanor of an adult. Meanwhile, Tang Xin gazed intently at Qianyuan, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light, while his heart roiled with tumultuous waves of astonishment. For that lightning whip 5 strikes felt inexplicably familiar. No, to be precise, it was not mere familiarity. He had once wielded it himself. Chapter 15. Return to the familiar grounds. The Turtle Fist. This was Tang San's instantaneous conclusion upon witnessing the lightning whip 5 strikes. When he had just entered the Tang sect and had yet to master its combat techniques, he had relied on such unrefined turtle fist to defend himself against the bullying outer disciples. Yet, it was indeed embarrassing to realize that Qianyuan had executed the turtle fist to such an exquisite degree and even bestowed upon it a grandiose name, leaving Tang San utterly flabbergasted. Although Qianyuan had ascended to the position of leader among the 7th dormitory, he did not engage much with the children around him. After all, in his previous life, he was already an adult, lacking common ground with these youngsters. Thus, Tang San and Xiao Wu conversed animatedly with the other students, even sharing a bed, yet no one took the initiative to speak with Qianyuan. Even when someone did, his aloofness kept them at bay. 3 days slipped by quietly, and in the dead of night, soft snores emanated from the 7th dormitory. Just as Qianyuan had fallen asleep, he was abruptly awakened by Tang San's voice. Qianyuan, don't sleep. Wake up. Master is already waiting for us. Tang San spoke softly, careful not to disturb the other students. Groggily, Qianyuan opened his eyes, a bit dazed by the sudden awakening, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled that today, Yu Xiaojing would take him and Tang San to hunt for soul rings. After a quick tidying up, the two hurried to the academy's entrance, where Yu Xiaojing had already prepared a carriage, waiting for them. Once aboard, the trio set off for the soul hunting forest. Along the way, Yu Xiaojing began explaining the fundamentals of soul rings and soul masters. Tang San listened attentively, while Qianyuan, though appearing equally earnest, was not particularly focused on Yu Xiaojing's explanations. Instead, he was contemplating the direction of his own soul ring hunt. This time, he needed to seek a soul ring for his second martial soul. However, Qianyuan found himself somewhat perplexed, as most auxiliary martial souls were predominantly supportive in nature, whereas the Pangu axe was so ordinary, so commonplace, that he had yet to discern any of its distinctive features. Could its unique trait be merely chopping wood? Thus, he was filled with doubt and conflict. Based on his understanding, the owner of twin martial souls must acquire the soul ring for their first martial soul according to their capacity to bear it. Conversely, the second martial soul could defy convention and start from a baseline of 10,000 years. But did the Pangu axe truly warrant such a leap? With an unparalleled first martial soul and a million-year soul ring, one might question the necessity of a rusty, dilapidated axe. After considerable internal deliberation, Qianyuan ultimately resolved to acquire soul rings in the conventional manner for the Pangu axe, while relying on system rewards for the four sacred beasts' martial soul to absorb formidable soul rings. The following noon, the trio ventured into the soul hunting forest. Qianyuan was quite familiar with this place, having spent 2 full years there. Under the guidance of Yu Xiaojiang, the three entered the forest, during which he continuously elucidated some fundamental knowledge about soul beasts. However, Qianyuan paid little attention, as his focus was captivated by the system's voice. System detection, returning to the familiar place. Reward, storage type soul guidance device. Cliff icebreaker, requires journeying to the depths of the soul hunting forest. This system notification was a momentous boon for Qianyuan, who had been lamenting his lack of a storage type soul guidance device, only for the system to present one at his doorstep. Yet, the reward required him to retrieve it from the depths of the forest, with no specific location indicated, which was rather vexing. Nevertheless, the depths of the soul-hunting forest posed no significant challenge for Qianyuan. This forest served as a royal breeding ground for soul beasts, with the oldest beasts barely reaching a millennium in age. With the four sacred beasts' martial soul, even if he couldn't defeat a 1,000-year soul beast, fleeing would not be an issue. His current dilemma was how to stealthily venture alone into the depths, as he couldn't allow Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang to discover his ultimate reward system. As the trio delved deeper, Yu Xiaojiang summoned Luo Sanpao, but the moment it emerged, it seemed to sense an imminent danger, promptly seeking refuge behind Yu Xiaojiang and emitting a fearful whimper. "Teacher, what is wrong with Luo Sanpao?" Tang San inquired, puzzled by the creature's distress. Surrounded by peril, Luo Sanpao, a failed mutated beast martial soul, possessed an acute sense of smell and was adept at detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed in concern as he scanned their surroundings warily. It appeared that Luo Sanpao had sensed danger in the vicinity. No, for powerful soul beasts were nearby, instilling a sense of unease in it, hence the mournful cries. Yet, this was merely the forest's outskirts. What could possibly instill such fear in a soul beast? Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San prepared for battle, readying his hidden arrows. Even Qianyuan was taken aback, gripping the Pangu axe and cautiously observing his surroundings. However, he was perplexed. If formidable soul beasts were indeed lurking nearby, the system should have issued a warning. After all, safeguarding Tang San was paramount, yet despite the time passing, there had been no notification from the system. As moments ticked by, the surroundings remained eerily still. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes, heightening the trio's tension, especially for Qianyuan, who instinctively hurled the Pangu axe forward. To their surprise, emerging from the thicket was merely a 10-year-old tabby cat, resulting in a false alarm. The three of them exhaled deeply, while Yu Xiaojiang shook his head in resignation, gently patting Luo Sanpao on the head, and softly reassured, "Sanpao, do not be afraid. We are merely at the forest's edge, so there's no need to be overly sensitive." With Yu Xiaojiang's calming words, Luo Sanpao's agitation gradually subsided. Yet the large eyes still sparkled with fear. Curiously, throughout this ordeal, Luo Sanpao's gaze remained fixed on Qianyuan, its trepidation evidently linked to his presence. Luo Sanpao maintained a considerable distance from Qianyuan, as if it feared becoming prey. Even Yu Xiaojiang felt puzzled as to why Luo Sanpao harbored such fear towards Qianyuan. Thus, he glanced at Qianyuan, who wore an awkward smile, and ultimately chose to remain silent as they continued their journey. It dawned upon Qianyuan why Luo Sanpao was afraid of him, and why Yu Xiaojiang had previously mentioned the presence of 4 terrifying soul beasts nearby. Perhaps all of this was tied to his first martial soul, the 4 holy divine beasts. This incident was merely a fleeting interlude as the trio pressed onward. As dusk approached, Luo Sanpao suddenly emitted an angry growl, prompting the trio to halt. "Beware, there's a poisonous creature. You two stand behind me and be cautious." Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned tense as he positioned himself in front of Qianyuan and Tang San. Simultaneously, a ghostly green serpent stealthily made its way into their line of sight. Oh no, it's a mandala snake. How could such a soul beast appear at the periphery? Upon sighting the serpent, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, his disbelief evident. However, when Qianyuan beheld the snake, a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. An opportunity had arisen. Chapter 16, A Deceptive Passage. Yu Xiaojiang, now filled with terror, stared at the 4-meter-long mandala snake, his body stiffening in shock. Luo Sanpao positioned itself protectively in front of the trio, fiercely growling at the monstrous serpent, yet its small stature appeared almost comical in comparison. How is this possible? How could a 400-year-old mandala snake appear at the outskirts? Yu Xiaojiang was utterly astonished. In the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, even a 100-year-old soul beast was considered formidable, yet here lay a creature that had reached 400 years. As a mere great soul master, coupled with the failed mutation of Luo Sanpao's martial soul, he stood no chance against such a colossal entity. The mandala snake flicked its crimson tongue, its terrifying and eerie eyes fixated on the 4 potential prey, with greenish slime dripping from its fangs, as if anticipating a delectable feast. "Qianyuan, Xiaosan, you must flee. I will hold it off." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang pushed He Qianyuan and Tang San aside and launched an attack on the mandala snake. Thunderous flatulence. Roaring thunder Luo Sanpao. With the command from Yu Xiaojiang, a yellow halo suddenly flickered, and Luo Sanpao's body sprang into action, inhaling deeply. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and a plume of yellow gas shot forth like a cannonball from between Luo Sanpao's legs. Boom! It struck the mandala serpent directly. Yet the effect was negligible. The serpent remained utterly unaffected. Instead, it swung its colossal tail, sending Luo Sanpao flying. With a lamenting cry, his diminutive and rounded form crashed violently into a tree, sustaining grievous injuries from that single blow. At this moment, He Qianyuan and Tang San remained resolute. I cannot abandon my teacher, Tang San declared with unwavering determination. He Qianyuan did not dissuade him, for this incident would solidify their bond. I shall take action. Before Tang San could make a move, He Qianyuan suddenly let out a furious roar, gripping the Pangu axe tightly in his left hand and charging directly towards the mandala serpent. Demon, come forth to meet your demise. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback and shouted urgently, Qianyuan, flee. You are no match for it. However, He Qianyuan's speed was too swift. Before Yu Xiaojiang could intervene, he had already dashed forth. He swung the Pangu axe, aiming for the serpent's impenetrable scales. The mandala serpent, a soul beast of 400 years, was no easy opponent even for a grand soul master. As He Qianyuan approached, it again whipped its massive tail with force. Thud! Blood splattered. He Qianyuan, with no intention of evasion, managed to cleave through the serpent's formidable scales with his rusted Pangu axe. This unexpected turn of events astonished even Yu Xiaojiang. Though he breached the serpent's defenses, the tremendous force of the tail remained, and He Qianyuan's body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Accompanied by a piercing scream, He Qianyuan disappeared into the thicket, thereafter falling eerily silent. Qianyuan, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang cried out in unison, stunned by He Qianyuan's impulsiveness. A soul master struck by a 400-year soul beast stood little chance of survival. In that moment, a purple glow emanated from Tang San's eyes, and a surge of fury welled within him. With a step, he executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, taking an extraordinarily erratic path towards the mandala serpent. The battle raged on for over half an hour. Ultimately, the serpent's immense body collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. It could feel its life force ebbing away. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang frantically searched for He Qianyuan, yet found not a trace. Teacher, Qianyuan, he can't be. Tang San inquired anxiously of Yu Xiaojiang. Regret washed over him. Had he acted sooner to slay the mandala serpent, He Qianyuan would not have gone missing. Yu Xiaojiang, eyes partially closed and brow furrowed, wore a somber expression. After a lengthy pause, he slowly shook his head. He could not withstand the blow from a 400-year soul beast. But I saw Qianyuan being hurled here. There is no body. Tang San could not accept Yu Xiaojiang's assertion. Still clinging to a flicker of hope. The blood of the mandala snake is equally venomous. Qianyuan might very well be corroded beyond recognition. However, if indeed the venom of the mandala snake had caused such erosion, why was there not a single trace of corrosion in this thicket? As night fell, a diminutive figure, barely over a meter tall, emerged deep within the soul-hunting forest, making its way toward the center. The strength of a 400-year soul beast undoubtedly surpasses that of a grand soul master by a significant margin. Several hours have passed, and the ache in his wrist persists. A youthful voice emanated from the child, who vigorously shook his left hand, revealing a gash at the base of his thumb. This child is none other than He Qianyuan, who had been struck by the mandala snake. During his earlier confrontation with the snake, his movements were fraught with flaws, all in a bid to create an opportunity for himself to venture alone into the depths of the forest. Although this action would surely cause concern for Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, there was no alternative. His true strength must remain a secret. Otherwise, given the modus operandi of the Spirit Hall, should they discover He Qianyuan's existence, they would undoubtedly eliminate him to safeguard their own position. The depths of the forest echoed with the terrifying roars of soul beasts, and a chilling gust swept through, causing He Qianyuan to shiver involuntarily. System detection, approaching destination. Please proceed with caution. The eerie night was punctuated by the sudden voice of the system, startling He Qianyuan, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy. Following the system's guidance, he slowly drew nearer to the reward location, an exhilarating prospect indeed. However, one aspect left him perplexed. Why the admonition to proceed with caution? Could there be danger? He narrowed his eyes and cautiously advanced southeast, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The forest was home to soul beasts that had existed for millennia, and in the central region, it was said that beasts nearing 2,000 years in age could appear. If he were to encounter a soul beast of 300 to 500 years, He Qianyuan would not be overly concerned. Yet, should he confront a 1,000-year soul beast? His only option would be to flee. Just as Qianyuan reached the edge of the forest center, the voice of the system echoed once more. System detection, destination reached. Please hunt the blue-backed red tiger, 999 years, to obtain your reward. The exuberance that once filled Qianyuan's heart faded instantly. His face turned ashen, his body stiffened, and his lips twitched. 999 years. That was infinitely close to a 1,000-year soul beast. If not one in all, but name. What happened to the reward? Why must he fight? Chapter 17, Battle. Qianyuan swallowed hard, his heart racing with anxiety and trepidation. This system task felt like a death sentence. He did not believe that, as a mere soul master, he could contend with a 1,000-year soul beast, even with the backing of the 4 holy divine beasts. Cautiously hiding behind a massive tree, he surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Yet found nothing. Nothing at all. Qianyuan furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Although he felt a sense of crisis, he had yet to discover any soul beasts in this central area. Suddenly, a viscous liquid dripped onto his face. Was it raining? Surely. It could not be such a large drop of rain. Qianyuan raised an eyebrow, wiped the goo from his face, and sniffed at the tip of his nose. A foul stench assaulted him, nearly causing him to retch, but in that moment, a realization struck him. He abruptly looked up and was taken aback to see a massive tiger, nearly 5 meters in size, perched on a branch of the very tree where he was hiding, glaring down at him. The enormous creature was a deep crimson, its back adorned with a tuft of bluish luminescence, and its elongated, sharp fangs revealed its ferocity. By heavens! Qianyuan exclaimed, shocked that he had been observing beneath the very nose of the blue-backed crimson tiger for so long. If not for that droplet of saliva landing on his face, he might have remained oblivious to this colossal beast's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. A 1,000-year soul beast was not to be trifled with, and he had no confidence in his ability to defeat such a formidable opponent perched above him. With a thunderous roar, the blue-backed crimson tiger unleashed its fury, causing all soul beasts within a 10-mile radius to scatter in terror. In a flash, the tiger leaped down from the tree, blocking Qianyuan's path, its massive jaws agape, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. Damn it! Qianyuan staggered back a few steps, acutely aware that this beast had set its sights on him, and given the tiger's speed, escaping would prove difficult. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to confront it head-on. Qianyuan let out a mighty roar, his aura surging to its zenith. Martial soul, azure dragon of the 4 sacred beasts. As he shouted, a 1,000,000-year golden soul ring descended from the heavens, bending the surrounding trees and foliage. A divine aura radiated outward, and a massive azure dragon, 3 meters in length, materialized amidst the swirling mist, its crimson eyes emanating an overwhelming presence that pierced the heavens. In that instant, as the azure dragon martial soul emerged, the blue-backed crimson tiger took a step back, a glimmer of trepidation flashing in its fierce, scarlet gaze. However, perhaps as the king of this domain, it could not allow such retreat to tarnish its dignity. With another ferocious roar, it charged at Qianyuan, who had just unleashed his martial soul. As its gaping maw opened wide, a wave of foul odor surged toward him. Undoubtedly, if those serrated fangs were to sink into him, they would shatter bone and sinew alike. With the transformation into the azure dragon martial soul, Qianyuan's speed surged instantaneously. For the azure dragon was a martial soul of agility. He swiftly dove to the side, narrowly evading the deadly attack. The tiger's jaws clamped down on a massive tree branch, tearing it asunder. The blue-backed crimson tiger offered Qianyuan no respite. Its thick, spiked tail lashed toward him with ferocious intent. Mysterious Tai Chi principle, reception technique. Qianyuan hastily rose to his feet, lacking the time to properly assume a stance, and reached out in an attempt to seize the tail that struck towards him. A dull thud resonated, sending a cloud of dust into the air, as his hands barely grasped the tail of the blue-backed red tiger, only to be flung away without having dispelled any of its formidable force. Powerful. One could only describe it with a single word. Clearly, the 3-character ultimate mantra of the Qianyuan Taiji was utterly ineffective in the face of such overwhelming strength. Damn it, this young man lacks martial ethics. I hadn't even prepared my stance. Amidst the dust, Qianyuan's voice emerged, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, this power was indeed significantly inferior to Tang Hao's. He muttered to himself, and at that moment, the blue-backed red tiger had turned to face him, baring its fangs, while blue orbs the size of fists began to materialize within its maw. Gradually, the orbs emitted a serpentine flash akin to lightning, accompanied by crackling sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, multiple blue orbs surged towards Qianyuan like bullets. First soul skill, Wind's language seal. At this moment, Qianyuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The speed of the orbs was astonishingly rapid, far exceeding that of the blue-backed red tiger, leaving him no chance to evade. In a desperate bid, he swiftly activated the first soul of his Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, Wind's Language Seal. Drawing upon the wind attribute, he sealed the space within a 20-meter radius, unleashing a tempest to assault his adversary, while simultaneously siphoning away 50% of the enemy's speed for his own use. The key was that during the sealing process, he would absorb 50% of the enemy's speed, and presently, the blue-backed red tiger was ensnared within the sealed space. Qianyuan suddenly felt his own speed multiply, and without a second thought, he dashed to the side. Yet, the orbs seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how he ran, they pursued him relentlessly. The moment he hesitated, he would face utter annihilation. Should the blue-backed red tiger choose to join the fray at this moment, Qianyuan would stand no chance of defense. Fortunately, within the sealed space, towering whirlwinds had encircled the blue-backed red tiger. Each wind vortex resembled a multitude of razor-sharp, curved blades, incessantly slicing through its thick fur, leaving behind numerous gaping wounds that oozed blood. It roared in fury, attempting to gnaw at the whirlwinds with its massive jaws, but ultimately, it was only its mouth and tongue that sustained injuries. Desperate to escape the encirclement of the whirlwinds, it became evident that it too was locked in place, unable to evade the onslaught regardless of where it tried to flee. Meanwhile, Qianyuan darted around the blue-backed red tiger, leaping and rolling, at times burrowing into tree hollows. Within the span of less than a minute, only 2 orbs remained. While this would typically be cause for celebration, for Qianyuan, there was nothing worth rejoicing about, for his stamina could not endure a speed that was not inherently his own. Moreover, this is a soul skill that has existed for 1,000,000 years, with soul power consumption akin to a torrential flood. If it were not for the system's intervention, Qianyuan would have been utterly incapable of utilizing such an ancient soul skill. Thus, he now faces not only the subsequent assaults from the blue-backed red tiger, but also the imminent depletion of his soul power and physical strength, both of which will soon become his most critical challenges. Chapter 18. The cliff and the ice break. The last 2 orbs of light have been deftly evaded by Qianyuan, detonating against the stout trunks of trees. However, his stamina and soul power are now nearly exhausted. Even the fierce wind attack against the blue-backed red tiger has significantly dimmed. Gasping for breath, Qianyuan's eyes radiate a fierce determination. It seems he has resolved upon a certain course of action, and with a thunderous roar, he declares, "Martial Soul Transformation, White Tiger Soul." In an instant, a tempest brews. Lightning crackles and arcs around Qianyuan, and suddenly, a blinding white light bursts forth. A colossal tiger roars amidst the thunder, its fur as white as snow, claws protruding fiercely, and shrouded in lightning. The very air trembles, and the winds rise in response to its howl. With the manifestation of the white tiger martial soul, an aura of sovereignty envelopes the surrounding forest, causing numerous soul beasts to flee in terror, even stalling the blue-backed red tiger momentarily, which trembles in fear. First soul skill, Thunder Spear. Without hesitation, Qianyuan concentrates the scant remnants of his soul power into a spear forged entirely of electricity. Drawing upon the thunder attribute, he condenses all his soul energy into the thunder spear, hurling it at his foe for a decisive strike, certain to hit. This is a locking skill, and its potency hinges entirely upon the amount of soul power concentrated within. Alas, Qianyuan is merely a soul master, a mere 11th level soul master at that. How much soul power could he possibly possess? Thus, the thunder spear he conjures with all his remaining energy is but a mere phantasm, and even the crackling lightning appears considerably diminished. Go! Qianyuan pays no mind to anything else, and abruptly launches the thunder spear. The sound of whistling winds pierces the air, creating a sonic boom. With this throw, he feels as though all the air has been let out of a balloon, collapsing to the ground as the entire wind language seal dissipates, the wind vortex vanishing. However, that spear, imbued with a faint trace of lightning, strikes fiercely at the neck of the blue-backed red tiger. With a thunderous boom, the thunder spear detonates upon impact, unleashing a massive shockwave that engulfs the surroundings, raising clouds of dust and causing the great trees to sway precariously. Qianyuan is also thrown backwards by the force of the explosion. As the dust gradually settles, Qianyuan coughs violently, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to refrain from retracting the white tiger martial soul. This is his final safeguard. However, when the dust finally clears, Qianyuan's pupils constrict in horror, for he sees the blue-backed red tiger standing unfazed, having suffered no discernible harm from the recent explosion. Though its neck is drenched in blood, the wound is superficial, merely the skin having been ruptured, rendering it a shocking sight. Qianyuan sat helplessly on the ground, swallowing hard as his feet instinctively pushed against the earth, retreating in the hope that the great tiger would cease its advance. Yet, as he continued to withdraw, he suddenly heard the blue-backed red tiger emit a series of mournful cries, an unmistakable sign of fear. In that moment, an epiphany struck Qianyuan. He could distinctly sense a flicker of trepidation emanating from the blue-backed red tiger. Why was this? Bewildered, Qianyuan gradually rose to his feet, and this seemingly simple action caused the tiger to instinctively take a step back. System notification. The four sacred beasts' martial soul exerts a bloodline suppression over any felid soul beast, allowing acquisition of the soul guide, cliff-shattering ice. Upon receiving this message, Qianyuan was left both amused and exasperated. Had this information been disclosed earlier, he could have spared himself the anxiety and the impending confrontation with the mighty tiger. His very life had nearly been forfeit. Such a predicament had ultimately become synonymous with his feelings towards this system. Taking a deep breath, Qianyuan gazed at the lamenting blue-backed red tiger, suddenly engulfed by a sense of confusion. How was he to acquire the soul guide? Hadn't he previously stated that one must hunt the blue-backed red tiger to obtain it? After a brief contemplation, Qianyuan deduced that this time, his activation of the white tiger martial soul must have triggered a hidden condition, which would explain the ease of completing the task. Nevertheless, could this bloodline suppression truly render this formidable creature non-aggressive? With a hint of uncertainty, he swallowed hard. Were it not for the allure of that storage soul guide, he would have undoubtedly fled at that moment. Cautiously, he approached the blue-backed red tiger step by step, only to be astonished that the tiger not only remained calm, but trembled, emitting fearful whimpers. As Qianyuan drew nearer, the great beast resembled a docile kitten, lying submissively on the ground. In that instant, Qianyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and boldly extended a hand, tentatively stroking the tiger's massive head. To his astonishment, the blue-backed red tiger nuzzled against his palm, as if relishing the gentle caress. The next moment, a flicker of light flashed in the tiger's eyes, and a crystalline ring materialized in Qianyuan's hand. Was this the cliff-shattering ice? He stared in awe, meticulously examining the ring. The translucent jewelry, with its crystalline facets, boasted 10 small black stones embedded along its center, enhancing its mysterious allure. Placing the cliff-shattering ice on his left hand's index finger, he projected his thoughts onto the soul guide to explore its spatial attributes. When Qianyuan beheld the vastness of this soul guide's space, his expression transformed dramatically, for the dimensions within were astonishingly immense. On the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, each jade stone possesses a cubic meter of space, while the black orb upon the broken bridge and the ice boasts a staggering 10 cubic meters. This is a full 4 times that of the jade stones at the 24 bridges. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. One of the orbs is entirely filled with golden soul coins. These coins, reminiscent of a golden mountain, radiate a dazzling luster, causing Qianyuan's heart to tremble violently. The sheer volume of these golden soul coins is no less than several tens of millions, possibly even surpassing 100 million. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Qianyuan began to inspect the other orbs, hoping to find more dazzling treasures. However, to his disappointment, none of the other orbs contained anything remarkable, revealing only an ordinary sword and a millennium-old leg bone that emitted a faint glow. He had anticipated treasures, yet was met with such mediocrity. The soul bone was acceptable, but its age was too young, rendering it insufficient. Qianyuan clicked his tongue in disdain and shook his head. Big cat, I shall take my leave now. Today, I shall spare your life. Qianyuan retracted his martial spirit and waved goodbye to the blue-backed red tiger, preparing to depart. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the forest, and shadows swiftly surged in this direction. Qianyuan furrowed his brow and quietly melded into the woods. Chapter 19. The construction begins. Figures darted about. Within mere breaths, a multitude of silhouettes converged towards this location. They were Imperial soldiers on patrol. The powerful fluctuation of soul energy had emanated from this very spot. Surely someone had stealthily entered the forest. I will report to my superiors. You stay here to secure the scene. Qianyuan vanished into the foliage, indifferent to the soldiers' motivations for following, quietly making his way towards the periphery. At this moment, in some outer area, Tang San sat cross-legged with eyes firmly closed, emanating waves of soul energy, ripples of power undulating around him. He was absorbing the soul ring of a 400-year-old mandala snake, and perhaps due to the challenging nature of the task, his expression was far from pleasant. Yu Xiaojing had been vigilantly guarding Tang San, but suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in the heart of the forest, illuminating the surroundings for a fleeting moment. It has appeared again. Yu Xiaojing's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with astonishment and gravity. This was a force that transcended this continent. and he wondered how long this place could remain peaceful. He then averted his gaze back to Tang San, who was in a critical phase. The success of this endeavor hinged on this final effort. Time passed, and as dawn gradually broke, Tang San finally opened his eyes. Yet he displayed neither the excitement nor exhilaration one would expect. I succeeded. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in satisfaction, though his expression bore no trace of joy. Teacher, has Qianyuan appeared? As Tang San opened his eyes, his first inquiry was whether Qianyuan had returned. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he let out a disappointed sigh. Xiao-san, I understand that you are feeling quite distressed, but this is the reality, so please do not. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to comfort Tang San, a youthful voice suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, and at that moment, Qianyuan staggered into view. Qianyuan, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang gasped in astonishment, soon followed by an overwhelming joy. They had not anticipated that Qianyuan was still alive, albeit looking pallid and evidently grievously injured. This is wonderful, you're really okay, Tang San exclaimed, grasping Qianyuan's shoulders, tears brimming in his eyes. Hey, what is this about? I'm definitely fine. But you're hurting me a bit with your grip, considering I'm still injured. Qianyuan awkwardly pushed Tang San's hands away, scratching the back of his head and smiling sheepishly. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with shock. A soul master, having been struck by a 400-year-old soul beast, was still alive. This was simply unfathomable. Moreover, he and Tang San had searched every nook and cranny nearby, yet had not caught a glimpse of Qianyuan until now. While you were gone, I absorbed the soul ring of the mandala serpent. A full 400 years. Tang San eagerly shared his joy. You must not have absorbed a soul ring yet. My teacher and I will find you a 400-year-old soul beast right away. Tang San was all too aware of the peril he faced with the mandala serpent, but for Qianyuan's sake, he was willing to take the risk. Just as Qianyuan was about to agree, the system's voice sounded. System notification. The first soul ring of host Qianyuan's first martial soul is 1,000,000 years. Therefore, the second soul ring must not exceed 10 years. A simple notification from the system made Qianyuan feel a surge of frustration. Even a 100-year soul ring would suffice. Why must it be limited to 10 years? Wouldn't it invite derision to be seen with a full set of 10-year soul rings? My body has a relatively low tolerance. I cannot handle a 400-year soul ring. Qianyuan awkwardly waved his hand to decline, which piqued Yu Xiaojiang's curiosity. Then how many years are you hoping for? I want. Qianyuan licked his lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed to voice his desire. However, when he spotted a petite, vibrant cat, he suddenly pointed at it. I want that one. What? Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were left utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, Qianyuan, moving with a swiftness that caught them off guard, seized the Pengu axe and swung it toward the vibrant cat. He was too quick. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang had no time to intervene as Qianyuan sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. This is truly a travesty, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in regret. Who would use the soul ring of a vibrant cat? A 10-year soul ring, what use would that be? By noon, the three returned to Nuoding Academy. Qianyuan declined to visit the infirmary for treatment and directly returned to the dormitory to rest with Tang San. It was not until dinner time that the two were awakened by Xiao Wu and the others, prompting them to head to the dining hall for a meal. Our diligent worker student has come to feast on steamed buns again. After such exhausting training, aren't you concerned about your nutrition without any meat? As soon as the members of the 7th dormitory entered the dining hall, a mocking voice pierced the air. They looked up to see a student of about 10 years old leaning against the railing on the 2nd floor, his eyes filled with disdain. Boss, I think we should move a couple of tables outside for these worker students to eat, as I always feel the dining hall is rather filthy. Another student chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Xiao Qianyu, mind your language. Wang Sheng suddenly stepped forward, his face brimming with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Qianyu. At that moment, Qianyuan realized that this troublemaker was none other than the fabled Xiao boss. Wang Sheng, come back and talk to me when you're able to dine on the 2nd floor. Until then, you're simply not worthy. Xiao Qianyu retorted with a mocking smile, turning back to his seat, where he boldly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth while vigorously waving at the members of the 7th dormitory. This spectacle incensed Xiao Wu. If I don't teach him a lesson, he truly doesn't know his place. With that, she prepared to storm up to the 2nd floor to give Xiao Qianyu a beating, but Qianyuan stopped her. There's no need to get so worked up. If we hurt him, the teachers will blame us, he said with a reassuring smile to calm her down. Watch this. With that, he raised an eyebrow at the 7th dormitory members and strode confidently to the center of the hall. Ahem. He cleared his throat gently, then projected his voice to its fullest. Today, I, young master he, will cover the entire dining hall's expenses. Indulge in whatever you usually hesitate to eat. With Qianyuan's proclamation, The entire dining hall fell into a stunned silence. No one believed that a mere worker student could afford to treat everyone. Yet, the next moment, Qianyuan and his companions leaned over the railing on the second floor, bursting into laughter, tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. All right, since someone is treating us, we won't hold back. Just don't cry later when you find yourselves bankrupt. A 6-year-old claiming to treat the entire hall was undeniably absurd. Even the members of the 7th dormitory stared at Qianyuan in disbelief, as if he had lost his sanity. Boss, are you out of your mind? Treating everyone in the dining hall would cost at least 300 gold soul coins. Even if our entire dormitory pooled our resources, we couldn't amass that much. Wang Sheng rushed to Qianyuan, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of reproach. Xiao Wu and Tang Sen exchanged worried glances, but said nothing. What's there to worry about? Since we're here, we should enjoy a good meal, Qianyuan declared, dramatically waving his hand. And suddenly a handful of gold soul coins appeared in his grasp, gleaming with a radiant glow. The scene unfolded before the eyes of all the students, their expressions tinged with admiration. For Qianyuan, he possessed a veritable mountain of golden soul coins. Spending a few hundred on a meal was merely the tip of the iceberg. Instantly, the cafeteria erupted in a frenzy, every delightful dish ordered until none remained. The waitstaff, eager to please in light of the golden soul coins in Qianyuan's possession, catered to the members of Dormitory 7 with great enthusiasm. However, the members of Dormitory 7 chose not to ascend to the second floor, opting instead to find a spot on the first floor, casting disdainful glances towards Qianyuan and his companions. Damn, this group of brats. Qianyuan felt a surge of anger, biting down fiercely on the chicken leg in his hand. Boss Xiao, I've heard that the brat named Qianyuan was personally recommended to our academy by Master Su Yuntao. He must have quite a background. We should tread carefully. A subordinate quickly interjected, aware of the implications of such a recommendation. What of it if he was recommended by Su Yuntao? I am the leader of Noting Academy. Whether dragon or tiger, they must bow before me. Waitstaff. Qianyuan's ire flared. Any challenge to his authority was an affront. Bring me the most expensive dish you have, one of each. The waiter hesitated. Boss Xiao, there are only 5 of you. Will you be able to finish so much food? Cut the nonsense. Isn't there someone here playing the big spender? Hurry up and serve the dishes. With Qianyuan's ostentatious display of generosity, the entire cafeteria buzzed with excitement, and several students even approached him in hopes of currying favor. As the lively atmosphere in the cafeteria continued to swell, time passed, and the members of Dormitory 7, their bellies full and faces aglow with satisfaction, reveled in their indulgence. Come, time to settle the bill. After their feast, Qianyuan gestured for the waiter. Hello, the total comes to 370 golden soul coins. The waiter stood before Qianyuan, admiration evident in his eyes. Haha, I only spent 70 golden soul coins on this meal. It feels like a bit of a loss. Suddenly, Qianyuan's voice emerged, laced with mockery and disdain, his table still laden with unfinished food, evidently wasted to force Qianyuan into spending more. Qianyuan paid no heed to Qianyuan, instead flashing a grin at the waiter, his expression almost mischievous. Everyone else can be counted, but for that table of mine, I care not. With this, Qianyuan placed 300 golden soul coins into the waiter's hand. The extra 2 golden soul coins are for you as a tip. He then departed with his fellow members of Dormitory 7, laughter ringing in the air. Damn it, you little brat. Stop right there. How dare you play tricks on me? Exclaimed Qianyuan, outraged, for 70 golden soul coins was no trifling matter. Even he could scarcely afford such an expense. Qianyuan and his companions hastily pursued Qianyuan, intent on confronting him, but were thwarted by the waiter, as they had yet to settle their own bill. You group of work-study students, just wait. As Qianyuan and his companions returned to their dormitory, laughter erupted among them. Today, Qianyuan had suffered a blow to his pride. However, Qianyuan chose not to linger with them, but instead ventured out of the academy, meandering through the bustling streets. The revolver he had crafted was complete, yet lacking gunpowder, rendering it unusable. He hoped to find what he sought in the markets of Notting City. The evening atmosphere in Notting City was vibrant, with throngs of people frequenting various shops. Gunpowder, being a commodity often required for fireworks, was relatively easy to procure. Within half an hour, Qianyuan managed to acquire an ample supply, filling a basin to the brim, but having found little else of value, he decided to return to Notting Academy. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he noticed a gathering of people, seemingly engrossed in an event. What was happening? Qianyuan felt a twinge of curiosity, but soon the reason became clear. Qianyuan had come to confront the residents of the 7th dormitory, and at that moment, Tang Sen stepped forward, prepared to teach him a lesson. However, to avoid disrupting the course of events, Qianyuan refrained from intervening. Since the system did not prompt him to act, he gracefully circumvented the crowd and returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on his bed. He gently closed his eyes as waves of faint golden soul power began to circulate around him. He practiced the profound principles of the Qianyuan Taiji heart method, Qianyuan transformation. In his previous life, this transformation technique had proven futile. Claims of circulating energy through the body and unblocking the meridians were mere fabrications. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, Qianyuan was astonished to discover that Qianyuan transformation was indeed effective, enhancing his soul power. Although the increase was minimal, it served as a means to elevate his soul energy. Unlike Tang San, who possessed an exceptional cultivation method, Qianyuan had only this singular technique. Thus, he could only advance his soul power at a slow pace. Day by day, year by year, Qianyuan led a monotonous existence, engaging in meals, cultivation, sleep, and then repeating the cycle. Despite the repetitiveness, he found contentment in growing alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu. Moreover, during his time at Notting Academy, Tang San faced no peril, allowing Qianyuan to steadily enhance his strength. Though endowed with a formidable martial soul, he remained humble and composed. He understood that his inherent capabilities were still lacking, and a long journey lay ahead. Notting Academy represented perhaps the most tranquil and serene period since his arrival in this world. Post-graduation, he anticipated no further respite. Meanwhile, the system, seemingly in response to this peaceful existence, had chosen to remain silent, no longer making its presence known. Countless times, Qianyuan pondered whether the system had severed its contract with him. 5 years slipped by quietly, and graduation season had arrived. Following Yu Xiaozhang's guidance, Qianyuan was set to travel to Shrek Academy in Soto City for further training. On the eve of his departure, while meditating in the gardens of Notting Academy, Qianyuan was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Qianyuan, for achieving the level of a 20-level soul master, thus unlocking the rewards as follows. After 5 long years, the familiar voice of the system resonated once more, stirring a wave of excitement within Qianyuan. Chapter 21. Unlocking new options. Option 1. 1 piece of a million-year soul bone. Option 2. A super divine domain. Option 3. A rare blueprint. These 3 rewards left Qianyuan somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated the inclusion of a million-year soul ring, which would have elevated him to the level of a great soul master upon absorption. However, to his surprise, this time the system offered him neither a soul ring nor the anticipated reward. Instead, it presented him with a soul bone, a domain, and a rare blueprint. The first 2 rewards were somewhat comprehensible, yet the nature of the third reward was a mystery. What could this rare blueprint entail? Was it related to the storm pear blossom or the Buddha's fury tang lotus? Qianyuan pondered, his expression one of confusion. But his curiosity was piqued not by the soul bone or the domain, but by that elusive blueprint. After considerable deliberation, he concluded that the soul bone and domain were of little use to him at present, given his low soul power level, making them more suitable for later stages. However, that rare blueprint undeniably ignited his inquisitiveness, considering that a level 10 soul master was rewarded with a million-year soul ring, which exceeded the established norms of this continent. It was reasonable to surmise that the blueprint held extraordinary value as well. With that thought in mind, Qianyuan inhaled deeply. Choosing an unknown entity required immense courage, for a misstep could render this opportunity a waste. After much hesitation, curiosity ultimately triumphed. I choose reward 3, the rare blueprint. As soon as Qianyuan's declaration echoed, a faint blue light flickered momentarily from the icebreaker cliff. He quickly focused his thoughts and entered the icebreaker cliff. Immediately, a slightly yellowed scroll materialized, suspended in the air within the cliff. Congratulations to the host, Qianyuan, for reaching the level of a 20-level soul master, unlocking the soul hunting mission options. Just as he intended to examine the contents of the blueprint, Qianyuan was abruptly drawn back to reality by the system's voice. What precisely is a soul hunting mission? He found himself in a state of uncertainty, yet a vague interface began to materialize in his mind. Soul hunting mission. Completing the soul hunting tasks issued by the system will yield corresponding soul hunting points. Once the accumulated points reach a certain threshold, they can be exchanged for substantial rewards. Every 7 days, the system will present 3 soul hunting missions. Completing tasks of varying danger levels will yield differing points. Note: only 1 soul hunting mission may be completed within the 7-day period. On the last day at midnight, existing tasks will be cleared and new ones will be issued. Task 1. Danger level. Simple. Proceed to the soul hunting forest and hunt 100 striped cats. Completion reward, 10 points. Task 2. Danger level. Moderate. A dark force lurks within the city of Notting. Locate and eliminate its leader. Completion reward, 50 points. Task 3. Danger level. Difficult. Within the Wuhuan branch hall of Nodding City, a traitor from the Star Luo Empire is concealed. Find and eliminate them. Completion reward, 100 points. As the interface for the soul hunting mission materialized, Qianyuan noticed a new option labeled Soul Hunting Mall appearing in the lower right corner. With a mere thought, he selected to view the Soul Hunting Mall. Soul Hunting Mall, level 10, 1000. Soul Hunting points, 0. With 500 Soul Hunting points, one may exchange for 1 10,000-year soul ring, 1 10,000-year soul bone, 1 rare or random, 1 rare celestial herb, random. With 1,000 soul hunting points, one may exchange for advanced domain, self-created soul skill, divine artifact, random, or cultivation heart sutra. The level of the soul hunting mall is too low, preventing the unlocking of higher tier stores. To redeem more advanced rewards, please elevate the level of the soul hunting mall. Gazing at this interface, Qianyuan felt a sense of stupor. The system had surprisingly unlocked an entirely new option. He had presumed that he merely possessed a system residing in his mind, governed by his voice. However, upon reaching level 20 as a soul master, he had unexpectedly unlocked a new functionality that he could actually see. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Perhaps upon reaching level 30, he would unlock yet another novel option. With unwavering focus, he scrutinized the soul hunting mission interface, where each task was accompanied by a countdown, indicating that there were still 6 days and 4 hours remaining until the conclusion of today's mission. This soul hunting system was indeed quite remarkable. Although the rewards in the level 1 mall were not particularly practical at present, unlocking a higher tier store in the future might very well yield more formidable rewards. Contemplating this, Qianyuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Nevertheless, he refrained from accepting any tasks. Although the missions spanned 7 days, he would be departing for Soto City with Tang San and Xiao Wu the following day, rendering this mission unattainable. Thus, he had no choice but to forego it. Withdrawing his mind from the interface, reality returned, shrouded in the hazy night. With a subtle snap of his fingers, the scroll he had previously received materialized in his hand. Gently unfurling the scroll, he was cautious not to tear it inadvertently. A design blueprint emerged, showcasing an intricate array of components, each meticulously labeled with dimensions and thickness, even elucidating the function of the object. A tumultuous wave of astonishment surged within Qianyuan, leaving him in a state of restlessness, shock, awe, and disbelief. Every conceivable term to describe astonishment was utterly fitting for his current state. He stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, enveloped by sheer incredulity. His gaze remained fixated on the first line of text on the scroll, Winchester shotgun. A shotgun, it was indeed a shotgun. Qianyuan could scarcely fathom that the ultimate reward system had bestowed upon him a blueprint for a shotgun. The revelation was nothing short of astounding. The next day at noon, the weather was somewhat warm, and Soto City buzzed with vibrant activity, situated at the juncture of the Barak Kingdom and the Star Do Empire. This city, in terms of both military prowess and economic development, stood as the pinnacle of the Tiando Empire. As the confluence of two economically prosperous empires, the area has become a hub for merchants from both nations, enhancing its economic vibrancy. At this moment, at the western city gate of Soto City, Qianyuan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu entered the city. I truly wonder what Master is thinking. We are such prodigies, and numerous intermediate soul academies would unconditionally accept us. Yet he insists we take the entrance exam for an academy that has no rank. Xiao Wu pouted, wiping the sweat from her forehead, voicing her discontent. The teacher only asked me to take the exam. He didn't require you to accompany me. Tang San chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Qianyuan, with his hands cradling his head, swaggered forward, carelessly remarking, that academy is called Shrek Academy. It is not without rank, but rather an elite institution that only admits exceptional talents. Please, an elite academy? I have researched extensively, and have yet to see a mention of this academy. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Qianyuan. How about we make a wager? I bet it is indeed an elite academy that only accepts monsters. Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on Qianyuan's face as he playfully raised his eyebrows at Xiao Wu. Chapter 22, The Rose Hotel. A wager it is. I have searched so much information and found no trace of Shrek Academy. You just tell me what the bet is. Xiao Wu stubbornly pouted, confident she would not lose, having perused a compendium of renowned academies in the Tiando Empire without finding the name Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's decision to wager, Tang San shook his head helplessly from the sidelines. These two seemed like sworn rivals, always ready to bet on anything. Qianyuan's eyes sparkled as if an idea had struck him, and he cheerfully proposed, all right, if you lose, you must give Xiao San a massage. If I lose, I shall give him a massage. How does that sound? Fine, I will win for sure this time. Xiao Wu pouted defiantly. Tang San sighed in exasperation. How had he become embroiled in their wager? As Qianyuan said, He was merely a collateral victim of their antics. Could you perhaps have your wager without involving me? He requested. Not a chance. Such a bet cannot be complete without you. Qianyuan replied, raising his eyebrows at Tang San and nudging him with his shoulder, as if offering him an opportunity, which caused Tang San's cheeks to flush slightly. It's already noon. We should quickly find a place to eat. In response to Qianyuan's teasing, Tang San felt a rush of embarrassment. He knew Qianyuan was intentionally trying to bring him and Xiao Wu closer, which made him shy. Xiao San, look. It's the Rose Hotel. What a beautiful building. Suddenly, Xiao Wu pointed towards a nearby building adorned in rose motifs, her face alight with joy and curiosity. Following her gesture, Qianyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only heard of the hotel's unique architecture but had never seen it in person. Witnessing it firsthand left him utterly captivated. The architecture, akin to a blossoming rose, particularly the rooftops that resemble the petals of the flower, is adorned with a hue reminiscent of crimson fuel, imparting a romantic ambience at first glance. In his previous life, he resided in a world of advanced technology, yet he had never encountered such an astonishing structure, save for the bird's nest. Very well, let us proceed here. Tang San chuckled as he led the way. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, Xiao Wu's eyes began to wander with curiosity. The exterior of the hotel exuded romance, while the interior decor offered a sense of warmth. Could we trouble you for 2 rooms? Tang San approached the front desk and politely addressed the attendant behind the counter. The attendant quickly stood up, having sensed a unique aura emanating from these 3 teenagers, and could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. However, before the attendant could respond, Qianyuan leaned casually over the front desk, raising an eyebrow at the attendant. Hey, I won't be staying here, so don't mind me. Just the 2 of them need a room. Think carefully about how many rooms are available. His statement left not only the attendant, but also Tang San and Xiao Wu in utter disbelief. Qianyuan, why aren't you staying here? I have relatives in Soto City, so I will be staying with them. You 2 enjoy your stay here, and I shall come to find you in the morning, when we will head to Shrek Academy together, Qianyuan explained, his gaze returning to the attendant as his palm discreetly opened, revealing 5 golden soul coins. He understood that if he did not intervene, the astute attendant would surely arrange for Tang San and Xiao Wu to share a room. Yet, due to his presence altering the original narrative, he felt compelled to rectify the situation. Upon seeing the glimmering golden coins, the attendant immediately grasped the implication. Clearing his throat as he said, Sir, I sincerely apologize, but we have only 1 room left. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain whether there was genuinely just 1 room remaining or if the attendant had been intimidated by Qianyuan. In any case, something felt amiss. 1 room is acceptable. It's fortunate we have any at all. If we delay, we may find ourselves without any accommodations, Qianyuan emphasized, unwilling to let his appearance alter the storyline. Sir, we truly only have 1 room left, but it is spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 people. The attendant, noticing Tang San's hesitation, hurriedly stressed this point, eager not to miss out on the 5 golden soul coins. Tang San, still frowning, turned to Xiao Wu. Despite their young age, just over 10 years, and not yet at the age of budding romance, Tang San, having lived 2 lives, understood the propriety regarding the interaction between the sexes. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. 1 room is just fine. When we were at Notting Academy, we also shared a dormitory, so what's the big deal? With a lively bounce, she swiftly approached the front desk, beaming at the attendant as she exclaimed, This is the room we want. Tang San shook his head in resignation, recalling the times they had shared a bed back at Notting Academy. Could you kindly assist us in securing this room? The attendant, with a cheerful demeanor, began preparing the check-in process, secretly delighted at the prospect of earning 5 gold soul coins, equivalent to several days' wages. Just then, a languid voice interrupted, I shall take this room. As the words echoed, a golden-haired man entered, casually draped around 2 elegantly dressed women. Qianyuan remained at the front desk. Grinning as he recognized the newcomer, there was no doubt it was Dai Mubai. Ignoring Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai strode directly to the front desk, a hint of impatience evident in his brow. Are you new here? Don't you know to always reserve a room for me? The attendant, taken aback by the imposing aura, sensed the hostility and hurried off to find the manager. Tang San furrowed his brow, displeasure evident on his face. Excuse me, but we arrived first. And what of it? Dai Mubai retorted coldly, not even sparing Tang San a glance. For him, explanations were merely a nuisance. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, swiftly positioned herself in front of Dai Mubai, her eyes ablaze with anger. No way, you can just leave. Upon hearing this, a glint of icy menace flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, and an overwhelming wave of soul power surged forth. Ripples of soul energy radiated outward, instantly shattering the vase on the front desk into dust. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were forcefully pushed back several steps by the sheer force of the soul energy. Qianyuan remained unfazed by the tumult, though surprise flickered in his gaze. Something was amiss. Dai Mubai shouldn't he have exhibited such strength upon his entrance? Chapter 23. The Might of a Soul Master Impressive. Tang San felt a jolt of realization. The fact that Dai Mubai had not even summoned his martial spirit, yet could only indicate the depth of his power. As Dai Mubai unleashed his soul energy, guests in the hall, sipping tea, were startled and fled in haste, some even taking refuge beneath tables. Leave, Dai Mubai commanded. His glare sharp as he directed his ire at Tang San and Xiao Wu, angered that anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Tang San's brow knitted in concern. Sensing the formidable strength emanating from Dai Mubai, he instinctively shielded Xiao Wu. We found the room first. Why should we relinquish it to you? Who do you think you are? Is that head of yours just for show? Xiao Wu, seemingly unfazed by the tension, began hurling insults at Dai Mubai, words she had learned from Qianyuan. You're asking for trouble. Dai Mubai's fury ignited, his fist raised, ready to strike. Dai Xiao, please stop. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed over in a state of panic. He was the manager of the Rose Hotel. Fully aware of Dai Mubai's formidable identity, certainly not someone to be trifled with. However, before the manager could reach him, the aura of soul power emanating from Dai Mubai rippled once more, forcefully propelling the manager aside. No one dares to speak to me in such a manner. Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of insult. As Dai Mubai's imposing presence surged, Tang San instinctively raised his arm to shield himself from the oncoming wave of soul power. Let me handle this, said Xiao Wu. No, I must take action myself and turn him into a pig's head, so unrecognizable that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Despite her spirited nature, Xiao Wu was undeterred by the opponent's evident strength. Tang San, feeling particularly helpless at this moment, furrowed his brow and replied, Xiao Wu, I have promised to protect you always, to shield you from the storm. This is a matter for men to resolve. Listening to Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's excited expression finally softened. Pouting slightly, she voiced her concern, just be careful. Tang San nodded, yet he reminded her, however, it is essential for young ladies to speak with civility, rather than imitating the uselessness of Qianyuan. With that, he shot a disapproving glance at Qianyuan, implying that Xiao Wu had learned nothing beneficial from him. Qianyuan, feeling awkward, stuck out his tongue and shrugged, indicating his detachment from the situation. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's eyes blazed with fury as he shoved aside the two women in his arms, coldly stating, do not engage in flirtation here. If you wish to fight, come at me together. I do not wish to waste time. His demeanor was haughty, frigid, and utterly disdainful. Tang San remained composed, refusing to be provoked by Dai Mubai's words. I welcome your guidance. Arrogant. Dai Mubai scoffed upon realizing Tang San truly dared to challenge him single-handedly. With a flicker of malevolent light in his eyes, he concentrated his entire force into his fist and charged towards Tang San's chest with tremendous speed. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web as he propelled himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai stood before Tang San, his fist howling through the air as he struck down fiercely. Tang San did not retreat. His eyes glimmered with determination. He abruptly raised his fist, opting for a direct confrontation with Dai Mubai. Qianyuan, he murmured, and in an instant, his fist transformed into a creamy white hue, resembling flawless, exquisite jade. A resounding thud echoed as the entire hall was enveloped in dust. The tremendous force shattered the bar. Staggering back several steps, Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with shock. The Qianyuan had proven ineffective. At that moment, a dull pain throbbed in his right hand, causing it to tremble slightly. Xiao Wu rushed to support Tang San, her eyes brimming with concern. She had never anticipated the strength of the man before her. I offered you a chance to join forces. Do you truly enjoy courting death? Dai Mubai loomed above them, unfazed by the earlier confrontation. Beside him, Qianyuan squinted, utterly astonished. In the original narrative, Tang San emerged victorious, albeit through skill rather than in such a disheveled manner. Could it be that due to my presence, everyone who engages with Xiao San in this realm has been secretly enhanced? The thought sent chills down Qianyuan's spine. If this were indeed the case, during the Continental Elite competition, could Tang San and Xiao Wu truly escape the clutches of Bibi Dong? He was formidable. Just as Qianyuan pondered this grave concern, Tang San spoke. Wuhuan, Blue Silvergrass. Tang San, a 29th rank weapon spirit master, introduced himself. He unleashed his spirit, recognizing that facing such a powerful opponent with the Tang sect's secret techniques would likely prove futile. Wuhuan, Soft Bone Rabbit. Xiao Wu was equally unyielding, releasing her spirit. Her eyes ablaze with fury, though she refrained from revealing her identity. Dai Mubai's gaze was icy, radiating a sharp intensity. Upon seeing that Tang San's spirit was blue silvergrass, he could not help but chuckle. Heh, let us face off together. That makes more sense. Wuhuan, white tiger. With Dai Mubai's thunderous roar, a massive patterned white tiger manifested, transforming his golden hair into a striking black and white. His hands morphed into enormous tiger claws, sharp and menacing, exuding a chilling brilliance. Particularly, his eyes shifted to a profound azure, emanating a fierce light, as an aura of dominance swiftly enveloped the entire hall. Dai Mubai, 37th rank battle spirit sovereign, Wuhuan white tiger, at your service. Though Dai Mubai was proud, he still maintained a semblance of courtesy. As the three released their spirits, an oppressive atmosphere filled the hall. Xiao Wu, anxious, offered Dai Mubai no opportunity for dialogue and dashed towards him. In the blink of an eye, she appeared directly behind him. First soul skill, waist bow. A confident smile graced Xiao Wu's lips. Even against a spirit sovereign, if this skill hit, there would be no favorable outcome for her opponent. However, an unexpected turn occurred. Before she could unleash her soul skill, Dai Mubai spun around, confronting her head-on. With a wicked grin, he hurled a punch aimed squarely at Xiao Wu's abdomen. Xiao Wu, Tang San gasped in alarm, with no time for contemplation. He charged towards Dai Mubai, invoking his first soul skill, bind. Instantly, vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Dai Mubai's right hand. Yet, this soul skill did little to halt Dai Mubai's assault. It merely delayed the moment, while his offensive continued unabated. Chapter 24, The Butterfly Effect. Watching the relentless onslaught, Tang San panicked, and Qianyuan was equally astounded. Tang San had not anticipated that his binding technique would yield no effect. The resilient vines were torn asunder. Qianyuan was shocked to realize Dai Mubai's strength far surpassed that depicted in the original plot. Only because I had momentarily deviated from the narrative did it set off a chain reaction of subsequent events. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? With a resounding thud, the force of the punch struck the arms that Xiao Wu had crossed in front of her. Tang San's soul skill caused Dai Mubai's fist to hesitate for a brief moment, granting Xiao Wu the opportunity to defend herself. Although Dai Mubai had deliberately tempered his strength, resulting in Xiao Wu being slightly pushed back and her arms feeling numb, she remained uninjured. In that moment, Tang San was consumed by fury, dashing toward Dai Mubai in an instant. He had vowed to always protect Xiao Wu, with his fist clenched and his footwork embodying elusive shadows. He appeared before Dai Mubai in the blink of an eye. Dai Mubai's gaze faltered, his heart racing, for Tang San's movements were utterly perplexing and beyond his experience. With a disdainful huff, he raised his massive claw, showing no intention of evading, and charged toward Tang San's fist. However, in that moment, Tang San unleashed his second soul skill, parasitism. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, uttering the words with intensity. Vines stealthily emerged from Dai Mubai's arms, halting his movements and leaving his fist suspended in midair. Astonishment filled his eyes as he wondered how vines could sprout from his own body. In truth, Tang San had sown the seeds of the blue silver grass within Dai Mubai when he initially employed his first soul skill, binding. The next instant, his plan came to fruition as he utilized the elusive shadows to slip behind Dai Mubai, his speed astounding him. Tang San's fist, imbued with the strength of his hardened hands, aimed to shatter Dai Mubai's defenses. A dull thud resonated as Tang San's fist struck Dai Mubai's lower back, causing him to stagger forward, yet his defense remained unbroken. Instead, a portion of Tang San's force rebounded, sending him reeling backward. Xiao San, Xiao Wu exclaimed, swiftly catching Tang San as he stumbled back, her eyes filled with concern and her expression grave. Is this the disparity between a great soul master and a soul sovereign? I am unharmed, Tang San replied, his demeanor serious as he warily assessed Dai Mubai. Perhaps this was the first formidable opponent he had encountered since arriving in this realm. As Tang San was pushed back, the parasitic vines were dismantled by Dai Mubai's soul power, and he turned, astonished. Though he had emerged victorious, the talent Tang San exhibited was indeed remarkable. This time, his victory had come from the disparity in soul power levels. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. You may leave, Dai Mubai declared coldly, refraining from further aggression. Suddenly, a nonchalant yet languorous voice drifted from behind Dai Mubai. Hey tiger, shall we have a little spar? The emergence of this unexpected voice disrupted the original narrative, compelling Qianyuan to intervene. Dai Mubai turned to see Qianyuan leaning against the counter, exuding an air of casualness, and he snorted disdainfully. You are inferior to them. Qianyuan did not exude any fluctuations of soul power. The reason was simple. The Pango axe possessed the effect of concealing soul energy. This was a discovery Qianyuan had made over the past few years, yet the effect seemed rather trivial. Oh, I concur. However, since you have harmed my friend, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Qianyuan's gaze was profound, his expression indifferent, and his tone casual, which caused Dai Mubai to furrow his brows. Was this the demeanor expected of a child just over 10 years of age? His swaggering movements bore an uncanny resemblance to a drunken old man staggering down the street. Qianyuan, you are no match for him. Suddenly, Xiaowu cast a worried glance at Qianyuan. In the past 5 years of training, she and Tang Sen had made remarkable progress and had become soul masters with dual rings, on the brink of reaching soul sovereign. Yet, Qianyuan, on the last day of graduation, had barely reached level 20 and had not even had time to hunt for a soul ring, leaving him with only a level 10 ring from a modeled cat. How could he possibly contend with the disparity between a soul master and a soul sovereign? Wasn't he this tantamount to seeking death? Qianyuan shrugged, wearing an air of indifference, and released the Pangu axe. My teammate has been beaten, even if I am weak. I must accompany you in this endeavor, for our bond is strong. This declaration moved Xiaowu, and even Dai Mubai appeared somewhat touched. However, when he noticed the rusted axe clutched in Qianyuan's left hand, his expression turned strange. Wasn't he this a farming spirit? Could such a thing even engage in combat? When that pale soul ring manifested, resembling a hula hoop, Dai Mubai nearly burst into laughter. A white soul ring, not even off-white. At least off-white would denote a near 100-year soul ring. What was this ghastly pale ring? 5 years? Or merely 10? At that moment, Tang San's brow also slightly furrowed. To be frank, he held little confidence in Qianyuan now. Although Qianyuan's talent was commendable, his progress over the past 5 years had not been significant. The odds of victory against a soul sovereign were indeed slim. The chasm between a soul master and a soul sovereign was vast, especially considering Qianyuan was merely a soul master. Qianyuan, wielding the Pangu axe, level 20 soul master, I seek your guidance. Hearing Qianyuan's words, Dai Mubai could not help but shake his head and scoff. Do you realize you are about to challenge a battle soul sovereign? Qianyuan, undeterred, nodded calmly and smiled slightly. Of course, yet you are a formidable battle soul sovereign, aware of your advantage in soul power level, which is why you have yet to unleash your soul abilities. Upon finishing this statement, Qianyuan furrowed his brow, a faint wave of soul power emanating from him, his demeanor growing serious as he regarded Dai Mubai as a worthy opponent. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, and upon seeing the determination and gravity in Qianyuan's eyes, narrowed his own. Rest assured, in our duel, I shall refrain from unleashing my soul abilities. Qianyuan smirked, no longer courteous, his body darting forward like a released arrow, charging directly at Dai Mubai while brandishing the Pangu axe with intent to strike. This move, riddled with flaws, prompted Dai Mubai to shake his head in disbelief. It was evident that a soul master, despite their prowess, exhibited numerous weaknesses in their assault. With a low growl, Dai Mubai sprang into action, unwilling to squander time, opting instead for a proactive approach. His massive tiger claw lunged towards Qianyuan's chest, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and a flash of cold light. The sharp clang of metal colliding echoed abruptly, producing a jarring sound. Sparks erupted as the two figures swiftly separated. In the wake of their clash, a small pool of fresh blood materialized at the point of their encounter. Tang San and Xiaowu immediately became flustered, their eyes filled with apprehension. Qianyuan. Chapter 25, Euro/. Drip drop, drip drop. Blood trickled down, a vivid scarlet stream cascading from Qianyuan's palm, flowing slowly from the wooden grip of the Pangu axe. His tiger's mouth had split open, blood seeping through the wound. Powerful. This was Qianyuan's first thought. Perhaps this was the stark contrast between a soul master and a soul sovereign. However, Dai Mubai was not in a favorable state either. His palm was also shedding blood, his entire arm trembling slightly. He had never anticipated that Qianyuan's strike would be so formidable, breaching his defenses with ease. In that final moment, had Qianyuan not deliberately deflected the axe blade, the injury would have been far more severe. Was it his strength as a person or the might of his martial soul that was truly formidable? Could a farming martial soul with a white ring possess such lethal force? Ultimately, Dai Mubai concluded that Qianyuan was strong as an individual, merely a soul master, and questioned how much further his strength could possibly extend. Surprise, confusion, and bewilderment filled his mind. Qianyuan's lips curled into a smirk. He would not settle for a draw. He aimed for victory. This time, his speed surged to double its previous pace, and in the blink of an eye, he charged at Dai Mubai. So fast. Tang San and Xiaowu gasped in astonishment. In 5 years, they had never witnessed Qianyuan unleash his power. Even when conflicts arose with other students, it was always they who intervened. Qianyuan, the leader of the 7th dormitory, was essentially an overseer, and such a sudden display of speed was indeed shocking. Dai Mubai, sensing Qianyuan's swiftness, was equally astounded. Was this the speed expected of a soul master? Without further contemplation, he unleashed his soul power, his body swelling once more, waves of soul energy radiating outward, erupting with potent force. Yet, Qianyuan remained unfazed. His soul power was pitifully weak, and in the face of Dai Mubai's overwhelming energy, he appeared as a solitary boat adrift in a tempestuous sea. This lone vessel, however, sailed defiantly against the raging tide, unyielding and fearless. First soul skill, Euro slash. With a light exclamation from Qianyuan, he gripped the Pangu axe tightly and began to spin at high speed during his charge. At that moment, he resembled a spinning top, akin to a whirlwind, swiftly advancing towards Dai Mubai for a lethal strike. Surrounding the spinning top, the blades of the Pangu axe created numerous afterimages. Although there was but one axe, it appeared as if there were hundreds, a result of Qianyuan's rapid rotation. This was the soul skill he acquired 5 years ago after hunting the 10-year-old colorful cat. First soul skill, top slash. Holding the Pangu axe, spin forward at high speed and ensnare the enemy for 10 seconds, consuming 10 soul power, with no cooldown. The sole advantage of this skill was its consistent consumption of only 10 soul power, remaining unchanged even upon reaching the rank of title Douluo. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze suddenly sharpened. He sensed an undercurrent of danger, one that emanated from his very bloodline. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Without a moment to ponder, he instantaneously unleashed both skills. At that moment, Dai Mubai's body swelled once more, the illusory form of the White Tiger becoming increasingly vivid, exuding a formidable and overwhelming aura. After releasing the 2 augmentative soul skills, his defenses escalated to a new level. However, Qianyuan, who had already deployed his first soul skill, felt an inexplicable inability to breach Dai Mubai's defense. The sounds of metal clashing reverberated as top slash collided with the White Tiger barrier, sparks flying and leaving Dai Mubai with no opportunity to counterattack. He attempted to grasp Qianyuan's Pangu axe, yet the relentless whirlwind of assaults left him at a loss. As time passed, Qianyuan's speed gradually diminished, and after 10 seconds, his body came to a halt. Yet at this moment, his face was pale and devoid of color. Although top slash consumed merely 10 soul power, which was negligible to him, the high-speed rotation left him dizzy. He felt as though golden stars filled his vision, his head spinning. Had he not forced himself to remain upright, he would have surely collapsed from disorientation. Curse it, this soul skill truly harms the enemy while inflicting self-damage. It is the very epitome of a master of scraping. Struggling to steady himself, he momentarily increased his soul power and, following the principles of the Qianyuan Taiji heart method, circulated his soul power throughout his body, alleviating his dizziness. At this juncture, Tang San and Xiao Wu had reached Qianyuan's side. Sensing that he was on the verge of collapse, they hurriedly supported him. Qianyuan, are you all right? Tang San's eyes brimmed with concern, while Xiao Wu cast a worried glance, her gaze occasionally darting fiercely towards Dai Mubai. I'm fine, I can still fight. Qianyuan waved his hand, pushing them away, and once again assumed a battle stance. No more fighting, I concede. Suddenly, Dai Mubai spoke up. He slowly retracted his martial soul, and, when he gazed back at Qianyuan, his eyes were filled with a hint of admiration. The protective barrier around him had already begun to show signs of cracks. And for a soul master to breach his White Tiger barrier was a testament to the opponent's extraordinary talent. As a soul master, being compelled to utilize my soul skills signifies my defeat. Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile, never having anticipated that he would lose to a soul master. Noticing this, Qianyuan vigorously shook his head, also retracting his martial soul, placing his hands behind his head, and remarked with a casual air, "All right, since I concede. This room is ours now." Dai Mubai nodded, and even on his proud face, a trace of a gentle smile emerged. "I presume you are here to register at Shrek Academy?" Tang San was taken aback, then immediately inquired, "How did you know? You two must not be over 13 years of age, yet you have both attained the rank of Great Soul Master, meeting the admission criteria for Shrek Academy. Moreover, it is currently the enrollment period, and arriving in Soto City. Where else could you possibly be going but to register at Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. He refrained from mentioning Qianyuan's status, as he had yet to meet Shrek's admission standards, but with Qianyuan's talent, joining Shrek would not be a challenge. Hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned, still harboring animosity towards Dai Mubai, yet her current concern was the level of Shrek Academy. Is Shrek Academy an intermediate Soul Master Academy? Faced with Xiao Wu's question, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, then responded with intrigue, "Certainly not an intermediate Soul Master Academy. It is a prestigious Soul Master Academy. Otherwise, how could it attract so many talented Soul Masters seeking to enroll?" He found it perplexing that these individuals, intending to register at Shrek, were oblivious to the Academy's level. "If anyone troubles you at Shrek Academy, Mention my name, the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. With that, Dai Mubai left the hotel without looking back. Humph, I can hardly be bothered to deal with such a person. Tang San, did you see? He was previously embracing 2 women. A scoundrel, as Qianyuan would say. Just an old lecher. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Dai Mubai's retreating figure, clearly still irked by the earlier encounter. Hey, don't just learn the bad things from me. Why not learn the good ones too? Qianyuan quickly interjected, raising his eyebrows at her. Tonight's massage for Tang San is all yours. Qianyuan teased, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 26. The first soul-hunting task. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed from Qianyuan's words. Her already adorable appearance now even more captivating. Tang San, standing nearby, awkwardly scratched his head, unable to comprehend how a boy just past 10 could possess such devilish ideas. All right, how the massage is to be done will be up to you, Xiao San. With that, Qianyuan deliberately walked over to Tang San's side, gently nudging his shoulder, conveying a meaning that was unmistakable. You know what I mean. Beside him, Xiao Wu bashfully stomped her feet, yet felt too shy to interject. Opting instead to turn her face away, Tang San, bemused, disregarded Qianyuan's words and shifted his gaze to his left hand, expressing concern. Qianyuan, your hand is injured. Please, go to a room. Allow me to bandage it. No need, it's just a minor injury. You two should relish your time together, Qianyuan replied, waving his hand as he stepped away, striding towards the entrance of the Rose Hotel. I'll come find you both in the morning. The moment he exited the Rose Hotel, the jovial smile on Qianyuan's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He recalled his recent confrontation with Dai Mubai, mulling over the details repeatedly, particularly when he executed the spinning slash in conjunction with the White Tiger transformation and the White Tiger's protective barrier. He pondered whether even the Pangu axe could breach such defenses. Yet, he ultimately conceded defeat, which struck him as peculiar. As he wandered aimlessly down the street, he contemplated the nuances of his skills while tracing his fingers over the cliff icebreaker. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit his mind. He thought of the blue-backed red tiger. Bloodline suppression? This was the only plausible explanation Qianyuan could conceive in his quest to acquire the cliff icebreaker. He had unleashed the spirit of the 4 holy beasts, the white tiger, thereby exerting bloodline suppression over the blue-backed red tiger. Given that Dai Mubai's martial spirit was the evil-eye white tiger, could he too be affected by this? With this revelation, a notion took root in Qianyuan's mind. If his hypothesis held true, perhaps in the future, he could leverage the bloodline suppression of martial spirits to subdue formidable foes. For instance, the Azure Dragon spirit could counter the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The bustling Soto City was alive with activity, thronged with people and vehicles, punctuated by the shouts of street vendors. However, he craved a tranquil environment. Seizing an opportune moment, he slipped into a secluded alleyway. After ensuring his surroundings were clear, he snapped his fingers, and a black robe materialized in his grasp. Draped in the black robe, Qianyuan, already of modest height, was instantly enveloped, rendering him indistinguishable to passers-by except for his stature. This attire was chosen for the convenience of executing his soul-hunting mission. It was time to embark on this endeavor. Having journeyed from Nodding City to Soto City over the course of 2 weeks, he had already completed the soul-hunting task twice. Yet, each time, Tang San and Xiao Wu had been by his side, prompting him to forego revealing his secret. Now, with rare time to himself, he was determined to complete the soul-hunting mission promptly, especially since his previous level-up reward did not bestow upon him the coveted million-year soul ring. Thus, he urgently sought a soul ring to augment his strength, even if it were merely one of 100,000 years. The soul-hunting task has been refreshed. Task 1, Danger Level, Easy. Proceed to the Stardoe Forest and hunt 100 savage ghost wolves. Completion of the task will reward 10 points. Task 2, Danger Level, Moderate. At 10 minutes past midnight, proceed to the alley beside the western market of Soto City to hunt the nefarious soul master, Douluo. Completion reward, 50 points. Task 3, Danger Level, Difficult. Immediately head to the eastern suburbs of Soto City to assist a key individual in escaping. Completion reward, 100 points. Gazing at these 3 tasks, Qianyuan found himself momentarily taken aback. For him, the preferred choice would undoubtedly be the difficult task, as it would facilitate rapid unlocking of more advanced soul-hunting shops. However, today's newly refreshed difficult soul-hunting task puzzled him. Unlike the previous 2 tasks that mandated the elimination of targets regardless of their difficulty, today's challenge required aiding a key figure in their escape, which deviated from the norm. Nevertheless, this deviation significantly reduced the task's difficulty coefficient. Even if he encountered a soul master or a soul king, he felt confident in his ability to flee. Hence, he disregarded the first 2 tasks and declared, I choose task 3. Host Qianyuan. You have selected the difficult soul-hunting task. Please complete this task within 2 hours, echoed the system's voice, causing Qianyuan's expression to shift. Complete it within 2 hours. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was his first time accepting a soul-hunting task, and he hadn't anticipated a time constraint. The countdown for the task had already begun. Time waits for no one. With a resigned sigh, he dashed out of the alley. Unfamiliar with the layout of Soto City and uncertain of the quickest route to the eastern suburbs, he opted for the main road. As he navigated through the throngs of people, his attire drew curious glances, yet he remained unfazed, continuing at a brisk pace. Suddenly, amidst the bustling crowd, he halted, lifting his gaze toward a shop that piqued his curiosity. The sign bore a familiar emblem, a hammer, a sword, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Squinting, he pondered whether he had encountered this symbol before. Suddenly, realization struck. Wasn't this the shop owned by Flander? To his astonishment, he had fortuitously stumbled upon Flander's store. Qianyuan felt a surge of excitement, recalling that Tang San had purchased his first piece of platinum crystal from this very place. Now, Qianyuan also found himself in need of platinum crystal. Previously, he had acquired the blueprint for a Winchester shotgun, which not only detailed the dimensions of each component, but also meticulously specified the materials required for every part. Among these crucial components was the firing pin, which necessitated platinum crystal. Elated by this serendipitous discovery, Qianyuan recognized that the materials for the Winchester shotgun were exceedingly rare and could not be gathered hastily. Therefore, encountering even one required material was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Furthermore, Flander was known for his avarice. When Tang San had purchased the platinum crystal, it had cost a staggering 500 gold soul coins and had been acquired through an installment plan. How could Qianyuan, now affluent, casually toss away 1,000 gold soul coins? Wouldn't that daze Flander? He felt compelled to secure the purchase immediately. Otherwise, if Xiao San arrived first, he would snatch it away. Qianyuan had already formed a plan in his mind. Thus, to preserve the narrative's integrity, he resolved to acquire the platinum hair gold himself and, after utilizing it, bestow the remainder upon Tang San. Armed with this notion, he strode into the shop. However, just as he set foot inside, a middle-aged man with glasses and a hooked nose, his face etched with urgency, rushed out, forcefully pushing him aside before locking the door behind him. It was unmistakably Flander. The sight of Flander's anxiousness sent a wave of panic through Qianyuan. This wouldn't he do? He could not be without the platinum hair gold. Boss, where are you going? Aren't you conducting business? Qianyuan hastily lowered his voice, striving to eliminate any trace of youthful timbre. If you're not open today, I'll return tomorrow. Flander didn't spare him a glance as he hurriedly vanished into the crowd, leaving no trace. Chapter 27. The key figure turns out to be him. Qianyuan felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to procure the platinum hair gold immediately. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he was certain that Tang San would indeed come to purchase it today. Thus, it was inevitable that Flander would return to the shop. If he could complete his task swiftly and wait in front of the shop, he would still have a chance. Minutes ticked by, and Qianyuan had yet to leave the city. He quickened his pace, heading towards the eastern part of the city. After half an hour, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Soto City. The eastern outskirts were a lush forest, with only a single main road for the merchant caravans. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a serene and tranquil ambience. Qianyuan stood in the middle of the road, his brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings. How could he locate this pivotal figure without a specific location? In his mind, since he was to assist the key individual in escaping, this person must have encountered some form of danger. Yet, the forest was eerily quiet, devoid even of soul power fluctuations, presenting no signs of impending peril. Perplexed, Qianyuan hastened along the main road towards the east, hoping the system would provide a hint as he approached his destination. After sprinting for what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the long-awaited voice of the system. System detection. The key figure for the soul-hunting mission is located to the north. Qianyuan let out a sigh of relief and, following the guidance, ventured into the northern woods. He quickened his pace, gripping the Pangu axe tightly for safety. After approximately 10 minutes of rapid travel, he finally sensed a surge of soul power. This surge was enough to send a jolt of fear through him. More precisely, it was no longer a single fluctuation, but 3. He found himself at the periphery of the weakest soul power disturbance. Yet even so, it was enough to make one's heart race. Such formidable soul power. Qianyuan widened his eyes, and his footsteps gradually slowed. At this moment, he hesitated. This seemingly straightforward task appeared far more formidable than anticipated. The undertaking was fraught with peril. Even a mere fluctuation of soul power was overwhelming enough for him. And now there were 3? Nevertheless, he resolved to complete the task, for it promised the reward of a 100,000-year soul ring, enabling him to ascend to the rank of a Grand Soul Master. With this determination, he gritted his teeth and hastened toward his destination. After traversing approximately 500 meters, Qianyuan arrived at the site of his mission. It was an expansive clearing where the original forest had been obliterated by battle. The shattered trees lay in ruins, utterly erased by the force of soul power. In the center of the clearing, two soul masters were poised in confrontation with a beleaguered soul master. Tension palpable in the air. To his shock, Qianyuan realized that all three individuals before him were soul saints. The powerful waves of soul energy radiated around them, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on Qianyuan, even from 100 meters away. Had it not been for the Pangu Axe's ability to conceal his soul power, his presence would undoubtedly have been detected. Swallowing hard, he gazed at the three formidable figures and soon discerned who the key individual was: the solitary soul saint, Flinder. He understood now why Flinder had been in such a hurry. Enemies had tracked him down. The two soul saints besieging Flinder wore tight black attire and masks, devoid of any distinguishing marks to reveal their identities. Thus, Qianyuan remained unaware of Flinder's adversaries. Initially, he had contemplated abandoning the task, facing two soul saints. He felt incapable of even escaping, let alone aiding the pivotal figure. Yet upon recognizing Flinder as the key individual, he was resolute in his decision to lend assistance. The world of Douluo had subtly shifted because of his presence, and the system had fortuitously issued this task. This indicated that Flinder was indeed in grave danger. "Flinder, we have been searching for you for quite some time. Who would have thought you were hiding in Soto City?" taunted one of the soul saints, whose martial spirit was that of a lone wolf, as he advanced menacingly toward Flinder. Flinder showed no signs of retreat, maintaining his battle stance as he coldly replied, "Heh, you truly are as clingy as a sticky plaster. However, now that we've found you, we shall settle both new and old grievances together." A second soul saint snickered, brandishing a long spear aimed directly at Flinder. Without a moment's hesitation, Flinder recognized the urgency of the situation. Seventh soul skill, Cat Eagle True Form. With a fierce roar, his body expanded, merging with the essence of an owl, his aura soaring as a piercing eagle cry shattered the stillness. Sixth soul skill, Cat Eagle Guardian. Simultaneously, he unleashed another soul skill, enveloping himself in a yellow light shield that resembled a colossal barrier, designed to deflect incoming attacks. "Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot." The solitary wolf spirit saint scoffed disdainfully, perceiving Flinder's actions as utterly futile. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Lone Wolf. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Weapon Spirit. The two soul masters simultaneously roared in anger, unleashing their martial spirit's true forms, their overwhelming aura instantly overshadowing Flinder. How could a level 78 soul saint possibly contend with two level 80 soul Douluos? Today, you shall witness the consequences of opposing us. Sixth soul skill, Sky-Piercing Spear. The spear-wielding soul saint bellowed, as his already swollen spear erupted in brilliant light, with stars coalescing at its tip, interspersed with crackling bolts of lightning. Boom! As the stars gathered, a radiant beam, infused with both lightning and starlight, shot forth from the spear's tip, hurtling towards Flinder. This strike was exceptionally ferocious, a force destined to obliterate the surrounding space contorted under its might. Should it connect, even a soul saint would suffer grievous injuries. Sixth soul skill, Shadow Wolf Strike. The solitary wolf spirit saint was not idle either. As he unleashed his sixth soul skill, his form transformed into a scarlet shadow, vanishing without a trace. When he reappeared, it was behind Flinder, raising his immense wolf claw, glimmering with a chilling light, aimed directly at Flinder's head. The speed of the solitary wolf was astonishing, appearing behind Flinder in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for evasion. Even as a swift attack spirit master, Flinder could not escape in time. Meanwhile, the formidable starlit beam, infused with terrifying power, surged towards him. Caught in a pincer attack, even if he could withstand one assault, he could not endure a second. At that moment, a glimmer of despair flickered in Flinder's eyes. Fourth soul skill, Cat Eagle Slash. In this perilous moment, Flinder instantaneously activated his fourth soul skill, forsaking the impending Shadow Wolf Strike to counter the starlit beam. To him, the threat posed by this beam far surpassed that of the Shadow Wolf Strike. Chapter 28, Deception. Swish, swish. Two cross-shaped glimmers suddenly flashed by, emitting a series of eagle-like cries, as the starlit beam was mercilessly cleaved into fragments by Flinder's soul skill, erupting in a cacophony of destruction. However, the next moment, he could not evade the impending Shadow Wolf Strike. Thud! Flinder's back was instantly drenched in blood, for glaring claw marks marring his skin, blood gushing forth as his body was hurled violently away, crashing to the ground and creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Yet, Flandra felt a sliver of relief. The explosion from the shattered beam had propelled him away, altering the trajectory of the Shadow Wolf strike just slightly. Otherwise, that blow would have surely shattered Flandra's skull. Huh, the head is quite nimble, but your body is far less so. The spear-wielding soul saint chuckled coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Flandra staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave, faced with two level 80 soul saints. He found himself utterly powerless, even to escape. Flandra, today marks your demise. No one can save you. The lone wolf spirit master wore a mocking expression, his demeanor rife with disdain. Attack! He bellowed suddenly, and the two battle spirit saints felt their momentum surge once more. Fifth soul skill, heaven-shattering spear. Fifth soul skill, wolf fang bite. Both unleashed their soul techniques, intent on erasing Flandra in a single strike. At this moment, Flandra found himself in a dire state. Gravely injured, his face devoid of color, he knew he could not escape this calamity. He inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes. Even in death, I shall ensure you suffer a loss. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a tremendous wave of soul power erupted from the forest, pulsating with ferocity. Golden rays of light surged forth as if 1,000 suns had risen. The powerful ripples of soul energy bent the trees within 100 meters. Suddenly, a brilliant golden soul ring descended from the heavens, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. Boom! As the dragon's cry reverberated, the ground sank an inch, and beasts scattered in terror. This unforeseen turn of events interrupted the soul techniques of the two battle spirit saints. Such formidable soul power. Who might this divine being be? The expressions of the two soul saints turned to horror. The oppressive force of this soul energy felt like a bloodline suppression, causing their legs to tremble and their eyes to fill with dread. Even Flandra was taken aback, sensing the unparalleled soul energy, his heart racing with fear. He gazed towards the origin of the golden ring, clearly seeing its radiant brilliance. His heart was shaken. A golden soul ring. He had neither seen nor heard of such a thing before. Shock enveloped him. Emerging from the rising ashes was a shadow clad in black. This figure, obscured by a robe, was of modest height, yet exuded an imposing presence as he approached the two battle spirit masters. A golden soul ring, 10 meters in diameter, radiated an incomparable divine aura, capturing all attention. A 3-meter-long azure dragon swirled behind him, exhaling wind pearls that pierced the heavens. You dare disturb my afternoon nap? A few heads shall suffice as recompense. The figure spoke, his voice raspy yet deep. Though it bore the weight of age, it lacked any hint of frailty, almost retaining a semblance of youth. This was Qianyuan, who had been observing for quite some time, now stepping forth in Flandra's moment of peril. The two spirit masters were instantly filled with panic. In the presence of such overwhelming power, they dared not make a move, fearful of being obliterated in an instant. The lone wolf spirit saint's legs quaked violently, swallowing hard as he stammered. We were unaware of your presence, esteemed elder. Should we have disturbed you? Please forgive us. Qianyuan advanced with a deliberate gait, each step pressing toward the trembling soul saints. Although he had already established dominance in terms of aura, he bore a vulnerability. His soul ring was but a single one. Yet, even this solitary golden ring, unprecedented on this continent, was sufficient to indicate his level of soul power. No matter how formidable a soul ring may be, a soul master with merely one ring could never stand against a 7-ringed soul sage. It was merely the dazzling golden soul ring that misled these two soul sages into overlooking this glaring flaw. Qianyuan halted 5 meters away from the two soul sages, seizing the moment before they could initiate their attack to make his escape. He suddenly amplified his voice, hoping to intimidate his adversaries. Yet, he had not anticipated that while his voice could naturally be subdued and rendered hoarse, its youthful timbre would not entirely vanish. Thus, as he raised his volume, the innocence of his tone mingled with the gravelly resonance, momentarily bewildering the two soul sages, who had been sweating profusely and trembling with fear. How could one who claimed to be an elder speak with such juvenile inflection? In that instant, Qianyuan felt a surge of panic. His anxiety had already soaked his garments with cold sweat beneath his black robe. Despite his overwhelming trepidation, he had mustered the greatest courage of his life to emerge from the woods. Did they not comprehend the gravity of his words? Gritting his teeth, Qianyuan unleashed the first soul skill of the Azure Dragon, Wind's Whisper. In an instant, a cerulean light enveloped a 20-meter radius, the air filled with the howling of winds that rendered the two soul sages momentarily blinded. It was a domain. I suddenly feel my body growing unbearably heavy. The lone wolf soul sage's expression twisted in horror as cold sweat streamed down his face. The long spear soul sage's countenance also shifted dramatically. This was not a domain that increased gravity, but one that diminished speed. He could feel his velocity reduced by at least half. Who is this old man? With a golden soul ring and a singularly powerful domain, we cannot contend with him. At that moment, the two soul sages wavered. The earlier youthful timbre of Qianyuan's voice was now overshadowed by their burgeoning fear. However, this so-called domain was merely a soul skill of Qianyuan's, a technique that merely resembled a domain. As long as Qianyuan refrained from launching an attack, the two soul sages, consumed by terror, would remain oblivious to the fact that it was simply a soul skill. With a snap, the illusion shattered, dispersing into countless flickering stars. Qianyuan chose silence, patiently awaiting their voluntary retreat. The two soul masters, showing him respect, sheathed their martial spirits and scrambled away into the forest, as if fearing he might change his mind. Witnessing this, Qianyuan exhaled deeply, the tension in his chest finally easing. He hurriedly retracted his martial spirit and rushed to Fran's side, offering support as they swiftly made their way toward the main road. Meanwhile, the two fleeing soul sages in the woods abruptly halted. The long spear soul sage furrowed his brow, glancing at the lone wolf soul sage. He took a deep breath, suspicion etched on his face, and inquired curiously, "Why do I feel something is amiss?" That person seemed to possess only one soul ring, did he not? Chapter 29, The Second Soul Ring. Listening to the words of the long spear soul saint, the lone wolf soul saint was momentarily taken aback, then stammered a nod. Yes, it seems so. Suddenly, a sense of alarm washed over him. No, damn it, I've been deceived. Enraged, the long spear soul saint turned back towards the open ground, but alas, there was no sign of Qianyuan or Flinder. Meanwhile, Qianyuan was supporting Flinder as they made their way towards the forest. Although they appeared unperturbed, their pace quickened considerably. As soon as they entered the woods, Qianyuan broke into a sprint, leaving Flinder somewhat astonished. Why is this cloaked figure so formidable and yet fleeing? However, he refrained from questioning further, pressing on despite his serious injuries. Within mere minutes, they reached the main road, drawing closer to Soto City. Once on the road, Qianyuan felt a sense of relief. After all, the city's guard patrolled the outskirts continuously. No matter how powerful a soul saint might be, it would be foolish to confront the soldiers of the Empire. Just as Qianyuan was about to inquire about Flinder's injuries, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host Qianyuan, for completing the difficult level soul hunting mission. Reward, 100 soul points. He was filled with exhilaration. It seemed this task had been navigated with unexpected ease. Gaining 100 soul points was indeed thrilling, and he could hardly wait to exchange them for a 100,000-year soul ring. Delighted, he opened the soul hunting store, eager to redeem the coveted soul ring. However, the system interrupted. Congratulations, host Qianyuan, for completing your first soul hunting mission at a difficult level. As a reward for your courage, you have received a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Do you accept this reward? This unexpected boon nearly caused Qianyuan to leap with joy. Had the system delayed its announcement by a mere second, he might have exchanged for the 100,000-year soul ring. But now, it was unnecessary, for he had been granted a 1,000,000-year soul ring instead. Without hesitation, he accepted, fearing he might inadvertently miss this opportunity. As the words left his lips, a golden radiance pierced through the clouds, and suddenly, the azure sky was rent by thunderous roars. Lightning streaked across the heavens, ultimately coalescing into a colossal golden ring descending upon Qianyuan. This golden halo, imbued with astonishing power, exerted pressure upon the sky, and a tiger's roar reverberated, causing the surrounding forest within a kilometer radius to tremble violently. With the golden ring's descent, trees were bent, and some slender branches snapped under the immense force. A thunderous crash echoed. A roar of a tiger resounded. The entire Soto City quaked, sinking slightly as its inhabitants believed an earthquake had struck. Yet, Qianyuan remained unperturbed, feeling the overwhelming soul power bestowed by the golden soul ring surging within him. Within a few breaths, the soul ring fully integrated. He slowly opened his eyes, his face alight with exhilaration and joy, reveling in the might of his newfound strength. This soul ring was the white tiger soul ring of the four holy beasts, resonating with the roar of a tiger. However, he found it perplexing that the first soul ring, the azure dragon soul ring, did not emit a dragon's roar. Could it be that the system was unaware of how a dragon sounds? Curiosity aside, Qianyuan eagerly examined his newly acquired soul skills. Azure Dragon's second soul skill, Wind Capture. Harnessing the power of wind, blades of wind manifest around him, executing a strangulation attack on those who approach. The wind blades can also be hurled as a ranged consumption skill, with a cooldown of 5 hours. White Tiger's second soul skill, Thunderous Strangulation, drawing upon lightning attributes. His hands transform into tiger claws, launching a rapid 4-hit combo against enemies, each strike carrying a 50 chance to induce paralysis, preventing counterattacks. Cooldown time, 5 hours. Vermilion Bird's second soul skill, Fire of Purification, utilizing fire attributes, increases allies' attack power by 30, and any attack carries a 50 chance of inflicting a burning effect, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Xuanwu's second soul skill, Earth Shield, based on earth attributes, converts soul power into a shield, reducing damage taken by 30, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 hours. These 4 soul skills were indeed formidable, despite their lengthy cooldown periods. Each one was an extraordinary force. However, such cooldowns also served to temper the power of these remarkable skills. Yet, Qianyuan was somewhat puzzled. His first soul ring was from the divine beast Azure Dragon. Yet the unique characteristics of the soul skills did not appear to be influenced by the attributes of the soul rings from the 4 holy beasts. The second soul ring, from the divine beast White Tiger, exhibited the same lack of alteration. Each of his divine beast martial souls possessed a singular attribute, and logically, one would expect that enhancement through the soul rings would alter their inherent traits. For instance, the wind attribute of the Azure Dragon martial soul, when paired with the White Tiger soul ring, should ideally incorporate elements of lightning. Regrettably, this was not the case. The singular attribute of the martial souls remained unchanged regardless of the attributes of the absorbed soul rings, as if the soul skills had been predetermined prior to their inception. While Qianyuan was lost in contemplation regarding the nature of his soul skills, Flinder, standing nearby, was already rendered speechless. His mouth twitched violently, his body trembled incessantly, and his legs felt weak, even forgetting the pain from the injuries on his back. What have I just witnessed? A golden soul ring. Such overwhelming soul power emanating from a mere soul ring. That majestic wave of soul energy must surely be several times greater than that of a 100,000-year soul ring. How could such a powerful martial soul exist? Flinder's astonishment finally caught Qianyuan's attention. He awkwardly turned his head and instantly suppressed his excited expression, transforming it into one of profound gloom, lowering his voice once more. You need not be astonished. As a being of great power, the ability to absorb soul rings at any moment is merely a fundamental operation. Qianyuan feigned an air of venerable wisdom, adopting a lecturing demeanor. Yet, it was Flander who, trembling with trepidation, pointed at Qianyuan, his voice quaking with disbelief. How old are you, truly? This question left Qianyuan momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he be inquiring about the nature of my golden soul ring instead? Why ask about my age? A gust of wind suddenly swept in, tousling Qianyuan's hair. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. When he had absorbed the golden soul ring, the hood of his black robe had been blown away. His visage was now fully revealed before Flander. Chapter 30, Rejuvenation. Qianyuan let out an awkward chuckle, his expression stiffening in response. How could he have been so careless as to allow Flander to see his appearance? How could he have been so thoughtless as to choose to absorb the soul ring at this moment? He wished to keep the fact of his million-year soul ring concealed from all. Yet today he had miscalculated. Well, you've seen it all, haven't you? This time, Qianyuan did not intentionally lower his voice, but spoke in his natural tone. However, upon hearing that youthful voice, Flander recoiled in shock, taking a step back. What was happening? That voice belonged to a child, a mere adolescent, with a golden soul ring. And what an astounding age it must signify. Who are you, truly? Panic flickered in Flander's eyes. Due to the Pango axe shielding Qianyuan's soul power, Flander was oblivious to his true soul power level. Yet, the terrifying golden soul ring instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Thus, he did not regard Qianyuan as a mere soul master, but rather still as a senior. Qianyuan took a deep breath, suppressing his awkward expression, then allowed an elderly demeanor to resurface. In that case, I shall speak candidly. My true age has reached 300 years. This appearance is merely a return to my youth. Qianyuan continued to speak without deliberately lowering his voice, his youthful tone rendering the statement eerily peculiar. Flander swallowed hard, and even amidst the bustling daylight, the sound of his throat's convulsion was distinctly audible. For reasons unknown, my appearance has reverted to that of my youth. Although I may now appear as a child, you must still address me as senior. A slight smile graced Qianyuan's lips, his demeanor exuding nonchalance. Were any other child to utter such words to Flander, he would undoubtedly dismiss them as absurd. Yet, before this robed child, he found himself devoid of skepticism. It was not solely due to the golden soul ring, nor merely because of the oppressive aura that emanated from him. It was also a result of the depth within Qianyuan's eyes. A 10-year-old's gaze should be clear and unblemished. Yet, Qianyuan's eyes, though bright, bore a depth so terrifying that they seemed to have traversed the very rings of time. They were not the eyes one would expect of a child. Noticing that Flinder remained unresponsive, Qianyuan continued, "What you just witnessed, that golden spirit ring, is in fact an existence surpassing the 100,000-year mark. As for its precise age, it is unnecessary for you to know, or perhaps you simply do not wish to know, correct? Suddenly, Qianyuan's previously calm demeanor shifted as he uttered the last phrase, his tone thickening with an ominous threat. A faint glow of golden spirit energy manifested around him, reminiscent of the sacred aura emitted by the golden spirit ring moments before. Flender gasped sharply, instinctively retreating. A 300-year-old man, rejuvenated, possessed a spirit ring exceeding 100,000 years. How terrifying. Simply unfathomable. Observing the look of terror spread across Flender's face, Qianyuan secretly reveled in the fact that Flender's courage was so remarkably small. Clearing his throat, Qianyuan's expression turned stoic as he withdrew his spirit energy. You need not fear that I would kill you for this. Otherwise, I would not have saved you. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to keep this secret. Flender hesitated not for a moment, nodding vigorously. The secret was indeed astonishing. That golden spirit ring spoke volumes. It was something he had never before encountered. The overwhelming pressure it emanated left him utterly devoid of any inclination to fight. Senior, please rest assured, I will absolutely keep this secret for you. Flender pledged without a second thought. Although fear gnawed at him, he felt immense gratitude towards Qianyuan. Without him, he would not have survived the encounter with those two soul saints. Let us proceed into the city. There are items in your store that have caught my eye. Qianyuan remarked nonchalantly as he turned towards Soto City. With this statement, Flender suddenly recalled that the individual who had expressed interest in purchasing items prior to his departure from the shop was indeed this enigmatic figure in the black robe. In Soto City, Flender's shop had resumed operations. After over an hour of tending to his wounds, he had bandaged himself and donned a fresh set of clothing. Senior, what items in my shop have piqued your interest? I shall gift them to you, Flender offered, suppressing the pain coursing through his body as he cautiously approached Qianyuan. No need, you should sit and rest. I will browse myself. Qianyuan waved his hand dismissively and began to roam the shop alone, searching for the golden crystal. In truth, Qianyuan was not very knowledgeable about iron mines. The descriptions in the novel were not particularly detailed and often rather vague, leaving much to the imagination. Thus, he could only search according to the few keywords outlined in the text. He spotted a crystal, roughly the size of a human head, unassuming and transparent, with large patches of dark yellow impurities positioned near the entrance. Based on these keywords, he quickly located an inconspicuous crystal displayed in a window close to the door. I am interested in this. How much is it? Without any hesitation, Qianyuan directly grasped the crystal in his hand and weighed it thoughtfully. Flender, seated in his chair, initially felt a sense of surprise when Qianyuan inquired about the price. However, upon seeing the crystal, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He could not fathom why someone with the power of a soul ring surpassing 100,000 years would be so enamored with such an ordinary crystal. It's of no cost, esteemed elder, please take it. Flender hastily attempted to rise, but Qianyuan pressed him back down, stating, I am not here to receive. I am here to purchase. You saved my life, esteemed elder. Presenting you with this crystal is a fortune for me. I cannot accept any payment. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, two cheerful youths, both just over 10 years old, entered the door. Upon seeing them, Qianyuan's heart skipped a beat. Tang-san, Xiaowu. He had never anticipated encountering them here. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head, and upon feeling his hat, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Boss, please name your price. I have urgent matters to attend to. Qianyuan lowered his voice again, the deep, husky timbre resonating. Flender was taken aback. But upon seeing Tang-san and Xiaowu, he quickly understood that this elder wished to keep his identity concealed. Thus, he promptly stated, 10 gold soul coins. No sooner had he uttered this price than Tang-san's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the crystal in Qianyuan's hand. His eyes sparkled, but he quickly masked his excitement. Esteemed elder, may I acquire that crystal from you? I am willing to offer tenfold the price. Tang-san stepped forward, humbly inquiring. Chapter 31, Academy Enrollment. Qianyuan felt a wave of embarrassment at Tang-san's words. It is not for sale, he replied in a low, gravelly voice, pulling a bag of gold soul coins from the depths of his cloak and tossing it onto the table. Concerned that engaging too much in conversation with Tang-san might reveal his identity, he turned to leave. Upon seeing the bag, Flender's eyes instantly gleamed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qianyuan would be so generous, spending 2,000 gold soul coins for this ordinary crystal. His spirits soared, causing him to forget the pain from his wounds. Humph, if it's not for sale, then so be it. No need to be so fierce. Xiaowu exclaimed, hands on her hips, voicing her discontent at Qianyuan's retreating figure. It's all right, Xiaowu. After all, he was the first to purchase it, Tang-san smiled. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. He had not expected that in this world, there would be someone who recognized the crystal's worth. Contemplating this, he shifted his gaze to the bag of gold soul coins, which appeared to contain well over 2,000 coins without needing to weigh it. A substantial sum, indeed. After leaving the shop, Qianyuan let out a long breath and found a nearby inn to settle in. Once in his room, he eagerly retrieved the crystal, examining it back and forth with great enthusiasm. According to the narrative, Tang San employed the chaotic wind hammer technique to extract the golden crystal. Yet I lack mastery of such a technique. Qian's expression grew grave as he incessantly concentrated his soul power in his hands, attempting various methods. Although he was unfamiliar with the chaotic wind hammer technique, he still hoped to discover an alternative way to liberate the golden crystal from this chunk of crystal. However, despite his relentless efforts, he achieved no tangible results. After a prolonged period of fruitless endeavors, Qian began to feel despondent. Must I seek assistance from Xiao-san? Would that not reveal my true capabilities? Furrowing his brow, he found himself devoid of any ideas, and the system remained unresponsive in offering help. Taking a deep breath, he finally retrieved the Pango axe. With a final gamble, he hoped that this axe, which had withstood the might of the Haoyan hammer, would bring him unexpected fortune. You are my sole weapon. I rely on you. As Qian muttered to himself, streams of faint golden soul power surged into the Pango axe. Because he could conceal his soul power, Qian, without emitting any soul power fluctuations, suddenly exerted force with his arms and struck directly at the crystal. Clang! A sharp sound reverberated as the furniture within the room was instantly overturned by the immense surge of soul power, causing the entire inn to tremble. The following morning, Qian arrived at the Rose Hotel, adhering to the appointed time to accompany Tang San and Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy. None of the three had ever been to Shrek Academy, so they were unaware of its precise location, only knowing it was situated not far from the southern gate of Soto City. Although lacking an exact locale, Qian, guided by the descriptions from the novel, successfully led Tang San and Xiao Wu to the renowned Shrek Academy. It was an exceedingly dilapidated village, and even more astonishingly, at the village entrance, there stood a weathered table upon which sat an elderly man in his 60s, his demeanor cold and indifferent. This elder, Qian recognized, was the sole Emperor Li Yusong. Above the village entrance, a peculiar sign hung, depicting a hand-drawn humanoid monster, accompanied by a few words underneath, Shrek Academy. Gazing at the inscription, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood frozen in place. Wasn't it supposed to be a prestigious academy for advanced soul masters? How could it be in such a state of disrepair that even the sign had to be hand-painted? Qian, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, for he was well versed in the unfolding narrative. Brother, have we made a mistake? How could there be such a rundown village? Xiao Wu frowned, her face displaying disdain. Qian waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, there's no mistake. This is indeed the Shrek Academy that only accepts monsters. Just look at that long line of children, all drawn here by its reputation. Indeed, a considerable number of children were queuing, yet each time Li Yusong assessed their soul power, he would shake his head in disappointment. It appeared that none of these children caught his discerning eye. Qian and his companions formed the last in the line, patiently awaiting Li Yusong's evaluation. Time passed quietly, and it was rather astonishing to find that none of the numerous children had met the minimum admission standards. This revelation left Tang San and Xiao Wu somewhat taken aback. Brother, how is it that out of so many who underwent testing, not a single one succeeded? Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San, equally perplexed, shook his head. I am unsure. It seems they hold exceedingly high standards regarding the student soul power levels. However, he reassured her, but we need not worry. Did not Dai Mubai mention yesterday that with our talents, becoming students of Shrek Academy should not be daunting? Comforted by Tang San's words, Xiao Wu gradually settled down. Before long, Qianyuan and his companions arrived. They exchanged brief greetings with Dai Mubai before proceeding to have Li Yusong test their soul power. Tang San and Xiao Wu were the first to be tested, followed by Qianyuan. When Li Yusong examined Tang San's hand, his previously indifferent eyes instantly filled with astonishment. He stared wide-eyed at Tang San, innately full soul power. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, Tang San felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, as a soul emperor, Li Yusong could discern his innate, full soul power merely by a touch. Yes, teacher, Tang San affirmed with a nod. Li Yusong then proceeded to examine his arms, calves, and other areas, and with each touch, his astonishment grew. Truly a prodigy, not only was his innate soul power remarkable, but his muscle and skeletal development were equally impressive. Subsequently, when Li Yusong tested Xiao Wu's hand, his eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in satisfaction. Your talents are indeed rare among the youth of these years. Truly exceptional. Now, please unleash your martial spirits. I wish to see them. At Li Yusong's request, Tang San and Xiao Wu promptly summoned their soul powers. The blue silver grass and the soft bone rabbit appeared instantly. Blue silver grass, This useless martial spirit can be cultivated? The previously satisfied Li Yusong's expression turned grave upon witnessing Tang San's martial spirit. However, Tang San remained unfazed and smiled. Teacher, since Shrek Academy specializes in accepting prodigies, does this mean I qualify as a prodigy? Seeing Li Yusong's hesitation, Dai Mubai leaned closer and whispered something in his ear. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, Li Yusong looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu with newfound astonishment and nodded in approval. Very well, you two prodigies are accepted. He then turned his gaze towards Qianyuan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of disdain. Is this also one of your friends? To be frank, Qianyuan's physique appeared somewhat frail, suggestive of malnutrition. A soul master's potential cannot solely be assessed by their soul power level and age. Physical development is equally crucial. Qianyuan evidently fell into the category of individuals with suboptimal development, even with exceptional talent. He would likely face obstacles in breaking through to higher soul power levels due to his physical condition. Thus, Li Yusong did not hold high hopes for Qianyuan. Chapter 32. Do not do foolish things. Li Yusong's words startled Tang San and Xiao Wu. Teacher, in truth, Qianyuan possesses remarkable talent, and his combat prowess surpasses even our own. Tang San was the first to step forward and elucidate Qianyuan's abilities. Should Qianyuan fail to gain admission to Shrek Academy alongside them, it would signify a betrayal of the master's expectations. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, approached Li Yusong's side. Teacher, Qianyuan is truly formidable. It would be prudent for you to assess his soul power level, lest we inadvertently overlook a potential prodigy. He urged. Li Yusong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Dai Mubai's characterization of Qianyuan as a super monster. Come here, child, let me conduct a test, he beckoned, eager to discern the unique qualities of the boy whom Dai Mubai had lauded. Qianyuan approached Li Yusong without a hint of trepidation, a smile gracing his features as he casually extended his left hand. However, this nonchalant demeanor elicited a slight furrow of Li Yusong's brow. Such behavior was rather vexing. It bore a striking resemblance to that of a street ruffian. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and examined Qianyuan's palm. To the surprise of the onlookers, Li Yusong shook his head in disappointment, displaying no signs of satisfaction. He proceeded to assess other areas, yet his expression of discontent remained unchanged. At this age, achieving the level of a soul master was already indicative of exceptional talent. Regrettably, Qianyuan's muscles and bones were notably frail. Li Yusong's disappointment was evident, and his words were not directed at Qianyuan and his companions, but rather at Dai Mubai, indicating that Qianyuan did not meet the requisite standards. Teacher, please reconsider. I have sparred with Qianyuan before, and he truly is powerful. He compelled me to utilize my soul skills, Dai Mubai insisted earnestly. He was well aware of Qianyuan's relatively low soul power level, and even his martial spirit was of the agricultural variety. Yet, his strength was undeniable. Dai Mubai himself had succumbed to Qianyuan in their previous encounter. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's account, Li Yusong's eyebrows shot up, his expression transformed from disbelief to curiosity. How could a soul master be forced to reveal their soul skills in battle against a mere soul practitioner? This seemed implausible. It was clear that Dai Mubai was intent on securing Qianyuan's admission to Shrek Academy. As the strongest student currently enrolled at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai held a unique status, and his opinion was certainly worthy of consideration. Since Mubai holds you in such high regard, demonstrate your martial spirit for me. If it meets the Academy's minimum standards, I shall gladly endorse your entry into Shrek Academy, Li Yusong declared. This was Qianyuan's final opportunity. Should his martial spirit prove extraordinary, even if his soul power fell short of the minimum requirement, Li Yusong would acquiesce to his admission. However, if this assessment resulted in further disappointment, even Dai Mubai's influence would not sway his decision. Qianyuan nodded with a smile, displaying no signs of anxiety, even exuding an air of indifference. Concentrating his soul power, a pale golden essence gathered within his left palm. At that moment, his soul power fluctuations were no longer concealed by the Pangu axe, and were released directly. A soul master of the 20th rank, such a level elicited envy from the children and parents waiting in line. At just over 10 years of age, achieving this rank meant that with the acquisition of a soul ring, he would immediately ascend to the rank of a great soul master. Yet, in Li Yusong's eyes, disappointment lingered. The faint fluctuations of soul power indicated he was not even a great soul master, and his frail physique offered little chance of gaining admission to Shrek Academy. Thus, he placed all his hopes on Qianyuan's martial soul, viewing it as his last opportunity. However, his disappointment deepened when he saw that Qianyuan's left hand grasped a farming martial soul. The rusted axe was simply unacceptable. Even more shocking was the pale soul ring. Was it truly a 10-year soul ring? Li Yusong gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Qianyuan's soul ring. In my 50 or 60 years of life, I have never seen a 10-year soul ring. Goodness, Dai Mubai. This kid not only fails to reach the rank of a great soul master, but his first soul ring is also a mere 10-year one. Don't blame the teachers for not giving you face. He does not meet any of our academy's admission standards. If such a student were to join, the dean would surely be displeased. Tang San and Xiao Wu, both helpless, covered their faces, their expressions filled with exasperation. A 10-year soul ring. How utterly embarrassing. Do not mention that you know us in the future. In truth, the most helpless of all was Tang San. Back in the soul-hunting forest, he had been unable to intervene in time and had to watch as Qianyuan hunted a 10-year striped cat and absorbed its soul ring. At this moment, Tang San thought, even if you had managed to acquire a 100-year soul ring, it wouldn't be this tragic now. Dai Mubai was equally speechless. Qianyuan was indeed strong, but he still did not meet Shrek Academy's admission criteria. There was nothing anyone could do. He could only stand awkwardly, helplessly gazing at Qianyuan. Even if their martial souls were both considered inferior, at least achieving the rank of a great soul master would provide some justification with the dean. But how could he possibly? Wasn't becoming a great soul master supposed to be easy? Suddenly, before Li Yusong could finish his sentence, Qianyuan shrugged nonchalantly and interjected, prompting laughter from many children and parents, even causing Li Yusong to shake his head in resignation. The inadequacy of his soul power, physical frailty, and inferior martial soul were evident. Yet, there was still much to say. Achieving the rank of a great soul master easily? Then show me how easy it is. Li Yusong, suppressing his anger, coldly retorted. Fine, I will show you just how easy it is, Qianyuan replied, shrugging with an air of indifference, as if he had weathered numerous storms. The crowd looked at Qianyuan with disdain, eager to witness the spectacle of his potential embarrassment. Even Li Yusong found his words utterly laughable, but out of respect for his teacher's identity, he ultimately refrained from ridiculing him. Qianyuan paid no heed to these individuals. Instead, his gaze swept across the fields as if he were searching for something, and he began to walk toward the farmland. No one knew what Qianyuan intended to do, casting curious glances in his direction. Only Tang San seemed to suddenly recall something, his face contorting with terror and unease as he hurriedly shouted at Qianyuan, Qianyuan, don't act impulsively. Don't do anything foolish. Simultaneously, he rushed toward Qianyuan, as if trying to prevent something dreadful from occurring. Chapter 33. I am the monster. No one understood why Tang San was in such a panic, as though Qianyuan was about to commit an act that would instill fear. Some parents even covered their children's eyes, anxious about what might transpire. Li Yusong and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, turning to Xiao Wu, hoping to glean some clues from her. However, Xiao Wu also shook her head in confusion, equally unaware of Qianyuan's intentions or Tang San's agitation. What followed was a shocking scene. A faint ripple of soul power emanated from Qianyuan, the range limited to about 2 meters. Yet, within that confined space, the wheat stalks in the field began to sway ever so slightly. At the same time, a palm-sized 10-year mushroom grass rushed out from the field in a panic. Its form resembled that of a mushroom, but it bore delicate hands and feet on either side of its stem, with its facial features adorning the stem itself, all in a deep crimson hue adorned with dazzling patterns. The 10-year soul beast, mushroom grass, naturally fed on seeds from flowers and vegetables, but more often than not, it became prey for other herbivorous soul beasts. No one knew what Qianyuan intended to achieve by frightening it out. Only Tang San was aware. And at the moment the mushroom grass appeared, he positioned himself protectively in front of Qianyuan. Qianyuan, this time, please don't act rashly. Tang San's expression was tense, fearing that Qianyuan might do something unwise. What is there to worry about? It's nothing. Qianyuan chuckled, his gaze fixed on the mushroom grass that had emerged from the field. In a sudden flash, before Tang San could react, Qianyuan had vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he had grasped the mushroom grass in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Little one, I'm sorry to put you through this today. As he spoke, a surge of soul power quietly coalesced in his palm, and with its emergence, the mushroom grass began to wilt at once. Don't! Tang San shouted desperately, but he was too late to intervene. The onlooking parents were left baffled, uncertain of what was unfolding. Even Li Yusong was filled with questions, utterly perplexed. Yet, amidst the confusion, the mushroom grass had already lost its vitality, and simultaneously, a pale soul began to drift slowly into the air. At this very moment, all present became aware that Qianyuan was absorbing the soul ring, the pallid 10-year soul ring. As the soul entered his body, a ripple of soul power emanated. The Pangu axe was instantly grasped in Qianyuan's hand, and faint waves of soul energy quietly dispersed. The soul ring had been absorbed. His second soul ring remained a decade long. The reason Qianyuan opted for this 10-year soul ring was entirely due to the system's guidance. which mandated that his second soul ring must not exceed 10 years. The absorption of the 10-year soul ring was remarkably swift, culminating in a successful fusion within mere minutes. Second soul skill, triple stab slash. Wielding the Pangu axe, he swiftly lunges forward, executing 3 consecutive slashes against his adversary, consuming 20 soul power with no cooldown. Although the soul ring might be deemed inferior, this soul skill appeared rather impressive and satisfactory. Upon regaining his focus, he noticed that all those present were gazing at him with astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they were beholding a monster. Teacher, now that I am a Grand Soul Master, have I met the enrollment criteria of your esteemed academy? Qianyuan inquired with a grin, directing his gaze towards the dazed Li Yusong. At that moment, Li Yusong's mind was flooded with the image of Qianyuan absorbing the soul ring. He could scarcely fathom that someone would go to such lengths, absorbing a 10-year soul ring in order to meet the academy's admission standards. Li Yusong struggled to articulate a response. Indeed, Qianyuan had achieved the status of Grand Soul Master and met the enrollment criteria. However, the very act of forcibly absorbing a 10-year soul ring left him hesitant about accepting this student. Qianyuan smiled slightly, his eyes shimmering with depth, and countered Li Yusong. Does this make me a monster? Alas, it does. Ultimately, Li Yusong had to concede that Qianyuan was indeed a monster. Who else would absorb a 10-year soul ring to forcibly attain the standards for enrollment? Yet, the shadow of that 10-year soul ring lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. Having passed the assessment, though his methods were astonishing, Qianyuan had not failed to meet Yu Xiaojiang's expectations. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, accompanied by Tang San and Xiao Wu, he entered Shrek Academy, preparing for the subsequent evaluations. Tang San and Xiao Wu were exempt from the preliminary tests, ready for the 4th examination. However, Qianyuan could not escape. Li Yusong had specifically instructed that he must undergo the additional assessments. I say, Dai Mubai, I believe I should also be exempt from these tests. They are a tremendous waste of time. Qianyuan remarked, hands behind his head, swaggering at the rear of the line. This is mandated by teacher Li Yusong. I have no authority over it. Nonetheless, these tests should not pose much difficulty for you. Dai Mubai replied with a wry smile, equally reluctant to squander time, yet feeling powerless to change the situation. Qianyuan shrugged, remaining silent, his demeanor nonchalant as he approached the crystal of soul power for the second test. This is the location for testing soul power levels, as well as assessing the degree of martial soul fusion for each student. A long queue formed in front of the crystal, with numerous students patiently awaiting their turn. While Qianyuan brazenly cut to the front, his audacious act immediately incited the discontent of many students. Hey, what are you doing? Do you have any idea about queuing? Where did this impolite fellow come from? Teacher, please intervene. The instructor responsible for the second test furrowed his brow slightly. This student, if you wish to participate in the second test, please join the end of the line and wait. However, Qianyuan paid no heed. Lifting his right hand and gently placing it upon the massive crystal, a faint golden soul power slowly infused into the crystal, causing its brilliance to gradually intensify. A smile graced Qianyuan's lips, and a profound glint sparkled in his eyes. It was time to astound the entire audience. As the soul power continued to flow, the crystal's glow became increasingly radiant, silencing the previously murmuring students, who were now captivated by the dazzling light. Gradually, the crystal's luminescence transitioned from white to a soft yellow. Goodness, why is it glowing yellow? Wasn't it said that the highest level is blue? The soft yellow transformed into a brilliant gold, shining even more intensely, leaving the instructor nearby in a state of shock. What is happening? This luminosity is approaching level 30. Yet, it didn't end there. Qianyuan again channeled his soul power, infusing the crystal once more. The light exploded forth, incredibly brilliant, akin to the blazing sun in the sky. Heavens! It has reached level 30. The instructor's eyes widened, mouth agape, filled with disbelief. Qianyuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, muttering to himself, "Hell, level 30? Not quite." With that, a deafening sound resonated throughout the Shrek Academy. Boom! The testing crystal surpassed its threshold. Under Qianyuan's soul power, it shattered with a thunderous crash, drawing astonished glances from numerous instructors and students. Dai Mubai stood in stunned silence. He recognized Qianyuan's strength. Yet Qianyuan had only just advanced to a great soul master today. How could he possibly shatter the testing crystal? Old Dai, can I skip the other tests? Qianyuan clapped his hands and casually approached Dai Mubai, as if he were not the one who had just obliterated the crystal. Sure, Dai Mubai stammered, utterly bewildered by the astonishing scene. Let us go. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and start the 4th test. Qianyuan urged. In truth, he was not in a rush. He simply wanted to conclude this examination swiftly so he could retreat to his dormitory for a well-deserved rest, as he needed to conserve his energy for the grueling training that lay ahead. Boss Dai, what just happened? The testing crystal exploded? Suddenly, a soft voice rang out from behind the crowd. Turning around, they beheld a man pushing a cart, selling grilled sausages. Dressed in gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and enchanting peach blossom eyes, his gaze flitted restlessly among the girls waiting to take their exams, inevitably landing upon Xiao Wu. Who could have anticipated that such a soft, delicate voice would emanate from a man adorned with a full beard? Oscar. The moment Qianyuan laid eyes on the imposing figure before him, he immediately recognized him. Initially, he had thought the descriptions in the novel were merely exaggerated, transforming a 14-year-old child into a hulking giant. Yet, upon seeing Oscar in person, he appeared even older than one might expect of a brute. Dai Mubai shook his head in resignation, recounting the recent events, eliciting an expression of sheer astonishment from Oscar, who scrutinized Qianyuan from head to toe. This action sent an involuntary shiver down Qianyuan's spine. A bearded 14-year-old, with a voice as soft as a girl-ass, was now regarding him with an indescribable gaze. It felt akin to the discomfort of having soap dropped while bathing, sending chills through him. After exchanging introductions, Dai Mubai instructed Oscar to remain and tidy up the disheveled second testing area, while he led Qianyuan and the others directly to the fourth examination room. Before departing, Qianyuan remained curious about the taste of Oscar's famed sausages. Ignoring Dai Mubai's protests, he insisted on spending 10 gold soul coins to purchase a sausage. However, the flavor was rather peculiar. Within the fourth examination room, a man reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed in repose. His stature was diminutive, yet his upper body was robust, adorned with explosive muscles. This was the immovable king, the soul saint Zhao Wujin. While everyone marveled at Zhao Wujin's physique, reminiscent of granite, Qianyuan felt a slight smirk tug at his lips, unable to suppress his amusement. Wasn't he just a goblin from the dwarf race? Unfortunately, just as this thought crossed his mind, his stomach audibly protested. A strange sensation emerged, accompanied by a sharp cramp. Old Dai, I can't hold it any longer. I must use the restroom. The situation had escalated too quickly for Qianyuan, who wondered if he had consumed something unsanitary. Dai Mubai shook his head in exasperation. I warned you not to eat Oscar's sausage, but you wouldn't listen. The restroom is over there, in a thatched hut. Without time for further discussion, Qianyuan hurriedly ran in the direction indicated by Dai Mubai. At that moment, two others arrived at the fourth examination room, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhao Wujin gradually opened his eyes and surveyed the four before him, his expression brightening. The quality of this batch of little monsters is quite impressive. They have all surpassed level 25. I am the examiner for this final stage, a level 78 Battle Soul Saint, and my name is Zhao Wujin. With a smile gracing his lips, Zhao Wujin slowly rose from his chair, affirming his role as the examiner for this round. Yet within his smile lay a hint of mischief, as if he had long refrained from action and was finally poised to unleash his prowess. The moment the crowd realized that this individual before them was a soul sage, an air of trepidation enveloped them. This was to be a practical assessment, wherein the four of you must cultivate a cohesive synergy to withstand my assault for the duration of a stick of incense. Of course, should you deem cooperation unnecessary, you may engage in solitary combat. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, the four felt an overwhelming chill. This was no jest. For formidable soul masters against the onslaught of a soul sage for an entire stick of incense, such an endeavor was evidently insurmountable. Teacher Zhao, there is still one candidate who has unfortunately taken ill and gone to the restroom. Perhaps we should wait for his return? Dai Mubai's expression fluctuated between anxiety and uncertainty. Zhao Wujia, ever the playful spirit, took advantage of the absence of the academy's principal to assume command, thus orchestrating this bewildering practical assessment. With arms crossed and a nonchalant demeanor, Zhao responded, another one? No rush. You four shall proceed first. When that unfortunate fellow returns, I will entertain him separately. At the mention of entertaining him alone, a smug grin blossomed on his face. Dai Mubai and Tang Sen exchanged alarmed glances. The prospect of a soul sage playing with a great soul master left them aghast. Dai Mubai, troubled, believed that the combined strength of the four candidates was inferior to Qianyuan. If Qianyuan could collaborate with them, they might withstand Zhao Wujin's assault for a stick of incense. Yet, Zhao Wujin was impatient. Hurry, don't waste my time. Compelled by Zhao Wujin's urgency, Tang San and his companions began strategizing. Approximately a stick of incense later, their plan was finalized. Ning Rongrong, with her 7-treasure glazed tile, was designated for support. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, adept in agility and offensive tactics, would spearhead the assault, with Xiao Wu engaging directly while Zhu Zhuqing executed flanking maneuvers. Tang San, a control-type soul master, would primarily assist their attacks. Given their limited familiarity, this was the best strategy they could devise. Teacher, we are ready. Tang San calmly informed Zhao Wujia, who continued to wear a playful smile, his hands itching to engage in the fray, embodying a look of mockery. Had he Qianyuan been present, he would surely have erupted in laughter at Zhao Wujia's antics. Was this not the legendary Dwarf King? Suddenly, a brilliant spectrum of colors erupted from Ning Rongrong, as a miniature glazed tower, a foot in height, materialized in her palm. The 7 treasures were renowned, the first being strength. 3 beams of colorful light simultaneously enveloped Tang San and his companions, and they suddenly felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through their bodies. With such empowering support, their confidence swelled, bolstering their resolve to withstand Zhao Wujia's assault for the duration of a stick of incense. The battle was about to commence. Yet, no matter the magnitude of their confidence, it could not prepare them for the unexpected. After all, Tang San has yet to acquire the hairpin of crystallized gold. What might the outcome be at the last moment if the dragon whisker needle were to be lost? Perhaps even Zhao Wujia's defenses would remain unbreached. Chapter 35. I challenge you to a duel. As Ning Rongrong unleashed her soul skill, the battlefield erupted. Xiao Wu charged boldly, while Zhu Zhuqing lay in wait to launch a surprise attack from the side. Tang San, on the other hand, consistently supported the two in their assault. The clash was intense, with figures darting about. Despite the considerable disparity in soul power levels, Zhao Wujia refrained from exerting his full strength, engaging in a dance with the 4 young challengers. After years of refraining from combat, this encounter served as a refreshing diversion for him, as he relished the exchange with these youthful contenders. 7 treasure glazed tile, 2nd, speed. With the release of Ning Rongrong's 2nd soul skill, the conflict intensified to its peak, prompting Zhao Wujia to focus his attention on her. Amidst the fervent battle, Dai Mubai watched anxiously from the sidelines, fearing that a moment's lapse from Zhao Wujia could result in injury to the candidates. What has transpired? Just as Dai Mubai was nervously observing the fray, a casual voice drifted in from behind. He turned to see Qianyuan approaching, a look of satisfaction on his face, albeit with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Before stepping away to the restroom, Zhao Wujia had not even opened his eyes. How could a mere trip to the lavatory lead to such chaos? Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile wryly. Teacher Zhao couldn't wait any longer. I mentioned you had gone to the restroom, but he said he would conduct a solo examination of you shortly. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Qianyuan's brows shot up, his expression a curious blend of astonishment and incredulity, nearly causing him to splutter. Who could have anticipated that a brief bathroom break would lead to such an upheaval? With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that he was not particularly worried about receiving special treatment. So, what is the current situation? Not very promising. While Teacher Zhao's speed is a vulnerability, his strength as a soul sage cannot be underestimated. Even with the formidable assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tile, they might not be able to withstand for even the duration of an incense stick. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's gaze shifted to the incense stick planted in the ground, nearly burnt down a half. He shook his head in helplessness. At that moment, Qianyuan surveyed the battlefield. The conflict had reached a fever pitch, with Tang San and his companions exerting themselves to the utmost, yet to little avail. In contrast, Zhao Wujia grew increasingly emboldened, while the 4 could barely cooperate to evade his strikes, lacking any opportunity to counterattack. Qianyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This diverged somewhat from the narrative in the original text. Though in the original story, Tang San and his companions suffered a bitter defeat, they at least managed to retaliate. However, now they found themselves without even a chance to strike back. Moreover, without the dragon whisker needle, Tang San was destined for failure. Due to his presence, Zhao Wujia had been subtly enhanced, while Tang San had been correspondingly diminished. The battle now approached its conclusion, with Tang San's group already wounded. Continuing the fight would yield only defeat and severe injuries. Yet Zhao Wujia showed no inclination to relent. Haha, these little monsters are quite impressive, but your practical combat experience leaves much to be desired. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, his gaze drifting towards the incense on the ground, which was about to extinguish. It was time to conclude this assessment. Little monsters, it is time to end this. 2nd soul skill, great strength. Zhao Wujia wait. Suddenly, just as Zhao Wujia was about to unleash his 2nd soul skill to conclude the examination, a youthful voice interrupted his incantation. He withdrew his skill, casting a puzzled glance at Qianyuan, who stood beside Dai Mubai. What do you intend to do? The interruption of his overwhelming dominance left Zhao Wujia feeling irked, and his eyes bore a hint of anger as they settled on Qianyuan. Qianyuan smiled slightly, his demeanor calm and composed. Zhao Wujia, I am also a candidate. Why was I excluded from the assessment? This was both an inquiry and a statement. Zhao Wujia's brows furrowed sharply. The first impression of Qianyuan ignited a desire within him to unleash a proper beating on this audacious young man. He bore a mischievous grin, addressing him by name with an air of arrogance flickering in his eyes. For these 3 reasons alone, he felt compelled to teach Qianyuan a lesson. No rush. After their assessment, I will personally evaluate you. Zhao Wujie emphasized the word personally, his tone laced with an implicit threat. Tang San and Xiao Wu furrowed their brows in concern for Qianyuan, having sensed Zhao Wujie's formidable presence. Yet, Qianyuan remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Why wait? Let us do it now. Count me among their team. They need not lift a finger. I will face you alone. Qianyuan's words, neither servile nor arrogant, momentarily stunned Zhao Wujie. He found it difficult to comprehend whether Qianyuan possessed genuine confidence or had resigned himself to folly. Dai Mubai, standing nearby, was taken aback, hastily tugging at Qianyuan's sleeve in an attempt to dissuade him. Qianyuan, are you out of your mind? That is a soul saint you're facing alone. Even though you defeated me back then, I was merely a soul sovereign, while teacher Zhao is a soul saint. Qianyuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Old Dai, worry not. I would never undertake a task without assurance. He then boldly stepped into the assessment arena, positioning himself directly in front of the 4 candidates. Now, I represent them, accepting teacher Zhao's assessment alone. If I can delay the incense from extinguishing, even if we pass the assessment, should I fail, I will voluntarily leave Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this proclamation, Zhao Wujie erupted into laughter. What a farcical jest. Although the incense was nearly burned out, there was still a finger's length remaining, surely at least 3 minutes before it extinguished. As a soul saint, could he not eliminate a great soul master in the blink of an eye? Both Tang San and Dai Mubai believed Qianyuan to be utterly mad, recklessly challenging a soul saint. However, his boldness garnered the favor of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who admired his willingness to step forward in a critical moment. Was this not precisely the sense of security they yearned for? In the eyes of the 3 girls, Qianyuan's slender figure transformed into something remarkably heroic. Youngster, there is no need for you to leave Shrek Academy. If you lose, you shall wash my clothes from now on, and you must address me as teacher Zhao, rather than calling me by my given name. Zhao Wujie was quite displeased with Qianyuan's informal address. Were it not for the fact that the latter was merely a child, he would have resorted to violence long ago. Qianyuan shrugged nonchalantly. Let us see if you can win against me first. He did not unleash his martial spirit nor adopt any battle stance. He simply stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. You want to unleash your martial spirit? Such arrogance. Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he mused whether this young lad was truly of sound mind. Qianyuan smiled and nodded. Indeed. There is no need to unleash my martial spirit. Humph, you insolent child. Today I shall teach you a proper lesson, otherwise, you shall never hold us teachers in esteem within this academy. With that declaration, Zhao Wujie's body trembled violently, emitting a thunderous roar. As a powerful surge of soul energy burst forth, accompanied by a fierce gale that rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Suddenly, amidst the roaring winds, a crisp sound rang out. Qianyuan leisurely snapped his fingers, and in his hand appeared a silver, banana-shaped metallic object. Chapter 36, The Might of the Superweapon. The peculiar banana-like object elicited a wave of skepticism from the crowd. What on earth is that? It looks rather odd. Its appearance is quite unsightly, resembling an iron banana. Even Zhao Wujie began to speculate on what exactly Qianyuan was holding. Beside them, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. A surge of joy and anticipation filled his gaze, which did not go unnoticed by Xiao Wu. Brother, what has gotten into you? Why are you so thrilled? The recent battle had left 4 of them either injured or exhausted, yet his exuberance piqued curiosity. With Xiao Wu's inquiry, all eyes turned curiously toward Tang San. This is a divine artifact, Tang San exclaimed, brimming with expectation. Although he was unaware of the true lethality of Qianyuan's so-called divine artifact. During his 5 years at Nodding Academy, he had crafted over 100 bullets for Qianyuan. According to Qianyuan, the power of these bullets rivals that of a high-level soul skill. Thus, in this moment, Tang San eagerly anticipated the performance of this divine artifact. Zhao Wujie also caught wind of Tang San's words. His expression bore no hint of gravity. Instead, it was tinged with disdain. What destructive power could an iron banana possibly possess? Can it withstand the force of my fist, or shall I use it to bash my own head? Qianyuan smiled slightly. This is not an iron banana. It is called a pistol, a divine artifact capable of taking lives without a trace. Huh? Taking lives without a trace? Today, I shall witness whether this unseen killer can breach my defenses. Zhao Wujie roared, propelling himself toward Qianyuan. A colossal wave of soul energy surging forth around him. He refrained from utilizing any soul skills, even retracting his own martial spirit, to confront a great soul master in a one-on-one duel. Should he choose to unleash his martial spirit, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Qianyuan's lips subtly curled into a sly smile, his expression betraying a hint of cunning. What he desired was for Zhao Wujie to forego summoning his martial spirit. Should Zhao invoke it, complemented by a defensive spirit, he would genuinely worry that his Zaoyuan pistol might fail to penetrate the opponent's defenses. However, in this moment, his concerns had dissipated. Zhao Wujie's speed was remarkable, though it was his Achilles heel. In the eyes of a great soul master, his swiftness was indeed extraordinary. Qianyuan slowly raised his hand, aiming the barrel at Zhao Wujie's arm, aligning it with precision. Bang! The resounding gunshot sliced through the air. Accompanied by a spray of crimson blood, Zhao Wujie, who was charging forward, was abruptly forced back mid-stride. A gaping wound had blossomed on his left arm, blood gushing forth from the injury. Were it not for his inherent strength and status as a soul saint, being struck by the Zaoyuan pistol would have likely resulted in a fatal perforation. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from Ning Rongrong, who covered her eyes. Unable to bear the sight of Zhao Wujie, the gruesome sight rendered her utterly shaken. The others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the rapid sequence of events. No one had comprehended what had transpired in that fleeting moment. They only heard a dull thud as Zhao Wujie's body was violently thrust backward, revealing the bloody wound on his arm. Even Tang San, employing his purple extreme demon eye, failed to discern what had just occurred. All he observed was a flicker of crimson flame emanating from the pistol's muzzle, vanishing in an instant, followed by Zhao Wujie's injury. It was evident that this calamity had stemmed from that peculiar artifact resembling an iron banana. Who would have anticipated that such a seemingly diminutive object could wield such formidable power? Zhao Wujie stood in shock, his left arm throbbing with excruciating pain, accompanied by a fierce burning sensation. Yet, as a soul saint, he merely wiped away the blood with a nonchalant gesture, calmly remarking, "Indeed, it is truly a divine artifact, capable of inflicting harm invisibly." He had begun to grasp the terrifying nature of this contraption known as a gun. If it could strike his arm, what would have happened had it targeted his head? "Little monsters, you have performed admirably. You are deemed qualified. Daimubai, please escort them to the dormitory." Zhao Wujie's sudden acquiescence caught everyone off guard, yet their hearts brimmed with joy. However, no one noticed that as Zhao turned to leave, his expression morphed into one of agonizing torment. The pain was unbearable. His left arm trembled violently. Had it not been for his reliance on soul power, he would surely have been discovered. "Teacher Zhao." Suddenly, Qianyuan spoke. Having become a member of Shrek Academy, he no longer addressed Zhao Wujie by his full name. Zhao Wujie halted, turning back with a serene countenance, the agony momentarily vanishing. "Little one, what troubles you?" "Teacher, remnants of a bullet remain lodged in your arm. I must extract it to prevent potential infection and inflammation. Although the physique of a soul master is formidable, it cannot withstand the insidious destruction wrought by a virus within the body." Zhao Wujie, sensing something embedded in his arm, nodded in agreement. Qianyuan held Zhao Wujie in high regard, fully aware of the immense power a bullet possesses. The embedding of a single bullet into the human body entails not only pain, but also secondary injuries, such as a searing sensation. Thus, in the presence of the expressionless and seemingly relaxed Zhao Wujie, Qianyuan felt an immense admiration. A soul sage is indeed extraordinary. Such agony appears to be naught but a fleeting shadow to him. Zhao Wujie sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, exhibiting an air of tranquility, though none could see the pain etched upon his jaw due to the discomfort. Snap! Qianyuan snapped his fingers, and a sharp dagger appeared in his grasp. Heated over the flames, and then wiped with liquor. He aimed for the bloodied puncture in Zhao Wujie's left arm. As the dagger penetrated deeper, Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself, erupting into a fierce roar of agony. Night fell, and all had succumbed to slumber. Qianyuan and Tang San shared a dormitory. "Qianyuan, is your Zaoyuan pistol considered a concealed weapon?" This question had lingered in Tang San's mind, previously unvoiced due to his ignorance of the pistol's mechanism. It can be regarded as a form of concealed weapon, albeit with fundamental distinctions. It encompasses not only intricate mechanical structures, but also the craftsmanship of firearms. Qianyuan pondered but struggled to articulate a satisfactory explanation. In essence, it could be viewed as a super-evolved version of a concealed weapon, aside from its louder discharge. Its other capabilities far surpass those of conventional concealed weapons by several tens, even hundreds of times. Listening to Qianyuan's response, Tang San furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with confusion. Tilting his head, the moonlight revealed a glimmer of curiosity within his gaze. "Qianyuan, are you from another world?" Chapter 37. Assisting your escape. The night was tranquil, yet the tension within the room was palpable. Qianyuan was taken aback, his gaze shifting restlessly in the darkness. Despite having been an adult in his previous life, Confronting the most concealed secrets of his heart rendered him uncharacteristically silent. What kind of question is this? Could it be that other worlds exist beyond this one? The silence was fleeting. Qianyuan, without any acknowledgement, unexpectedly countered with a question of his own, leaving Tang San momentarily speechless. His response, in terms of tone, mindset, and language, was entirely normal. And no, it's nothing. I simply felt inspired. Perceiving your artifact as overwhelmingly powerful, as though it does not belong to this world. Although Qianyuan's retort was flawless, Tang San remained unconvinced. After all, he had not directly answered the question. This is my own research. Consider it my invention. Qianyuan, with a laugh, failed to directly address Tang San's inquiry. Yet, before he could articulate his question, Qianyuan's snoring erupted, compelling Tang San to abandon his query. At that moment, Tang San was beset by myriad thoughts, his mind frequently conjuring images of the revolver and the scenes of its bullets being discharged. The design of the revolver was neither intricate nor elaborate, with mere blueprints. Any blacksmith could forge one. Yet, through such simplicity of craftsmanship, the weapon's bullet velocity, lethality, and range were astonishingly maximized. Compared to concealed weapons, the revolver had no discernible flaws aside from its louder sound. Concealed weapons prioritize stealth to avoid detection. If discovered by the enemy, evasion becomes considerably easier. However, the revolver was different. Despite its noise, the rapidity of its bullets rendered evasion nearly impossible. Perhaps a soul sage could dodge its attack if they activated their martial spirit. But the undeniable truth remained. Below the rank of soul sage, the revolver was akin to a divine entity. Lacking a straightforward answer from Qianyuan, Tang San ultimately closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. Soon, midnight descended, enveloping the Shrek Academy in silence, while the air in the village felt oppressively tense. System alert. The former title has returned, and vengeance is imminent. Please assist Zhao Wujia in escaping peril. Upon completion of the task, a reward of 1,000,000 years soul bone fragments will be granted. Qianyuan, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the system's voice, amplified several-fold. Perhaps to rouse him from his slumber. Rather than being awakened, it felt more like being startled into consciousness. Suddenly, Qianyuan sat upright in bed, his face a mixture of confusion and terror, remaining dazed for a full 5 minutes before regaining his senses. Why, in the dead of night, was I assigned a task? He found himself perplexed, particularly regarding the meaning of the former title's return. In his mind, Shrek Academy had not encountered a titled Douluo before Tang San and the others. So why was Zhao Wujia in distress? Lost in contemplation, he heard Tang San's indistinct voice, prompting him to sit up as well, rubbing his eyes, still laden with sleepiness. Casting a puzzled glance at Qianyuan, the commotion from Qianyuan's awakening had presumably disturbed Tang San. However, upon hearing Tang San's voice, a spark of realization lit up in Qianyuan's eyes. It's nothing, Xiao San, I just need to use the restroom. You go back to sleep. Qianyuan spoke gently. Tang San remained silent, having received his answer, and promptly collapsed back onto his bed, returning to deep slumber. Qianyuan exhaled deeply, quietly donned his clothes, and exited the dormitory. This time, he has already acquired a fundamental understanding of the system's task. After assessing Tang San and his companions, Zhao Wujin was confronted by Tang Hao, who fiercely assaulted him. Although in the original narrative Zhao Wujin was beaten badly, it was not to the point of being fatal. It was merely a lesson imparted by Tang Hao. However, the current mission involves aiding Zhao Wujin in extricating himself from peril, which is rather perplexing. Could it be that his presence has rendered not only Tang San's surroundings perilous, but also those of pivotal characters? Qianyuan raced toward the forest beyond the village, following the system's guidance. Could it be that Tang Hao would truly maim or kill Zhao Wujin due to Tang San's injuries? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qianyuan's brow furrowed in deep concern. Initially, he believed his appearance would have a negligible impact on the world of Douluo, but it now appeared that the repercussions were indeed substantial. The fact that Zhao Wujin, a soul sage, was in danger contradicted the essence of the original text. In the bamboo grove, a short yet formidable man darted swiftly through the trees. His brow was furrowed with rage and confusion. Who dares to call my name in the dead of night? Are they seeking a swift demise? This man was none other than Zhao Wujin. He had just settled down to rest when he sensed a faint yet unmistakable aura locking onto him, accompanied by a call of his name laced with hostility. Having enjoyed a sense of security at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujin could not tolerate being targeted by another's aura and provoked in such a manner. Without hesitation, he leapt through the window and plunged into the forest. Come out. Zhao Wujin halted in the depths of the woods, his eyes blazing with fury as he scanned his surroundings. I know where you are. Do not hide. He roared into the night, unleashing his martial spirit. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, his power was unmistakably displayed. The presence capable of locking onto him from within the forest and daring to provoke him indicated the strength of his opponent. But who was Zhao Wujing? The legendary, immovable king. He had once broken free from an assault by 16 bishops of the Spirit Hall, each possessing a soul power level of at least 60, while he himself had only just reached that threshold at the time. Now, as a 76th level soul sage, he was extraordinarily powerful. No ordinary soul master could challenge him. As his roar echoed through the night, a shadow quietly emerged from the forest. To encounter the immovable king in such a modest setting was unexpected. I merely wish to engage in a proper spar, as neither of us has had the chance to stretch our limbs. As the figure spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the area within 100 meters. Chapter 38. Revenge transformed into retribution. With the emergence of this overwhelming murderous aura, everything around transformed into a vivid crimson. Simultaneously, waves of oppressive darkness surged toward Zhao Wujing from all directions. The murderous intent had materialized. Zhao Wujia was momentarily rendered speechless. The manifestation of murderous intent signified something he comprehended all too well. Since it has come to this, one might as well reveal themselves. There is no distinction between 1 and 2. The figure clad in black suddenly spoke, and the next instant, his body quivered, unleashing an immense surge of soul power. 9 soul rings quietly appeared beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. A tidal Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring. The solidification of murderous intent had already imparted an overwhelming force upon him, yet the shock brought forth by the opponent's 9 soul rings was equally formidable. Not to mention that 100,000-year soul ring. One must ponder, how many tidal Douluo on this continent possess such a remarkable treasure? Zhao Wujia was left in a daze. His body paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling violently. He could scarcely fathom when he had offended such a terrifying tidal Douluo. And now, this individual had come personally to seek vengeance. As the tidal Douluo's words fell, a figure suddenly leaped forth from the forest. It was the 4-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. He too was exceedingly anxious, positioning himself directly in front of Zhao Wujia, and with utmost respect, addressed the tidal Douluo. I pay my respects to the esteemed Qianyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia's legs buckled. Had he not grasped Flinder's shoulder, he would likely have collapsed in sheer terror. There was no need for excessive formality. If the younger one was struck, the elder must naturally come forth to demand justice. This man was none other than Tang Hao. Earlier that day, he had witnessed his son, Tang San, being brutally assaulted by Zhao Wujia, who had misused his authority. Thus, he had come this night specifically to exact revenge. As he uttered these words, a fragrant stick materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he planted it firmly into the ground. If you can endure the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn in my presence, I shall spare your life. The air was thick with a chilling murderous aura. The soul power emanating from him was formidable. The forest took on a sinister atmosphere, as small creatures scurried in search of shelter, hoping to avoid entanglement in this dire situation. This overwhelming sense of bloodlust was enough to indicate that Tang Hao was indeed resolved to kill. Qianyuan, concealed within the forest, gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Everything was deviating from the original narrative in the source material. Tang Hao's purpose was merely to teach Zhao Wujia a lesson and to ensure he took proper care of Tang San. Yet, for reasons unknown, this time he bore murderous intent, even as the system urged him to aid Zhao Wujia. The longer he spent in the Douluo continent, the more each event strayed from the original tale, leaving Qianyuan feeling increasingly troubled. Flinder and Zhao Wujia were both astonished. They could not comprehend what the tidal Douluo meant by the young and the old. In that moment, they had no choice but to join forces, otherwise, Zhao Wujia would surely perish. But even united, would they truly stand a chance? Tang Hao, wielding the Haoyan hammer with a formidable presence, advanced toward the two with a frigid gaze laced with lethal intent, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Death itself was not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it was the agonizing wait for death that instilled true dread. As Tang Hao approached within 10 meters of the two figures, he abruptly halted, directing his gaze towards the forest behind Zhao Wujia and Flinder. Within that verdant expanse, a formidable surge of soul power had already begun to radiate outward, as 2 golden beams descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire woodland in a golden glow. The night was instantaneously illuminated, and the golden light coalesced into 2 resplendent golden rings. A dragon's roar rent the sky in an instant. Simultaneously, Qianyuan stepped forth from the forest with an air of composure, displaying neither deference nor fear in the presence of the tidal Douluo, exuding an overwhelming confidence with every stride. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise evident within his gaze. After only a few days apart, Qianyuan had managed to absorb yet another peculiar soul ring. Flinder, too, sensed the immense pressure and abruptly turned, his eyes alight with excitement. Senior, is that you? The overwhelming aura and the golden soul rings were all too familiar to him. They belonged to the very benefactor who had saved his life merely days prior. Although he was uncertain as to why this esteemed figure had appeared at Shrek Academy, one thing was certain. Both he and Zhao Wujia were saved. However, upon seeing Qianyuan, Zhao Wujia was rendered speechless. Qianyuan, is this not the same student who injured me with that Jiaoluan pistol earlier today? How could he possess such overwhelming soul power? What is the nature of that golden soul ring? And why do I feel an overwhelming urge to submit upon witnessing his martial soul? A torrent of questions left Zhao Wujia rooted to the spot. Teng Hao. Qianyuan suddenly spoke, his voice devoid of embellishment. You need not worry about him. When we first met, I promised you that I would take good care of him. Over the years, as you have seen, I have always been by his side, shielding him from any danger. Teng Hao remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Qianyuan. He sought to unravel the mystery of this child, whose martial soul rings. An artifact seemed to originate from another realm altogether. With my presence, I shall not permit anyone to harm him. I have witnessed him bleed. After a prolonged silence, Teng Hao finally spoke, though his killing intent remained unabated despite Qianyuan's intervention. But have I not avenged him? Binding a soul sage with bandages is, in itself, a considerable humiliation for one of that rank. As Qianyuan continued, Teng Hao's gaze shifted to Zhao Wujia's bandaged arm. The injury inflicted by the Jiaoluan pistol would not heal in the short term, rendering the arm unusable. Noticing Teng Hao's silence, Qianyuan spoke again. If you trust me, do not inflict harm upon anyone at Shrek Academy, for they are his most esteemed mentors. After uttering this, Qianyuan felt the weight of his words was insufficient, and thus added a further remark. If it is truly for him, then please intervene when he participates in the Soul Master Elite competition and claims the championship. Until then, you need not make your presence known. Such a simple statement left Teng Hao utterly astonished. The Soul Master Elite competition? That is a matter for another age. Moreover, to act at that time? Could it be that Tang Sen would find himself in peril? How could this child before him possess knowledge of future events? Why should I choose to believe you? Teng Hao's tone was flat, devoid of any fluctuation. Yet, the question he posed remained unanswered by Qianyuan, whose countenance displayed nothing but confidence. Observing Qianyuan's demeanor, Teng Hao's brow gradually furrowed. You do not belong to this. However, before he could utter the words this world, Qianyuan resolutely nodded. Indeed, I do not belong. Chapter 39, The Agreement Reached. The fragmented conversation between the two left Zhao Wujia and Flinder in a state of bewilderment. They were oblivious to the significance of the dialogue exchanged between Qianyuan and Teng Hao. Yet, upon hearing Qianyuan's response, a flicker of astonishment crossed Teng Hao's eyes, though it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, restoring his usual composure. Very well, we shall meet at the elite competition. Teng Hao's tone was icy, devoid of any emotional resonance. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Wujia and Flinder sighed in relief, their previously taut nerves finally easing. Zhao Wujia. Suddenly, Teng Hao's gaze shifted toward Zhao Wujia, who, having just relaxed, felt his tension return, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Hao Yin, Your Excellency, do you have any commands? He was terrified, fearing Teng Hao might suddenly renege on their agreement. If I discover that you continue to oppress those children, do not blame me for breaking today as promised. With that, Teng Hao turned to leave, only to be halted by Qianyuan. Wait, is there something else? Without turning back, Teng Hao asked directly. With a sharp snap, Qianyuan produced a soul bone in his hand. This soul bone had remained ensconced in the ice of the cliff for millennia, though its age was modest, around 5,000 years. It remained a precious artifact for any soul master. Here, take this. Although you may not have use for it now, it may prove beneficial in the future. With a flick of his wrist, the soul bone soared toward Teng Hao. Without uttering a word of thanks, he grasped the soul bone and vanished into the woods. With a thud, Zhao Wujia collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at Qianyuan in a state of panic, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Qianyuan, your martial soul. Qianyuan smiled, retracting his martial soul. This is my secret. I kindly ask Teacher Zhao to forget what you witnessed tonight, and keep it confidential. Meanwhile, Flinder stood by, utterly astonished. Senior, do you know him? Why do you refer to him as Teacher Zhao? His words left Zhao Wujia equally perplexed. Senior? A rank 78 soul sage addressing a child as a senior. What madness is this? Are the children of today truly so formidable? What then is the purpose of attending the Shrek Academy? Although Zhao Wujia was filled with astonishment and bewilderment, he also sensed that Qianyuan was far from ordinary. The golden soul ring and the formidable martial spirit evoked a profound sense of awe. Dean Flandra, Allow Teacher Zhao to elucidate this matter for you. I shall take my leave. Furthermore, ensure that all pertinent instructions are conveyed clearly. Qianyuan's voice deepened, his eyes shimmering with profundity. In that moment, despite his youthful appearance, his gaze and demeanor resembled that of a weathered elder. I understand. Please do not worry, Senior. Flandre felt a jolt of alarm, sensing the latent threat from Qianyuan, and hastily acquiesced. Qianyuan sauntered away with an effortless grace, leaving Zhao Wujia in a state of shock and confusion. Gazing blankly at Flandre, Dean, why do you refer to him as Senior? Flandre refrained from answering Zhao Wujia's inquiry and retorted, how could a senior appear here? And why does he address you as teacher? He is a new student recruited today. My arm was injured by a divine artifact he wields called the Zualuan pistol. The mention of his arm ignited Zhao Wujia's ire. How could a dignified soul sage of the defense system be breached by a mere great soul master? Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Flandre stood as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place. He has actually come to our academy? Does the senior harbor some ulterior motive? He remained in a stupor for a considerable time before gradually shaking his head and taking a deep breath. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is a being of divine caliber. That golden soul ring transcends the 100,000-year threshold. Observe how even the Haoyan crown did not act recklessly before him. This alone attests to his terrifying prowess. You must not divulge tonight's events to anyone. Since the senior is now a student of our academy, he appears as a child publicly, yet clandestinely. He is our senior. As Flandre explained to Zhao Wujia, Qianyuan had already returned to the dormitory. Tang San was still in a deep slumber, while Qianyuan, brimming with anticipation, began to examine the fragments of the million-year soul bone. Long before Tang Hao's departure, the system's notification had echoed. However, he had to maintain his lofty demeanor at that time, concealing his excitement. The fragment, emitting a golden luminescence and no larger than a fingertip, offered no clues as to the origin of the soul bone. Yet from this remaining shard, Qianyuan felt a pressure emanating from ancient times. It was the weight of this soul bone fragment that instilled such a sensation. Qianyuan inhaled sharply. If a mere fragment could elicit such pressure, what would a complete soul bone be like? Perhaps future missions would reward similar soul bone fragments, and he might eventually be able to fuse them. With these thoughts in mind, Qianyuan returned the fragment to the chasm of ice and drifted into a serene slumber. In this slumber, Qianyuan slept soundly until nearly noon, gradually awakening from his dreams. Upon glancing outside, he was taken aback. Alas, he was late for training. Hastily donning his attire, Qianyuan dashed outside. Zhao Wuji was instructing the trainees, and among the numerous students, there stood a notably plump individual, whom Qianyuan had never encountered before. Without needing to guess, he realized this must be Ma Hongjun. As the others noticed Qianyuan's approach, their faces transformed with peculiar expressions, as if he were distinctly different from the rest. Teacher Zhao, I overslept, Qianyuan awkwardly addressed Zhao Wuji. Oh, no worries at all. Have you rested well? If not, you may return to rest a little longer. Though these words appeared flawless, they resonated with a unique undertone in the eyes of the other trainees. They could not comprehend why Zhao Wuji's tone, even his gaze, bore a hint of reverence towards Qianyuan. Though deliberately concealed, it occasionally seeped through inadvertently. As Qianyuan observed the odd expressions of his fellow students, a sudden realization struck him. Had they discerned his true identity? Teacher Zhao, I am fine, he replied, stepping into the ranks and positioning himself beside Tang San. Little San, why didn't you wake me up? Qianyuan whispered. Tang San wore a wry smile. It was Teacher Zhao's instruction, stating that you had a strenuous assessment yesterday and advised us to let you sleep longer. Qianyuan furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his voice. Did Teacher Zhao mention anything else? Chapter 40, A Mistaken Move. Tang San gently shook his head, yet his expression was filled with confusion. Qianyuan worked hard. What nonsense. During the assessment, he wielded the Zualuan pistol and triumphed effortlessly. He barely broke a sweat. Of course, this sentiment was not exclusive to Tang San. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing shared the same thoughts. Qianyuan's presence was merely an interlude in the training, which continued unabated. Initially, he harbored great hopes for cultivating as a soul master, especially since his Hunyuan transformation had significantly slowed his soul power enhancement. In 5 years, he had barely reached the rank of a level 21 Great Soul Master, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were on the brink of achieving the rank of Soul Sovereign. He had anticipated that upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he would discover a swift method to elevate his soul power, only to find the regimen centered around physical training, running laps, incessantly running laps. Moreover, Flandre proved to be even more merciless than Zhao Wuji, demanding a number of laps that was double that of Zhao Wuji's. Of course, Qianyuan did not partake in this running, For each time physical training commenced, Zhao Wuji or Flanders would invariably summon him away from the ranks under various pretexts. With each day of training mirroring the last, Qianyuan began to grow weary. This was not quite the Douluo life he had envisioned. Within the hall of the Pope, a woman sat regally upon a noble throne. She exuded an air of nobility and grandeur, her demeanor imbued with an icy elegance, and her brows bore the regal essence of an emperor. As she gently lifted her scepter and let it fall once more, this seemingly understated gesture unleashed a powerful ripple of soul energy the moment the scepter touched the ground. The group of individuals kneeling in the grand hall nearly succumbed to the force of this wave. "You lot are utterly useless," she remarked with an unfeeling tone, devoid of any emotional inflection, yet her words sent a wave of dread through the assembly, causing their faces to pale and cold sweat to bead upon their brows. "Your Highness the Pope, in the past 5 years, the Golden Soul Ring has manifested only 5 times, twice in the Soul Hunting Forest and once outside the Holy Soul Village." One Soul Master, drenched in perspiration and visibly trembling, added, "The 2 instances that occurred 5 years later were both outside Soto City. And our investigations have confirmed that the figure in question is a frail old man clad in a black robe." Upon hearing the Soul Master's account, the noblewoman's gaze turned frigid. This woman was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope whom Qianyuan intended to court. "Are you suggesting that the Golden Soul Ring lay hidden for 5 years before re-emerging?" The Soul Master hastily affirmed, "Indeed, Your Highness. We have dispatched additional personnel to scour all of Soto City for the figure in the black robe." Another Soul Master, kneeling at her side, interjected, "However, Your Highness, just a few days ago, the last known location of the Golden Soul Ring was near Shrek Academy." Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, Shrek Academy?" She inhaled deeply, slowly issuing a command. "Go and search. You must locate that individual for me. At once." The assembly of Soul Saints and Soul Masters exited the Grand Hall, their garments soaked in sweat from anxiety. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's expression remained icy as she gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, "Could the Golden Soul Ring be an entity surpassing the 10,000-year soul rings? If I were to acquire it, would I have the opportunity to reach the 100th level?" While the Spirit Hall was already in motion, Shrek Academy remained blissfully unaware, continuing its training regimen as usual. That evening, after completing their physical training, the group entered the academy, drenched in perspiration, only to discover Qianyuan engaged in an animated conversation with Zhao Wujia. The expressions exchanged between the two clearly indicated that Zhao Wujia was lavishing compliments upon Qianyuan. Upon noticing the return of the others, Zhao Wujia's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. "Everyone, go eat. There's a new class tonight, led by the dean." The group sighed in unison, expressing their fatigue from the demanding training, yearning for a respite. Aside from Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai, who greeted Qianyuan, the rest refrained from acknowledging him, leading to a rather awkward atmosphere. Qianyuan understood all too well that his prolonged absence from their training had led to this sense of alienation and exclusion. After the crowd entered the cafeteria, Qianyuan turned to Zhao Wujia and said, "From now on, I shall also partake in the regular training. Otherwise, I will be ostracized. Furthermore, please inform Flander not to indulge my laziness." Having uttered these words, Qianyuan shook his head and followed the others into the cafeteria, leaving Zhao Wujia with a look of helplessness and grievance. Once the meal was concluded, everyone eagerly awaited Flander to introduce a new curriculum. "Little monsters, tonight, we shall venture into Soto City together. Our new course will commence there," Flander announced as he gathered everyone. Upon hearing about this new course, Qianyuan instantly realized they were heading to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, reputed to be the quickest place to enhance practical combat skills. However, Qianyuan raised his hand. Qianyuan, what is it?" Flander nearly let his thoughts slip. "Dean, may I refrain from attending Soto City tonight?" Qianyuan's tone was somewhat playful, leaving Flander momentarily taken aback. Internally, Flander mused, "If you do not wish to go, you could have approached me privately. Bringing it up in front of so many students leaves me at a loss for words." No one knew the nature of the new course, nor why Qianyuan had expressed his desire to abstain. It was evident he was not cooperating with the Academy's organized training. While not participating in the usual runs was one thing, requesting special treatment at this juncture was quite another. The students began to murmur amongst themselves, though Tang San and Xiao Wu remained silent, gazing at Qianyuan with astonishment, pondering why Flander and Zhao Wujia were so indulgent towards him. As the discussions continued, and everyone awaited Flander's response, Qianyuan took the initiative to speak. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a money pouch, as large as a basin, materialized in his hand. With a thud, the pouch fell heavily to the ground, spilling its contents. In an instant, a cascade of glimmering gold spirit coins erupted forth, their radiant sheen leaving everyone in awe. With a slight smirk, Qianyuan clapped his hands and declared, "You see, my health is rather frail, and I cannot overexert myself tonight. Hence, I shall forego the training. I have brought these gold spirit coins to further support our academy's development, which can be allocated as scholarships for the students as encouragement." He laughed heartily, though it was merely a facade to mask his embarrassment. Chapter 41, The Great Spirit Arena. The glittering gold spirit coins were so dazzling that many shielded their eyes, exclaiming in envy. Upon hearing about the scholarships, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were overjoyed. "So, Qianyuan is not training due to health issues. I was quite concerned," Ma Hongjun remarked, with a righteous expression. Oscar quickly chimed in, "If one is unwell, they should refrain from vigorous exercise. I completely understand." The conversation between the two individuals caused the others to instinctively cover their faces, feeling a sense of embarrassment. However, in light of Qianyuan's antics, the group began to regard him as a sponsor, significantly alleviating their grievances. Following this minor episode, the students accompanied Flander to Soto City, leaving Qianyuan alone in the dormitory. Yet, upon returning to his quarters, Qianyuan did not linger idly. Instead, he donned a black robe. Today marked the day of the Soul Hunting Mission's update. The Soul Hunting Mission has been refreshed. Mission 1, Danger Level, Easy. Travel to the Star Doe Forest, hunt 100 500-year-old soul beasts. Completion rewards, 10 points. Mission 2, Danger Level, Normal, at midnight. Proceed to the alley beside the Soto City's West Market, hunt the notorious Soul Master, Douluo. Completion rewards, 50 points. Mission 3, Danger Level, Difficult. Hunt members of the Soto City Spirit Hall. Completion rewards, 100 points. Gazing at the missions, Qianyuan felt a sense of bewilderment. The easy mission had transformed, and the difficult mission had also changed, yet the normal difficulty mission remained unchanged, not even a single word altered. He had no intention of selecting the difficult mission. Hunting members of the Spirit Hall would indeed be madness. Even if he possessed the strength, he would not dare to confront the Spirit Hall during his most vulnerable phase. Although he could not comprehend why the system harbored such animosity towards the Spirit Hall, he recognized that he was incapable of assisting the system in completing this task. The simple mission was time-sensitive, leaving him no choice but to focus on the normal difficulty mission. Nevertheless, this task left Qianyuan with a sense of confusion. Why had the system issued a mission to hunt Douluo for 2 consecutive weeks? Did Douluo have an impact on the original plot? Shaking his head, he could not discern the rationale. The only connection he could fathom was the long-standing grudge between the Douluo trio and the Shrek 7. In the original narrative, the Douluo trio was akin to a trio of cannon fodder, often beaten by the protagonists in their moments of boredom. However, the system's heightened emphasis on Douluo suggested that Qianyuan's presence may have altered the narrative of this continent. Thus, he resolved to proceed. He chose Mission 2. Host Qianyuan has selected the normal difficulty mission. Please complete it within 24 hours. Qianyuan swallowed hard. Having been in this realm for over 5 years, he had hunted numerous soul beasts, yet he had never laid hands on a soul master. Stepping out of the dormitory, he took advantage of the night to blend into the shadows, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was nearby, he quietly slipped out through the back door of Shrek Academy. Within Soto City, Qianyuan, clad in his black robe, wandered the streets. According to the system's requirements, he needed to hunt Douluo at midnight. Presently, the sky had only just darkened, and midnight was still a far-off hour. He couldn't simply loiter here. He needed to find something to occupy his time. Qianyuan wandered aimlessly through the streets, when suddenly he caught sight of Flinder and the others. The Soto Arena. He hesitated for a moment, realizing that it was indeed a place where one could swiftly enhance their combat abilities, something he currently lacked. Why not indulge in a bit of fun? This decision was a spontaneous whim, a way to pass the time, yet he was reluctant to reveal his identity. As he brushed past Tang San and the others, he did not greet them. However, upon seeing the figure cloaked in black, Flinder was taken aback, his words almost escaping him, but he swallowed them back, mindful of the students around him. Ignoring Flinder, Qianyuan registered for a battle badge, adopting the moniker Beast God. Elated, he received the badge, ready to participate in the soul battles. Just as he grasped the badge, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host Qianyuan, for unlocking the Great Soul Arena. Upon reaching the corresponding soul level, you will receive rewards. Iron Soul level achieved. Reward. 1 fragment of a million-year soul bone. Another fragment of a million-year soul bone. Qianyuan felt a surge of excitement. He had inadvertently unlocked a reward option, and the badge he had just registered had yielded a reward. He was eager to discover whether this million-year soul bone fragment was the same as the one he had obtained previously upon completing a task. If so, he would be one step closer to realizing his dream of possessing a million-year soul bone. However, the crowd at the Soto Arena was overwhelming, preventing him from inspecting it. So he had to suppress his curiosity and refrain from dwelling on the soul bone. After a brief wait in the resting area, Qianyuan was assigned to a soul battle. Since it was a one-on-one match, most soul masters here participated in such contests, so after the venue was prepared, the draw commenced. Yet, the first draw left Qianyuan in dismay, for his opponent was none other than Xiao Wu. Indeed, the very Xiao Wu from the Shrek 7 monsters. Qianyuan frowned as he looked at the names on the battle board, unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps it was due to their shared status as newcomers that he and Xiao Wu crossed paths. At that moment, Xiao Wu also noticed the name on the battle board and curiously asked Tang San, "Brother, what spirit is the divine beast?" "I've never heard of it." Tang San's brow furrowed, his heart racing. In this land, there was no spirit known as a divine beast. Only certain soul beasts existed. To describe an exceptionally powerful soul beast, one could append king or emperor to its name to signify its might. Yet, the term divine beast was clearly a name from his world. The four ancient divine beasts were Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Yet, in this realm, there was not even a mention of such divine beasts. How could this individual, referred to as the beast god, be aware of such terminology? What could his spirit be? Could it be that he was not from this world? I am uncertain. Perhaps his martial spirit is a beast spirit, indicating a belief in soul beasts. Tang San could only interpret it this way, yet his gaze remained fixated on the soul arena, unwavering. Chapter 42. Am I arrogant? The host of the soul arena announced with fervor. Now, the first match of the 9th Division's one-on-one soul battle is about to commence. Today's participants are all novice soul masters. We have the 29th ranked soul master, Xiao Wu, whose martial spirit is the Jade Rabbit. Alongside her is the 21st ranked soul master, nicknamed Beast God, whose martial spirit is a divine beast. As the host's impassioned declaration echoed, the arena fell into a profound silence. A divine beast? What manner of martial spirit is that? The moniker of Beast God is incredibly audacious. As if he were the king of all beasts, yet he is merely a 21st ranked soul master. This is hardly a contest. I am betting on Xiao Wu. Me too. In an instant, the audience remained devoid of applause or cheers. Instead, there was a collective murmur of disbelief. This was directed at Qianyuan, who, masked and boasting of a divine beast martial spirit, had already failed to win the audience's favor. Both Xiao Wu on the arena and Tang San below were eager to discover what this so-called beast god's martial spirit truly was. In the lounge, Flender and Dai Mubai were intently focused on the soul arena. "Boss Dai, I wager 10 gold soul coins on Xiao Wu. She is bound to win this match." Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the weight of his bulging pockets. "Me as well. Xiao Wu's prowess is exceptional. And there is a significant 8-level difference between the two. I am staking my entire fortune on Xiao Wu's victory." Oscar chimed in, equally enthusiastic in his support. As the stakes were raised, the others also joined in, placing their bets on Xiao Wu. At that moment, all eyes turned to Flender. "Dean, will you not place a bet?" "Of course I will." Flender rose without hesitation, leading the others to place their bets. How could he miss such an opportunity for profit? "In the first match of the 9th Division's soul battle, I wager 100 gold soul coins on Xiao Wu," Flender declared, unfaltering as he handed 100 gold coins to the bookmaker. Such a generous wager from the dean. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. With the dean backing Xiao Wu so confidently, surely there would be no mistake. He then produced his own money pouch. Filled with confidence, "Here are 3,000 gold soul coins, all on Xiao Wu." Flender's eyelids twitched in alarm as he hastily intervened. "Mubai, do not wager so much. 10 or 100 gold soul coins would suffice." He was acutely aware that the cloaked figure was indeed Qianyuan, whom he regarded as a senior. An ancient being of 300 years, possessing soul rings surpassing 100,000 years. How could he possibly lose? "Dean, fret not. Your confidence in Xiao Wu assures us of her victory," Dai Mubai asserted resolutely, while Flender found himself unable to explain. Any explanation would reveal Qianyuan's identity. As Flender intervened to halt Dai Mubai, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, promptly wagering all their savings. Ma Hongjun staked 50 gold soul coins, while Oscar risked 70. Even Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing placed their entire holdings of gold soul coins on Xiao Wu. Flender shook his head in resignation, feeling as though he had led these children astray. Although he had indeed wagered 100 gold soul coins on Xiao Wu, he was also compelled to bet 1,000 gold soul coins on Qianyuan. Betting on Xiao Wu was primarily an act of encouragement. As the dean, it was essential to offer support. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that this group of children would act so swiftly, wagering all their gold soul coins without hesitation. The students chattered excitedly as they returned to the lounge to watch Xiao Wu's match, convinced that this time they were destined to win a fortune. However, Flender discreetly slipped away, awkwardly approaching the waiter to declare, I wager 1,000 gold soul coins on the beast god. The waiter, taken aback by the audacity of such a bet from a 21st level soul master, could scarcely believe his ears. What kind of upheaval could a 21st level soul master possibly incite? Simultaneously, the host at the battle arena was equally eager to unveil the nature of the divine beast's martial soul. Now, let the contestants release their martial souls. With the host call, Xiao Wu was the first to unleash her martial soul. The soft-bone rabbit flickered behind her, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings that emerged furtively. The soul power radiating from her approached that of a soul sovereign, causing the audience to gasp in astonishment. This nearly soul sovereign level of soul power, combined with the explosive force of an agility-type soul master, meant that a 21st level soul master would likely be dispatched in an instant. With Xiao Wu's martial soul unveiled, all eyes turned to Qianyuan, eager to discern the nature of the divine beast's martial soul. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Qianyuan did not release his martial soul. Instead, he stood resolutely on the battle platform, making no movement whatsoever. The host momentarily faltered before hastily reminding, Beast God contestant, it's your turn to release your martial soul. The audience murmured in disbelief. What was there to release? Clearly, he was too frightened to move. Step down. Step down. Amidst the audience's jeers and the host's urgings, Qianyuan remained utterly still. Lowering his voice to imbue it with a sense of deep gravitas, he declared, I do not need to release my martial soul. Wow. The moment those words left his lips, not only did the host stand dumbfounded, but the entire spectator area fell into an eerie silence. His voice, imbued with an air of profound wisdom, resembled that of an elder who had weathered many seasons. Coupled with his diminutive stature beneath the black cloak, he evoked images of a timid old man. Are you certain? The host sought confirmation. Having never witnessed a contestant in the battle arena who dared to forego releasing their martial soul in combat, Qianyuan nodded, refraining from further speech as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu. How arrogant. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu's adorable face was already etched with displeasure. She loathed being underestimated by her adversaries. Suddenly, her petite form surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly towards Qianyuan. Xiao Wu's speed was astonishing, momentarily leaving Qianyuan in a state of bewilderment beneath his dark robe. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before him. Xiao Wu swiftly arched her body backward, supporting herself with one hand on the ground, her figure resembling a flexibly bent bamboo shoot. Utilizing the momentum, her right foot lashed out with remarkable force. Pink soul power coalesced at her toes, radiating an explosive energy as she aimed a fierce kick at Qianyuan's chin. This strike, brimming with explosive power, was virtually unresistible for anyone below the rank of Soul Sovereign. Chapter 43, I Will Not Strike Back. A muffled thud echoed. Xiao Wu's foot connected violently with Qianyuan's jaw, unleashing a formidable shockwave that rippled outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Even the host's meticulously styled hair was tousled by the force of the impact. The audience erupted into cheers and applause at the sight of such explosive power. If it landed, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. Ma Hongjun cheered exuberantly, as if the gleaming gold soul coins had already found their way into his pocket. The host, adjusting his hairstyle, began to narrate with fervor. My goodness, the ferocity of this kick is simply overwhelming. Even a soul master of the same rank would hesitate to take this blow head-on. It seems our beast god contestant is, initially, the host intended to declare that the beast god contestant was about to fail. However, as the dust settled, an eerie silence blanketed the audience. Qianyuan remained completely unmoved. Under the immense and explosive offensive, not only did he not stagger back, but his right hand had also raised to his chin, effortlessly blocking Xiao Wu's attack. So nonchalantly, so effortlessly. The spectators could only describe the scene with these 2 phrases. It was all so calm and unperturbed, as though Xiao Wu's assault had no effect whatsoever on the elder known as the Beast God. My goodness, the Beast God contestant actually withstood such a formidable blow. The host's eyes widened in disbelief, as if unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. Tang San, seated below, furrowed his brows even tighter. Springing up from the sofa in alarm, his gaze fixed intently on the battle arena. Qianyuan shook his head slightly, lowering his voice once more. Yield. Your strength is insufficient. In truth, he did not wish to engage Xiao Wu excessively. Firstly, he feared causing her injury, for he could not bear the thought. Secondly, he was concerned that too many displays of his abilities might reveal his identity, especially since Tang San and Dai Mubai were watching the duel closely. They had witnessed Qianyuan's techniques firsthand, and should he employ any of his transformation or evolution skills, he would undoubtedly be recognized immediately. I have yet to unleash my full power. Xiao Wu's indomitable spirit would not allow her to concede, even at the cost of her life. No sooner had the words left her lips than she sprang into action again, her body twisting with an agility that surpassed normal human limits. Meanwhile, with a sudden retraction of his toes, Qianyuan leveraged the inertia of his body and forcefully swung his left foot outward. This strike, akin to a whip, aimed directly at Qianyuan's neck. Bang! The explosive power of this attack surpassed that of his previous strike. The entire Seoul arena subtly trembled, the formidable impact once again disheveling the host's hairstyle. Yet, Qianyuan remained as steadfast as if his feet were rooted to the ground, effortlessly raising his right arm to deflect Xiao Wu's assault. This seemingly casual block, however, astonished everyone. It was swift, so swift that it sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Wu, a speed-oriented agility-type soul master, prided herself on her velocity. Yet, the speed of the beast god before her was incomprehensibly greater. Xiao Wu stood frozen, acutely aware of the immense force she had exerted in that kick. Yet, it felt as though she had struck a solid iron plate, rendering her instep faintly numb. In truth, had Qianyuan not summoned his martial soul, or employed techniques of absorption and transformation, he might not have been able to contend with Xiao Wu. Firstly, Xiao Wu's martial soul granted her an advantage in soul power, and secondly, her extensive combat experience and phenomenal talent were evident. Throughout her time at both the Nuoding Academy and Shrek Academy, she had showcased an exceptionally high level of combat proficiency, making Qianyuan, who had never undergone practical training, an unlikely opponent. However, the reason he could face Xiao Wu with such ease, despite not unleashing his martial soul, was entirely reliant on the second million-year soul ring of his four holy divine beast martial soul. In theory, a soul master's strength is contingent upon the power of their soul rings, which in turn depends on the martial soul. This implies that only by unleashing the martial soul and revealing the concealed soul rings can one maximize their combat prowess. Yet, a million-year soul ring cannot be compared to a 10,000-year or a 100,000-year soul ring. Even when hidden within, they still augment the physical capabilities of their master, though the extent of this enhancement remains uncertain to Qianyuan. For instance, in his current state, Qianyuan was undeniably invincible against any soul master below the rank of soul sovereign, while Xiao Wu was merely a 29th level great soul master. Had she been a soul sovereign, Qianyuan would have found victory exceedingly difficult without releasing any of his martial souls. First soul skill, waist bow. The yellow light flickered instantly as she suppressed the aching sensation in her instep. Her right foot abruptly struck the ground, launching her into an immediate kick aimed at Qianyuan's chest. Swish! Qianyuan's left hand suddenly appeared before his chest, employing an exceptionally peculiar trajectory to deftly redirect Xiao Wu's kick, simultaneously evading a step to the left. Consequently, Xiao Wu's attack went awry. She missed. On the sidelines, Ma Hongjun and Oscar gaped with widened eyes, their previous excitement replaced by a sense of frustration. Our foundation. The two were preoccupied with the preservation of their own fortunes, while Tang San was consumed with concern for Xiao Wu. He feared that the elder known as the Beast God would show no mercy. However, his apprehensions were misplaced. Qianyuan did not retaliate at all. He merely interrupted her soul skill. Undeterred, Xiao Wu, driven by her competitive spirit, was unwilling to concede defeat in the battle. When her kick missed, she leaned forward, her balance wavering. Yet, with her formidable combat experience, she swiftly supported herself with one hand, executing a flawless 180-degree flip to regain her equilibrium. In the next moment, her speed reached its zenith. She pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Qianyuan's head. Bang! He blocked with a swift motion, altering his position to counter. Bang! They exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce contest for several rounds, with Xiao Wu on the offensive and Qianyuan in defense. Their spectacular duel drew enthusiastic cheers and shouts from the audience, though they all understood the inevitable outcome. The beast god would prevail. Before long, they distanced themselves from one another. Xiao Wu, panting and with a grave expression, sensed that the man before her, the beast god, possessed a strength that surpassed even Dai Mubai's. Xiao Wu, concede, Tang San urged from the sidelines, his expression equally grave as he accepted the harsh reality that Xiao Wu was no match for the beast god. Was there truly any alternative to surrendering? Chapter 44. He is my esteemed senior. Xiao Wu hesitated, reluctant to yield, but upon hearing Tang San's words, she faltered for a moment before ultimately choosing to concede. I concede, she declared, her tone deflated, akin to a balloon that had lost its air. Her inaugural battle had concluded in such a disheartening manner. Yet, the spectators had long anticipated this outcome. Though they lamented the loss of their wagered gold soul coins, they had witnessed an astonishing display of combat. However, this match raised profound questions. How could a level 21 Soul Master be so vastly superior to a level 29 Soul Master? Of course, such inquiries were for others to ponder. Qianyuan had no need for them. As he descended from the arena, he disregarded the applause of the crowd, ignoring the host's request for him to remain for an interview. Even when Tang Xin stood directly in his path, he paid no heed. Mr. Beast God, may I interrupt? I am particularly eager to know what soul spirit the divine beast truly is. Tang Xin squinted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. His interest was not born from Xiao Wu's defeat, but rather from the mention of the divine beast. Qianyuan, however, chose to ignore him. Tang San's perceptiveness was the sharpest among the Shrek's 7 devils, so it was prudent for him to speak little in his presence to maintain secrecy. Deliberately bypassing Tang San, he lowered his head, wary of revealing his appearance. Undeterred, Tang San furrowed his brow and blocked Qianyuan's path once more. Mr. Beast God, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ascertain what the divine beast truly is. Eastern Azure Dragon? Southern White Tiger? Western Vermilion Bird? Or Northern Xuanwu? Annoying. Qianyuan lowered his voice and chastised Tang San, an immense surge of soul power instantly emanating from his body. He did not summon his martial spirit, but directly unleashed a fraction of the soul power contained within his million-year soul ring, releasing less than 1/10 of it. Yet, even this minuscule portion was overwhelmingly potent, and Tang San immediately felt a tremendous pressure bearing down upon him from all directions, nearly causing him to lose his footing. As he gazed at the figure in the black robe, a flicker of fear filled his eyes. What formidable soul power! This is certainly not something a great soul master could possess, Tang San murmured to himself. Qianyuan departed, seemingly unperturbed. Meanwhile, all the members of Shrek Academy gathered around Xiao Wu, offering her comfort. Xiao Wu, it's all right. One day, I will avenge you, Ma Hongjun declared, thumping his chest with bravado as if he had not just lost the golden soul coins. Oscar, standing nearby, consoled her in a similar manner. Indeed, with so many of us here, and with Xiao San and Big Brother Dai, how can we not take revenge? Do not worry. However, the collective reassurances did little to ease Xiao Wu's distress. At that moment, Flinder approached the group with a large bag of golden soul coins, a cheerful smile adorning his face. Principal, where did you get so much money? The bag contained at least 50,000 coins, an unusual sight for the typically frugal Flinder, making his display quite out of character. This is what I just won, Flinder replied without any pretense, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt their spirits lift, as if they had resurfaced from the depths of despair. Goodness, even if Xiao Wu lost, could there really be this many golden soul coins? In a flash, the two prepared to claim their winnings, only to be yanked back by Flinder. What are you thinking? You can't win money after losing a bet. Flinder teased. I won this by betting 1,000 golden soul coins on the beast god. He openly acknowledged his actions, inciting dissatisfaction among the others. What does this mean? You only wagered 100 golden soul coins on your own student, but 1,000 on an outsider? Moreover, knowing full well the beast god would win, why didn't you inform us? Flinder understood the scrutiny he would face upon this admission. His excitement swiftly transformed into a serious demeanor. Xiao Wu, do you know how powerful the beast god truly is? Xiao Wu was not a petty person. She did not mind on whom Flinder placed his bets, but she felt a twinge of discomfort within. Shaking her head, she replied softly, I do not know. I must refer to him as senior. Flinder slowly stowed the bag of money into his soul guide device, continuing. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly Xiao Wu, whose mind went blank. Tang San, standing beside her, was equally speechless. Flinder intends to call him senior? Just how formidable is the beast god? I witnessed firsthand how he confronted 2 formidable soul saints alone, exhibiting neither arrogance nor servility. He required no physical engagement. Merely the aura of his martial spirit was sufficient to instill awe in both soul saints. Flinder adjusted his glasses, his tone reverent. I cannot divulge further details regarding him, but you must understand that he is exceptionally powerful, transcending the realm of soul saints. Should you encounter him again in the soul arena, it would be prudent to concede defeat without hesitation. The reason I refrained from revealing the truth earlier was to impart a lesson. There are always those stronger than oneself. And while you are undeniably gifted and hailed as prodigies, you are still in the nascent stages of your development and require further refinement. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Xiao Wu's dejected spirits were considerably lifted. It turned out that the so-called level 21 beast god was not merely a level 21 great soul master, but an entity that surpassed even soul saints. To lose to such a formidable opponent is no disgrace. Principal, have you encountered the beast god's divine beast martial spirit? Tang Xin suddenly inquired, having already surmised Flinder's acquaintance with the beast god. After all, in Flinder's shop, Tang Xin had once sought to purchase the crystalline golden board. Though it was not for sale, Flinder paused briefly before nodding. I had the fortune of witnessing it once. I can only say it is remarkably powerful. Tang San's eyes brightened. Could you describe what his martial spirit looks like? As Tang San spoke, the others also expressed their eagerness to learn about this mysterious divine beast martial spirit. Flinder licked his lips and surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no outsiders were present before he began to speak. It is a cerulean dragon, unlike any I have ever seen before. Upon encountering that azure dragon, my cat-eagle martial spirit was instantly subdued. I could sense the cat-eagle lamenting. It was filled with fear. This revelation left everyone astounded. A martial spirit could indeed experience fear. What does this imply? Yet, Tang San's focus was not on this aspect, but rather on the term cerulean. Could it truly be the Eastern Holy Beast? The Azure Dragon? Chapter 45, The Hunt Mission. In the ensuing soul battles, Qianyuan continued to participate, and each time, Tang San would attend to observe. He hoped to glean insights from this esteemed beast god as combat prowess. However, the beast god fought only 5 matches, each against opponents of master level, all above level 27. Yet, the outcome was never in doubt. Qianyuan achieved complete victory. His 5 consecutive wins had already stirred a fervor at the Soto Great Soul Arena, and the fame of the beast god soared overnight. After the 5 battles concluded, it was nearing midnight. The time to complete the soul hunt mission had arrived. He did not linger, but departed directly from the Soto Great Soul Arena, aiming to return to the academy before Tang San and the others returned to Shrek Academy. West City Market. The entirety of Soto City is divided into 4 districts. In the eastern part of the city lies the most bustling district, a focal point for merchants and various factions alike. Regardless of the time of day, this area is perpetually alive with activity, earning its reputation as a city that never sleeps. In contrast, the southern and northern sections are less vibrant than the east, yet still possess a certain liveliness, particularly during daylight hours, as they serve as the nearest route connecting the 2 great empires. The western part of the city, however, is considerably desolate. The impoverished populace resides here, devoid of any opulent structures or lively scenes. The marketplace resembles a mere vegetable market, a place where the destitute procure their daily necessities, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere with poor security. Consequently, many criminals in the city of Soto choose to operate in this area, drawn by its lack of law enforcement and the congregation of the less fortunate. Even when incidents occur here, the soldiers of Soto are unlikely to intervene. At this moment, deep into the night, the marketplace is deserted, with no lights illuminating the homes of the residents nearby, casting the entire area into a dim gloom. A woman, dressed in vibrant attire, strides briskly into the marketplace, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. It is her first time traversing this marketplace at such a late hour. Normally, she finishes work early, but today she had to stay late and is now eager to return home, compelled to take this route. Yet, fear grips her heart. For in the west of the city, there exists a legend cautioning women against venturing out at midnight, as one can never know who might be lurking behind them. The truth of this tale remains uncertain, with no witnesses to attest to its veracity. But walking alone in such a desolate and silent neighborhood at this hour naturally breeds a sense of dread. The sound of her high heels echoes through the alley, the flickering streetlights elongating her shadow. As she approaches home, her heartbeat gradually steadies. Safety lies just beyond her door. Soon, she enters the 3rd alley within the marketplace, where her home awaits at its depths. Unbeknownst to her, a slender silhouette has materialized alongside her elongated shadow, stealthily trailing her every step. Suddenly sensing the presence of someone behind her, she dares not turn around and quickens her pace. Yet, with her acceleration, the shadow behind her matches her speed, and the alley is filled with the sound of 2 sets of footsteps, one belonging to the woman, the other to the shadow. Panic envelopes her, transforming her brisk walk into a near sprint as her home draws nearer. She desperately wishes to evade danger at this critical moment. Just as she reaches her doorstep, poised to unlock the door, a large hand gently rests upon her shoulder. Hey, beautiful, what a delightful evening. Would you care to join me for a drink? A sharp and lecherous laugh suddenly erupts from behind her. Instantly, her body stiffens, and she begins to tremble violently, her mouth opening in a silent scream. The figure behind her seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the woman's intentions, as a large hand swiftly covered her mouth, stifling any sound she might utter. Do not scream. As long as you keep me company, I promise you will never go hungry again. The voice oozed with lewdness, drawing disturbingly close to her ear. Though she yearned to resist, the hand upon her shoulder held an inexplicable power, rendering her immobile, leaving her no choice but to stand rigidly in place, unable to fight back. In the depths of the night, the man's lips curled into a smirk as he hoisted the woman over his shoulder and hurried down the alley. However, scarcely 10 meters from his departure, a weathered and deep voice emerged from the shadows. Douluo, engaging in such vile acts? Are you not afraid of retribution? The voice caused the man to halt abruptly, his brow furrowed as he scanned his surroundings, readying himself for confrontation. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? Show yourself, or you shall regret it. This man was none other than Douluo, a notorious miscreant, one of the infamous trio often beset by Tang San, aptly dubbed the lecherous uncle. At that moment, Douluo's brow was deeply furrowed as he set the woman down on the ground. Anyone capable of approaching him undetected was undoubtedly formidable, prompting Douluo to remain vigilant. From the darkened corner, a figure clad in black slowly emerged, his robe appearing to merge seamlessly with the shadows of the alley. This figure was Qianyuan, who had been waiting here for quite some time, intent on hunting down Douluo. Who are you? Douluo inquired, his brows knitting tighter as waves of soul power inadvertently emanated from him. His alertness was acute. Even in the presence of this hooded figure, devoid of any detectable soul power fluctuations, he retained no inclination to underestimate him. Qianyuan sensed something amiss. The brows beneath his hood furrowed. This is strange. Douluo is typically brash and arrogant. Why is he so cautious today? Furthermore, his soul power fluctuations do not seem to align with that of a soul master. In Qianyuan's mind, Douluo was merely a lecherous man, a hapless bystander destined to be beaten. Though his soul power was slightly elevated, it was ultimately inconsequential. Yet, Douluo's current state of vigilance and the nature of his soul power left Qianyuan perplexed. I am a righteous bystander who cannot stand idly by while you rob innocent women. His voice remained low and gravelly, yet his declaration bore a hint of theatricality rather than solemnity. Douluo inhaled deeply, his gaze turning cold and piercing. Dare to interfere with my affairs, and you shall not walk out of this alley alive. Without warning, Douluo unleashed his martial soul, denying Qianyuan any further opportunity to speak. However, as his martial soul manifested, Qianyuan was taken aback. What? A soul king? Chapter 46, Thunderous Execution. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Douluo summoned his martial soul in an instant. What manifested were two pink orbs, each no larger than a steamed bun, which fused with his martial soul, adorning his head. The original text offered only vague descriptions, leaving Qianyuan perplexed about the true nature of these pink orbs. Witnessing them firsthand today caused his cheeks to flush, evoking numerous associations. Your martial soul. Qianyuan awkwardly shook his head, unable to bear the sight. Douluo's power had remarkably surged a level, ascending from a 4-ring soul master to a 5-ring soul king. This left him in a quandary. While a soul master might still be manageable, confronting a soul king was an entirely different matter. Help me, as Qianyuan pondered. A faint cry for assistance escaped the woman's lips. When Douluo unleashed his martial soul, the released soul power had sent her crashing against the wall. Had it not been for her fierce will to survive, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness. I despise it when women interrupt men while they speak. Douluo had previously regarded her with a lewd expression, yet at that moment, revulsion washed over him. Upon witnessing Douluo's demeanor, Qianyuan was taken aback. What has happened to him? Is the woman injured? Just then, with a sweeping gesture, Douluo directed the two pink orbs towards the woman, infused with immense soul power. For an ordinary person, being struck by such an attack would likely result in certain death. Boom. A muffled thud echoed as the corner was shattered by Douluo's assault. Yet, the woman remained unscathed, for Qianyuan had positioned himself before her. Douluo had not unleashed his full strength, as attacking an ordinary person required little soul power. Nevertheless, even so, Qianyuan's black robe had sustained some damage. The might of a soul king was indeed formidable. This was Qianyuan's initial thought. However, Douluo was momentarily taken aback to see the cloaked figure suddenly appear before the woman. Although he had not exerted his full power, the speed of this attack was certainly beyond that of a soul master. You are a soul master? Douluo's expression darkened gradually, for the cloaked figure had shown no fluctuations of soul power whatsoever. He appeared strikingly like an ordinary person. Yet how could an ordinary person's speed surpass that of a soul master? Qianyuan brushed off the dust from his attire, finally comprehending why the system had classified the task of defeating Douluo as a difficult one. Originally, Douluo was a 4-ring soul master. While somewhat challenging for Qianyuan, it was not insurmountable. However, now facing a soul king changed everything. The Pangu axe seemed of little use now, so without hesitation, he unleashed his first martial soul, the 4 sacred divine beast martial soul. Martial soul, white tiger. As the white tiger manifested, arcs of crackling lightning danced around Qianyuan. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light pierced the night, its ethereal form as pure as snow, with claws extending from its toes, enveloped in a tempestuous aura. A roar akin to thunder erupted, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Concurrently, 2 crimson gold soul rings silently materialized. a surge of formidable power instantly enveloping the alleyway, exerting an invisible pressure that bore down mercilessly on Douluo. Overwhelmed, Douluo panicked. The peculiar martial soul was one thing, but the golden soul rings were an unprecedented sight for him. The moment they appeared, the pressure rendered him breathless. Qianyuan had chosen the white tiger martial soul for its prowess as a powerful assault-type soul, boasting the highest attack power among the four sacred beasts. Douluo's heart sank. He knew he was in dire straits, yet he did not falter. For the first thing that caught his eye was Qianyuan's two golden soul rings. Fear gripped him, indeed. However, the presence of two soul rings indicated one crucial fact: the true soul power level of the figure in the black robe, namely, a great soul master. A great soul master against a soul king? Such a notion was tantamount to suicide. Thus, Douluo classified Qianyuan's golden rings as aberrant soul rings. Or perhaps mere yellow 100-year rings, merely glistening with a bit more brilliance. Humph, a double-ringed great soul master dares to thwart my endeavors? A fool seeking death. Third soul skill, ruthless blossom destruction. Douluo's voice was piercingly sharp, laced with a mocking tone that sent chills cascading down one's spine. He unleashed his most formidable technique right from the outset, leaving even Qianyuan somewhat taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyuan charged towards Douluo and exclaimed, "Second soul skill, Thunderstorm Execution." Thunderstorm Execution, drawing upon the lightning attribute, transforms both hands into tiger claws, launching a rapid four-strike assault on the enemy. Each attack carries a paralysis effect, 50 chance of rendering the opponent unable to counterattack, with a cooldown of 5 hours. In an instant, Qianyuan's hands morphed into thunderous tiger claws, a spectacle of crackling electricity, reverberating with the power of ancient forces. This soul skill did not amplify any attributes. But as the sacred beast, the white tiger's strength was unparalleled among the four divine beasts, coupled with the paralysis effect accompanying each strike. This was the optimal method to disrupt Douluo's soul skills. Though the paralysis effect had only a 50 chance, with 4 consecutive strikes, at least one should hit. Right? The thunderstorm execution was nearly instantaneous, requiring no charge time. Even amidst rapid movement, it could be released in a heartbeat. Thus, before Douluo had finished charging his ruthless blossom destruction, Qianyuan's thunderstorm execution had already reached fruition. The first strike, 2 claws crackling with lightning, descended upon Douluo. Still in the midst of channeling his soul skill, Douluo had not anticipated that Qianyuan's skill would be instantaneous, and by the time it manifested before him, it had already been executed. Could the tiger claws formed from condensed lightning not require even a moment's time? Not even a second? But now it was too late. The first strike connected. Instantly, gory wounds erupted across Douluo's body, as serpentine bolts of electricity coursed through his injuries, inflicting a second wave of torment upon his innards. In this initial strike, Qianyuan appeared to be favored by the goddess of fortune, as he directly inflicted a paralyzing effect upon Douluo. At that moment, Douluo's entire body convulsed with electric currents, his eyes rolling back into his head, rendering him momentarily incapacitated, and his soul skill, Withering Blossom, was abruptly interrupted. However, the paralysis was ephemeral, lasting a mere 2 seconds. In the realm of soul masters, 2 seconds can prove fatal. During this fleeting interval, Douluo had no opportunity to retaliate. Qianyuan, in those 2 seconds, was nothing short of divine. The second strike landed. The third and fourth strikes followed suit. All hitting their mark, Douluo was sent hurtling through the air. Each strike bore the power akin to that of a soul king. Chapter 47, Instant Kill. The crackling bolts of lightning surged into Douluo's wounds, causing his body to convulse violently. With a resounding crash, Douluo's body collided against the wall behind him, causing it to collapse in a cloud of dust. Yet, Qianyuan showed no mercy. First soul skill, Thunder Spear. Drawing upon the power of lightning, he concentrated all his soul energy into the Thunder Spear and hurled it at his foe, delivering a lethal blow that was guaranteed to hit. This soul skill marked Qianyuan's second usage. The first was against the blue-backed Crimson Tiger. Although the effect was not particularly pronounced then, he was merely an 11th level soul master at that time. Now, he had ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, adorned with 2 golden soul rings, the latter of which significantly augmented his offensive prowess. Whoosh! He launched the Thunder Spear toward Douluo, arcs of lightning illuminating the night sky, with thunderclaps reverberating through the alley. The effects of the Thunder 4 kill rendered Douluo devoid of combat capability and evasive maneuvers. He could only watch helplessly as a flash of lightning surged through the dust. In the next instant, the Thunder Spear pierced through his chest. Not a single drop of blood spilled forth. The very blood within him was vaporized by the lightning, dissipating into wisps of smoke. In just 2 strikes, a Soul King fell at the hands of a 21st level Great Soul Master. Congratulations to the host, Qianyuan, for completing the difficult level soul hunting task. Reward, 100 soul hunting points. The soul hunting task was accomplished, yet Qianyuan felt no thrill, having been struck by Bu Li's soul skill earlier. He had sustained considerable injuries. He was merely a great soul master. Without the aid of his million-year soul ring, he would have been utterly unable to withstand Bu Li's assault. Furthermore, the Thunder 4 kill had depleted nearly half of his soul energy. Summoning the Thunder Spear required a significant amount of effort. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, reluctant to move even a muscle. The woman beside him stared in wide-eyed disbelief, unable to comprehend how the person before her had managed to obliterate a soul king. "It's all right now. You may leave," Qianyuan said softly, turning to the woman with a calm demeanor. The woman endured excruciating pain, lying limply on the ground, her thoughts clouded by the agony she experienced. As an ordinary individual, how could she escape unscathed from an attack by a soul king? Observing her condition, Qianyuan could only shake his head in resignation, approaching to offer her assistance. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and raucous sounds erupted from the entrance of the alley. This alley must be searched immediately. With the emergence of the clamor, a contingent of soldiers from Soto City rushed into the narrow passageway. Had the disturbance merely entailed a minor scuffle or an act of robbery, the soldiers might not have deemed it necessary to respond. However, the uproar was far too significant, the thunderous noise resonating throughout half of the western city. They could not afford to turn a blind eye, thus hastening their arrival. Upon reaching the scene, they discovered only a solitary figure and a corpse deep within the alley. The body appeared as though it had been pinned to the wall by some unseen force, a gaping hole the size of a bowl marring its chest. Yet curiously, no blood flowed from the wound. A woman lay unconscious in the corner, injured but currently unresponsive. This incident had already stirred the upper echelons of Soto City. Although the act of violence contravened the laws of Soto City, the very act of engaging in combat within its confines was a flagrant violation. Consequently, a citywide manhunt was initiated for the figure in the black cloak. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 5 silhouettes emerged within the alley, drawn by the soul power emanating from the golden soul rings. Yet, by the time they arrived, the one possessing the golden soul ring had vanished, leaving only a body and the soldiers behind. They observed the scene with grave expressions. One of them remarked, "It appears that individual truly concealed themselves within Soto City. However, based on the dissipating soul energy, it seems they headed southward." Another nodded in agreement. "Our analysis was indeed accurate. This person is likely hiding near or within Shrek Academy." Given Flander's modus operandi, it is not surprising that he would harbor such a formidable individual as he once took in Zhao Wujia. Tonight, we shall investigate further and report to the Pope tomorrow. However, the ability to eliminate a soul king in an instant indicates that this person is at least a soul emperor. We must tread cautiously. For every individual Flander favors is a monster in their own right. The group harbored a profound wariness towards Shrek Academy. The likes of Zhao Wujia and the current master were undeniably formidable beings. Within Shrek Academy, Qianyuan had returned to his dormitory. The weakness and pain coursing through his body compelled him to grit his teeth. Were it not for the cultivation pill provided by Tang San amidst the treacherous cliffs, he would be suffering far more severely now. Just as he lay down on his bed, the door swung open. It was Tang San returning. The Shrek students had completed their soul fighting training, and this time, apart from Xiao Wu, the others had achieved a clean sweep of victories. Tang San entered the dormitory quietly, careful not to disturb Qianyuan. As he settled onto his bed, barely having the chance to recline, he sensed a formidable surge of soul power emanating from within the academy. What on earth is happening? He sat upright. A mixture of confusion and gravity etched upon his face, and stood by the window to gaze outside. At that moment, a furious roar shattered the tranquility of the night. "Spirit Hall, even though I am hiding within Shrek Academy, you still managed to find me. I am no longer the soul king I once was." It was the enraged bellow of Zhao Wujin, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Shrek Academy. As his roar echoed, chaotic footsteps could be heard outside the dormitory, and the door to Tang San's room was thrust open. "Xiao San, hurry to the academy gate. It seems something has happened," Dai Mubai urged with an anxious expression. Soon, all students and teachers of Shrek Academy sprang into action, converging at the academy's entrance. At that juncture, 5 individuals stood before the academy gates. Clad in the attire of the Spirit Hall, each adorned with its insignia, the soul power they exuded was overwhelmingly domineering. 1 soul emperor, 3 soul saints, and 1 soul Douluo. The leading soul Douluo, with a derisive smile, glanced at Zhao Wujin and remarked, "Zhao Wujin, do not delude yourself. His Holiness the Pope is indifferent to your whereabouts. I have come for the one with the golden soul ring, as His Holiness wishes to meet that individual." The voice of the soul Douluo, imbued with soul power, resonated clearly throughout Shrek Academy. Upon hearing these words, both Flander and Zhao Wujin's expressions froze in shock. Even Qianyuan, resting in his dormitory, was utterly astonished, sensing the immense power of their adversaries, an existence at the level of a soul de law. Had he not sustained injuries, he might have felt less apprehensive. Even if he could not win, he could still escape using his 2 million-year soul rings. But now, in his severely injured state, lacking the strength to utilize soul techniques, he found himself in a dire predicament. Chapter 48, a critical moment. Outside Shrek Academy, the 5 soul masters from the Spirit Hall showed no signs of retreat, directly releasing their martial souls. Flander understood that while they claimed to seek an audience with Qianyuan, their true intent was to use force. Stepping forward decisively, Flander summoned his cat-eagle martial soul, which materialized as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings descended. Simultaneously, the other 4 teachers of Shrek Academy also unleashed their martial souls. Among them, apart from Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, who were soul emperors, Zhao Wujin and Zhao Shen were both formidable soul saints. However, despite the strong lineup of Shrek Academy, they were still vastly outmatched by the 5 from the Spirit Hall, who happened to be old acquaintances of Flander and Zhao Wujin. Bainuo, Vice Hall Master of the Spirit Hall in Sanaa City, a soul emperor at level 62, wielded the martial soul of a spear. Suluwen, Hall Master of the Spirit Hall in Sanaa City, a soul saint at level 75, commanded the martial soul of a venomous serpent. Qianyuan Tao, a steward from the Spirit Hall in the Imperial Capital, a soul saint at level 77, possessed the martial soul of a rat. Yang Yuan, another steward from the Spirit Hall in the Imperial Capital, a soul saint at level 78, bore the martial soul of a solitary eagle. Luo Mingwen, the Vice Master of the Martial Soul Hall in the Imperial Capital, holds the formidable rank of an 83rd level soul de law, with the martial soul of the Azure Bear. Accompanying him are a soul emperor, 3 soul saints, and a single soul de law. That last soul de law alone is sufficient to instill fear. Luo Mingwen, do not push us too far. I am unaware of the individual you mentioned with a golden soul ring, but if you intend to provoke us under this pretense, I assure you, I will not show mercy, said Flandra, his expression grave. Despite facing a soul emperor and 4 soul saints, Flandra would not exhibit such caution. However, the presence of an 83rd level soul de law alters the stakes dramatically. Even if he and Zhao Wujia joined forces, they could only hope to barely restrain this formidable foe. With a soul emperor and 3 soul saints still at their disposal, their chances of victory appeared bleak. Director, we can hold off 1 soul emperor, suddenly interjected Tang San. Having discerned the battle's dynamics, restraining the last soul emperor could very well be the key to turning the tide. Although the Shrek's 7 devils possessed relatively low soul power, each was a prodigy, and together they could potentially detain a 62nd level soul emperor. Upon hearing Tang San's assertion, the Shrek's 7 devils unleashed their martial souls, exuding an aura of determination. Flandra, witnessing this, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Very well, let each of the remaining teachers restrain a soul saint, while Zhao Wujia and I will confront Luo Mingwen. Luo Mingwen stepped forward slowly, a sneer of disdain curling his lips. 2 soul saints dare to contend with me? Flandra, you overestimate your capabilities. I am no longer the mere soul saint of your. As he finished speaking, a faint red glow suddenly emanated from his right arm, causing it to shimmer in and out of visibility. What? A soul bone? Flandra and Zhao Wujia gasped in astonishment. Had Luo Mingwen merely been a soul de law, their combined efforts would have granted them a fighting chance. With a defensive soul master and an agile attacker, they could potentially deliver a crushing blow to their opponent, if only they coordinated effectively and seized the right moment. Yet, the revelation of a soul bone changes the equation entirely. Where does your confidence stem from? I shall reiterate, surrender that individual with the golden soul ring, and we shall not trouble Shrek Academy, Luo Mingwen taunted, his tone laced with menace. Moreover, I assure you, we shall not cause any further difficulties for your institution in the future. This is not merely my decree, but the will of His Holiness the Pope. Look at your dilapidated academy. It hardly resembles a prestigious institution. Surrender that person, and the Martial Soul Hall will not only provide you with a venue, but also resources, transforming this place into a true high-level Soul Master Academy. Luo Mingwen's words left everyone in shock, a blend of threats and temptations, an audacious display of coercion. Yet, none could fathom who this individual with the golden soul ring might be, nor what the golden soul ring itself entailed. Flander took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset. As I have said, I am unaware of what you refer to as the golden soul rings. The corners of Luo Mingwen's mouth gradually fell, his expression slowly morphing into a sinister grimace. Stubborn and unyielding, Flander, do not blame me for annihilating your academy. As his words faded, The soul masters from the spirit hall behind him prepared to strike, subtly enhancing their soul power, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the person before them. The tension between the two factions hung in the balance, a fierce battle on the verge of erupting. However, a sudden, somber voice resonated from behind the members of the spirit hall. I have heard that someone is seeking me. Who? The voice was alarmingly close. Luo Mingwen shuddered violently. When had another person appeared behind him? As a soul Douluo, how could he have failed to notice an approaching presence? All eyes turned towards the figure in the black robe, who was strolling forward. The beast god, Tang San, and the others were momentarily taken aback. The black robe belonged to none other than the esteemed elder who had displayed immense power at the battle arena tonight. You seek me, and yet wish to inquire who I am. The newcomer was Qianyuan. The crisis at Shrek Academy compelled his appearance, for this matter had originated from him. With his arrival, a dragon's roar pierced the night. A magnificent azure soul power enveloped the area. A 3-meter-sized azure dragon materializing amid the mist, its crimson eyes radiating an overwhelming aura that spanned the heavens. 2 golden soul rings descended, as if from the sky, gradually encircling Qianyuan, the immense and tempestuous soul power intimidating all present. Simultaneously, a wind wall, spanning 20 meters, quietly expanded from its center, enveloping everyone within its grasp. Whether students or teachers from Shrek, or the leaders and officials of the Spirit Hall, in that instant, they felt as though they were ensnared in a quagmire, their feet growing heavier. Fierce gusts of wind, tinged with faint golden soul power, whirled like blades along the edges. Yet they had already locked onto the 5 members of the Spirit Hall as their targets. The oppressive force startled the members of the Spirit Hall. What kind of domain is this? It can hinder speed and mount an attack? Soul Emperor Bainua was utterly astonished, his eyes filled with terror. Meanwhile, Luo Mingwen furrowed his brow. This person was precisely the one he had been searching for. Yet he never anticipated that he would experience such an overwhelming pressure within this domain, a sensation that originated from the depths of his being. It felt akin to a suppression rooted in his very bloodline, rendering him breathless. Yet, beneath the black robe, Qianyuan's complexion had turned ashen, his head spinning. Both his physical and soul powers had long been depleted. In that moment, it was as though he were burning his own life away. Chapter 49. At the end of his strength. The members of the Spirit Hall, upon witnessing Qianyuan, stood frozen in place. The golden soul rings were a sight they had never encountered before, nor had they ever heard of them. However, upon witnessing them today, the sheer magnitude of the soul power and the suffocating sensation emanating from within their hearts left all the beast spirit masters among them in sheer horror. Only Bainua remained unperturbed, for he felt only the overwhelming surge of soul power, as he was not endowed with a beast martial soul. Senior, how have you come to be here? Upon seeing Qianyuan, Flender was taken aback, for the individuals from the Spirit Hall sought him, and their intentions were far from benign. Although he acknowledged Qianyuan's formidable strength, capable of contending with 2 soul saints single-handedly, the presence of a soul Douluo possessing a soul bone rendered him uncertain of Qianyuan's ability to confront this group. Senior, what brings you here? Luo Mingwen was already astounded, but when he heard Flender refer to the diminutive figure in black as senior, his shock deepened. Even a soul Douluo, or even the Pope Bibi Dong, would not merit such respect from Flender. Only those of the previous generation, like Qian Daolu from the Hall of Worship, would be deemed worthy of the title senior by Flender. At that moment, Luo Mingwen's mind was in turmoil, grappling with the identity of the man in black. Qianyuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his discomfort. You are in distress due to me. How could I remain indifferent? His voice was calm, devoid of tremor, as if reminiscing with Flender. In truth, this was a fade he forced upon himself. He could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness, for both he and Shrek Academy would face dire consequences otherwise. You need not concern yourselves here. Return to rest. I shall handle these individuals, Qianyuan stated with unassuming confidence. Meanwhile, the powerful winds, initially misconstrued as the first soul skill of a domain, began to converge around him, as if he were preparing to unleash a grand move. At that moment, Luo Mingwen and his companions felt their pupils constrict in fear. Such audacity could not be uttered without substantial prowess. Even if anyone else had spoken those words, they would have dismissed them, but uttered by this enigmatic figure, it became a source of terror, for no one knew his true identity or the extent of his strength. Senior, our strength is not to be underestimated. In facing them, fear not. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Had I not intervened days ago, would you still be alive? Qianyuan interrupted Flender decisively. Upon hearing this, Flender understood that Qianyuan possessed ample confidence in his ability to vanquish these foes. Younger generations understand. We leave this to you, senior. However, they are from the Spirit Hall. His sentence trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. He suggested to avoid unnecessary bloodshed if possible, lest it lead to complications. The Spirit Hall? Huh. Even Qian Daolu must address me as senior. Does Bibi Dong dare to challenge me? As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, pointing at Luo Mingwen. Today, you shall all perish. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon echoed once more, and Qianyuan's form became almost spectral, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he appeared directly behind Luo Mingwen. The unique effect of the wind seal is to deprive the enemy of 50 points of speed for one's own benefit. Among them, the fastest is Qianyuan, whose 50 points of speed can at least rival that of the Soul Emperor. Coupled with the tense atmosphere, no one harbors doubts about him. However, his actions truly terrify the 5 members of the Spirit Hall. Their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and their hearts are in turmoil. They deeply regret coming here today. The moment Qianyuan appeared behind them, they hastily retreated, widening the distance. Elder, we have been sent to invite you to the Spirit Hall. Luo Mingwen felt his heart racing. Since becoming a Soul Douluo, he had only felt such tension and fear when meeting the Pope. He never expected to experience this long-forgotten feeling again. I offer you 2 choices. First, leave this place and vow never to cause trouble here again. Then return to inform Bibi Dong that I shall personally visit the Spirit Hall in the future. Second, you need not return at all. The seal suddenly dissipated, seemingly granting them the opportunity to choose. But in reality, Qianyuan could no longer maintain the seal. The intense tone of threat made Luo Mingwen and the others' eyelids flutter incessantly, as they even sensed the breath of death. We will leave. I swear. We will never come back to Shrek Academy again. After speaking, the 5 fled as if escaping from a wild beast, hastily disappearing. The night became eerily silent. The people of Shrek Academy had not yet departed, but this confrontation had already reached its conclusion. Elder, Qianyuan once again saved him, and Flanders was overjoyed. Rushing to his side, thank you, Elder, for your timely intervention. If in the future... But before he could finish, Qianyuan collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Flanders was quick-witted and caught him in his arms. Elder, what has happened to you? Everyone was now in a panic. Just a moment ago, he had been perfectly fine, and now he suddenly fell. Even Oscar prepared a large sausage for emergency use. Send my black robe back to my dormitory. Qianyuan, with the last vestige of strength, whispered this into Flanders' ear before slipping into unconsciousness. In an instant, Flanders understood his intent. He wished to conceal his identity, not wanting others, especially Tang San, to discover who he truly was. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight, organizing the students to return to their dormitories under Zhao Wujia's direction. When Tang San returned to the dormitory, he found Qianyuan peacefully asleep and did not disturb him, quietly lying down beside him, drifting into a light slumber. Little did he know, at that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed within Qianyuan's mind. Congratulations, host, for aiding Shrek Academy in overcoming a crisis. You are rewarded with a 1,000,000-year soul bone fragment. It turned out that the system had already foreseen the impending danger and had issued a task to Qianyuan. Nevertheless, Qianyuan had risked his life to intervene. It is not merely due to the system's tasks, but rather because this matter arose from him. The following morning, Qianyuan remained in bed, his body exceedingly weak, even afflicted with a high fever. This fever persisted for a full week. Chapter 50. The Initial Recovery from Illness. In the Papal Hall, Luo Mingwen and others knelt on one knee, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat, as they prepared to face punishment for failing to accomplish the Pope's task. Bibi Dong, expressionless, sat in the foremost position, coldly observing the 5 individuals before her. Do you even qualify to be soul masters? You allowed yourselves to be frightened away by that person? Large beads of sweat dripped from Luo Mingwen's chin, his body trembling uncontrollably. Your Holiness, even Flandre refers to that individual as a predecessor. Moreover, he dared to call Elder Qian and your esteemed name directly, compounded by his peculiar martial soul and formidable golden spirit rings. I cannot even speculate about his identity. Additionally, he mentioned that he would personally seek you out, which made us hesitate to act, leading us to rush back to report. Luo Mingwen incessantly offered explanations, yet no matter how he justified their retreat, it could not alter the outcome of their fright. Come to see me? Bibidong's brow slightly furrowed. She could not recall knowing any elderly figure with such an unusual martial soul. Luo Mingwen nodded repeatedly, hastily responding, indeed, he stated he would come to see you personally. The way he spoke suggested a familiarity with you. Listening to Luo Mingwen, Bibi Dong fell silent, pondering when she might have encountered such a person. The Azure Dragon martial soul likely indicated a successful mutation. Could he be from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Or had he succeeded? Bibi Dong mused, considering that. According to Luo Mingwen's description, this Azure Dragon martial soul bore a striking resemblance to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, leading her to such speculation. I understand this matter. You are to continue monitoring that individual, refraining from any conflict for the time being. Understood. Luo Mingwen and the others breathed a sigh of relief as the incident of their retreat began to fade into the past. For an entire week, Qianyuan remained in a state of high fever, and no medication seemed to alleviate his condition, causing great concern. Flandre sat anxiously at his bedside, his brow furrowed. He had summoned the finest physician in Soto City to treat Qianyuan, yet the results were minimal. Predecessor, do you feel any better now? I shall take you to the imperial capital to find the best doctor. Qianyuan lay pale upon the bed, his lips devoid of color. The other students had already gone out to train, leaving only him and Flandre in the dormitory. There's no need. My soul power has been excessively depleted, rendering medication ineffective. Qianyuan weakly replied, enduring considerable suffering over the past week. However, I should recover soon. Are Xiao San and the others also preparing to hunt for spirit rings? Flandre, his expression grave, nodded. Yes, they will embark on their quest for spirit rings tomorrow night. He remained deeply worried about Qianyuan, contemplating the extent of soul power depletion required to sustain such a relentless fever. It was akin to burning one's life away. As for Qianyuan, his explanation to Flandre was that on the night the spirit hall arrived, he was engaged in a fierce duel with a formidable opponent. Although he succeeded in vanquishing his adversary, he sustained significant injuries and depleted his soul power. I will join you as soon as possible tomorrow night, he said, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. Senior, please rest here and do not move around. After a week of persistent high fever, how could he possibly accompany them to hunt for soul rings tomorrow night? Qianyuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I should recover. You may leave. I will rest. Sighing, Flandre departed from the dormitory. Once he had gone, Qianyuan struggled to rise, settling into a meditative posture on his bed, with his eyes gently closed. A soothing stream began to flow from his lower abdomen, permeating his limbs and body. This rejuvenating essence acted like a potent elixir, meticulously refining the meridians within him. Hunyuan Taiji Heart Sutra, Transformation. This method had long been Qianyuan's approach to enhancing his soul power. He had attempted the guidance of masters and studied the cultivation techniques of Shrek Academy, yet none yielded results. Perhaps this was a limitation imposed by the system, compelling him to rely solely on transformation for gradual elevation. Furthermore, a week prior, due to the overexertion of his soul power, he had forcibly unleashed his martial soul, which resulted in damage to his meridians, explaining the fever he experienced. However, transformation effectively mended the injured meridians and the erratic soul power within him. Throughout the week, despite battling the fever, he was consistently repairing his internal injuries. Time slipped away, and as a day quietly passed, Qianyuan's internal injuries were nearly healed, and astonishingly, his soul power level had surged from 21 to 25. As night descended, he maintained his state of transformation, skipping dinner without disturbance from Tang San. It was only the following evening that Qianyuan slowly opened his eyes. His previously burning forehead had returned to normal, and his soul power had peaked at 25. With just a slight opportunity, he could ascend to 26, drawing ever closer to the rank of soul ancestor. His body had finally recovered, and the sensation was exquisite. What a relief, Qianyuan murmured to himself, his face alight with excitement after a week of torment. They must be preparing to set out. I cannot lag behind. After a quick tidy-up, he hurriedly exited the dormitory to join Tang San and the others. Qianyuan, you're better now? Tang San and the others rushed to greet him, astonished that he had been feverish during the day but seemed well by night. Indeed, after several days of fever, I am nearly recovered, Qianyuan replied cheerfully. You all are going to hunt for soul rings. I wish to observe. Yet, his desire to observe was merely a facade. As one endowed with the ultimate reward system, each of his actions was driven by the tasks assigned by the system. For instance, once again, he had accepted a challenging soul-hunting mission. This time, the mission objective fortuitously lies within the starry forest. Accompanying the team poses no risk of arousing suspicion from onlookers. So why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, regardless of the task's difficulty, all 3 missions can only be accomplished in the starry forest. The simplest task entails hunting a substantial number of low-level soul beasts, while the standard mission requires the slaying of a millennium soul beast. The challenging task, however, demands that he locate a bounty hunting team within the forest and eliminate them all. Initially, Qianyuan contemplated opting for the standard difficulty mission, as any task categorized as difficult inherently carries the peril of life and death. If an unforeseen mishap were to occur, his companions would be present, making the completion of the task far from effortless. A single misstep had already left him severely injured, and with his companions around, wouldn't he that jeopardize his very life? This mission, involving the hunting of a bounty hunting squad, consists of several individuals, and he harbored little confidence in succeeding. Yet, in pursuit of swiftly acquiring hunting points to exchange for rare minerals to forge a Winchester shotgun, he had no choice but to take the plunge. Chapter 51. The clamor of bystander A. With preparations complete, the group set forth towards the starry forest. The forest is not particularly distant from Soto City, yet it spans over 400 kilometers, requiring at least a day of travel. Fortunately, with Qianyuan's financial backing, Shrek Academy was not short on funds, allowing them to travel by carriage and reduce the journey time by half. By the time they arrived at the starry forest, it was already deep into the night. The trio preparing to obtain soul rings, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, had all reached level 30, just one ring shy of becoming soul masters. Having left Shrek Academy without a meal, they decided to replenish their energy at a nearby restaurant before venturing into the forest. By this time, the sky had turned completely dark, adorned with countless stars. The town was alive with chatter, bustling with shops lining the streets. Perhaps due to its proximity to the starry forest, the town remained vibrant even in the depths of night. There's an inn over there. Let us rest for the night before entering the forest, Flanders suggested, pointing to a nearby two-story hotel. With ample funds, the group not only chose individual rooms, but also ordered a lavish array of local delicacies. However, Flander and Zhao Wujia did not join Qianyuan and the others for the meal, as they went off to procure necessary supplies for their expedition into the forest. Even at this late hour, a table of patrons remained in the hotel. Among them was a middle-aged man, his hair slicked back, wearing a pristine white soul master robe adorned with shimmering silver embroidery that seemed to dance in the light. Beside him sat 7 young individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, dressed similarly but lacking the silver embellishments. Each bore a blue emblem on their left shoulders, inscribed with the words, Songhui. Observing these individuals, Qianyuan couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Once again, he encountered these unfortunate characters. It seemed one could find cannon fodder wherever they went. However, he did not ponder too much on the matter, considering them merely inconsequential individuals who could not stir significant commotion. As the dishes were served one by one, the members of Shrek Academy prepared to enjoy their meal and take a rest. Meanwhile, the instructor from Songhui Academy and the male students had indulged excessively in drink. Their speech becoming slurred, with one already resting his head on the table, tended to by a sober female student. In the original narrative, it was Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun who instigated trouble, subsequently confronting the students of Songhui Academy to incite animosity. Perhaps due to the late hour, no one saw confrontation. Even Ma Hongjun merely glanced at the female student before shifting his gaze away. However, their restraint did not imply that others would refrain from causing trouble. The inebriated students of Songhui Academy, upon sighting the 3 beautiful female students from Shrek Academy, instantly displayed glimmers of avarice in their eyes. Had they not been drinking, they might have contained themselves, but fueled by the intoxicating effects of alcohol, their spirits were suddenly lifted. It's rather dull drinking just among ourselves, remarked one handsome male student, a sly grin creeping across his tipsy visage, revealing his covetous intent. His gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, and as he spoke, the eyes of the other students also turned towards her with lewd intentions. These young ladies are truly captivating. Why not invite them over for a drink? Wouldn't that be delightful? The words of the Songhui students ignited fury among the Shrek Academy members, especially Tang San, whose anger surged at the sight of the covetous gaze directed at Xiao Wu. Oh, is this anger? The instigator of the confrontation staggered to his feet. Disdain etched across his face as he approached Qianyuan and the others. Simultaneously, he audaciously unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul manifested as a horse, adorned with a white and 2 yellow spirit rings. A spirit elder. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, astonished that such talent had become so commonplace. Encountering a mere youth and discovering he was a spirit elder was quite unexpected. Nevertheless, despite his apparent talent, the peculiarities of Shrek's prodigious individuals instilled no fear, for they were geniuses among geniuses. With a sudden surge of energy, led by Dai Mubai, the group rose to their feet, ready to unleash their martial souls and engage in a fierce battle. However, Qianyuan intervened. Wait a moment. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, his eager spirit energy dissipating quietly as he cast a puzzled glance at Qianyuan. Meanwhile, the student from Songhui Academy halted, erupting into boisterous laughter. How about that? Are you intimidated upon realizing I am a spirit elder? If you are wise, allow these lovely ladies to join us for a drink. It would be your honor to share a drink with a spirit elder. Huh. Our leader is a 33rd level spirit elder. Ever heard of a spirit elder? Prepare to be frightened. The other students from Songhui Academy roared with laughter, mocking Shrek Academy as if they were a mere joke. especially when they heard Qianyuan's call to wait, their arrogance reaching new heights. However, Qianyuan merely smiled faintly, a cruel grin playing at the corners of his mouth. What I meant by wait a moment was not addressed to you. You may continue your arrogance. As his words echoed, he slowly approached the Shrek Academy students. Leave these few to me. There's no need to wield a butcher's knife to slay pigs. You, a group of soul sovereigns, needn't waste your efforts on such trifles. His words dripped with mockery and disdain. The nonchalant yet scornful tone he employed instantly provoked the students from Tsanghui Academy into a furious uproar. Yet, in the very next moment, as Qianyuan unleashed his Pangu axe, the previously enraged students erupted into laughter. Even the teacher who had been indulgent towards them could not help but chuckle. A two-ringed great soul master. And with a decade of soul rings? Are we to die of laughter? Haha, what kind of world is this, where even a great soul master dares to speak boldly before soul sovereigns? The jeers from Tsanghui Academy did not incite anger in Qianyuan. He remained silent, a cruel smile lingering on his lips as he stepped closer to the soul sovereign. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged worried glances regarding Qianyuan's demeanor, then turned to Dai Mubai, saying, Boss Dai, should we intervene? Qianyuan is merely a great soul master. He could be at a disadvantage against a soul sovereign. Neither of them had witnessed Qianyuan in action, hence their uncertainty about his true strength made them anxious. You need not worry. Rather, you should concern yourselves for those from Tsanghui Academy. Dai Mubai suddenly chuckled. Once, Qianyuan had fought Dai Mubai on equal footing as a soul master. And now that he had ascended to a great soul master, was there truly any doubt? However, they had forgotten that within Tsanghui Academy stood a formidable teacher, Yijiqiu, and Qianyuan was unable to summon the four holy beasts' martial spirits before them. Chapter 52 Halt. Do not move. As the Tsanghui students roared with laughter, the leader among them gradually lifted the corners of his mouth. He mockingly addressed Xiao Wu, Little girl, today I shall demonstrate the might of a soul sovereign. Only by being with me can you feel secure. Being with the useless merely places you in constant peril. Xiao Wu sprang to her feet, pointing fiercely at him. You vile brat, today I shall take your life. As she prepared to strike, Tang San restrained her. Xiao Wu, do not act impulsively. Let us observe how Qianyuan handles this. Sensing Qianyuan's extraordinary nature, Tang San was eager to witness how he would navigate the situation. Without further ado, Qianyuan moved with remarkable swiftness, lifting his foot to deliver a kick to the opponent. His speed was not particularly fast, allowing the other to easily discern the trajectory of his attack. A great soul master indeed. Such a trifling skill is a disgrace. With that, he swung his fist towards Qianyuan's lower leg. Everyone understands the principle that an arm cannot outmuscle a thigh. Yet, he insisted on confronting him head-on to showcase his own prowess. However, he was not facing an ordinary great soul master. Qianyuan's lips curled slightly as he swiftly withdrew his kicked leg, with his left hand wielding an axe and his right hand poised. He seized the incoming punch with remarkable precision. The character seizing technique. A peculiar force manifested in his palm, enabling him to firmly grasp the opponent's wrist. The character transformation technique. With a sharp clap, he secured the opponent's wrist. His right hand traced an unusual trajectory, rotating slowly. With just a single application of the transformation technique, he effortlessly neutralized all of the opponent's energy. What? The student's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt as if his fist had struck a block of cotton, rendering him utterly powerless. Nevertheless, Qianyuan refrained from employing the release technique. Instead, he brandished the Pangu axe with intent. Today, I shall take this arm of yours. Whoosh. The axe descended with tremendous force. Even if the opponent was a soul sovereign, the moment his power was dispelled, his body was left completely unguarded. With the simplest of axes, he could sever the arm. No, director. Save me. The student sensed the imminent threat. Held captive by Qianyuan, he found himself unable to harness his soul power. The soul power within him felt as though it had been sealed by a mysterious force, leaving him helplessly watching as the Pangu axe swung towards his arm. Unable to struggle. You dare, brat. Suddenly, a roar erupted. Simultaneously, a vast surge of soul power filled the hall, causing the waitstaff and the proprietor to tremble in fear beneath the bar. Yijiqiu, a teacher from Tsanghui Academy, finally made his move. Yijiqiu's martial spirit was the black tortoise, boasting 5 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Though named the Black Tortoise, it bore no resemblance to the true divine beast. It was merely a turtle, possessing a formidable name, but lacking in true essence. The aura of a soul king was formidable. Even Dai Mu Bai and his companions were pushed back by this overwhelming presence. If the Shrek students were all soul ancestors, they might have had a chance against Yijiqiu. Yet, they were merely soul sovereigns. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar were still great soul masters, lacking their third soul ring, making them no match for the Soul King. Qianyuan suddenly released his grip, influenced by the immense soul power. The student retreated in an instant, the effects of alcohol completely dissipated, his eyes wide with panic. Who could have imagined that a great soul master could so effortlessly overpower a soul sovereign? Yi Zhiqiu stood protectively in front of all the Tsanghui students, his gaze fierce and menacing as he fixed his stare on Qianyuan. A mere whelp dares to strike with lethal intent. Summon your teacher, for I wish to speak with them. Yi Zhiqiu's commanding tone incited anger among the Shrek students. However, before they could voice their indignation, Qianyuan interjected. Old tortoise, do you even have the right to summon our teacher? Qianyuan's audacity stemmed from a notification issued by the system. System notification. Yi Zhiqiu is a key figure for future developments. He must be swiftly allied to serve one's interests. The emergence of this system task began the moment he entered the hotel and laid eyes on Yi Zhiqiu. However, Qianyuan could not fathom how to win Yi Zhiqiu over. Money? A Soul King is not necessarily swayed by wealth. Background? What background does Qianyuan possess? Thus, only strength remained as an option. He was aware that this encounter with Yi Zhiqiu was due to Tsanghui Academy also preparing to venture into the Star Do Great Forest for soul rings. He had initially planned to overpower Yi Zhiqiu with his first martial soul once they entered the forest. Otherwise, he would find himself without an opportunity. Nevertheless, the Tsanghui students, notorious for their poor drinking habits, inadvertently created a chance for Qianyuan. Although he could not unleash his first martial soul in front of Yi Zhiqiu, it did not imply that he was utterly powerless against him. Who do you think you are, you old turtle? Yi Zhiqiu fumed. No one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. You little brat, you're courting death. With a resounding roar, Yi Zhiqiu's soul power surged, instantly shattering the tables and chairs in the hotel lobby. His rage was unprecedented. Initially, he had hesitated, considering which prestigious academy Qianyuan belonged to, but now, he could no longer afford to be concerned. Even if it was one of the 5 elemental academies, he was determined to eliminate Qianyuan. However, Qianyuan suddenly snapped his fingers. The sound of that snap was like a vibrant green amidst a bouquet of flowers, despite the cacophony of shattered furniture. The sound of his fingers remained distinctly audible. In the next moment, a divine artifact appeared in his hand, the Qianyuan pistol. Upon its appearance, Dai Mubai and Tang San's lips twitched uncontrollably. Had Zhao Wujie been present, he would likely have recoiled several steps at the sight of this artifact. Stand still, or I will fire. Qianyuan smirked, an impish grin spreading across his face. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily perplexed by Qianyuan's audacity. What the hell is this? Wielding a metal banana and demanding that I stand still? Has he lost his mind? Yi Zhiqiu paid little heed to Qianyuan's words, nor did he care about the object in his hand. With a sudden stride forward, his Xuanwu turtle erupted in furious roars behind him. Yet, Qianyuan showed no fear, maintaining that mischievous grin. Nonchalantly, he addressed Yi Zhiqiu, raise your hands, or I will shoot. The whimsical tone and casual demeanor only intensified Yi Zhiqiu's fury. He was itching to tear apart this audacious, impolite brat. Today, I will end your life. Yi Zhiqiu advanced towards Qianyuan, his anger palpable. However, a hint of amusement flickered in Qianyuan's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards. With a gentle press of his finger, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. A yellow flame flickered ominously from the gun's muzzle, and as soon as this flame appeared, the Tsanghui students erupted into laughter. Heavens! What on earth is this thing? It can even spit fire. Could it be a handheld firework? In the face of the crowd's laughter, Qianyuan maintained a slight smile, showing no sign of trepidation. However, the students of Tsanghui Academy only noticed the yellow firework at the barrel's mouth and failed to see the blood gushing from Yi Zhiqiu's thigh. In the next moment, Yi Zhiqiu's agonizing scream pierced the air as he sank to one knee, clutching his wounded leg. Blood seeped through his fingers, a sight most gruesome. As a Soul King, he was utterly oblivious to the cause of his injury. All he perceived was the spark erupting from the dark barrel, followed by an agonizing pain in his thigh, rendering him combat ineffective in an instant. The barrel continued to emit wisps of white smoke as Qianyuan spun the Zaluo pistol deftly in his palm, mimicking a cowboy, before blowing gently at the smoke. He then slowly approached Yi Zhiqiu, aiming the ominous barrel directly at his forehead. The students of Tsanghui Academy were left in stunned silence at this scene, with one female student letting out a piercing scream. I told you not to move. Why did you still move? Qianyuan asked nonchalantly. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's face turned ashen. As a Soul King, he had never felt such excruciating pain even after sustaining grave injuries in battle. It felt as if something had pierced through his very bones. What kind of trick is this? A thick scent of gunpowder filled the entire hall. Oscars and Ma Hongjun were rendered speechless. They had merely heard rumors of Qianyuan possessing a divine artifact, one that even Zhao Wujie could not defend against, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Seeing it today left them utterly astounded. Just a flash of sparks, and a Soul King lost all combat capability. They had never encountered such a terrifying artifact before. The Zhaoyuo pistol was a formidable divine tool, with tests showing that no one below the rank of Soul Saint could withstand its firepower. Qianyuan grinned. Yet he did not retract the Zhaoyuo pistol, still pressed against Yi Zhiqiu's forehead. The projectile it fired, known as a bullet, could only be evaded or resisted by those of the Soul Douluo rank or higher, and its penetrating power was formidable. Even in the prime state of your Xuanwu turtle martial spirit, you would be unable to withstand its assault. A mere gentle squeeze of the trigger would result in your head exploding on the spot. The threat was palpable, thick in the air. Yi Zhiqiu dared not move an inch. No matter how swift his reaction, it could not match the speed of Qianyuan's finger. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and the searing pain in his thigh made him feel a profound despair. I am the director of Tsanhui Academy. Killing me will bring you no benefit. In a last-ditch effort, Yi Zhiqiu invoked the name of the academy, hoping to persuade Qianyuan to relent. The students behind him were completely paralyzed with fear, none daring to utter a word. Qianyuan shrugged. I am a student of Shrek Academy. If you kill me, it will also bring you no advantage. Yet you still chose to act, did you not? If I did not possess this artifact today, would you not be the one speaking from a position of power? Yi Zhiqiu's body suddenly stiffened, for he understood that Qianyuan spoke the truth. He indeed harbored intentions of murder. However, since no lives were lost, this matter could be dealt with leniently. Qianyuan remarked nonchalantly. After uttering these words, Qianyuan leaned closer to Yi Zhiqiu's ear, whispering something softly. Moments later, a flicker of astonishment and bewilderment crossed Yi Zhiqiu's face, soon followed by a struggle of inner turmoil. It was as if Qianyuan had presented him with a choice, compelling him to decide. Think it over before responding. Qianyuan straightened up, patiently awaiting Yi Zhiqiu's answer, his revolver still pressed against his forehead. After several minutes of contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu finally exhaled deeply, his expression somber. Very well, I agree. A simple statement, yet it unequivocally conveyed his stance. Qianyuan, satisfied, withdrew the revolver back into the icy abyss. That's more like it. He chuckled, as if everything were under his control. I'll reach out to you later. For now, tend to your wound. There's a bullet lodged in your thigh that needs to be extracted, or it may lead to infection. Moreover, your injury will not heal in less than 2 or 3 months, so take the time to recuperate. With that, Qianyuan departed with the members of Shrek Academy. The tables and chairs in the hall had been shattered by Yi Zhiqiu's outburst, rendering any attempt to continue dining futile, and thus they chose to leave. As for compensation, that responsibility fell entirely upon Yi Zhiqiu. Each returned to their rooms and succumbed to sleep, awaiting their journey to the Douluo Forest the following day. Early the next morning, the Shrek members gathered downstairs and set off to the Douluo Forest with Flander and Zhao Wujie. The Douluo Forest was not a place where spirit beasts were raised by the Empire. Hence it was home to even 10,000-year-old spirit beasts and beyond. Qianyuan's purpose for venturing here was to fulfill a soul-hunting mission, targeting a specific team of bounty spirit masters. These bounty spirit masters primarily assisted employers in hunting spirit beasts and obtaining spirit rings. Naturally, the price varied with the age of the spirit beast. For instance, a 1,000-year spirit beast would cost 100 gold soul coins, while a 2,000-year spirit beast would command 1,000 gold soul coins, a tenfold increase in price. Furthermore, these bounty spirit masters were constantly engaging with spirit beasts, thus possessing formidable practical experience. The synergy within their teams was remarkably refined, allowing a team of spirit masters at the spirit ancestor level to contend with a team of spirit kings not specializing as bounty hunters. With winning odds soaring up to 90, with time short and tasks demanding, as soon as they entered the forest, Qianyuan began devising strategies to confront the bounty spirit masters. Utilizing the revolver would simplify matters considerably. However, the gunpowder he had purchased earlier had yielded only 13 bullets, leaving him with a mere 11, which he must reserve for critical moments. As for the 4 holy beasts' martial spirits, he preferred to refrain from their excessive use, as the spirit hall had already set its sights on him. Chapter 54, The Black Gorilla. Upon entering the Douluo Forest, Qianyuan felt an eerie chill enveloping him, a stark contrast to the absence of such foreboding in the hunter spirit forest, whether on its periphery or within. Perhaps it was due to the imperial confinement of that place, devoid of any brutal aura. However, the Douluo Forest was distinctly different. From the very moment they stepped inside, it was as if countless pairs of eyes lurked within the trees, fixated upon them. Danger was omnipresent, and an oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them. Fortunately, the forest's outskirts did not harbor particularly ancient soul beasts, and with 2 soul saints accompanying them, they faced minimal threat. Thus, within an hour of entering the forest, Oscar was able to procure a soul ring, and they also encountered the formidable sky dragon snake. Naturally, all of this unfolded in an orderly manner, with Qianyuan merely observing silently from the sidelines, as if none of the events pertained to him. Even as Tang San and Meng Iran were embroiled in a fierce confrontation, he refrained from intervening, for the system had not summoned him to action, granting him a rare moment of respite. Yet, just as everything proceeded methodically, Zhao Wujia's sudden shout shattered the established calm. Everyone out of the tent. Quickly. Confusion swept through the group as they rushed out to investigate. Flinder and Zhao Wujia wore expressions of panic as they gazed into the depths of the forest. Following their line of sight, they observed flocks of birds taking flight, trees collapsing in succession, and the very ground trembling beneath them. Dean, Teacher Zhao, what is happening? Dai Mubai's face was etched with seriousness, utterly unaware of the unfolding crisis. Run. A tremendously powerful soul beast is approaching us. The Dean and I will hold it off. You must escape while you still can, or there will be no opportunity left. Zhao Wujia and Flinder unleashed their martial spirits, for as soul saints, they sensed the overwhelming strength of the approaching beast. The Shrek students wore grave expressions, intent on retreating into the forest, desperately seeking distance from the impending danger. A presence that could instill fear in even soul saints was undoubtedly terrifying. However, before they could penetrate the woods, an enormous creature materialized before them. Dust swirled, trees splintered, and the earth shuddered violently. A black gorilla, towering at least 10 meters high, emerged, emanating an orange glow that shimmered with every movement. Its large eyes sparkled like the moon, and its bulging muscles radiated explosive power. The very sight of this mountain-like beast caused an immediate shift in the expressions of all present. Heavens, it's a 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape. Their hearts sank into despair. Even with 2 soul saints standing guard, a sense of safety was utterly elusive. Under the majesty of the king of the forest, the soul saints seemed no more significant than ants. Yet amidst the astonished and despondent faces of the crowd, Qianyuan alone bore a subtle smile, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He was amused, for he knew that the Titan Great Ape would seize Xiao Wu. Certainly, while it may appear as a capture. In truth, they are indeed very close friends. As for Qianyuan, in order to fulfill the soul-hunting mission, he needs to distance himself from everyone, continually offering excuses. Thus, he waits, anticipating the emergence of the Titan Giant Ape, so that he may depart alongside Xiao Wu. The brief skirmish commenced, with the students consuming Oscar's whimsical mushroom grass, soaring into the heavens and racing towards the distance. Meanwhile, Flinder and Zhao Wujia intercepted the Titan Giant Ape. Ultimately, however, it was Xiao Wu who was seized, prompting a heart-wrenching cry from Tang San. Yet, seizing the moment as the Titan Giant Ape leaped, Qianyuan smirked, wielding the Pangu axe, striking it upon its calf, and departing in its wake. The colossal form of the Titan Giant Ape navigated through the forest, towering trees appearing as mere trifles beneath its gaze, covering several hundred meters in mere breaths, leaving the Shrek group far behind. However, clinging to the Titan Giant Ape's leg, Qianyuan found himself struggling. Despite possessing a million-year soul ring, his physical constitution remained quite frail. The tumultuous journey left him dizzy and on the verge of retching. Amidst this turmoil, he heard a muffled voice. Sister Xiao Wu, should we eliminate this person hanging from my leg? He has been following us all along. Upon hearing this voice, Qianyuan, still reeling from dizziness, became acutely alert, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Was this a plot to silence him? He had not even indicated awareness of their secret. Yet they contemplated silencing him. He was profoundly shaken, despair flickering in his eyes. In his current state, he stood no chance against a 100,000-year soul beast. Wait, he is my friend, do not harm him. Though Xiao Wu's voice was faint, Qianyuan heard her nonetheless. Despite Xiao Wu's plea for mercy, the Titan Giant Ape was, after all, a soul beast. Even if it had awakened intellect, could it truly be likened to a human? What if it disobeyed and resorted to violence? Thus, he had no time for contemplation and swiftly summoned his 4 holy beasts' martial soul, the Azure Dragon. A magnificent azure soul force enveloped him like a mist. As a dragon of considerable size materialized within, its crimson eyes radiating an overwhelming aura that pierced the heavens. The golden soul ring manifested, exuding an immense presence. As a pale golden soul force shrouded the Titan Giant Ape's calf, its previously racing body came to an abrupt halt, seemingly startled, nearly colliding with a mountain. Lowering its gaze, it stared in astonishment at the figure of Qianyuan, who was pressing an axe against its leg, rendered speechless. From the Titan Giant Ape's moon-like eyes, Qianyuan perceived a flicker of fear. Was this the weight of bloodline suppression? Qianyuan distinctly sensed that the moment the azure dragon manifested. A faint aura of fear enveloped the Titan giant ape. Although subtle, it was unmistakably perceived by him, heightened by the presence of the million-year soul ring. What is this? What is happening? Why do I feel a tinge of oppression and dread? The deep voice of the Titan giant ape carried a hint of fear and bewilderment. Even the small figure of Xiao Wu, with her beautiful large eyes, was wide open, reflecting a flicker of profound terror deep within her gaze. This fear did not stem from the million-year soul ring, but rather from Qianyuan's four sacred beast martial spirits, the azure dragon soul. It was a suppression emanating from an ancient bloodline, an involuntary dread radiating from within. In chapter 55, it appeared that salvation had come. Xiao Wu stood upon the colossal hand of the Titan giant ape, gazing in astonishment at Qianyuan. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and confusion. The million-year soul ring, the peculiar martial spirit, and the enigmatic bloodline suppression, all of it left Xiao Wu utterly astounded. Qianyuan, are you the elder mentioned by the dean? At that moment, she recalled the figure who had intervened during the attack on Shrek Academy by the Spirit Hall, a person whom Flander and Zhao Wujia had referred to as an elder. Qianyuan chuckled, swiftly moving to Xiao Wu's side and retracting his martial spirit. He did not respond to her query, but instead turned to observe the Titan giant ape's astonished expression. You and it share quite a significant secret, do you not? Qianyuan mused aloud. Although it was a soliloquy, Xiao Wu understood it was directed at her. What do you mean? Xiao Wu asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Her identity must remain concealed to avert unforeseen consequences. How could a formidable soul beast of 100,000 years carefully cradle a soul master in its grasp and then inquire whether it should kill her? Wasn't this an attempt to silence her to protect the secrets they shared? At this point, Qianyuan turned back to Xiao Wu, his eyes devoid of any peculiar emotion, simply reflecting calmness as if everything were entirely ordinary. Xiao Wu, do not fret. I may know your secret, but I will not reveal it. Similarly, I shall share my secret with you, and thus, we shall be even. Listening to Qianyuan's words, Xiao Wu remained in a state of shock. Qianyuan nodded, stating, I am indeed the elder whom Flander and Zhao Wujia spoke of. Though that title carries much weight, he merely mentioned the weight of the title without elaborating on its significance. In truth, I have certain tasks to complete in the Stardow Forest, yet I lack a valid reason to venture out alone. So I seized this opportunity to part ways with them. Upon hearing Qianyuan's words, Xiao Wu was taken aback once more. She suddenly realized that this seemingly frail youth concealed an abundance of secrets. Although he appeared to possess ordinary talent, that was merely the result of his concealment. With 10 years of soul rings, he could effortlessly capture them, exuding an air of confidence. All of this stemmed from his possession of a powerful martial spirit and formidable soul rings. Xiao Wu, I must now attend to my mission. Please keep this secret for me, and I shall likewise safeguard yours. As he spoke, Qianyuan disregarded the astonished gazes of Xiao Wu and the Titan great ape, leaping directly from the colossal hand into the forest below. Erming, did you sense that? His aura is terrifying, Xiao Wu murmured, her eyes fixed on the retreating figure of Qianyuan. The Titan great ape nodded gravely. He is indeed formidable. I can feel an ancient pressure emanating from him. After entering the woods, Qianyuan followed the direction indicated by the system towards his mission objective. However, as the target was constantly moving, the guidance provided was not entirely accurate, leading him to traverse the forest for an extended period. After over an hour of relentless effort, Qianyuan began to feel fatigued and fortuitously discovered a nearby pond, deciding to rest for a while. Just as he settled down, bubbles began to surface and churn in the pond, as if something was about to emerge from its depths. What is happening? Is a soul beast about to appear? Qianyuan stood up, his brow furrowed. This was a wild forest, and the soul beasts within were exceptionally powerful. Qianyuan dared not let his guard down. Currently, without unleashing his primary martial spirit, he could only contend with soul beasts ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 years of age. If a soul beast over 2,000 years were to emerge from this pond, it would pose a significant threat. The bubbling in the pond grew more pronounced and intense, as if whatever lay beneath could no longer contain its emotions. Time passed quietly, and at the moment the final colossal bubble burst, a jet of water shot skyward, accompanied by a shower of droplets. With each splash that fell, holes appeared in the ground, and even the surrounding trees were pockmarked with tiny craters. Powerful. Astonishing. This was Qianyuan's immediate thought. Without hesitation, he summoned the Pangu axe, gripping it tightly in preparation for the impending event. Suddenly, a massive crocodile, measuring over 3 meters in length, emerged. Its muscular limbs hovered above the water's surface, adorned with tough green scales. Its gaping maw was filled with sharp fangs, and its eyes, fixed on Qianyuan, brimmed with greed. the greed of a predator. This was a 1,000-year soul beast. Qianyuan shook his head in resignation. He had anticipated encountering a formidable soul beast, only to discover it was merely a 1,000-year creature. Despite its grand appearance, it turned out to be relatively weak. The Pango axe could easily penetrate its scales, allowing Qianyuan to maintain complete dominance throughout the encounter. You see me as the prey, but you fail to realize that you are, in fact, the true quarry. I happen to be curious about crocodile meat. A faint golden soul power coalesced in his palm, enveloping the Pango axe, as he prepared for a triple thrust attack. While he did not expect this soul skill to vanquish the beast instantly, it would certainly inflict severe damage. After that, he could follow up with a spinning slash to claim his victory. However, just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, waves of spiritual energy surged around the forest, and simultaneously, 3 figures burst forth from the thicket. The first soul technique, Star Shatter Hammer. The third soul technique, Sea of Blazing Flames. The third soul technique, Shadow Eye Spikes. Instantly, the entire forest was a riot of colors, as various soul techniques intermingled with spiritual energy, erupting in a tremendous cacophony across the clearing by the pond. All 3 techniques struck the massive crocodile with precision, sending its enormous body hurtling like a fragile leaf, crashing through 5 or 6 tree trunks before finally coming to a halt. Qianyuan stood dumbfounded by this spectacle, the sudden appearance of these figures leaving him bewildered. What on earth are they doing? Young man, it is unwise to venture into the Douluo forest alone. It is fraught with peril, teeming with volatile spirit beasts. You were fortunate to encounter us today, but next time, luck may not be on your side. A man's voice resonated softly, and the 3 figures revealed themselves. Chapter 56, The Bounty Hunter's Spirit Master Team. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The speaking man appeared to be around 30, with a robust build and a fierce-looking beard, yet his demeanor radiated warmth. The other man bore a more innocent visage, significantly younger, probably in his early 20s, and slightly pudgy. Yet it was the woman who captivated Qianyuan's attention. An exquisite beauty in her 20s, with long hair cascading to her waist, crimson lips, and pearly teeth. Her skin was fair as a lotus emerging from the water. However, a glimmer of frostiness flickered within her stunning eyes, as if the mere presence of her coldness lowered the temperature around her, imbuing the atmosphere with an air of haughty disdain. All 3 were spirit masters of considerable prowess. Regaining his composure, Qianyuan furrowed his brow and turned his gaze back to the man who had addressed him. Who are you? Before the man could respond, the woman interjected. I told you not to save him, yet you insisted. Look at him now. He shows us not a shred of gratitude. Her words were chilling, making Qianyuan feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, and he regarded her with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Xiaojia, we are all spirit masters here. We understand the challenges of hunting for spirit rings. This young lad ventured into the Douluo forest alone, without assistance, which is no small feat, the plump man said, wearing a congenial smile directed at the woman, then casting a friendly glance at Qianyuan. For a moment, the 2 men left a favorable impression on Qianyuan, while the woman's demeanor continued to sour. Do you think it was easy for us? We have pursued it for 7 days, and just when we were close, it slipped away. The woman's voice dripped with ice, laced with anger. From her words, Qianyuan surmised that they had been tracking a particular spirit beast and had abandoned their pursuit to rescue him. If this person causes us to lose all trace of it, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. A palpable aura of menace enveloped Qianyuan in that instant. Qianyuan furrowed his brow slightly, initially harboring a favorable impression of the group. Their attire suggested they belonged to a bounty hunter team, and it was surprising to witness such soul masters, who typically thrived on personal gain, willing to forsake their interests to rescue someone entirely unrelated to them. This revelation shattered his previously negative perception of bounty hunters. However, the woman's words elicited a sense of annoyance within him. The leading man waved his hand dismissively and cheerfully addressed Qianyuan, saying, Don't be afraid, young one. Xiaojia simply has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Yet, Qianyuan could not help but feel a sense of disdain at the man's remarks. Was this truly a case of a sharp tongue and a tender heart? Couldn't he sense the palpable threat emanating from her? The plump man among them exhibited a relatively amiable disposition, his smile warm and genuine, which instilled a sense of comfort. Please don't take offense. We are members of the Lamu bounty team. This is our captain, Fang Tianhao, and our vice captain, Lung Bingjia. I am the team member, Qiming. As Qiming introduced the trio from the bounty team, Qianyuan found himself somewhat astonished. Was it truly the case that a bounty team consisted of only 3 individuals? Fang Tianhao seemed to perceive Qianyuan's confusion and stepped forward to elucidate. Our team once comprised 7 soul masters, but we suffered significant losses during our last mission, leaving only the three of us. You are fortunate to have encountered us today. Had it been any other bounty team, your life would have undoubtedly been forfeit. The trio regarded Qianyuan as merely an ordinary Great Soul Master, given that he had only 2 white soul rings when he unleashed the Pango Axe. A white-ringed Great Soul Master attempting to contend with a Millennium Soul Beast was tantamount to courting death, which explained their decision to intervene. Qianyuan offered a faint smile, but chose not to engage further, hoping this would prompt the group to depart swiftly. The system had alerted him that the mission objective was drawing nearer to him. Since they seem disinterested in us, let us hasten our departure, otherwise we may be caught by the Tosi bounty team, Lung Bingjie remarked coldly, casting a frosty glare at Qianyuan before urging Fang Tianhao to move along. Fang Tianhao, observing Qianyuan's impassive demeanor, shook his head in resignation. Throughout their interaction, the youth had remained indifferent to them, although a tinge of resentment lingered within him. Time was of the essence, and he was eager to leave. With a sigh, he beckoned to Qiming. Ming, let us be on our way. As Fang Tianhao spoke, the three turned to depart. However, at that moment, Qianyuan suddenly called out to them, please wait a moment. You mentioned that the Tosi bounty team is pursuing you. Why are they chasing you? The Tosi bounty team was, in fact, the very target Qianyuan intended to hunt. He was entirely unfamiliar with the members of the Tosi bounty team and felt utterly at a loss regarding how to eliminate them all. Yet, if Fang Tianhao and his companions were aware of the Tosi bounty team, they must surely possess knowledge of its members as well. Fang Tianhao's gaze wavered with uncertainty, perhaps due to the palpable sense of pursuit he felt from the other party, leading him to refrain from excessive explanations. Qiming, ever the warm-hearted individual, wore a pained expression as he said, honestly, young one, the Tosi bounty team is hardly commendable. To be precise, they are a ruthless band of bounty hunters. In this forest, any bounty team or soul master they encounter stands no chance of escape. Upon hearing this, Qianyuan nodded slightly, his understanding deepening. This Tosi bounty team was indeed no good. He was also aware that the individuals involved in the soul hunting tasks were notorious criminals. Otherwise, they would not be categorized by the system as targets to be eliminated. Lung Bingjie, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, I sense them. They are very close. We must hurry, or it will be too late. Fang Tianhao nodded gravely, but upon seeing Qianyuan, he could only shake his head in resignation. Young one, should you encounter the Tosi bounty team, your chances of survival are slim to none. It would be prudent for you to accompany us. Fang Tianhao's heart remained kind. He had foreseen that if Qianyuan were to cross paths with the Tosi members, survival would be unlikely. Therefore, he wished to escort Qianyuan away. However, upon hearing Fang Tianhao's words, Lung Bingjie furrowed her brow deeply and vehemently opposed. Captain, what are you thinking? Are you truly considering bringing this dead weight along? We can scarcely ensure our own safety, let alone take on this liability. Do you wish for our team to be annihilated? Chapter 57. Hunting Soul Masters for Amusement. Listening to Lung Bingjie's remarks, Qianyuan's brow furrowed slightly. He found it perplexing that this woman, with whom he bore no grudge, seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. Qiming's expression grew complex as he wished to save Qianyuan while also fearing Lung Bingjie's ire. Xiaojie, this young one is in grave danger alone in the forest. Let us assist him as best we can. I know you are kind-hearted, even if your words suggest otherwise. Silence. Before Qiming could finish, Lung Bingjie interrupted, Xiaojie, is that what you call me? I am the vice-captain. How dare you diminish my position with such familiarity? Her words left Qiming momentarily taken aback. He understood that Lung Bingjie was proud and had a temper, but he had never witnessed her so enraged. Nearby, Fang Tianhao shot a furious glare at Lung Bingjie. Enough. I am the captain, and I say we save him. If you are so keen on rescuing others, why do we not see you saving the countless soul masters who perish daily in the Tianqingdou forest? In truth, Lung Bingjie had her reasons for not wanting to bring Qianyuan along. They were currently being pursued by the Tosi bounty team, although their own safety was precarious. There remained a chance to evade the bounty hunters if they fled at full speed. Moreover, there was an opportunity to complete their task, which would yield a substantial reward, allowing them to enjoy a life of ease in the future, free from the brutality of their current existence. However, if Qianyuan were to accompany them, numerous variables would arise. Firstly, regarding their evasion speed, a team of soul masters is remarkably swift, enabling them to maintain a safe distance from the TOS bounty team. This distance is sufficient for them to accomplish their mission. Yet, the sudden presence of a grand soul master within their ranks would undoubtedly affect their speed. If their pace were to diminish, the peril they face would correspondingly escalate. Additionally, should they be discovered by the TOS bounty team, a confrontation would be inevitable. Given Fang Tianhao and Qiming's nature, they would undoubtedly prioritize Qianyuan's safety during the skirmish. Any distraction during battle could prove perilous, And should Qianyuan become a liability, it would truly be a grave miscalculation. Qianyuan's gaze was somewhat frigid, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Fully aware of the dangers entailed in a team of soul masters attempting to evade pursuit with a grand soul master in tow. Nevertheless, Qianyuan was not an ordinary grand soul master. Even when facing a soul king, he was confident in his ability to eliminate the opponent in an instant. However, the cost to himself would be substantial. Qianyuan could be likened to a level 0 assassin clad in offensive armor. His striking power and explosive potential were immense, capable of dispatching formidable foes in a heartbeat. Yet, his fatal flaw lay in his near-total lack of defense. Thus, a Soul King's attack would inflict significant damage upon him. Upon encountering members of the Twilight team, Qianyuan had already conceived a plan in his mind. To annihilate the TOS team, he would require assistance. The emergence of the Twilight team instilled him with considerable hope for swiftly accomplishing this task. However, the woman, Lung Bingjie, seemed to harbor animosity towards him, reluctant to allow his inclusion in the Twilight team. After a moment of silence, Qianyuan spoke slowly. "It is of no concern. You may flee with all your might, and I will keep pace with you. Should I fail to do so, you need not worry about me." His words left Fang Tianhao and Qiming momentarily stunned. And even Lung Bingjie regarded him with skepticism. A grand soul master keeping up with the speed of soul masters? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. "Young man, please do not misunderstand Long." Qiming awkwardly attempted to clarify, fearing Qianyuan might succumb to despair. Qianyuan smiled gently. "I am truly grateful for your assistance during this perilous time. I do not wish to be a burden, yet I believe I can match your speed." To accomplish his soul-hunting mission, it was imperative that he allied himself with them. The Twilight team would serve as his invaluable allies. And he also sought to glean information about the TOS team from them. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Adequate preparation is essential to guarantee the successful completion of the soul-hunting task. Very well, let him follow. I am curious to see how a Grand Soul Master intends to keep pace with us. Lung Bingjie let out a cold laugh, convinced that a Grand Soul Master would never be able to keep pace with the speed of the Soul Clan. After uttering a remark, he was the first to dash into the nearby woods. Without any intention of holding back, he surged forward with all his might, clearly aiming to distance himself from Qianyuan. Fang Tianhao and Qiming exchanged helpless glances. However, since it was Qianyuan who had initiated this pursuit, and with Lung Bingjie already gone, they too would not linger. The three of them moving together was certainly preferable to acting alone. "Come on, little one, keep up. I shall do my utmost to slow my pace," Fang Tianhao declared, before he and Qiming also plunged into the thicket. A slight smile graced Qianyuan's lips. With the augmentation of a million-year soul ring, how could he possibly lag behind? In a flash, he too slipped into the adjacent woods. Within mere breaths, he had already matched the pace of the trio. Upon noticing Qianyuan suddenly appearing beside them, the three were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Particularly Lung Bingjie, who looked utterly perplexed. "You needn't slow down. I can barely keep up," Qianyuan remarked nonchalantly, simultaneously quickening his own speed to surpass the three. Fang Tianhao and his companions exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with wonder, before they hastened their pace. The quartet continued to weave through the forest, their astonishment only deepening. Despite having pushed their speed to the maximum, Qianyuan remained unfazed, effortlessly matching their strides. This contradicted his earlier claim of merely keeping up, did it not? "Captain Fang, how have you offended Team Tours, that they seek to hunt you down?" Qianyuan inquired. Fang Tianhao, wearing an expression of resignation, explained, "We are not exactly being hunted. We are simply trying to evade them. Team Tours is considered a pariah among bounty soul masters in the Stardow Forest. It is well known that bounty soul masters survive by hunting soul beasts, but Team Tours diverges from this norm. They derive amusement from hunting bounty soul masters instead. And not a single bounty soul master who has crossed their path has escaped alive." Qiming, standing nearby, nodded solemnly in agreement. "We can sense their presence nearby, so we must do our utmost to avoid a confrontation. Otherwise, if we were to encounter them, we would be woefully outmatched." Listening to their explanations, Qianyuan's resolve to eliminate Team Tours intensified. If it were a matter of avenging a grudge, it could be justified. However, treating the slaughter of soul masters as sport was nothing short of barbaric. "Do you know the composition of Team Tours members?" Qianyuan pondered before slowly inquiring. Fang Tianhao contemplated for a moment before responding. "The overall strength of Team Tours is not particularly formidable. The team comprises 5 members, 1 defensive soul master, 1 agile attack soul master, 1 healing soul master, and 2 powerful attack soul masters. The agile attack soul master has reached the 53rd level of Soul King and serves as the leader of Team Tours, while the others are all above level 45 in soul rank. Fang Tianhao's explanation caused Qianyuan's lips to twitch involuntarily. Such a configuration, could it possibly be deemed weak? At the very least, this arrangement was beyond the capabilities of Qianyuan alone. The composition of the opposing team was nothing short of impeccable. The defensive Soul Masters were tasked with absorbing the majority of the team's damage. The Power-type Soul Masters focused on delivering principal output. The Agility-type Soul Masters sought opportunities to eliminate foes swiftly, and the Healing Soul Masters were responsible for rejuvenating the backline. Even when faced with a bounty squad of comparable rank, this configuration could be considered flawless, not to mention the presence of a formidable Soul King. If this were to be regarded as weak, then what truly constitutes strength? Qianyuan's tone reflected a hint of helplessness as he turned to Fang Tianhao. Beside him, Lung Bingjie let out a faint, icy laugh. A great Soul Master, trembling at the mere mention of a Soul King. If you're frightened, then it would be best for you to step aside and not become our hindrance. Qianyuan's brow furrowed sharply. When had he ever trembled in fear? A hindrance? In the end, who would truly be the hindrance remained uncertain. Although Lung Bingjie's words incited a surge of anger within Qianyuan, he managed to suppress it. After all, he would still rely on the 3 members of the Lumu bounty squad in the near future. Xiaojia, it would serve you well to speak less. Qianyuan, as a great Soul Master, keeping pace with us already speaks volumes of his exceptional qualities. As it stands, he is not impeding our progress. Fang Tianhao's expression grew tense. His dissatisfaction with Lung Bingjie evident, especially since they had been the ones to invite Qianyuan to join, while Lung Bingjie continued to sing a discordant tune, undermining the captain's authority. Humph! Lung Bingjie scoffed lightly, falling silent, although her gaze towards Qianyuan remained frosty. The TOS bounty squad's strength lay in their powerful spirit fusion technique, a skill so formidable that even a Soul Emperor would hesitate to confront it directly. This was their audacity. Fang Tianhao's words astonished Qianyuan. A spirit fusion technique was inherently a potent soul skill. Moreover, most members of the TOS squad were merely Soul Sect members, yet their spirit fusion technique was something even a Soul Emperor would avoid. This underscored their might. No wonder they dared to act so brazenly in the Douluo forest, Qianyuan mused, his heart now weighed with gravity. How could one possibly overcome such an opponent? If they were to unleash that powerful spirit fusion technique, even with the 4 Holy Beast Spirit and the support of Fang Tianhao and the others, victory would remain elusive. Qianyuan had calculated that only by revealing all his trump cards could he hope to contend with the Soul King. Even though his million-year soul ring could inflict injury upon a Soul Emperor, his body was simply incapable of withstanding a single blow from one. This was his Achilles heel. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, the Soul Beasts were not particularly strong, mostly below 3,000 years in age, easily manageable by typical Soul Sect bounty squads. At this moment, Qiming interjected, only by venturing deeper into the Douluo forest will the age of the Soul Beasts increase, and correspondingly, the levels of the bounty Soul Masters will rise as well. Even Soul Sage level experts are present. The TOS squad, a band of scoundrels, operates exclusively on the fringes, taking advantage of their strength to bully the weaker bounty teams like ours. Qiming's words were unmistakably disparaging, labeling the TOS squad as bullies who prey on the weak. Are there no high-ranked bounty spirit masters who would stand up to them and rid the world of such pests? Qianyuan felt a pang of curiosity. How could such despicable individuals as the TOS squad escape scrutiny? Sighing, Qiming shook his head, expressing his resignation. Bounty spirit masters often choose this profession for survival. Who would concern themselves with such trivial matters? As long as the TOS squad does not provoke the higher-ranked bounty spirit masters, they remain untouched. Qianyuan took a deep breath, his brow furrowing slightly. I believe we could eliminate this menace and eradicate the TOS squad. What? Fang Tianhao and the others were taken aback. They had contemplated such an idea before, but who would dare to confront them? That would be tantamount to courting death. Huh. Us. If you seek death, do not drag us into it. Lung Bingjie interjected, her tone laced with derision. A high-ranked spirit master, lacking self-awareness. A mere waste of a white ring. At this, Qianyuan's anger flared. He was a man who cherished beauty, but his affection was for the delicate, not the frigid. A high-ranked spirit master is a waste. A white ring is a waste. Were you not once a high-ranked spirit master yourself? Was your first spirit ring not also a white ring? Finally, Qianyuan could no longer contain himself. He felt he had never provoked this woman. Yet she consistently opposed him, taunting him at every turn. I have not wronged you, yet you repeatedly insult and mock me. Have I eaten your rice, stolen your oil, or taken your lover? What fuels your ire towards me? Qianyuan, merely a boy just over 10 years of age. Addressing a woman in her 20s with such words was indeed audacious. Though it may seem excessive, in the face of insult, Was Lung Bingjie not equally unreasonable? Taken aback by Qianyuan's retort, Lung Bingjie erupted in fury. You little brat. Seeking death, are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Her face flushed crimson. Whether from rage or embarrassment, it was unclear. In her wrath, she unleashed her martial spirit, a crystalline sword adorned with mysterious runes. Raising her sword high, she charged at Qianyuan, intent on striking him down. Chapter 59, You Force My Hand. Lung Bingjie's sudden aggression caught Qianyuan off guard. Though Fang Tianhao and Qiming were not surprised, they had known her temperament as longtime teammates. Thus, her sudden bloodlust was hardly unexpected. Shao Jia, stand down. Deputy Captain, please don't engage. In a flurry, Fang Tianhao and Qiming rushed to intervene. The distance between Lung Bingjie and Qianyuan was so minimal that bystanders could hardly intervene. Moreover, her strike was executed with remarkable speed. As a swift attack-type soul master, she had elevated her velocity to its zenith, sparing no effort. Qianyuan furrowed his brow, and in an instant, he unleashed the Pangu axe. 2 white soul rings adorned the rusted axe, prompting Lung Bingjie to deride him. Huh? Such a useless martial soul dares to contend with my water-radiant sword? What a foolish dream. With a resounding shout, she brought her sword down. The clash of blade against axe resonated through the air. Fang Tianhao and Qiming shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. How could the Grand Soul Master be a match for the Soul Sect? A sharp clang reverberated through the forest, accompanied by a shower of sparks. An invisible ripple swiftly spread outward, snapping nearby trees in half and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Even Fang Tianhao and Qiming were forced back several steps by the force of this powerful wave. Sighing, Fang Tianhao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with disappointment and resignation. The power of that last strike was nearly the full extent of Lung Bingjie's might. Under such an assault, a Grand Soul Master would find it impossible to survive. Even a prodigy of extraordinary talent would falter, although even a Soul Master would suffer significant injury. However, they believed that Lung Bingjie had shown restraint. She had yet to unleash her soul skills. Otherwise, Qianyuan would have been utterly annihilated. Lung Bingjie's gaze was icy as she stared at the dust before her, devoid of any emotion, as if taking a life was a mundane affair. In the next life, remember to watch your words. Having uttered this, she withdrew her martial soul and turned away from the dust, approaching Fang Tianhao and Qiming. Let us depart. We should no longer save burdens such as this. Killing him is a waste of time and may easily alert the Tor's bounty team. However, just as her words fell, a clear and youthful voice suddenly emerged from the dust. I believe you should be the one to watch your words. What? The 3 were taken aback. They recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Qianyuan. As the dust settled, Qianyuan emerged, covered in dust and appearing somewhat disheveled, with drag marks on the ground indicating a distance of about 2 meters. Yet, remarkably, he bore not a single injury, only a state of disarray. Upon witnessing this scene, Lung Bingjie's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Qianyuan had sustained no injuries. Fang Tianhao was the first to regain his composure and exhaled deeply. Shao Jia, this is how it should be. When facing a Grand Soul Master, one must show mercy. We cannot be like the Tor's team, bullying the weak. Qiming also discreetly gave Lung Bingjie a thumbs up, agreeing that Qianyuan's unscathed state was a testament to her leniency. Yet, Lung Bingjie narrowed her eyes, shaking her head resolutely. I did not show mercy. That last sword strike was nearly my full strength, and it collided with his martial soul. It should have shattered his martial soul and cleaved him in two, but... She remained silent in the ensuing moments, for she was utterly astounded. Qianyuan's gaze was frigid. He was no mere child, but rather a reincarnated martial artist of the common folk. That last strike had indeed been formidable. Even with the augmentation of a million-year soul ring and the indomitable Pangu axe, he would still have sustained injury. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he unleashed the Qianyuan Taiji transformation technique, dissipating nearly half of Lung Bingjie's power, thus sparing himself from harm. It seems that bounty soul masters are all alike. When confronting a weaker soul master, they adopt an air of superiority, engaging in conversation from a lofty pedestal. They even assume the guise of a judge, condemning others to death. I wish to inquire, what gives you the right to decree my demise? Merely because I am weak? His brows gradually furrowed, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, Lung Bingjie merely scoffed. To her, a Grand Soul Master remained a Grand Soul Master. She reawakened her martial spirit, tightly gripping her water-radiant sword. You are formidable, but this is where it ends. This time, I shall employ my soul skills. Yet before she could finish her words, Qianyuan's figure vanished from sight. You think I won't give you a chance? He roared, charging towards Lung Bingjie. His speed was astonishing, rivaling that of a primary soul master. Such velocity was inconceivable for a Grand Soul Master. Second soul skill, triple stab slash. With the activation of this soul skill, Qianyuan's speed surged once more. Though derived from a decade-old soul ring, its power was not in the least inferior to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. The Pengu axe in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it descended upon Lung Bingjie. The axe strike was delivered with the ferocity of a cleaver. The distance between them was minimal. Combined with his incredible speed and the added momentum from the slash, Lung Bingjie had no choice but to defend, unable even to evade, let alone utilize her soul skills. With a single slash, a sharp sound echoed, and an invisible ripple expanded once more, this time with a reach even wider than before. The rusted axe struck mercilessly against Lung Bingjie's water radiant sword, producing a piercing clang. She staggered back a step, feeling a numbing sensation in her grip as if struck by a colossal hammer. Fang Tianhao and Qiming were taken aback. The soul power fluctuations Qianyuan had unleashed were perilously close to that of a soul master. Yet they failed to notice the nearly imperceptible crack that had formed on Lung Bingjie's water radiant sword. Second slash. Qianyuan's voice resounded again, landing one blow, swiftly following it with another, granting no opportunity for retaliation. This was the essence of the triple stab slash. Moreover, the intervals between each strike were infinitely minimized, as if the recovery time had been entirely negated. With the same position and the same force, he struck down fiercely once more. Lung Bingjie took a step back once more, her hair becoming disheveled amidst the invisible ripples, and blood began to seep from her tiger's mouth. Chapter 60, Targeted by Prey. With just the second strike, a gash appeared on her hand. She was rendered astonished and dazed, unable to retaliate as her opponent's attacks flowed seamlessly, leaving her no opportunity to respond. The third strike. The third blow encompassed all of Qianyuan's strength, enhanced by the power of a million-year soul ring. This strike, with the force of a bamboo being split, bore a sensation akin to the creation of the world itself. Upon witnessing Lung Bingjie's injury, Qiming instinctively unleashed his martial spirit, intending to shield her from this assault. However, he was halted by Fang Tianhao, who cautioned against intervening. Do not act, Fang Tianhao said gravely. Qianyuan is correct. We must distinguish ourselves from the TOS bounty team. Our soul power levels are inherently superior, and we must not engage now. Fang Tianhao's gaze was profound, his expression serious. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Qianyuan's white ring soul technique. From the moment Qianyuan managed to keep pace with them, Fang Tianhao sensed he was no ordinary individual. Now, at the level of a grand soul master, he had managed to injure Lung Bingjie, further solidifying Fang Tianhao's belief that Qianyuan was exceptional. Such a person must not be offended. If they could jointly eliminate him, it would be manageable. However, if Qianyuan were to escape, they would face a threat far more terrifying than the TOS bounty team. Yet Qiming still harbored concern for Lung Bingjie, unable to bear her suffering. Indeed, the fault lay with her initially, and Qianyuan would not kill her. It was merely a misunderstanding that needed resolution. Fang Tianhao was aware of Qiming's affection for Lung Bingjie, but this was not the time for assistance. Bang! This time, instead of the crisp sound of metal colliding, there was a deep, resonating thud. As the third strike descended, a wave of faint golden soul power materialized, akin to an axe's momentum, crashing against Lung Bingjie's waterlight sword. Upon contact with the golden soul ring, the waterlight sword shattered into countless fragments, forced back into Lung Bingjie's body. The Pengu axe, the foremost among divine weapons, had once cleaved the heavens and the earth. Which ancient artifact could rival such power? Thus, the seemingly mundane waterlight sword was rendered utterly worthless before this rusted axe. Lung Bingjie staggered back several steps, the wound on her hand reopening, blood flowing freely. Her face was a mask of shock, her eyes filled with disbelief and incredulity. As a proud individual, to have her martial spirit shattered and to be pushed back repeatedly by a grand soul master was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Impossible, this cannot be in an instant. Lung Bingjie lost her combat effectiveness, murmuring in terror. Meanwhile, Qianyuan's chest heaved as he struggled to recover. Though the 3 consecutive thrusts had only drained him of 20% of his soul power, his body remained too frail to endure the overwhelming force of such a soul technique. He refrained from further assault, retracting the Pengu axe, his gaze cold and unwavering as he fixed it upon Lung Bingjie. If today you encounter merely an ordinary great soul master, the outcome would align with your expectations. However, you are now confronted with me, a force that will upend your understanding. I wish to impart this truth. Every individual ascends from being a soul warrior to a soul master, progressing towards a great soul master, or even higher. No one is born a great soul master. Qianyuan inhaled deeply and turned to regard Qiming, who, under his gaze, felt a twinge of unease. especially as Qianyuan's eyes gleamed with a profound steadiness, a depth not characteristic of youth, but rather reminiscent of someone weathered by life's trials. His expression was not one of fear, but of remorse. He had intended to assist Lung Bingjie, and it was Qianyuan's glance that paused him. You are from the Soul Sect, and indeed, you possess your own lofty pride, enabling you to look down upon all soul lords, great soul masters, and even ordinary folk. But do you dare to regard the soul kings with such disdain? Upon hearing this, Lung Bingjie shuddered, her previously vacant gaze suddenly ignited with purpose. Should you possess the courage, the Tuasi team would mean nothing to you. Yet, why do you hesitate? It is because you lack the ability to look down upon the soul kings above you, and indeed, you lack the qualification. However, Qianyuan's tone shifted. Imbued with the weight of a sovereign, an aura of majesty emanating from him. I dare, for I possess that strength. Silence enveloped the air, a stillness akin to death. Upon concluding his declaration, even Feng Tianhao and Qi Ming stood momentarily astonished. They could hardly fathom that a great soul master, a mere lad just over 10 years of age, could possess such profound insights. Taking a deep breath, Qianyuan directed his gaze towards the southeast. It is time to depart, lest we be pursued by the Tuasi bounty team. With that, he took the lead. Plunging into the woods, Lung Bingjie remained in a daze, but at the urging of Qi Ming and Feng Tianhao, she finally regained her composure and followed them into the same thicket as Qianyuan. Qianyuan. Feng Tianhao quickened his pace, catching up with Qianyuan. I apologize, Xiao Jie is not inherently malicious, perhaps. Before he could finish, Qianyuan interjected. Captain Feng, there is no need for explanations. The essence of one's character is not discerned through the words of others, but rather through heartfelt experience. I am unaware of who Deputy Captain Lung truly is, nor do I wish to know. However, I must convey that you have undoubtedly attracted trouble this time. Initially, Feng Tianhao felt a sense of resignation at Qianyuan's earlier words, yet the latter statement piqued his curiosity. Qianyuan, what do you mean by that? The target of the Tuasi bounty team this time must be you, rather than merely seeking prey in the vicinity, rendering your previous evasions futile. Qianyuan stated matter-of-factly. He spoke thus because the system had been incessantly alerting him to the encroaching presence of the Tuasi bounty team. At first, he felt little concern, merely assuming they were lingering nearby. As the distance of their run extended and directions shifted, he was astonished to discover that the Tour's team had been relentlessly pursuing them. Or rather, they were in pursuit of the fallen bounty team. What? The target is us? Feng Tianhao's brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, no matter how they altered their course, the distance between them continued to diminish. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, in about an hour, they would be completely overtaken. There is no need to question my words. I possess a unique gift, a keen sensitivity to the fluctuations of soul power. Qianyuan could not divulge the system, thus he could only be vague. I can sense their soul power drawing nearer to us, which means that wherever we attempt to hide, we remain in grave danger. Chapter 61. Whom did we offend? Qianyuan's words caused Feng Tianhao and his companions to halt abruptly. Although one would typically dismiss the words of a grand soul master, Qianyuan's exhibited abilities were indeed extraordinary. The fact that a soul zone was injured by him was sufficient to indicate his mysterious nature. Moreover, they had consistently felt the presence of the Tour's bounty team operating within their perceptual range. Initially puzzled by why the Tour's team had remained in their vicinity after a day of frantic fleeing, Qianyuan's explanation illuminated everything. Feng Tianhao's expression grew solemn. Why are they pursuing us? We have never provoked them. Indeed, they randomly select their prey and do not fixate on a single bounty team. Qi Ming's face was etched with terror. Encountering the Tour's bounty team signified death. No one could escape their grasp alive. Beside him, Lung Bingjie also appeared flustered, yet her thoughts remained fixated on Qianyuan. She could not comprehend how a grand soul master could inflict harm upon her and even force her martial soul back into her body. Qianyuan shook his head. I do not know what grievances you have with the Tour's bounty team, so the reason for this predicament must be sought by you. Feng Tianhao's brow furrowed even deeper. The Tour's team was scorned by bounty soul masters, and there was no time to evade them. So how could they have offended them? We have never wronged them. Why are they pursuing us? The three were greatly perplexed, and Qianyuan also knitted his brow slightly. Consider whether you may have offended another bounty team, which, finding themselves incapable of confronting you, chose to hire the Tour's team to eliminate you. Rather than assuming you have antagonized them, think inversely. Have you offended someone else, who then hired assassins? Feng Tianhao took a deep breath, pondering Qianyuan's line of thought, while Qi Ming, speaking first, wore a look of surprise mingled with gravity. Our fallen bounty team would never intentionally provoke other teams unless they were competing for a soul beast target. However, it was others who first provoked us, rather than us initiating any discord. Such occurrences transpire almost daily and are quite commonplace in the process of bounty hunting for spirit masters. Qiming took a deep breath and glanced at Fang Tianhao beside him. Indeed, these habitual events seldom leave anyone with a grudge, thus it is certainly not us who offended a particular team. After both of them reached this conclusion, Qianyuan pondered for a moment and suddenly had an insight. You mentioned that 4 members of the Lumu team perished during their last hunt. What kind of task was that? Qianyuan recalled that when he first met Fang Tianhao and his team, Fang had mentioned that their team originally consisted of 7 spirit masters, but the previous mission resulted in the deaths of 4 of them. Qianyuan sensed that this matter was far from simple. Every bounty team undertakes hunting tasks within their capabilities and does not recklessly overreach. 7 spirit masters, even against a 5,000-year-old spirit beast, would surely suffice, and if the team coordinated well, they could even contend with a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. Therefore, he found it implausible that the Lumu team would engage in a suicidal hunt for a spirit beast over 20,000 years old. Upon hearing Qianyuan's inquiry, Fang Tianhao and Qiming's brows furrowed instantly, as if that task haunted their very souls. They remained silent, but Lung Bingjie spoke up. It was a straightforward mission, merely to hunt a 3,000-year-old spirit beast, and the reward was substantial, amounting to 1,000 gold spirit coins. Perhaps having come to terms with her martial soul being suppressed back into her body, Lung Bingjie's tone and demeanor had softened considerably. Typically, the bounty for hunting a 3,000-year-old spirit beast ranges between 100 to 300 coins, making this particular reward 3 times greater. Listening to Lung Bingjie, Qianyuan's expression stiffened. Hunting a 3,000-year-old spirit beast was not particularly challenging, as a 5-member team of spirit masters could easily manage it. Moreover, the reward was capped at 100 coins. Why then seek a team of Lumu's caliber? Wasn't he that overkill? Most importantly, wouldn't he that incur greater expenses? Even if the client were immensely wealthy, why not hire a formidable team like the Tosi Bounty Squad? Wouldn't he that be far more reasonable? And then, what transpired that led to the team's demise? This was the crux of Qianyuan's curiosity. When we encountered that spirit beast, we were ambushed. Lung Bingjie furrowed her brow, finally revealing the truth of that moment. Qianyuan inhaled sharply. Indeed, as he suspected, if they had not been ambushed, how could a 3,000-year-old spirit beast possibly kill 4 spirit masters in an instant? They had 5 members, all formidable, each possessing the strength of a spirit king. We were no match for them. Had it not been for the sacrifice of a comrade who delayed time for us, the 3 of us might not have escaped. Spirit king? Upon hearing those 2 words, Qianyuan's brow furrowed in confusion. This diverged somewhat from his previous assumptions. He previously speculated that the ambushers were members of the Tor's bounty squad. Otherwise, why would they still be relentlessly pursuing them? However, according to earlier analyses by Fang Tianhao and his team, only 1 member of the Tor's squad had reached the Soul King level, their captain, while the others remained at the Soul Master level. If it were not the Tor's squad lying in wait, who else could it possibly be? Had they truly offended someone? Could it be that the employer from their last mission was the same as the one for this task? After a moment of contemplation, Qianyuan took a deep breath and continued to inquire. Fang Tianhao hesitated for a moment before explaining. It is not the same individual, but rather the same alliance. Bounty Soul Masters can be categorized into 2 types, those who hunt individually and those who hunt as part of an alliance. Individual hunters, often found outside the Stardow Forest, are typically lower in soul power level and accept tasks from employers as individuals or small groups, pocketing the entire payment regardless of the amount offered. On the other hand, alliance hunters belong to a particular alliance, and all tasks they undertake are uniformly issued by the alliance, with assignments distributed according to the team's capabilities. Furthermore, the alliance retains 30 of the bounty as their service fee. Chapter 62, Conspiracy. Qianyuan furrowed his brow, as this was the first time he had heard of bounty soul masters being divided into individual and alliance categories. So you are bounty soul masters within an alliance? Fang Tianhao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, those with considerable strength often participate in alliance assessments to qualify for membership. While their service fees may seem steep, the benefits in terms of post-mission support and daily welfare are quite substantial. Essentially, all necessary supplies for each hunt are provided by the alliance, eliminating the need for us to dip into our own pockets. In other words, the 30 service fee barely covers our preparations and treatment of injuries, making it quite advantageous. Qianyuan nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the alliance. When you accept hunting tasks, do you select them yourselves, or are they assigned by someone? Fang Tianhao elaborated. Tasks are organized by the vice leader, categorized by difficulty, and then assigned to each district leader, who subsequently announces the tasks for the various teams to select from. Upon hearing this explanation, Qianyuan's brow furrowed further, as it differed from his initial thoughts. If tasks were to be taken individually, the randomness of soul beast appearances would render ambushes impractical. Unless they had previously scouted the locations of soul beasts and meticulously set up ambushes, it would be challenging to catch them off guard. Yet, with such lucrative and easily acquired tasks, had no other bounty squads attempted to seize them? After a moment's hesitation, Qianyuan voiced his doubts. As soon as the question left his lips, Fang Tianhao and Qiming exchanged glances, realizing that their team had secured this task purely by stroke of luck. Just then, Lung Bingjia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I believe that our team secured that mission not merely due to fortune, but rather because I overheard a conversation between the district captain and another team that day. That team had also intended to undertake the mission, yet the district captain instructed them to select an alternative task, stating that the employer had temporarily retracted the mission. Initially, I dismissed it. Even when we managed to claim the task, I attributed it solely to luck and reveled in the excitement for quite some time. However, reflecting on it now, at this point, both Fang Tianhao and Qiming felt a jolt of apprehension. If what Lung Bingjie suggested were true, it implied that someone within the alliance harbored malicious intent towards them. Qianyuan furrowed his brow. It was evident that the district captain had rejected all teams, assigning this mission exclusively to the fallen bounty team. This clearly indicated that preparations to act against Fang Tianhao and his companions had already commenced. But why would members of the same alliance turn against their own? What, then, is the purpose of this alliance? For a moment, the three fell into silence. It had become increasingly clear that the previous mission was no coincidence. Someone had covertly plotted to eliminate them. Moreover, the appearance of the Tuasi team seemed to be aimed at their destruction as well. Clearly, there was a hidden hand orchestrating these events, manipulating all schemes to culminate in unexpected outcomes. The acquisition of that mission was obstructed by someone working in the shadows, creating a false sense of surprise for outsiders and even members of the fallen team. The assassination by the Tuasi bounty team would also appear as an accident to outsiders and the members of the fallen team. No one would suspect anything amiss. What were they afraid of? Qianyuan pondered deeply. Everything indicated that the mastermind behind this plot sought to conceal their identity, which is why they employed such tactics. This time, Qianyuan's soul-hunting mission was to eliminate all members of the Tuasi team. Only with the assistance of Fang Tianhao and his companions could this task be accomplished. To provoke their wrath and compel them to lend their full support, he needed to uncover the truth behind it all. Could it be the Soul Master Alliance? Suddenly, a remark from Qiming stirred Qianyuan's expression. What did you say? The Soul Master Alliance? Is it possible that this alliance is not a singular entity? Qiming took a deep breath, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Matters of life and death demanded his utmost attention. Originally, there was only our alliance known as the Bounty Alliance, but 2 years ago, a new force emerged, calling itself the Soul Master Alliance. Upon their arrival, they garnered many bounty soul masters with low commission rates. However, a significant portion of bounty soul masters had strong ties to the Bounty Alliance and chose to remain loyal. Nevertheless, the Soul Master Alliance has been persistently courting members of the Bounty Alliance, and just half a year ago, they even attempted to recruit us, but we refused. Qianyuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Could the Soul Master Alliance be a new force of the Spirit Hall? Fang Tianhao shook his head and replied, initially, we suspected it was the influence of the Spirit Hall. However, the leader of the Spirit Alliance is also a Bounty Soul Master, and he previously had a falling out with the Bounty Alliance. Thus, it cannot be the Spirit Hall's influence. Upon hearing this, Qianyuan felt a sudden surge of suspicion. The leader of the Spirit Alliance, despite being a former Bounty Soul Master, was likely nothing more than a puppet of the Spirit Hall now. He understood the ambitions of the Spirit Hall all too well, yet he refrained from disclosing the truth to Fang Tianhao and the others. This clarifies much. You once rejected the Spirit Alliance, which has bred resentment, leading them to plot against you. Furthermore, your district captain may have already been bribed, and even high-ranking members of the Bounty Alliance could have been compromised. Given the cruelty of the members of Team Tosi, only an organization as formidable as the Alliance could possibly control them. Qianyuan's words sent chills down the spines of Fang Tianhao and his companions. They realized how completely oblivious they had been. If it weren't for Qianyuan's timely intervention, they might have lived their lives believing it was merely a tragic accident. What shall we do now? At that moment, Qiming felt a pang of panic. With only 3 of them, and Qianyuan being merely a great soul master, without any assurance of assistance, encountering Team Tosi would undoubtedly lead to their demise. After a moment of contemplation, Qianyuan proposed, what if we strike back? Team Tosi would never anticipate that we have uncovered their conspiracy. In that instant, Qianyuan revealed his true thoughts. What? Us 4? That's utterly impossible. Team Tosi possesses soul kings among their ranks. Retaliation would only lead to our doom. Before Fang Tianhao could voice his rejection, Lung Bingjie was the first to interject, fully aware of the terror that Team Tosi represented. Chapter 63, The Tosi Bounty Team. The immediate reaction of the three was to refuse, against such a formidable enemy. They perceived no chance of victory. Qianyuan took a deep breath, realizing he needed to persuade them, or else his mission would fail. Even if you choose not to retaliate, do you truly believe you can survive? Faced with this pointed question, the trio fell silent, their bodies trembling with uncertainty. Indeed, even without a counterattack, would they truly live to see another day? Would the Bounty Alliance protect them, or would the traitors within the alliance spare them? For a moment, they were left speechless. After a brief pause, Fang Tianhao finally spoke. If we truly cannot evade them, then we shall leave the Star Dough Forest and never return. Listening to Fang Tianhao's words, Qiming seemed to find wisdom in them, and immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. We will withdraw from the Bounty Alliance and cease being Bounty Soul Masters. Determination shone in their eyes, clearly indicating they would not confront Team Tosi. Qianyuan shook his head in resignation. First, you must survive and leave this place today, even if you evade the pursuit of Team Tosi. Can you guarantee that there are no ambushes waiting for you outside the forest? Furthermore, if you were to withdraw from the Bounty Soul Masters, what else could you pursue in the future? How would you provide for your families? In an instant, the three remained rooted to the spot, uncertain of any ambush lurking outside. Yet, if they were to abandon the vast team of Bounty Soul Masters, where could they possibly turn? With their meager talents, neither the Spirit Hall nor the Empire would take them in. Were they to live out their lives like ordinary citizens, in a mundane and unremarkable fashion? They were, after all, Soul Masters. To condemn them to a life of mediocrity was tantamount to torment. While they were lost in thought, Qianyuan suddenly snapped his fingers. In an instant, 3 bags of golden soul coins appeared in his hands, which he then tossed to the trio. Counterattack is our best option at present. Consider this my private employment of you. Each of you will receive 2,000 golden soul coins, and upon vanquishing the Tours team, an additional 2,000 each. He firmly believed that money could inspire bravery. Where there is wealth, there will be courage. 5,000 golden soul coins. How long would it take them to earn such a sum through bounty missions? The Tours team would not anticipate their counterattack, making a surprise strike the optimal strategy. They might even inflict significant damage upon their adversaries, turning the tide of battle in their favor. Qianyuan spoke to the three with an amiable demeanor, though the allure of the 5,000 golden soul coins was overshadowed by the gravity of life and death. If one were to perish, what use would 1,000,000 golden soul coins be? You need not worry about your lives. I assure you, I will guarantee your survival. Leave the Soul King to me. These words left Fang Tianhao and the others in disbelief. A great soul master taking on a Soul King? Surely, this was a jest. Naturally, none of them believed him, and Fang Tianhao let out a long sigh. I'll take the job. He then turned to Qiming and Lung Bingjie. Lung Bingjie weighed the pouch of money in her hand, her expression unchanged as she nodded. I have been a bounty soul master for 3 years and have yet to earn 5,000 golden soul coins. I shall also accept this task. Qiming had initially intended to decline, fearing that he might not live to spend the money. However, Lung Bingjie's agreement compelled him to reluctantly nod as well. Then, I agree too. With all three in accord, Qianyuan was quite satisfied. Yet, before he could speak, Fang Tianhao took the initiative. Leave the captain of the Tours team to me. I will do my utmost to hold him back while you focus on eliminating the other soul masters. If fortune favors our ambush, we might severely injure 1 or 2 soul masters and swiftly dispatch them, thereby creating an opportunity to retaliate against the Soul King. Fang Tianhao did not believe that Qianyuan could contend with the Soul King, although he had previously subdued Lung Bingjie's martial spirit. It might have merely been a stroke of luck, or perhaps Qianyuan's martial spirit inadvertently suppressed hers. Yet, the Soul King was certainly beyond Qianyuan's reach. Qianyuan shook his head and smiled, understanding that Fang Tianhao was merely concerned for his safety. Do not fret for me. I am confident in my ability to slay the Soul King. As for the other soul masters, I leave that to you. The expressions of the 3 individuals were peculiar, their gazes directed at Qianyuan brimming with suspicion. Very well, let us now deliberate on the strategy for our ambush. The Tuasi team was drawing ever closer. Even if the Mo Mu team attempted to flee, their escape would be limited. Thus, Qianyuan commenced the execution of his meticulously devised plan. As Qianyuan articulated his scheme, Fang Tianhao and the others occasionally raised their eyebrows, their clothing dampened with cold sweat, silently grateful that they had not incurred Qianyuan's ire. Soon, the 4 began to act according to their plan. Their time fleeting, less than an hour remained before the Tuasi team would catch up. Time sped by, and everything progressed methodically. Meanwhile, 7 figures darted through the forest with remarkable swiftness. Approximately an hour later, These 7 figures abruptly materialized at the location of Fong Tianhao and his companions. At that moment, Fong Tianhao was tending to a bonfire, seemingly preparing a meal. However, upon seeing the 7 figures, a wave of terror washed over him. You all arrived so swiftly? His face was etched with astonishment, as though they had come before he was adequately prepared. As Fong Tianhao spoke, the 7 individuals encircled him with malevolent grins. One man, bearing a scar across his face, grinned in a particularly sinister manner. Fong Tianhao, did you anticipate our arrival? This man was Tuo, the captain of the Tuo team. Cold sweat streamed down Fong Tianhao's face as he scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of his companions. Yet, apart from the 7 figures of the Tuo team, there was no one else in sight. You have been tailing us for so long. How could I not have noticed? Yet, I cannot fathom why you wish to hunt us down. It is not the modus operandi of your Tuo team. Fong Tianhao inhaled deeply, his tone considerably more composed, though his body continued to tremble slightly. Tuo's lips curled into a smirk, evading the question and countering. Where are Qiming and Miss Lung? Their soul energy fluctuations have vanished. Are you willing to trade your life for theirs? At Tuo's words, Fong Tianhao's body jolted, as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, you will never find them. His speech faltered, as if his courage had waned. Tuo's smile morphed into a cruel grimace. Oh, is that so? I have a feeling that using you as bait might just draw them in. Chapter 64, The Just Bystander. As Tuo spoke, Fong Tianhao's brow furrowed slightly, his expression one of confusion. What do you mean? Tuo offered a slight smile. What do I mean? With you here, should we not worry about Qiming and Xiao Jie returning to rescue you? For every day they do not return, you shall lose a finger. If 10 days pass, an arm. At that point, we shall see how long your life can endure. Tuo's words sent shivers down Fong Tianhao's spine. Given his nature, such cruelty was hardly surprising. Thus, today you are fortunate. You shall not die. Come with us, and spare me the necessity of resorting to violence. Fong Tianhao took a deep breath, his face revealing a resolute expression, accompanied by a hint of a cold smile. Heh, if you wish for me to accompany you, very well. Let us see if you possess the requisite strength. As his words fell, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly unleashing his martial soul, sending ripples of soul power cascading around him. You dare to resist? Today, I shall cripple your legs. Upon witnessing Fong Tianhao's intent to rebel, a shadow of gloom crossed Thor's face. To him, as long as he remained at the periphery of the Star Doe forest, he was the king here, whether against soul masters or soul beasts. Attack. Be gentle. Do not kill him. Understood. With Thor's command, the 3 soul masters grinned wickedly and summoned their martial souls. Their martial souls manifested as a python, a lotus, and a hammer, respectively. Furthermore, both their first and second soul rings were remarkably of a century's worth, which explained their formidable strength. Judging by their first soul rings, they surpassed the 3 members of the Twilight Bounty team. The trio approached Fong Tianhao with sinister grins, drawing ever closer and cutting off all possible escape routes. Yet, when they were within 3 meters of him, Fong Tianhao, who had appeared grave moments before, suddenly erupted into a devious laughter. Ha ha, Thor, you are indeed arrogant to believe that these 3 soul masters can capture me. As his laughter echoed, the 3 paused momentarily, sensing the undercurrents of a scheme behind his mirth. This brief hesitation, however, was fleeting. In the next moment, their expressions twisted into grotesque snarls. Enough of your prattle. With a shout from one, the other 2 surged forward towards him. However, as they commenced their charge, 3 pairs of hands suddenly emerged from the soil beneath them. Clad in dirt and weeds, these hands seized the ankles of the trio from the Tor's team, while sharpened tree trunks erupted from the ground below, piercing upwards. The unexpected scene unfolded too swiftly for any of them to react. Even Thor was caught unprepared. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, akin to the shrill screams of slaughtered pigs. The 3 clutched their backsides, eyes bulging, writhing on the ground in agony. Even Fong Tianhao found it difficult to bear the sight. Such robust trunks had risen so abruptly. Boldness. Thor's veins bulged with fury. He had never anticipated that Fong Tianhao's audacity stemmed from an elaborate ambush. At that moment, a muffled sound resonated from the ground, as 3 figures burst forth, encircling Fong Tianhao protectively. These were none other than Qianyuan and his companions. Fong Tianhao, you dare to defy? Thor was seething with rage. He too summoned his martial soul, fully aware of Qiming and Lungbingjie, but Qianyuan remained a stranger to him. Nevertheless, he did not fear Qianyuan being an ally of the opposition. If a formidable deity had truly been summoned, why resort to such underhanded tactics? Fong Tianhao stepped forward, his expression turning grave as he narrowed his eyes, fixating on Thor. Are we to submit to your tyranny without resistance? Is that the correct course of action? Have you grown so accustomed to your arrogance here? In that moment, Fang Tianhao was no longer fearful. He stood defiantly against Thor. However, Thor was relentless, offering no words as he advanced towards the four of them, flanked by his fellow members of the Toth Squad, whose faces bore malice as they approached. With the members of the Falling Curtain Squad present, Thor found no need for elaborate tactics. Yet, Fang Tianhao's words ignited a seething rage within him. This time, he vowed that Fang Tianhao would not perish swiftly. As the Toth Squad closed in, cold sweat streamed down the brows of Fang Tianhao and his companions. Although they had steeled themselves for a confrontation with Thor, an undeniable trepidation gripped their hearts. They remained still, like hares awaiting their fate. As Thor and his comrades drew near, Fang Tianhao seemed to reach a decisive conclusion. He turned to his three companions and declared, "I will hold Thor at bay. You three take care of the remaining Soul Generals swiftly. Once the battle is concluded, we shall unite against Thor. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope." This had been Fang Tianhao's plan all along. Despite Qianyuan's insistence that Thor be left to him, Fang Tianhao ultimately felt that he was the more reliable opponent against Thor. "Who do you think you are?" Thor's gaze was laced with murderous intent, and the white bear behind him radiated an overwhelming soul power, a force far beyond their capacity to withstand. Their attacks might not even breach Thor's defenses. Qi Ming swallowed hard, despair evident in his eyes. "It's over. It seems today we either perish or flee," he lamented. Beside him, Lung Bingjie shot him a fierce glare, as if to chastise his lack of resolve. Nevertheless, his words resonated with Fang Tianhao, who shared the same sentiment. They felt the impending doom. Yet, with circumstances pressing upon them, even passive submission would not guarantee their survival. Cold sweat trickled down the necks of the three as death loomed near. However, Qianyuan appeared unfazed, smiling as he regarded Thor. He leisurely stepped forward, drawing the astonished gazes of those around him as he positioned himself before Fang Tianhao. Wearing an expression of nonchalance, he addressed Thor with a calm demeanor. "You face me as your opponent." No trace of soul power emanated from him, and his seemingly untroubled demeanor did not appear to be an act, causing Thor to harbor some reservations. Thor gradually halted, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who are you?" he inquired. Qianyuan smiled faintly. "I am the righteous bystander, disturbed by your methods, and have come today to teach you the essence of humanity." A simple statement, yet it brimmed with provocation. In that moment, he snapped his fingers, and the Zualun pistol materialized in his grip, its dark barrel aimed directly at Thor. Chapter 65. Instant Kill of the Soul King. The ominous barrel appeared somewhat intimidating, yet Thor responded with a disdainful sneer, convinced that the weapon in Qianyuan's possession bore no lethal threat. Thus, they did not pause in their advance, their faces contorted with rage, adorned with mockery and disdain. "They believe they can confront me with this iron banana?" Thor's tone dripped with derision. It was the first time he encountered someone daring enough to challenge him in such a manner. However, Qianyuan merely smiled faintly and commanded, "Stand still and raise your hands." This simple statement was laced with intrigue, yet only he understood the gravity of the situation. Should this shot find its mark in Thor's head or heart, he would surely perish. Despite the formidable lethality of the Zualun pistol, the ammunition was limited, not due to the gunpowder, but rather the casing of the bullets. To enhance the penetrating power of the bullets, Qianyuan had expensively procured gold and copper, a mere handful in size. Having scoured the entirety of Nodding City and expending 3,000 gold soul coins, it took Tang San an entire month to forge a mere dozen bullets. Without this enhancement, the Zualun pistol would have been incapable of breaching the defenses of a soul sage, which was precisely why Qianyuan was reluctant to employ it. He adhered to a principle of reserving its use for critical moments. His previous encounter with Douluo had been a lapse in judgment. Otherwise, he would have certainly unleashed the Zualun pistol then. This time, he would not be foolish enough to confront the Soul King head-on. If he could dispatch him with the Zualun pistol, the remaining Soul Sect members would pose little threat. Thor's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his lips curling into a smirk as he raised his hands. He did not comprehend the meaning behind it. However, taken literally, it was an order to remain still and refrain from striking. "I thought you had summoned some divine being. Yet it turns out to be nothing more than a waste of space adept at ambushes." Thor continued to disregard the warning and strode towards Fang Tianhao and his companions. In his eyes, they lacked the courage to contend with the TOS bounty team. He was convinced that all of this was orchestrated by Qianyuan. Yet, this maneuver left Fang Tianhao and his companions utterly astonished, to the point of cursing Qianyuan's parents in their minds. They had believed Qianyuan to be a master of concealment, possessing absolute confidence to counter Thor. What they did not expect was for him to brandish an iron banana and audaciously command the enemy to remain still and raise their hands. Cold sweat trickled down their cheeks as Thor and his group approached. Fang Tianhao had even resolved to confront Thor himself, determined to buy his teammates time to escape, even at the cost of his life. As Thor drew closer, within 3 meters, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped Fang Tianhao and his companions, sealing them within Thor's range of attack. Damn it, I will hold Thor off. You seize the opportunity to flee, and under no circumstances look back. Suddenly, feeling that oppressive presence of death, Fang Tianhao knew he could wait no longer. His body trembled violently, his spirit surging as he prepared to intercept Thor. But just as he was poised to act, a sharp and resounding noise erupted. Boom! The flying soul beasts in the forest took to the skies. The younger soul beasts fleeing in panic, startled by the sudden sound. In the next moment, a scene that left everyone utterly astonished unfolded. Qianyuan pulled the trigger, and the anger and disdain that had once adorned Thor's countenance were replaced by bewilderment and confusion. He could distinctly sense his life force dissipating at an alarming rate, and he felt the wound consuming his vitality, situated right at his brow. With all his might, he rolled his eyes in an attempt to discern the nature of the injury on his forehead. Yet, he could not see. He was utterly blind to it. All he could do was allow blood to flow into his eyes, staining his world crimson. The forest fell into silence, as all gazes were fixated on the dazed Thor, who now sported a gruesome hole in his forehead. Blood mixed with a white fluid gushed forth uncontrollably, tinging his vision red. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, Thor's life essence was entirely depleted, and his once robust body collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he remained oblivious to the source of his injury. Pondering what could possess such formidable power, time seemed to freeze at that moment, with all eyes glued to the revolver held by Qianyuan, their expressions rife with terror. Thor was unaware of what had caused his demise, but the onlookers clearly witnessed the sparks erupting from the revolver's barrel at the moment of discharge, still emitting wisps of smoke and a pungent scent of gunpowder. I warned you not to move, yet you would not listen, Qianyuan remarked nonchalantly, shaking his head as he slowly holstered the revolver. Captain Fang, shall we deal with these individuals now? If we let them go, it would be akin to setting a tiger loose in the mountains, and besides, you must avenge your comrades. Upon hearing Qianyuan's words, Fang Tianhao and his companions snapped back to reality, prioritizing vengeance above all else. In an instant, the tense battle reignited. With Thor no longer a threat, Fang Tianhao's trio fought with renewed vigor, though they found themselves evenly matched against their opponents, who possessed superior soul rings. However, Qianyuan remained unfazed, wielding the Pangu axe with a gentle flourish before approaching a struggling soul master on the ground, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Even if Qianyuan spared these adversaries, they would undoubtedly seek reinforcements to hunt him down. Thus, if one wished to live peacefully in this realm, there was no alternative but to take decisive action. The 3 fallen soul masters were swiftly dealt with by Qianyuan, while the remaining trio continued to engage Fang Tianhao and his companions, gradually gaining the upper hand. The strength of a soul ring signified the might of the soul master, and the prolonged tug-of-war left Fang Tianhao's group feeling increasingly fatigued. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining members of the Tosi bounty team kept a wary eye on Qianyuan, apprehensive that he might strike from behind. After all, even a soul king could not withstand such devastating harm. As they engaged in their antics, they soon realized that Qianyuan was merely a bystander, showing no intention of wielding the Qianyuan pistol once more. At that moment, they came to the conclusion that his formidable iron banana could only unleash its energy once, incapable of a second release. This thought ignited a fierce resolve in one of the soul masters, whose lips curled into a sinister smile as he deftly maneuvered past Lung Bingjia, charging towards Qianyuan. Chapter 66. Intimidation. A colossal python lunged toward Qianyuan, its cavernous maw suddenly agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Second soul skill, Devour. A foul stench wafted through the air, the fangs gleaming with a sanguine glow as the gaping mouth expanded to a size nearly as tall as a man. This soul skill was treacherous, designed to engulf the soul master within the beast's corporeal form, allowing the acidic bile of the python to corrode them alive, granting death only after they had experienced excruciating agony and despair. Lung Bingjia's lips quivered. Though she recognized Qianyuan's considerable strength, the opponent had unleashed their soul skill. Previously, Qianyuan had withstood her attacks, perhaps because she had refrained from employing her soul skill, which diluted the potency of her onslaught. However, this time was different. The soul master had activated their highly aggressive soul skill. Even Lung Bingjia dared not confront it head-on, knowing that fleeing was her only option. Once consumed, escape would be utterly futile. Qianyuan, be careful, Lung Bingjia shouted, her voice drawing the attention of Fang Tianhao and Qiming. Upon witnessing the activation of the soul skill, they were struck with apprehension. Qianyuan's gaunt figure exuded a sickly frailty, giving an impression of being unable to withstand the slightest breeze. While Lung Bingjie had previously found no means to subdue him, their concern remained in the face of the Soul Master's power. They yearned to intervene and save him. Yet Fang Tianhao and Qiming found themselves ensnared by the other two, unable to break free. Although Lung Bingjie was closest to Qianyuan and thus most suited to assist, the Devour skill relied on the Soul's power to attack. As the Soul Master did not need to move personally, she was intercepted just as she prepared to rush to his aid, overwhelmed by the circumstances. In a flash, Qianyuan made no attempt to evade, as if all of this bore no weight upon him. With a swift snap, he was enveloped by the gaping maw, and in an instant, he was consumed. Qianyuan. Fang Tianhao bellowed in fury. His anger was palpable. Without Qianyuan, their team, the Curtain Call Bounty Squad, would have long since perished. Yet now, he had been devoured by the opponent's soul skill. Through the illusory form of the beast, it was evident that Qianyuan was ensnared within the python's body. As sickly green liquid began to seep from the creature's surface, permeating his being. Within mere breaths, the spectral python was shrouded in the ghastly liquid, rendering Qianyuan entirely invisible within its depths. Haha. Engulfed by my Devour skill, how could one without the strength of a Soul King possibly emerge alive? The individual known as Xios possesses the martial spirit of a python, utilizing its gastric acid as a means of attack, inflicting endless torment upon his victims until their demise. Today, the members of the Tosi squad shall remain. At this moment, Fang Tianhao's eyes had turned crimson, showing no mercy as he relentlessly assaulted the adversary. The Tosi squad, which initially held the upper hand, found themselves at a disadvantage in this instant. Lung Bingjie's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. She was overwhelmed with guilt, pondering if her failure to restrain Xios had led to Qianyuan being devoured by the opponent's soul technique. Thus, she resolved to exert every ounce of her strength to annihilate him. However, Xios' devouring soul technique had a significant drawback. After consuming an individual, his python spirit would enter a state of weakness, much like a real python, which succumbs to slumber after a meal, only to resume its hunt once the prey has been fully digested. Xios found himself bereft of his martial spirit's support and struggled against Lung Bingjie in a one-on-one confrontation. While a fierce battle ensued, Qianyuan, trapped within the belly of the python, began to feel discomfort. He envisioned using the Pangu heaven-opening axe to slice open the python's abdomen and emerge triumphantly, asserting his dominance over the Tosi bounty squad. However, upon being swallowed, he discovered that the interior of the python was not a simple stomach, but rather a chaotic realm reminiscent of primordial chaos. It was filled with a ghastly green gastric acid that surged from all directions, corroding the soles of his shoes. In this strange dimension, the Pangu heaven-opening axe became utterly useless, leaving Qianyuan with a bitter smile. Nevertheless, he was not deterred. After all, he possessed the four sacred divine beast martial spirits. His reluctance to employ them stemmed from a desire to keep his identity concealed. If the Mumu squad were to uncover his true nature, it would not bode well for them, and the prospect of being captured and tortured by the spirit hall loomed large. Yet now, with the Pangu heaven-opening axe rendered ineffective, his plans were completely thwarted. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Qianyuan furrowed his brow slightly as a faint golden soul power shimmered around him. The gastric acid swirling at his feet began to recede, yielding to the gentle glow of the golden light. As the golden radiance intensified, the highly corrosive gastric acid was pushed back significantly. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon's soul manifested. A golden million-year soul ring descended abruptly, and upon its emergence, the gastric acid disintegrated as if snowflakes had encountered the sun. Second soul skill, wind capture. Second soul skill, wind capture, drawing from the power of wind. Generates blades of wind around the user, capable of shredding any who draw near, or can be projected outward as a long-range consumption technique, with a cooldown of 5 hours. This was the second soul skill obtained by Qianyuan upon absorbing his second million-year soul ring. As this soul technique was unleashed, numerous blades of wind manifested around him, each a delicate shade of green, interwoven with faint golden radiance. With the emergence of each blade, a howling wind echoed through the air. Even ensconced within the belly of the serpent, this cacophony could not be stifled. Though this place appeared to be a small world unto itself, it was not a true microcosm. Rather, it merely gave the illusion of an expansive realm. In reality, it was merely the interior of the serpent, and at the moment the wind soul technique materialized, the serpent's form swelled dramatically, accompanied by anguished howls. Meanwhile, Qianyuan furrowed his brow. Congratulations, host Qianyuan. You have successfully unlocked the four sacred beasts with the Qinglong's soul martial spirit effect. dread. Dread. The majesty of the sacred beast Qinglong cannot be trampled upon. All descendants of the dragon clan must bow in reverence upon encountering the sacred. The system's voice left Qianyuan momentarily bewildered. This so-called effect appeared unremarkable, merely a straightforward description, yet in Qianyuan's eyes, it represented an unparalleled force. Chapter 67, Compulsory Task. Dread. That was the majesty of the sacred beast Qinglong, compelling all Qinglong subjects to submit. The serpent, merely a descendant of the dragon lineage, must prostrate itself before its ancient forebears. Yet, Qianyuan was still plagued by doubts. Could this dread truly compel those soul beasts, and even beast martial spirits, to heed his command? As the innate effect of the Qinglong's soul was activated, the giant serpent's body became ethereal, its lamentations intensifying. Its cries resonated throughout the forest, halting the skirmishes of those still engaged in battle. What on earth is happening? Fang Tianhao and his companions observed the serpent's wails, its swelling form radiating a faint golden glow, bewildered. However, for the sake of their safety, they swiftly retreated, maintaining a considerable distance from the serpent, wary that it might not yet be satiated. At that moment, Xiaoxi stood agape. As the serpent's master, he understood the significance of its wails. Such sounds were only emitted in moments of pain and terror. Yet, there were no formidable soul beasts lurking nearby. What could it possibly fear? Suddenly, Xiaoxi recalled the devoured Qianyuan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Throughout the ordeal, he had failed to detect any fluctuations in Qianyuan's soul power. Even after personally slaying Thor, it merely indicated that his soul power was at the Soul King level, no higher. Yet, even a Soul King should not elicit such a fearful outcry from the serpent. The serpent's body continued to swell, on the verge of bursting, while its corrosive gastric acid churned within, ominously hinting at a potential backlash. Suddenly, the serpent, taking matters into its own hands, expelled Qianyuan. A flash of golden light flickered, and at the moment of ejection, Qianyuan had already withdrawn his martial spirit, evading notice of any abnormalities. What is happening? The devouring has been interrupted? Xiaoz was taken aback. His second soul skill, Devour, had never once failed to consume countless bounty soul masters. Yet, this time it faltered. In stark contrast, Qianyuan remained pristine, his body untouched except for slight corrosion at the soles of his shoes. Even his hair escaped the clutches of gastric acid. No, this is impossible. What is happening? He gazed in terror at the giant python, his martial spirit, only to discover that the connection between them had inexplicably vanished. The bond between a martial spirit and its master is unbreakable, save for death or the shattering of the spirit. The abrupt change in circumstances filled Xiaoz with dread. At that moment, Fang Tianhao and his companions encircled Qianyuan. "Qianyuan, are you all right?" Qi Ming inquired with concern, especially after being swallowed by the python. Qianyuan shook his head nonchalantly. "I'm fine. Let's deal with them quickly." I sensed several fluctuations of soul power approaching rapidly. Indeed, the instant he emerged from the python's belly, he felt several waves of soul power rushing toward them. Reinforcements. Fang Tianhao's expression grew solemn. He had utmost faith in Qianyuan, who had effortlessly slain a soul king. Was that not a testament to his prowess? The trio dove back into the fray, engaging in battle. Meanwhile, Qianyuan casually approached the now ethereal python. The python decisively regurgitated Qianyuan, lest it be overwhelmed by the potent soul energy of the million-year soul ring. "Does it hurt, big snake?" Qianyuan crouched down, playfully prodding the python with his finger. The python, trembling in fear, did not dare to move, lying submissively as if awaiting judgment from its ancestors. This scene left Xiaoz utterly speechless. Not only did his martial spirit refrain from attacking, but it behaved like a docile kitten, entirely at the mercy of Qianyuan. He had intended to rush forward and eliminate Qianyuan, but with the severed connection to his martial spirit, he found himself at the mercy of Lung Bingjie. Deprived of his martial spirit, Xiaoz's combat prowess paled in comparison to Lung Bingjie. In a matter of minutes, Lung Bingjie dispatched Xiaoz. With Xiaoz's demise, the python dissipated into nothingness, and with her opponent gone, Lung Bingjie began to assist. Soon, the entire Tosi bounty team was annihilated. Qianyuan received a notification from the system regarding his rewards. His current points were modest, and he aimed to accumulate enough to exchange for several celestial herbs to enhance his strength. Now that all is well, let us part ways. The approaching group comes from the southeast. We can circumvent that direction, Qianyuan proposed, having completed his task and feeling no need to linger. Fang Tianhao paused, a hint of reluctance in his tone. "Qianyuan, have you considered joining my bounty team? Don't forget, I am your employer." Qianyuan chuckled heartily, tactfully declining Fang Tianhao's offer while snapping his fingers. causing 3 pouches of coins to materialize in his hand, which he tossed to the trio. This is the remaining reward for you. Having said that, regardless of the emotions of those around him, Qianyuan turned to leave. Qianyuan. Suddenly, Lung Bingjie called out to him. What is it? Qianyuan raised an eyebrow, harboring little fondness for this woman. Lung Bingjie bit her lip lightly, her gaze somewhat evasive, and then softly uttered, I'm sorry. Fang Tianhao and Qi Ming were taken aback. They were all too familiar with Lung Bingjie's character, someone who would not easily apologize. Qianyuan paused for a moment, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. It's nothing. After uttering this phrase, he plunged directly into the forest. Where are we supposed to find you if we need to? Qi Ming hastily shouted towards Qianyuan's retreating figure. Shrek Academy. Echoed Qianyuan's voice through the woods. After completing the soul-hunting task, Qianyuan had no intention of lingering here, preparing to meet up with Tang San and leave. However, in the vast forest, locating them would be quite challenging, so he decided to head towards the forest entrance, waiting for Tang San and the others to emerge before reuniting with them. As he navigated through the woods, when he was less than a kilometer from the entrance, Qianyuan furrowed his brow in confusion and gradually came to a halt. Ding. System prompt. Encounter key individual, save her. She will be of great assistance to you in the future. Qianyuan stared blankly at the system's notification. Who could this she be? A woman capable of aiding him in this realm? Could it be Bibi Dong? That is certainly a possibility. How could the esteemed Pope be someone I am destined to save? The system will forcibly transport you. What the hell? Without consulting my opinion. You are forcing me to complete this task? Chapter 68. Vanishing into thin air. At the outskirts of the Douluo forest, in a dense thicket, an 11 or 12-year-old girl sat beneath a tree, weeping as if she had encountered some great difficulty. Qianyuan emerged from the side of the woods, perplexed, scrutinizing the young girl. Her attire was rather simple, devoid of extravagance, yet her appearance was exceedingly adorable, with 2 playful braids swaying as she sobbed. Tears sparkled in her large eyes, and when she caught sight of Qianyuan, her sorrow was tinged with a hint of fear. The girl's cries ceased, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Qianyuan with trepidation, instinctively retreating. Hello, don't be afraid. I'm a good person. Why are you crying here alone? Where are the adults in your family? Qianyuan inquired in a remarkably seasoned tone, as if he were an adult, entirely forgetting that he himself was merely an 8 or 9-year-old girl. The girl remained silent, her large eyes shimmering with fright, her body still retreating as if she feared Qianyuan might harm her. Qianyuan felt a wave of awkwardness. This girl posed no threat. So why did the system insist on saving her? What is your name? He did not approach, but instead squatted down with a gentle smile, radiating a sense of safety that belied his youth. Although he was merely a child, his words, gestures, and tone bore the maturity of an adult. I am called Wanwan. The girl, perhaps sensing no danger from Qianyuan, spoke up, her voice sweet, yet somewhat awkward, reminiscent of someone who had just begun to learn to speak. But where are your guardians? How did a little child come to such a perilous place? This question piqued Qianyuan's curiosity, for while the system had instructed him to rescue the girl, he had not detected any presence of soul beasts within 100 meters. Occasionally, the fleeting aura of a soul master would pass by, but nothing posed a threat to her. Yet, this absence of danger only deepened his intrigue. As the Douluo forest was not a domesticated sanctuary, soul beasts thrived in abundance. Even if no formidable soul beasts lurked nearby, lower-level herbivorous soul beasts were typically abundant, making it implausible for there to be an absence of soul beasts in such a vicinity. I can't find my mom and dad. I don't know where they went. They left me all alone here. Upon uttering these words, Wanwan burst into tears, wailing for her parents. Please don't cry, he urged, acutely aware that her loud lamentations could attract soul beasts or soul masters, significantly jeopardizing their situation if they encountered a powerful soul beast or a formidable soul master. He hurried to her side, snapping his fingers to conjure a handkerchief. Here, dry your tears. Don't cry. I will help you find your mom and dad. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyuan resolved to assist this little one in her search. Perhaps the system's command to save meant leading this girl away from danger, he mused, as he gently wiped her tears away. Really? At the sound of his promise, Wanwan ceased her crying, her big eyes glistening with hope as she inquired further. Wow. Can this little girl change her demeanor so quickly? He thought to himself, though such musings remained unspoken. Wanwan, did your parents leave you here to hunt for soul rings? Worried you might come to harm? He tentatively asked, for the system would not send him on a rescue mission without cause. And Wanwan was a character absent from the original narrative. They didn't go hunting for soul rings. They said if I stayed here, someone would come to rescue me. Her voice trembled with a hint of grievance and sorrow, tears threatening to spill once more. Qianyuan quickly employed the handkerchief again to dab at the corners of her eyes. Rescue you? But you are not in danger now. Why would you need rescuing? He felt no fluctuation of soul power from Qianyuan, nor could he detect any signs of a soul master. Thanks to the enhancement of a million-year soul ring, his sensitivity to soul power was acute. Even if someone attempted to conceal their aura, he would easily perceive it. Thus, he perceived that the young girl before him was an ordinary child, not a soul master. Yet, the words of her parents echoed those of the system, both emphasizing a singular notion of rescue. I, Qianyuan, pursed my small lips, seemingly deep in contemplation, though ultimately unable to discern why I was to be saved. I, too, was unaware that it was my parents who had informed me that the first person to find me would be my savior. I could not articulate why I required saving, which left Qianyuan feeling somewhat exasperated. Do you know which direction your parents went? I can take you to find them and inquire why they want me to save you. Qianyuan believed it would be more effective to locate the girl's parents than to question her further. Yes, they left in that direction, she exclaimed, pointing with her delicate finger to the ground beside Qianyuan. Here. Qianyuan gazed skeptically at the ground beneath him, filled with confusion. Indeed, Qianyuan nodded affirmatively, her eyes shining with hope as she looked at Qianyuan, convinced he could truly lead her to her parents. How did they leave? Qianyuan felt a sense of helplessness. They just vanished, instantaneously teleporting? That seemed rather implausible. They left right from here, she insisted, demonstrating with an adorably clumsy gesture as she dashed back to the spot she had indicated. They just whooshed away. To clarify her point, Qianyuan even jumped on the spot. Looking irresistibly cute, they flew away. No, it was just like this, whoosh, and they were gone. Qianyuan's little face bore an anxious expression, her movements growing increasingly frantic. Vanished into thin air. Qianyuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, that seems to be the case. Qianyuan nodded vigorously. This left Qianyuan bewildered. Despite possessing a system, he had never achieved the ability to disappear, and such phenomena were not known to occur in this realm. Let us wait in this vicinity for a while and see if your parents come looking for you. If they do, you can return home with them. Though Qianyuan felt frustrated, he had no choice but to assist this seemingly harmless little girl in order to fulfill the system's task. Yay, Qianyuan cheered, relaxing her guard around Qianyuan. Chapter 69, taking Qianyuan away. Based on the timeline, it would take Tang San and the others 2 more days to return to the academy. He was not anxious about these 2 days. If he could wait for Qianyuan's parents, that would be even better. After all, the system had indicated that saving Qianyuan would aid his future endeavors. Perhaps her parents were influential figures who could bestow upon Qianyuan a powerful artifact, significantly enhancing his abilities. This was a delightful daydream, and Qianyuan eagerly awaited the arrival of Qianyuan's parents nearby. However, as time passed, 2 days went by without any sign of her parents, and the provisions he had stored in the icebound cliff had been entirely consumed. It was not that he had brought too little, but rather that Qianyuan had an insatiable appetite. Essentially, a single meal could consume over 10 pounds of meat, not to mention the grains. Could it be that Qianyuan's parents could not afford to raise her and abandoned her in this starry forest? It is no wonder that someone would come to her aid, providing her with sustenance as a means of rescue. Qianyuan pondered this notion. For a little girl with such a voracious appetite could hardly be supported by an ordinary household. As time passed, afternoon soon arrived, and Tang San and the others were preparing to make their appearance in Qianyuan's line of sight. Xiao San Dean, Qianyuan exclaimed, taking Qianyuan's hand and dashing out of the woods to intercept the group. Upon seeing Qianyuan, Tang San and the others were filled with joy, surprised to encounter him at the exit. Qianyuan, you're back. Tang San sighed in relief. Just days prior, when Xiao Wu was taken by the Titan giant ape, Qianyuan had climbed onto the beast's back to rescue her, after which he had vanished without a trace. The Shrek's 7 devils had been gravely concerned for him, yet they were at a loss as to where to search. We're so glad to see you return. We've all been worried sick. Dai Mubai approached, patting him on the shoulder. As members of Shrek Academy, they hoped that none would suffer misfortune. Where on earth have you been these past few days? We searched everywhere for you. The others chimed in, eager to know what had transpired. However, there was no hint of surprise on the faces of Flanders and Zhao Wujia, for they understood that a creature with a million-year soul ring, having lived for over 3 centuries, would hardly fear a mere 10,000-year soul beast. Faced with their inquiries, Qianyuan felt somewhat helpless. His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, who had already been returned by the Titan giant ape. She would undoubtedly be the first asked about his whereabouts, so he wished to discern what she had said to avoid any discrepancies. Since learning of Qianyuan's true identity, Xiao Wu had become somewhat reserved upon seeing him again, refraining from approaching and instead watching him with a shy demeanor. It was only when she caught his inquiring gaze that she timidly spoke up. Qianyuan, after you fell from the Titan giant ape that day, where did you go? No one could find you. Xiao Wu, being astute, had opted for a simple explanation when questioned, stating that Qianyuan had been thrown off and subsequently vanished. Upon hearing this, Qianyuan chuckled. I sustained some injuries and could not seek you out, so I stayed here to recuperate for a couple of days, waiting for your return. The group nodded, yet they soon noticed Wanwan at his side. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled upon seeing Wanwan, exclaiming, what an adorable little girl. Who is she? Your relative? Zhu Zhuqing also approached, her face bright with a smile as she regarded the charming Wanwan, perhaps feeling overwhelmed by their attention. Wanwan lowered her head, shyly hiding behind Qianyuan and grasping his clothing. Her name is Wanwan. She got separated from her parents. I waited here for 2 days but did not encounter them, Qianyuan explained with a hint of resignation. He lowered his head to look at Wanwan and gently said, Wanwan, your parents have not returned. Why don't you come back to the academy with us for now? We will frequently visit this place to help you search for them. Upon hearing the mention of her parents, Wanwan pouted, her small face brimming with grievance. Daddy and Mommy don't want Wanwan anymore. They don't want me, woo-woo. As she mumbled, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Flander adjusted his glasses and commented, her parents must be quite carefree, having lost their child for so long, yet not coming to look for her. He then squatted in front of Wanwan and gently wiped her tears with his thumb. Little one, we will surely help you find your parents. Just as he spoke, Wanwan's stomach suddenly rumbled. Flander couldn't help but laugh heartily. Looks like this little one is hungry. Uncle will take you to have something delicious, all right? Upon hearing about the tasty treats, Wanwan's tear-streaked face blossomed into a smile, and she nodded vigorously, eliciting laughter from those around them. They did not rush back to the academy, instead resting in the small town for 2 days before returning. The journey had been arduous, so they did not engage in training immediately, each returning to their rooms to recuperate. While Wanwan was arranged to share a room with Xiao Wu, the next morning, training commenced once more. The intensity of the training at Shrek Academy was quite formidable. Yet for these prodigies, it was merely a piece of cake, as they had grown accustomed to such rigorous training. The group stood in a line, awaiting Master Zhao Wujia's guidance for their training. However, as time ticked by, no instructor appeared, leaving everyone puzzled and engaged in discussions about whether training was cancelled for the day. Wanwan mixed into the crowd. Although Xiao Wu had advised her to rest in their room, perhaps fearing solitude, she playfully insisted on joining them. She consciously took her place at the end of the line, her youthful face adorned with a serious expression. Why hasn't Teacher Zhao arrived yet? Is today also a day off? Ma Hongjun inquired curiously to Oscar beside him. That can't be. Didn't they say at dinner last night that training would begin today? Could it be that the dean and the others were worn out from the journey yesterday and haven't gotten up? An hour swiftly passed without anyone showing up, and the students eventually wandered about the academy in resignation. As soon as they were dismissed, Wanwan dashed to Qianyuan's side, grasping his hand tightly and whispering, last night, Sister Xiao Wu told me that you were soul masters. My daddy and mommy also mentioned soul masters to me. Are soul masters very powerful? Can Wanwan become a soul master too? Wanwan was like a curious little child, fascinated by everything. Upon hearing this, Qianyuan's eyes lit up. Why not have Wanwan awaken her martial soul? Regardless of whether she inherited her father's or mother's martial soul, it could serve as a crucial clue in the search for her parents in the future. Chapter 70. The Martial Soul with a Deathly Aura. With no teachers in sight yet, Qianyuan led Wanwan towards Li Yusong's office. In the realm of Shrek Academy, there exists no genuine awakening of martial souls, for it solely admits monsters, shunning those who have yet to awaken their martial spirits. The Martial Soul Awakening Stone is a rarity possessed solely by Li Yusong. Master, I have brought Wanwan to awaken her martial soul, Qianyuan cheerfully proclaimed upon meeting Li Yusong. This child must be over 6 years old now, having missed the optimal time for martial soul awakening. Even if she were to awaken one, it is unlikely she would traverse far along the path of a soul master, Li Yusong remarked, shaking his head. Nevertheless, he affectionately patted Wanwan's little head with a smile. It's all right, let's give it a try. Qianyuan harbored no grand expectations for Wanwan's future prowess. He merely sought to uncover clues about her parents through the martial soul she might awaken. Very well. Let us proceed. Li Yusong nodded, retrieving the martial soul awakening stone from his soul guide, and subsequently releasing his own martial soul. Suddenly, a beam of soul power surged towards the stone, and a gentle golden light erupted forth from it. Little one, come forth and extend your right hand. Wanwan gazed at the luminescent stone, her eyes brimming with both curiosity and trepidation, though she was eager to reach out. The golden radiance instilled a sense of fear within her. Qianyuan, with a warm smile, gently reassured her, there is nothing to fear. It is merely the martial soul awakening stone. Just extend your right hand to activate your martial soul. Only by doing so can you become a soul master. Encouraged by Qianyuan's words, Wanwan relinquished her fear, her eyes now sparkling with excitement and anticipation as she extended her right hand. The golden light enveloped her entire being, while flecks of starlight gravitated toward her palm. After a few moments, a white object gradually materialized upon her hand. Describing it as white would be an understatement. It was an ashen hue, interspersed with threads of crimson, emanating a faint aura of dark soul power. It resembled a tailbone, approximately a foot in length, with distinctly protruding joints, and it seemed to sway gently at the tip, as if reveling in its awakening. A soul bone? Li Yusong stood transfixed, utterly astonished at the sight of Wanwan's martial soul, which was indeed a soul bone. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a phenomenon, and the aura it exuded was steeped in a sense of death. It was hard to fathom how a charming little girl, exuding an air of innocence, could be surrounded by such a morbid essence. Qianyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Despite being an avid fan of Douluo, he had never heard of a martial soul manifesting as a soul bone. As the soft glow of the martial soul awakening stone faded, Wanwan completed her awakening. Her martial soul was a soul bone, yet her rank remained at a mere level 1 soul master. This little girl's martial soul is quite peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it before. However, the aura of death emanating from her martial soul suggests its formidable strength, Li Yusong observed gravely, his gaze now scrutinizing Wanwan with a newfound intensity, devoid of his earlier tenderness. Experienced soul masters understand that the more unusual a martial soul is, the more powerful it tends to be. If she is indeed 6 years old today, it is likely that her soul power level would not be less than 8. However, at present, she is merely at level 1, which is quite unfortunate. Li Yusong shook his head in disappointment, yet Qianyuan held a different perspective. Teacher, could it be that she has undergone a mutation? I cannot say for certain. I shall need to consult the dean, replied Li Yusong, feeling somewhat helpless. Qianyuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. Teacher, regarding Wanwan, I hope you can keep this matter a secret. Her martial soul is a soul bone, which implies that at least one of her parents must possess a similar martial soul. Yet, to this day, no one has ever encountered such a martial soul, suggesting that her parents might be concealed in some corner of this continent, perhaps desiring tranquility away from prying eyes. Therefore, I implore you not to speak of this incident to anyone. Listening to Qianyuan's words, Li Yusong contemplated for a moment and found merit in his reasoning. He nodded solemnly. You are correct. This could very well be a martial soul belonging to a reclusive family. I shall certainly safeguard this secret. As they departed from Li Yusong's office with Wanwan, Qianyuan refrained from asking her any questions regarding her martial soul until they were outside, in a secluded area. Wanwan, your martial soul is quite peculiar. Do you know if one of your parents shares the same martial soul as you? Wanwan pouted, thinking for a moment before replying. I don't know, but both my parents have tails like mine. Qianyuan was taken aback momentarily. They both have tails. What does that mean? Could it be that her family possesses tails? However, he soon realized that Wanwan was merely a child of 7 or 8, blissfully unaware of the complexities of the world. The martial soul inadvertently revealed by her parents was perceived by her as merely their tails. It seems you belong to a family of such beings. Besides being with your parents, do you live with many others who also possess tails like yours? No, I only live with my dad and mom. Wanwan answered without hesitation. I have never seen anyone else with the same tail as mine, and I think I heard my mom mention that this martial soul is called Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail. Upon hearing this name, Qianyuan raised an eyebrow and even felt a chuckle rise within him. Wasn't that the name of a game? Now it had become a martial soul, and one that emanated a sense of death and oppression, which seemed rather absurd to carry such a whimsical name. These were merely thoughts that Qianyuan kept to himself. Wanwan, would you promise your brother one thing? He took her small hand, smiling warmly. Okay. Wanwan nodded in agreement. Before we find your parents, you must not reveal your martial soul to anyone, all right? This was Qianyuan's way of protecting Wanwan. A special martial soul is easily subjected to the gaze of those who seek to exploit it, especially considering the Spirit Hall's notorious reputation for destruction of that which they cannot possess, casting a shadow of danger across the entire continent. Moreover, when both parents possess the same martial soul, it indicates the existence of a substantial clan, such as the Haotian sect or the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Only a sufficiently large family would engage in intraclan marriages. However, Wanwan also mentioned that she has always lived with her parents, suggesting that their clan is either fragmented, with only their family having escaped to this continent, or they have been expelled by their clan. In any case, this clan is concealing itself and leading a reclusive life. Qianyuan does not wish for Wanwan's martial soul to bring trouble to her parents or her clan. Chapter 71. Wanwan must cultivate as well. After receiving Wanwan's response, Qianyuan finally felt at ease and took her hand as they walked towards the center of Shrek Academy. The Shrek students were still casually chatting on one side. In the absence of teachers for class piqued Qianyuan's curiosity. What is happening today? Why is there not a single teacher present? Just as Qianyuan pondered this, suddenly, all the teachers emerged from the direction of the principal's office, accompanied by a teacher they did not recognize. However, upon seeing that unfamiliar teacher, a smile crept onto Qianyuan's lips. Yu Xiaojing, he has finally arrived. With the arrival of the teachers, everyone began to gather and line up. Tang San, upon seeing Yu Xiaojing, showed no signs of surprise, as they had reminisced together the previous night. In contrast, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Since everyone is present, allow me to introduce our teachers to the new students. Flander cleared his throat and began to introduce the teachers to the crowd. As for Li Yusong and the others, they were familiar with several of them, but when it came to Yu Xiaojing, they exchanged puzzled glances, somewhat baffled. Why does this teacher look so strange? Look at the other teachers, all wearing friendly smiles, whereas this last teacher has a frosty expression, giving the impression that he might not be easy to get along with. Ma Hongjun whispered to Oscar beside him. Indeed, he seems incapable of smiling. Oscar echoed his sentiments. When Flander introduced Yu Xiaojing, he affectionately draped an arm over Yu Xiaojing's shoulder, as if their relationship was exceptionally close. This last teacher is no ordinary person. He is the one who has researched the top 10 martial soul competitive strengths, revered as the strongest soul master in martial soul theory, Yu Xiaojing. He is not only Tang San's teacher, but also my good brother. Upon mentioning their brotherly bond, Flander's grip tightened, and a joyful smile spread across his face. With Flander's introduction, the members of Shrek wore expressions of astonishment. They had certainly heard of the top 10 martial soul competitive strengths. The title of master seemed almost divine. Although Yu Xiaojing's soul power level is not particularly high, his wisdom is unparalleled, especially after witnessing Tang San's cultivation achievements. They were filled with anticipation about having Yu Xiaojing as their teacher. Oh my, a master is indeed a master. Even the seemingly useless blue-silver grass of a third party can be nurtured into formidable strength. If ours, which is not a worthless martial soul, were to be enhanced, we would surely ascend to greatness. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with longing. He was exceedingly eager to receive guidance from Master Yu Xiaojing, and Oscar beside him was equally filled with anticipation. The food-type soul masters possess a significant shortcoming in offensive capabilities, as they inherently lack any means of attack and must mainly focus on support. In contrast, Tang San, as a control-type soul master, wields an astonishing combat prowess. Hence, he too yearned for the day when he could transform into a food-type soul master with exceptional offensive capabilities. Listening to their conversation, Qianyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just wait, and you will soon comprehend the terror of devilish training. Thus, from this day forth, the teaching at Shrek Academy shall be entirely under the purview of the master, and it is hoped that all students will cooperate diligently. Today is a day of rest. Training will commence tomorrow. After Flander's introduction, he led Yu Xiaojing back to his office, while Tang San was also summoned there. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qianyuan prepared to elevate his soul power following the methods of the Hunyuan Taiji, aiming to reach the soul sovereign level swiftly before the master's arrival. For only then could he claim the super rewards once more. Sitting cross-legged, he gently closed his eyes, allowing a surge of soul power to circulate within him according to the Hunyuan Taiji formula. However, just as he was about to enter a state of tranquility, there was an abrupt knock at the door. With a slight frown, he wondered who dared to interrupt him at such a moment. Approaching the door and opening it, he found Wanwan blinking her large eyes and smiling brightly at him. "Brother, I want to practice." The simplicity of her request nearly made Qianyuan sink to the ground. He himself was uncertain about how to cultivate, let alone instruct another. Initially, he considered suggesting that Wanwan seek guidance from Yu Xiaojing, as the Master's martial soul could cater to every type, but upon recalling the peculiarities of Wanwan's own martial soul, he abandoned that thought. "I don't really understand cultivation either, and my progress is quite slow. Why must you insist that I teach you?" He allowed Wanwan to enter the room. "Yes, you teach me." Wanwan was unreserved in her request. She had no concept of what a soul master was, so it mattered little who taught her. Qianyuan hesitated momentarily, then nodded and secured the door before speaking. "Wanwan, my method of cultivation differs from the conventional practices of this continent, which may result in slower progress or even stagnation. Therefore, you must prepare yourself psychologically. If my method proves ineffective, your path to cultivation may become even more arduous." Given Wanwan's youth and lack of understanding, Qianyuan deemed it necessary to clarify this point. "It's fine. Didn't that old man with the stick say that my martial soul awakened late, which would affect my future cultivation?" Wanwan wore a nonchalant expression. "Whatever affects me, I can cultivate casually." Hearing her words, Qianyuan raised an eyebrow. This little girl is not as simple-minded as she seems. She comprehends more than one might expect. All right then, I shall teach you to cultivate. Subsequently, Qianyuan imparted to her the incantation and methods of the Hunyuan Taiji transformation, which in his realm was merely a practice for mortals. Moreover, it primarily served to cultivate one's character and, in other words, was a means for common folk to pass the time, fostering a belief in something greater. The fact that it could be applicable in this world was nothing short of serendipitous. After an extensive half-hour explanation from Qianyuan, Wanwan surprisingly comprehended the teachings and adeptly assumed a meditative posture on her bed, her eyes gently closed. The sight of Wanwan at that moment was somewhat amusing, and Qianyuan did not expect her to master it immediately, as it would undoubtedly require time for digestion and exploration. However, he was astounded to witness that within less than 5 minutes of her seated meditation, a faint stream of black soul energy began to swirl around her. Even more astonishingly, Qianyuan could distinctly sense the soul energy within Wanwan moving at a terrifying velocity throughout her body. If Qianyuan's soul energy took an hour to traverse a small cycle within him, Wanwan accomplished the same feat in merely a minute. Chapter 72, Extraordinary Rewards. As Qianyuan observed Wanwan entering the transformation, he suddenly felt that his own learning seemed almost illusory. The transformation was a method of self-cultivation, yet in Wanwan, it resembled a profound cultivation technique, akin to that of an unparalleled mastery. Boom. Within an hour, Wanwan erupted with a muffled sound, as if something had been unblocked. And concurrently, her soul energy level surged forth like a torrent. Level 11 Soul Master. Level 21 Grand Soul Master. Level 31 Soul Sovereign. The ascension of her soul energy level resembled an exhilarating game of leveling up, akin to a character reaching maximum level in an instant. It was not until her soul energy level reached level 41 Soul Sect that her rate of advancement began to decelerate. What? Qianyuan stared in disbelief. Is she truly ascending levels without any hindrances? Does she not even need to absorb soul rings? Wanwan slowly opened her eyes, and in her bright gaze, a newfound depth and maturity emerged. Brother, she noticed Qianyuan's unwavering gaze upon her. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she lowered her head and called out the term of endearment. Qianyuan's heart surged like a tidal wave. For although Wanwan's appearance had not undergone significant change, her aura had transformed dramatically. If she once resembled an adorably naive little girl, now she embodied the essence of a blossoming young maiden, exuding an impression of imminent maturity. Were it not for her still youthful visage, Qianyuan might have believed that her age had advanced alongside her burgeoning soul energy level. Your transformation is quite remarkable, and the speed of your soul energy enhancement is. Qianyuan could hardly grasp the reality that this seemingly innocuous little being was cultivating at such a terrifying pace. Wanwan's face remained flushed. Though the shyness had dissipated, I have just advanced to the soul sect level, and I have gained some new memories in my mind. I must be a descendant of an exceedingly ancient lineage, one that predates not only this continent, but also the very fabric of time itself. However, my family's ability to procreate is woefully inadequate, resulting in a dwindling number of kin as the ages pass. Listening to Wanwan's words, Qianyuan was utterly astonished. How could a family that has existed longer than this land possess such a frail capacity for reproduction? How have they endured through the ages? Nevertheless, Qianyuan kept his inquiries to himself, remaining silent as he absorbed Wanwan's narrative. As outsiders to this continent, our family finds itself at odds with everything here, particularly the constraints imposed on cultivation. This land has bound us, hindering our rapid advancement. Many of my kin have perished after merely decades of existence, unable to elevate their ranks, and I too share this plight. This is precisely why my parents foretold of someone who would come to rescue me. At this juncture, a spark of hope ignited in Wanwan's eyes, coupled with profound respect for Qianyuan. However, brother, I owe you my gratitude. For the methods of cultivation you have imparted align perfectly with those of our original world. I have shattered the shackles that confined me. Qianyuan swallowed hard, realizing that everything he was learning resembled a fantastical narrative, yet it was undeniably real. Do you know what kind of family you come from? He inquired eagerly. For instance, are you a practitioner of spiritual cultivation, a sword cultivator, or perhaps a demon cultivator? His curiosity was piqued. As an ancient family, they must possess a unique domain of expertise. Regrettably, Wanwan shook her head, her expression tinged with sorrow. I do not know. My memories have only revealed this much. I am unaware of anything beyond that, including the whereabouts of my parents. Tears welled in her eyes. Despite having unlocked sealed memories and matured significantly, the inability to locate her parents remained a deep-seated wound in her heart. Qianyuan sighed deeply, hastily offering her comfort. Wanwan, do not weep. I will devise a way to assist you in finding your parents. Even though his words were simple, they brought her considerable solace. Thank you, brother, Wanwan replied, wiping away her tears and offering him a smile. By the way, Qianyuan, how have you managed to elevate your soul power so swiftly? Are you not constrained by the soul rings? Qianyuan's curiosity intensified. In this realm, the soul rings are pivotal for advancing in soul power. Without them, a soul master would be permanently stalled at their current level. Qianyuan pouted, as if deep in thought. After a few moments, she spoke. My family has been here for quite some time, and although we have preserved some ancient bloodlines, perhaps it is due to my lineage that I... As she spoke, she rose from her bed, and a tremendous surge of soul power emanated from her being. The energy flowed like an unending river, enveloping her in a dense shroud of black aura, while the ethereal tail in her hand radiated an overwhelming sense of death. What left Qianyuan utterly astounded was the emergence of 4 black soul rings beneath Qianyuan's feet, each one a millennium-old soul ring. This was a natural endowment of soul rings? Congratulations, host, for aiding a pivotal character. You are rewarded with a fragment of a million-year soul bone. Congratulations, host. Upon collecting all fragments of the million-year soul bone, you may merge them into a complete soul bone. The voices of the system reverberated, awakening Qianyuan from his stupor. The reward for this mission was indeed a fragment of immense antiquity, and it was the final piece. Qianyuan, filled with anticipation, instructed Qianyuan to retract her martial spirit and await quietly at the side. Meanwhile, he retrieved all the soul bone fragments from the crevice. As soon as the fragments appeared, they seemed to instinctively know their destined place and began to merge slowly. After a few minutes, a right arm bone radiating a rich golden hue began to materialize, exuding a formidable presence that surpassed even that of the millennium-old soul rings. At the moment of fusion, the soul bone autonomously affixed itself to Qianyuan's right arm, and he felt an overwhelming force surging through him, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Wind God Azure Dragon Soul Bone, Tier. With a 100 chance to inflict a tearing effect upon attack, and within 5 minutes, enhance attack speed by 100. If it strikes an enemy, the healing rate of the wound is reduced by 50%, accelerating blood loss. A soul bone of such caliber, not to mention the guaranteed tearing effect, was already enough to propel him to the pinnacle of his existence. His current attack speed was comparable to that of a soul sect master. One could only imagine the strength he would wield with an additional 100 in attack speed. Chapter 73. The commencement of devilish training. The overwhelming aura sent shockwaves throughout the Shrek Academy, leaving Qianyuan in a state of utter astonishment, her eyes brimming with terror, as the oppressive force from the million-year soul bone tormented her immensely. Concurrently, the entire Shrek Academy was thrown into chaos. Initially, when Qianyuan was cultivating her transformation, it had already captured the attention of Flinder and the others, but they assumed it was Qianyuan training and paid it no mind. However, now, the aura emanating from the million-year soul bone was soaring, distinctly different from that of the million-year soul rings. The aura of the million-year soul rings was characterized by its domineering strength and aggressive nature, whereas this soul bone exuded a sense of ferocity, as if everything in its vicinity would be mercilessly shredded by that wild force. All the instructors at Shrek Academy believed that a powerful soul beast had infiltrated the academy and were concerned for Qianyuan's safety, prompting them to rush out of their offices. Qianyuan, Qianyuan. Yu Xiaojing knocked anxiously on Qianyuan's dormitory door, shouting in desperation. Master, what is the matter? Oh, esteemed teachers. What brings you all here? Qianyuan feigned surprise. Moments ago, we sensed a powerful soul beast aura emanating from your dormitory. Is there some danger present? As Flander and Zhao Wujie beheld Qianyuan in scathe, a profound sigh of relief escaped their lips, their hearts finally at ease. Aware of Qianyuan's true identity, they deduced that the earlier surge of ferocious power must have been a consequence of his cultivation. No, I was merely playing a game with Qianyuan just now. Did you perhaps misinterpret the situation? Qianyuan awkwardly scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow in disbelief, asserting, "It is absolutely impossible to misinterpret." His gaze shifted towards the dormitory, where he found Qianyuan joyfully holding several cards, a cheerful smile illuminating her face. Xiaojing, could that have been the residual energy from that power? The soul beast that truly emanated it might have appeared miles away, Flander interjected hastily, though his words lacked any substantial basis. Look, both Qianyuan and Qianyuan are unharmed, which indicates their safety. If a powerful soul beast had indeed emerged, could they still be so blissfully engaged in a card game? Flander continued to elucidate, while Zhao Wujie echoed his sentiments. Neither dared to disclose Qianyuan's true identity to Yu Xiaojing, fearing the repercussions. Could it be that I misjudged? Yu Xiaojing pondered, his brow knitted with concern. He was certain that the earlier violent force could not merely be a residual effect. After being gently persuaded by Flander and Zhao Wujie, he eventually departed from the dormitory. Yet he cast a lingering, penetrating glance at Qianyuan, Once the others had taken their leave, Qianyuan exhaled deeply and settled onto his bed. Brother, what was that force you exhibited just now? Qianyuan, who had maintained her composure moments before, now wore an expression of curiosity. It is a soul bone, an item obtained from soul beasts that can significantly enhance a soul master's combat prowess, Qianyuan explained patiently. Upon reaching the title of Douluo, one's inherent strength experiences minimal improvement. Thus, soul bones become the most effective means of augmenting power. The more soul bones one possesses, the greater their combat abilities. He affectionately ruffled Qianyuan's hair, assuring her, do not worry. Should I encounter exceptional soul bones in the future, I shall gift them to you. Qianyuan blinked her large eyes, contemplating Qianyuan's words intently, before slowly asking, brother, is this what you mean by soul bones? Boom. Once again, a terrifying surge of violent power erupted, enveloping Qianyuan's body in a layer of blackened bones. Skull bones, arm bones, leg bones, and torso bones, along with an external soul bone, bone wings, manifested in their entirety. All were illustrious 10,000-year soul bones, shrouded in a dark, ferocious aura that pervaded the room. In that moment, Qianyuan resembled a grim reaper from the depths of hell. Qianyuan was left in a state of stupor, pondering the meaning of being invincible from the outset. This was not merely a matter of beginning invincibility. It was akin to being overwhelmingly formidable from the very start. Even with his ultimate reward system, Qianyuan understood that he needed to reach a certain level to receive benefits. Yet Qianyuan was different. She automatically acquired soul rings upon leveling up and commenced with a full complement of soul bones. Was this not an extraordinary anomaly? He even began to suspect that Qianyuan might possess a system of her own. When did this happen? Qianyuan asked, bewildered. Upon reaching the status of a soul master, one acquires certain abilities, and in my recollection, these are not referred to as soul bones, but rather as bone armor. Qianyuan is not mistaken. Her entire being is enveloped in soul bones, complemented by an external soul bone resembling a wing, truly resembling bone armor. After a considerable duration of shock, Qianyuan finally regained his composure, swallowing hard as he solemnly advised Qianyuan. You now possess the ability to protect yourself, but it is wise to refrain from displaying it too freely. Qianyuan, still oblivious to the perils of this continent, required constant reminders from Qianyuan. Oh, very well. She pouted, fully obedient to Qianyuan's words. As the day quietly passed, the students of Shrek Academy eagerly anticipated the training methods of Yu Xiaojing the following day, all hoping to significantly enhance their combat capabilities under his guidance. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the center of the academy, and Yu Xiaojing arrived promptly. The rigorous training was about to commence, and all were filled with anticipation, save for Qianyuan, who secretly chuckled at the thought of their disarray. From today onwards, I shall begin your intensive training. Dai Mubai, step forward. At Yu Xiaojing's command, Dai Mubai hesitantly exited the ranks. I have a task for you, starting now. Without causing any serious harm, you must defeat each of them one by one. As a level 37 soul sovereign, this task should pose no challenge for you, correct? Listening to Yu Xiaojing's words, Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, and the other students were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the full meaning of Yu Xiaojing's directive. However, a teacher's words are commands, and Dai Mubai dared not defy them, launching an attack on each individual. Except for Tang San, the others were simply no match for him. Most were defeated within a minute. At this point, only Qianyuan and Qianyuan remained among the students. Naturally, Qianyuan, being merely a sheltered child, was not considered part of the student body, so all eyes turned to Qianyuan, with everyone stifling laughter. In contrast, Dai Mubai wore a troubled expression and addressed Yu Xiaojing. Master, may I refrain from battling Qianyuan? Qianyuan was a formidable opponent, especially with that legendary Qianyuan pistol, an artifact even Zhao Wujin could not withstand. How could he possibly contend with it? However, Yu Xiaojing coldly replied, no. Chapter 74, Powerful Defense. In the face of Qianyuan's Qianyuan pistol, not just anyone could withstand its might, leaving Dai Mubai in a predicament as he shot a peculiar glance at Qianyuan. Qianyuan, can we make this fair and not use that artifact? Dai Mubai's tone was tinged with negotiation. Qianyuan smiled and nodded. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. I only employ the Qianyuan pistol in times of danger, and since we are both students of the same academy, I shall refrain from using it. During this period, Qianyuan's soul power had seen little growth, as the cultivation method of transformation did not yield the same results for him as it did for Qianyuan. At present, Qianyuan, possessing only the rank of a 23rd level Great Soul Master, finds himself lagging far behind his contemporaries Tang San and Xiao Wu, who have already ascended to the esteemed level of soul respect. Though he arrived at the same time as them, his cultivation has fallen drastically short, a fact that even Yu Xiaojing did not anticipate, as he observed Qianyuan's remarkably sluggish progression. As the crowd dispersed, they centered their attention on Qianyuan and Dai Mubai, eager to witness the formidable extent to which Qianyuan's combat prowess had evolved during this interval. However, Yu Xiaojing harbored a lingering doubt. Dai Mubai, a 37th level soul respect, stood in stark contrast to Qianyuan's 23rd level, revealing a significant disparity between them. Yet, inexplicably, there was an undeniable aura of trepidation surrounding Qianyuan. Curiosity piqued. He yearned to see what surprises Qianyuan might unveil. Dai Mubai's demeanor grew solemn as he took a deep breath and unleashed his martial spirit. Previously, he had only revealed this power in the presence of Tang San, so this moment astonished Yu Xiaojing once more. In contrast, Qianyuan appeared relaxed as he summoned the Pangu axe, and the emergence of his 2 white soul rings immediately cast a shadow over Yu Xiaojing's expression. Qianyuan, why have you once again acquired a 10-year soul ring for your second? Yu Xiaojing's tone was far from pleasant, tinged with frustration. He had long felt guilt over Qianyuan's initial absorption of a 10-year soul ring, vowing silently to ensure that his second soul ring would exceed 100 years. Yet, after such a brief time, he found Qianyuan repeating the same mistake. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Qianyuan stuck out his tongue and replied, "Well, there were circumstances at play. You can ask Xiao San if you don't believe me." Yu Xiaojing refrained from inquiring directly with Tang San, instead casting a dark glance in his direction before resolutely announcing the commencement of battle. Dai Mubai's imposing presence was undeniable as an attack-oriented soul master. His offensive capabilities were formidable, even among peers of equal rank. Conversely, Qianyuan's fragile aura of soul power fluctuated subtly. Those unfamiliar with him might mock his apparent weakness. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai dared not underestimate him, vividly recalling their encounter at the Rose Hotel, where Qianyuan, as a mere soul master, had managed to outmatch him in soul skills. Now that Qianyuan had ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai, refusing to take any chances, initiated the combat with a soul skill, leaving Yu Xiaojing both astonished and perplexed. Launching his attack with conviction, he propelled himself forward, generating a ripple beneath his feet as he charged toward Qianyuan, who wielded the axe. Dai Mubai's speed was remarkable. Among the students, only Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track rivaled his swiftness. He suddenly raised his fist, aiming a powerful blow at Qianyuan's chest. "Dai Mubai, how can you unleash your full strength?" Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, horrified. He had never anticipated that Dai Mubai would hold nothing back. If that strike were to connect with the Great Soul Master, it would surely result in grave injury. However, he was powerless to impede the attack, as his strength did not permit it. Yet, Qianyuan's lips curled into a slight smile, showing no inclination to evade. He raised his right arm to withstand Dai Mubai's onslaught. This time, not only Yu Xiaojing, but even Tang San and the others believed Qianyuan had lost his mind. Among them, Tang San was the most formidable, yet even he dared not confront a powerful assault-type battle spirit master like Dai Mubai head-on. With a resounding thud, a muffled sound echoed, and a ripple of dust erupted, trailing a plume of ashes behind it, while the ground bore a deep scar of a foot in depth. Qianyuan was indeed pushed back. As everyone anticipated, Dai Mubai's full-force strike was no trifling matter. However, Dai Mubai's expression grew grave, for his right fist tingled with numbness, and he felt as though he had struck solid rock with that blow. As the dust settled, while the crowd was concerned for Qianyuan, they were astonished to find him gazing at Dai Mubai with an air of nonchalance, as if utterly unscathed. Aside from being covered in dust and having his sleeves shredded to tatters, he bore no injuries, as though that previous strike had not affected him in the slightest. "Come again." Qianyuan cheerfully beckoned to Dai Mubai. His right arm, fused with a million-year spirit bone, had transcended the defenses that even a spirit master could shatter. Even a spirit emperor would find it a formidable challenge. Dai Mubai's astonishment was fleeting. In the next moment, he unleashed his spirit skill without reservation. Yet, Qianyuan continued to rely solely on his right arm for defense, neither evading nor counterattacking, exuding an air of calm. Though his appearance may have looked disheveled, his body remained unscathed. Such provocation was somewhat intolerable for Dai Mubai, prompting him to accelerate his offensive with every punch delivered with full force. The assault persisted, while Qianyuan maintained his defensive stance, refraining from any counterstrike. It was not that he was unwilling to retaliate. Rather, he deemed his counterattack ineffective. Considering that the spirit skill of the Panga creation axe was not particularly powerful and seemed rather trivial against an adversary nearing the spirit master level. The battle had reached a fever pitch, yet it was far from over. A light sheen of sweat had begun to form on Dai Mubai's forehead. Sustaining such intensity for an extended period was proving taxing for him. Yu Xiaojing gazed at Qianyuan in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Qianyuan could endure such punishment, while Dai Mubai was unable to breach his defense. At that moment, both Flinder and Zhao Wujia were drawn to the unfolding skirmish. Yet they harbored no concerns for Qianyuan. In their eyes, this was merely a customary display of prowess from a senior. Xiaojing. Though Qianyuan's spirit power level is quite low, his combat prowess is remarkable. You need not include him in your training, Flinder remarked, fully aware of Yu Xiaojing's training methods, seeking to alleviate the burden on his elder. However, no, that won't do, Yu Xiaojing replied coldly, refusing once more. Chapter 75, Fatal Flaw. Yu Xiaojing was unaware of Qianyuan's true identity, thus he felt compelled to impose strict standards upon him. Previously, Yu Xiaojing had recognized Qianyuan's significant potential, yet he had never anticipated it to be this immense. Remarkably, at the level of a great soul master, Qianyuan could withstand the full force assault of a 37th level soul zone. Such a promising student was not one to be overlooked. Hence, Yu Xiaojing was determined to extract every ounce of potential from Qianyuan within the limited time available. As the dialogue between Flandra and Yu Xiaojing unfolded, Qianyuan's battle with Dai Mubai drew to a close. Both combatants, panting heavily, separated, clearly having exhausted a considerable amount of soul power during their fierce confrontation. Dai Mubai, feeling utterly drained, was equally astonished, if not more so than anyone else. He had not even thrown a punch. Yet he acutely felt the pain in his fists and the numbness in his forearms, and by the end, his strength was nearly depleted. In contrast, Qianyuan was exhilarated. Having acquired a million-year-old soul bone, his defensive capabilities had reached a pinnacle, spanning a remarkable 14 levels, allowing him to withstand formidable attacks. This could be deemed a stalemate. Perhaps, Ma Hongjun was left astounded. In his mind, Dai Mubai had always been the strongest among them. Yet it was clear that Qianyuan's prowess was not to be underestimated. Well, this is sufficient, Yu Xiaojing remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Upon encountering Qianyuan again, it was akin to discovering a treasure. The grueling training was soon to commence. Yu Xiaojing began to critique the errors displayed by everyone during the recent battle and announced that all would be punished accordingly. Without exception, everyone was mandated to run laps, Qianyuan included, who was not spared from scrutiny. For instance, why did you not counterattack? Must you become a living target for your adversary? With this succinct critique, the group was sentenced to run 20 laps, and that too, with added weight. Yu Xiaojing's words were commands, and no one dared to disobey. Each individual, burdened with stones, commenced their frenzied laps. Initially, the group appeared to manage with relative ease, but as time wore on, even a cadre of soul zuns found the exertion overwhelming. Under the relentless sun, no one could endure, save for one person, Wanwan. Originally, this training bore no relevance to her, and Yu Xiaojing, aware of her identity, had intended for her to play alongside Zhao Wujing. However, Wanwan insisted on accompanying Qianyuan. Faced with her obstinacy, Yu Xiaojing refrained from excessive intervention, believing she would withdraw when fatigue set in. By evening, many were on the brink of collapse, utterly dejected, including Qianyuan, who, despite possessing a million-year soul ring, could no longer endure and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet Wanwan remained invigorated, seemingly unfazed. Her small back adorned with a bamboo basket filled with stones. Brother, this training is so much fun. Listening to Wanwan's words, the Shrek Academy students were left utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom how a young girl devoid of an awakened martial soul could possess such remarkable endurance. Logically, Qianyuan's stamina should also be exceptional. Given that he boasted 2 million-year soul rings and a million-year soul bone, such prowess should have rendered him impervious to the rigors of this training. However, the crux of the matter lay in his frail physique. Upon his rebirth in this realm, this body was cast aside by his parents, deemed too weak and ailing, and abandoned in the soul-hunting forest, teetering on the brink of death, destined to become prey for soul beasts. It was at this critical juncture that Qianyuan reincarnated, activating a system that breathed life into this body. Yet, the ensuing dilemma was that this body remained exceedingly feeble. Even though Qianyuan had attained the rank of a great soul master, endowed with a formidable martial soul and soul rings, these attributes could not ameliorate his physical condition. While the ailments he bore had healed with his rebirth, the lingering aftereffects had irrevocably impaired his fundamental capabilities. In essence, soul techniques consumed soul power, and the true essence of combat between soul masters lay not solely in the clash of soul techniques, but also in the myriad combat skills employed. The stamina required for these combat skills was paramount. In the heat of battle, the frequency of soul technique usage paled in comparison to the application of combat tactics. Thus, the outcome of battles among soul masters predominantly hinged on these tactical maneuvers, with soul techniques serving as the decisive factor. This was precisely the objective behind Yu Xiaojing's rigorous training regimen. While soul techniques held undeniable significance, the process of battle was of even greater import. Should one find themselves consistently retreating during combat, the pivotal moments for employing soul techniques to secure victory would never materialize. Unfortunately, Qianyuan's frailty rendered him incapable of sustaining prolonged combat, a glaring disadvantage. Furthermore, the soul techniques associated with his martial soul demanded substantial soul power, a perilous predicament for him. Only he was aware that, irrespective of the intensity of the training, he could not enhance his endurance, as it was a consequence of the after-effects of his ailments rather than a mere weakness of constitution, much like when he faced Dai Mubai previously. Despite being on the defensive, it appeared to observers that he was depleting his stamina even more than Dai Mubai. Qianyuan paid no heed to Wanwan's remarks. He yearned to express his admiration and astonishment, yet the flaws dictated by his physique rendered him mute. After approximately half an hour, the fainted students began to regain consciousness, and those who had exhausted themselves were nearly recuperated. Yet, Qianyuan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. In the office, Flinder furrowed his brow. Observing Qianyuan's current state of fatigue, the elder was indeed venerable. Despite his formidable strength, the functions of his body were inevitably waning. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's expression also bore a hint of concern. Indeed, after the elder assisted us in repelling that faction from the spirit hall, he too fell into a period of weakness. Should we consult with the master about allowing the elder to withdraw from such arduous training? Flinder nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Qianyuan was a remarkable anomaly, a 300-year-old who had seemingly regained his youth. It is imperative to communicate with Xiao Gang, otherwise, the frail body of our venerable elder, who has endured over 3 centuries, may not withstand such torment. However, the elder wishes to keep his identity concealed from Xiao Gang, so we must devise a convincing excuse. Meanwhile, Qianyuan, with the assistance of others, was escorted to his dormitory. After his persistent insistence, they finally proceeded to the dining hall. This wretched body is becoming increasingly difficult to endure, Qianyuan mused, feeling the scorching pain in his lungs. If I must run like this every day, I shall eventually exhaust myself. I need to devise a method that allows me to train without revealing my identity. Chapter 76, The Lazy Remedy. Qianyuan was acutely aware of his own physique. He understood that enhancing his constitution was beyond his capabilities, and the process would only render him weaker. However, with the arrival of Yu Xiao Gang, rigorous training was now unavoidable. Flinder and Zhao Wuji would certainly not intervene, and his identity must remain undisclosed. Thus, he conceived a remarkably ingenious solution. As time passed, after dinner, Tang San brought food for Qianyuan, and the two began their respective training. Yet, Qianyuan busily sketched on paper. It was not until the late hours of the night, after Tang San had fallen into a deep slumber, that Qianyuan quietly rose from his bed. He stealthily ventured into the distant woods, where solitude enveloped him, accompanied only by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. It was time to showcase his true skills. A radiant smile graced Qianyuan's lips as he snapped his fingers, conjuring a blueprint into his hands. This blueprint appeared far simpler than the last, featuring a framework, gears, chains, and pedals, among other components. Indeed, this time, Qianyuan intended to construct a bicycle. Running consumed too much energy. Having a bicycle as transportation would greatly alleviate his burdens. The frame, front fork, handlebars, and saddle were the core elements of the bicycle. In Qianyuan's world, these components were crafted from iron, but in this land, he needed to discreetly create a bicycle without drawing too much attention. Therefore, he opted to utilize wood for these primary structures. As for the front and rear wheels, he also chose wood, as he could not fabricate tires. Yet, for other components like axles, spokes, and rims, he would still rely on metal. Following the blueprint, Qianyuan first needed to establish the bicycle's main structure, summoning the Pangu axe to strike a tree trunk. In approximately 2 hours, he successfully completed 2 main frameworks, seamlessly assembled. All that remained were the bearing components. Initially, he contemplated enlisting Tang San's assistance, but considering the late hour and the need for secrecy regarding his creation, he resolved to complete it alone. With a snap of his fingers, he extracted the most common iron block from the ice of the broken cliff. Lacking knowledge of forging, he could only rely on the hammerhead of the Pangu axe to accomplish this task. Alas, though quenching seemed advisable, the circumstances did not permit it, so he could only hammer away. With a sense of helplessness, Qianyuan found a sturdy stone and placed the iron block upon it. He swung the Pangu axe, using the hammer end to strike down with intent to flatten the iron block into strips, which he would then connect to forge a chain. The impact produced a resounding clang, leaving Qianyuan momentarily stunned. Remarkably, the iron block, which was as thick as a fist, was actually flattened. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The Pangu axe has unlocked a new ability, forged iron. Qianyuan stood frozen for a full 5 minutes. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, as if reborn. I have unlocked a new talent. This is truly a divine blessing. The Pangu axe. A weapon used by Pangu during the creation of the world, was an evolved martial soul. Its power derived not from soul rings, but from evolution. 1. Forged iron. Requires absorption of refined iron for further evolution. Gazing at the information regarding the Pangu axe, Qianyuan was rendered speechless. This newly unlocked talent not only endowed it with the ability to forge iron, but also unveiled an evolutionary potential. No wonder the system had only permitted him to absorb a decade's worth of soul rings for the Pangu axe. It harbored hidden capabilities. If this sharp axe was already formidable without evolution, how powerful would it become post-evolution? Qianyuan's heart soared with joy. The sharpness of the Pangu axe was sufficient to surpass all weapon souls. Even against the Titan Great Ape, a 10,000-year soul beast, it could penetrate its defenses. What other weapon souls could achieve such a feat? Although the axe's damage to the Titan Great Ape was minimal, it undeniably breached its defenses, a testament to its might. If it were to evolve to level 2, its attack power would surely multiply dramatically. Qianyuan took a deep breath, striving to contain his excitement. His primary task for the day was to craft 2 bicycles. The matter of evolving the axe could wait. He murmured to himself. Yet he could not mask his inner thrill. While it was stated that absorption of refined iron could lead to evolution, the specifics of how much iron was needed and how to absorb it remained unclear. He would need time to explore this further. With that thought in mind, Qianyuan raised the Pangu axe and struck the iron block once more, albeit with less force this time. The following morning, all members of Shrek had assembled, ready for another day of grueling training. Despite a night of rest, their fatigue lingered. However, while Qianyuan wore a mask of drowsiness, he could not conceal his inner excitement. Qianyuan, what is wrong with you? You seem so lethargic yet oddly elated, grinning like a fool. Oscar inquired, bemused. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking of some happy thoughts, Qianyuan replied evasively. He could not divulge the bicycle project to anyone, for if word got out, it would inevitably reach Yu Xiaojiang, and his plans for a little leisure would be thwarted. Soon after, Yu Xiaojiang arrived, and today as training commenced as usual, consisting of laps, and even more than the previous day. Everyone gritted their teeth and began to run, but Ning Rongrong, displaying an air of haughty defiance, resolutely refused to budge, causing concern among her peers. Nevertheless, Qianyuan remained unperturbed, believing that a mere lesson was unnecessary to instill panic among the group. With a nonchalant demeanor, he followed the others to the outskirts of the village. At a given signal, the crowd surged forward, yet Qianyuan stood still, unmoving. Tang San, noticing his lack of motion, halted as well and inquired, Qianyuan, why aren't you running? Qianyuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm just stretching a bit. You all go ahead, I'll catch up shortly. He intended to utilize his hidden bicycle away from prying eyes. After hearing Qianyuan's words, Tang San nodded and rejoined the group, while Qianyuan watched them disappear from sight before making his way into the nearby woods. He retrieved a wooden bicycle, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he mounted it, and playfully tinkled the bell on the handlebars. Riding joyfully on the forested ground, Qianyuan was prepared to dive into the woods should anyone appear. The stones he had placed on the rear of his bicycle not only reduced his physical exertion, but also allowed him to keep pace with his fellow students effortlessly. Before long, he completed a lap and, nearing the entrance of Shrek Academy, steered his bicycle into the side of the forest. He then retrieved water from a nearby frozen cliff and doused himself before emerging from the woods, feigning breathlessness as he passed through the gates of Shrek Academy. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Qianyuan's panting form, Yu Xiaojiang sternly remarked, Qianyuan, you've only completed 1 lap. Yet look at you, drenched in sweat. Are you truly a great soul master? Qianyuan took a laborious step forward, his face a mask of struggle and resignation. Master, my body has always been weak. There's nothing I can do about it. Being weak necessitates diligent training. Otherwise, how will you coordinate with your teammates in real combat? Yu Xiaojiang admonished, his expression serious as he imparted his wisdom. Meanwhile, Flinder, sweating nervously at the side, feared Qianyuan might take offense. He quickly interjected, Xiaojiang, we must understand Qianyuan's frail health since childhood. We cannot be unreasonable. While training is essential, we must prioritize the well-being of our students. Wouldn't you agree? I believe Qianyuan's training intensity could be halved. Despite Flinder's words, Yu Xiaojiang remained serious, sweat more in training to bleed less in battle. Keep running. His admonition was strict, prompting a sigh from Flinder. However, Qianyuan solemnly nodded. Master, rest assured, I will not lag behind others. As he spoke, Qianyuan sprinted into the distance, his face etched with determination. evoking a profound sense of maturity in those who beheld him. Observing this, Yu Xiaojing nodded heavily before addressing Flanders. Qianyuan is a commendable child. Although his soul power level ascends at a sluggish pace, his potential is immense. Once that potential is awakened, his future is boundless. In that moment, Qianyuan had garnered Yu Xiaojing's utmost recognition. A frail and sickly child overcoming adversity with such resilience was indeed remarkable. At that instant, Qianyuan gallantly raced towards the horizon. And when he could no longer see Yu Xiaojing behind him, he deftly slipped into the woods, retrieving a second bicycle. His expression was one of sheer delight, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he mounted the bicycle, ringing the bell and speeding away. As evening fell and training concluded, the students, utterly exhausted, trudged into the dining hall, devouring the sumptuous feast before retreating to their dormitories for rest. However, Qianyuan did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he ventured to Soto City. The pace of his cultivation in the transformation stage was painfully slow, leaving him unable to make significant advancements in a short span, and he could hardly endure Yu Xiaojing's rigorous training. Consequently, he devised a novel training regimen for himself to preemptively engage in the second phase of devilish training. Yu Xiaojing's second phase training involved honing skills at the Soto Great Soul Arena, and Qianyuan chose to embark on his own unique training there as well. He had visited once before, earning the nickname Beast God, yet numerous events had transpired since, causing him to stay away for quite some time. The past few days of Yu Xiaojing's grueling training had revealed the terrifying intensity of such endeavors. He found himself unable to withstand the high demands of physical training or rapidly elevate his soul power level. Thus, he resolved to capitalize on his strengths by enhancing his practical combat experience and refining his battle techniques, seeking to compensate for his shortcomings. As night descended, Qianyuan arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena, cloaked in a black robe, and strolled leisurely inside. Approaching the front desk, he registered for the 11th soul fight and then proceeded to the waiting area, anticipating his first match. This time, Tang San and the others were absent, allowing Qianyuan to boldly prepare for several battles, eager to fortify and elevate his understanding of the mixed Yuan Taiji. He was assigned to the 3rd soul fight division, where 2 soul masters on the arena were already engaged in a fierce clash. "Hey, are you the Beast God? I've heard you're formidable." Just as Qianyuan intently observed the competition, his shoulder was abruptly slapped with considerable force. Turning around, he encountered a burly man with an intimidating appearance. Beneath his black robe, Qianyuan furrowed his brow, finding the man's actions quite impolite. "Heh, a level 23 Great Soul Master with an undefeated record seems impressive, but isn't it merely a result of a few matches on that day? Haven't you refrained from returning since then, perhaps out of fear of breaking your winning streak?" The man's tone was steeped in sarcasm and disdain, his eyes glinting with provocation and derision. "Get lost," Qianyuan said coldly as he slowly rose to his feet. His slender frame barely reached the man's waist, creating an awkward contrast that hinted at his disadvantage. Upon noticing Qianyuan's height, the man erupted into mocking laughter. "Huh, so you're just a little shrimp. Your opponent today is me. If you beg me now, perhaps I might allow you a somewhat dignified loss in the ring." Qianyuan lowered his voice, a chilling intensity enveloping his words. "Your front teeth will belong to me." With that, he turned to leave. Since he was facing his adversary, there was no need for conflict in the waiting room. He would simply break the man's teeth when the time came in the arena. "Hey, you little brat. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Do you even know who I am? I am a member of the Shilu family. Do you believe I can make you completely disappear from Soto City?" Though the man prepared to strike, he was restrained by a nearby staff member, leading him to hurl curses at Qianyuan's retreating figure. "The Shilu family? What sort of family is that? I've never heard of it." Qianyuan pondered, feeling a tinge of confusion. The original text had not mentioned this family at all. However, he dismissed it, concluding that if he had not heard of them, they must be a minor clan, posing no threat whatsoever. Qianyuan found another spot to resume watching the competition. After approximately 20 minutes, the host finally announced his name along with that of the self-proclaimed member of the Shilu family. Chapter 78, The Provocation. Now, I would like to invite the next group of contestants. This group is exceptionally remarkable. First, please welcome the contestant Beast God, the host declared with fervor, and Qianyuan's entrance was met with a chorus of cheers from the audience. As a newcomer, he had made a legendary debut on the very first day of registering for the fighting arena, achieving 5 consecutive victories, including defeating 5 opponents of a higher rank. After a long absence, he was making a comeback. Everyone hoped that this time, the contestant Beast God would deliver an even more exhilarating and intense battle. As the host's voice echoed, Qianyuan, clad in a black robe, walked steadily onto the fighting stage, and the cheers intensified. His previous achievements had invigorated many, especially Flander, who had profited immensely from Qianyuan's victories. Those who had bet against him in the first 2 rounds had also reaped rewards. Consequently, those who had missed out on profit were now eager to seize the opportunity. The contestant set to face Beast God was Mo Yi from the Shilu family, who had just advanced to the 31st level of soul respect the day before, coinciding perfectly with his promotion match in the copper fighting arena. As the host introduced him, the man named Mo Yi stepped onto the fighting platform without a mask to conceal his visage, nor did he resort to a nickname to shield his identity. It was as if his name and family bestowed upon him unparalleled honor, and with his appearance, the audience's cheers overshadowed those for Qianyuan. This was something that Qianyuan had never anticipated. As a dark horse among newcomers, he had once boldly challenged 5 opponents. Yet the popularity of Mo Yi surpassed his own. With the 2 stepping onto the stage, the large screen displayed Mo Yi's martial soul, Mo Yi, a level 31 Great Soul Master with the Iron Dual Soul and the Blood Scythe Martial Soul. You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Mo Yi's lips curled into a cruel smile. I thought I might grant you some dignity by allowing you to admit defeat voluntarily, but your arrogance leaves me no choice. Today, I shall show you the consequences. Although the arena forbade lethal violence, he was more than capable of inflicting severe injury. Behind him lay a powerful family, as well. Qianyuan remained silent, patiently awaiting the host's announcement to commence the match. Once the match began, he was determined to extract Mo Yi's prominent teeth. Now, I declare the match has begun. As the host's voice echoed, a sadistic grin spread across Mo Yi's face. In the Iron Dual Soul tier, he ranked among the top 10 elite fighters. Moreover, having recently ascended to the rank of Soul Respect, his standing would surely advance significantly. Many spectators who had initially considered betting on Qianyuan began to rethink their choices. They believed that while Qianyuan might excel among great soul masters, facing a Soul Respect represented a qualitative leap, leaving no one optimistic about Qianyuan's chances. Beast God, show me what your so-called divinity truly is. If your martial soul dares to ascend to divinity, then surely my martial soul must be the supreme deity. Mo Yi laughed cruelly, his hand brandishing a blood-soaked scythe. With 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, circulating around him, Qianyuan remained motionless, noting the Millennium Soul Ring of Mo Yi's 3rd ring. He could sense the formidable strength emanating from this individual. What? Are you afraid to unleash your martial soul? He taunted. It seems you are indeed frightened. However, fear will not spare you from the consequences of your arrogance. Qianyuan scoffed softly. Even Dai Mu Bai, a 37-level Soul Respect, had been unable to defeat him. How could he possibly fear someone who had only just reached level 31? I've fought 5 matches without ever summoning my martial soul. For none of my opponents have warranted such a display, and you are no exception. His voice was hoarse, yet devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely stating an unremarkable fact. And your prominent teeth? I have my sights set on them. Upon hearing this, Mo Yi's face flushed with rage. It was the first time he had experienced such disrespect on the stage. Wasn't it customary for his opponents to tremble in fear upon seeing him? You seek your own demise. Mo Yi bellowed furiously, swinging his blood scythe as he charged towards Qianyuan. First soul technique, Blood Slash. He commenced with a lethal strike, clearly unprepared to offer Qianyuan any mercy. A scythe, formed from a swirling mist of blood, swept violently towards Qianyuan as it was wielded by Mo Yi. The massive blade gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness, as if it were slicing through the very air itself. Yet, Qianyuan remained unfazed, with a sudden push off the ground. He leapt into the air, deftly evading the oncoming assault. This maneuver, however, drew forth derision from Mo Yi. I expected you to be formidable. Yet you proved to be nothing but a waste. Do you not realize that leaping into the air is a taboo in battle? Mo Yi's speed surged, and though his first soul skill had been dodged, he swiftly surged through the blood mist, thrusting the elongated scythe upwards, aiming its tip directly at Qianyuan's calf. Unperturbed, Qianyuan executed a swift rotation, just as the blade was about to pierce his leg, and met the scythe head-on with his right arm. Seeking death, Mo Yi mused, momentarily bewildered. Wasn't engaging in such a collision akin to courting disaster? Nevertheless, he had no intention of holding back. If his opponent sought demise, he would gladly oblige. A sinister grin spread across his face as he envisioned the gruesome scene of Qianyuan's arm severed. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, and sparks flew as the blood scythe met Qianyuan's arm. This was merely a clash, for in the next instant, Qianyuan seized Mo Yi's weapon, gripping the blade itself. The million-year soul bone that Qianyuan possessed was unlike any other on the continent. It was the soul bone of the divine beast, the Azure Dragon. This was no mere arm bone. It came with the strength of a dragon's claw. Thus, the entirety of Qianyuan's arm, including his hand, had fused with this ancient soul bone. To put it in the vernacular of his world, he now wielded an indomitable Kirin arm. How could Mo Ye's weapon possibly breach the defense of Qianyuan's million-year soul bone? I shall snap it. Qianyuan's voice drifted ominously into Mo Ye's ears. Chapter 79, I will snap your fangs. As Qianyuan grasped the scythe, a subtle golden sheen emerged from his soul bone. Although he did not release the full might of the million-year soul bone, it had already melded with his arm. At that moment, his arm was synonymous with the million-year soul bone, its hardness being its sole epithet. No one except Mo Ye could hear Qianyuan's voice, which had previously been taunting the latter's naivety. However, the next resounding crack left Mo Ye's eyes wide with disbelief. Crack. As Qianyuan gracefully descended, Mo Ye stood frozen, staring at his weapon. The tip of the blood scythe had been cleanly snapped off, as if severed by a razor. And in Qianyuan's hand lay a palm-sized fragment of the scythe. With a sudden force, the palm clapped down, shattering the fragments into dust. Before the ancient million-year soul bone, everything else seemed trivial. No, it was impossible. The gaze of Mo Ye was filled with disbelief as he watched the crushed martial soul fragments transform into a myriad of starlight, dissipating between Qianyuan's fingers. Along with those fading stars, the scythe in his hand also vanished in an instant. A profound silence enveloped the audience. Even the host found himself at a loss for words, for the spectacle before them was utterly astonishing. Despite having hosted countless soul battles, it was his first encounter with someone whose martial soul had been so easily crushed. A subtle smile danced on Qianyuan's lips, though it remained concealed beneath his dark cloak. I warned you. I shall break your prominent teeth, he rasped, his voice laced with a chilling cruelty that made Mo Ye's heart falter. A 23rd level soul master had effortlessly snapped the weapon soul of a 31st level soul venerable. Such a feat was unimaginable to anyone. In the next moment, Qianyuan moved, his form vanishing like a specter. His speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous. As he closed the distance between them, though Mo Ye had just ascended to the rank of soul venerable, his extensive combat experience allowed him to react swiftly. He raised his arms defensively across his chest to shield himself from the impending blow. Despite the opponent's lower soul power, the fact that he had not even unleashed his martial soul to break Mo Ye's was a testament to his formidable strength. Yet, as Mo Ye lifted his arms, he was met with a tremendous force that rendered them numb, a sensation of bone-crushing pain coursing through his body. Mo Ye cried out, propelled backwards 5 meters before barely regaining his footing, but his arms were now beyond his command. I detest those who boast. Qianyuan's voice turned icy. Initially, he harbored no particular animosity towards Mo Ye. After all, they were merely opponents in the arena, with no deep-seated hatred. However, Mo Ye's arrogance was intolerable. I concede. At this moment, Mo Ye found himself utterly powerless, his arms incapable of any motion. Though the pain felt as if his bones were shattered, in reality, they were merely cracked. Yet, Qianyuan's strength was overwhelming. Realizing he was outmatched, Mo Ye sought to surrender. Otherwise, he would be humiliated if his prominent teeth were actually broken. However, Qianyuan would not grant him that chance. Having declared his intent to break Mo Ye's teeth, he would ensure that it happened. With a swift motion, just as Mo Ye uttered the word concede, Qianyuan appeared behind him, gently placing his right palm against Mo Ye's back. Essence of the Qianyuan Taiji, the character release. With a sharp exclamation, he unleashed a palm strike infused with energy. A resounding thud echoed as Mo Ye's attempt to finish his sentence was abruptly halted, his entire form sent flying away. The sight left the audience in sheer astonishment, for they clearly witnessed that Qianyuan's palm had merely rested upon Mo Ye's back. However, in the next moment, it seemed as though Mo Ye had been struck by an immense force, sending him flying through the air. Qianyuan did not resort to any other techniques, but instead executed the FA character technique directly. This technique, which harnesses the principle of using force against force, was transformed by Qianyuan into an explosive technique by combining his soul power with his qi. The previous strike was a fusion of the inch punch technique from his former world, renowned for its explosive power. The shorter the distance, the greater the force unleashed. It was not merely reliant on the strength of the arm, but was a novel explosion of power resulting from the integration of internal energy and physical strength. Building upon this foundation, Qianyuan made slight modifications, merging the soft power of using force against force with the explosive force of the inch punch to inflict damage upon his opponent. If the inch punch or the FA character technique inflicted harm externally, then this improved technique delivered damage from the inside out. At the moment of exertion, Mo Ye's internal organs were the first to suffer, followed by his body, with the internal injuries proving far more severe than the external ones. Had Qianyuan perfected this technique, Mo Ye's fate would have been dire, with his organs shattered, yet his exterior unscathed. However, as the technique was not yet complete, Mo Ye merely felt a heaviness in his chest, with a mouthful of blood lodged within, unable to escape. Though he was in tremendous discomfort, at least his life was spared. The blood trapped in his chest prevented him from uttering the word defeat, leaving him in an unfortunate position, facing imminent punishment. Qianyuan, of course, did not hold back. As a person of good temperament and integrity, he felt compelled to fulfill his promise to Mo Ye. He stepped forward, his voice resonating with gravity. Sometimes, excessive words lead to misfortune. Had you not come to provoke me today, perhaps your fate would not be so tragic. Mo Ye wanted to speak, to concede, even to plead for mercy, but words failed him. He could only watch helplessly as Qianyuan extended his palm towards his teeth. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as if a bone had been severed. And in that instant, blood gushed from Mo Ye's mouth, accompanied by his pained cries. The entire arena was stunned. Who could have anticipated the ferocity of the beast god? He was not merely disregarding Mo Ye's dignity, but also that of the Zyro family. As Qianyuan broke one of Mo Ye's fangs, a voice from the system echoed ominously. System prompt. You have offended one of the 4 great families of Soto City, the Zyro family. From now on, you will face their relentless pursuit. Chapter 80. 5 consecutive victories. The system's notification left Qianyuan speechless. He had merely participated in a match and honored his promise, yet had unwittingly invited enmity. However, the hints provided by this system have afforded Qianyuan a glimpse into the Luo family, among the 4 prominent families in the bustling city of Soto. Being a member of one such family indicates that it is far from ordinary. Nevertheless, Qianyuan remains unfazed, for he currently participates in the Soul Arena under the guise of the Beast God, untroubled by the prospect of his identity being revealed. Even if it were to be exposed, he has the backing of Flander and Zhao Wuji. As the competition concluded, the host announced the results amidst a backdrop of astonishment, and the audience erupted in a clamor, rekindling hope for this legendary newcomer and dark horse. On this day, Qianyuan partook in 4 consecutive matches. As a formidable Iron Soul fighter, he faced opponents ranked below Soul Respect, with Mo Ye being the highest among them. By midnight, Qianyuan exited the Soto Arena with an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories. Including his previous wins, he boasts a total of 10 victories. And his next match will usher in the promotion rounds. Without shedding his black robe, Qianyuan wandered alone through the desolate alley. As today marks the refresh time for the soul hunting tasks. The soul hunting tasks have been refreshed. Task 1. Danger level. Simple. Proceed to the Star Do Great Forest and hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. Completion reward, 10 points. Task 2. Danger level. Moderate. Complete a soul arena match and advance to Copper Soul Fighter. Completion reward, 50 points. Task 3. Danger level. Difficult. Hunt not happy. Your identity has been exposed. His companions will seek vengeance. Ensure you evade their pursuit and survive until the next refresh of the soul hunting tasks. Completion reward, 100 points. In the soul hunting shop, 500 points can be exchanged for a 10,000-year soul ring, a 10,000-year soul bone, rare ores, and precious medicinal herbs. Qianyuan's rate of soul power advancement is alarmingly slow. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu, who came along with him, have already attained the rank of Soul Respect, while he remains merely a great soul master. Therefore, he aims to utilize 500 soul hunting points to acquire a rare medicinal herb, as it significantly enhances soul power levels and is undoubtedly his top priority. Currently, Qianyuan possesses a total of 300 soul hunting points. Making these points exceedingly vital to him, he must maximize every opportunity to earn them. For the sake of safety, he has opted for the difficult task, intending to take the initiative, either negotiating with Qianyuan and others or eliminating them at their nascent stage. He despises the constant unease that plagues him at night. After all, Not Happy was once a soul king, and Qianyuan and Cao are not of low rank either. Taking the offensive is the wisest course of action. Upon completion of this task, he will be able to exchange for a rare medicinal herb after undertaking another soul hunting mission. He decisively accepted the difficult level soul hunting task. If Daimu Bai, at the rank of Soul Respect, can leap 3 or 4 levels after consuming a medicinal herb, then surely as a great soul master, I might ascend directly to Soul Respect. The mere thought of it sent a surge of excitement through Qianyuan's heart. For every ascent to a new level would activate the system's reward mechanism, rendering the acquisition of million-year soul bones and soul rings an effortless endeavor. Yet, this particular mission posed a challenge for him. Although the original narrative depicted Douluo as a malevolent figure, the characters Qianyuan and Cao were not elaborated upon extensively. Furthermore, Qianyuan was not one to revel in bloodshed. In fact, he detested it. While he could accept hunting soul beasts, The thought of taking a human life filled him with trepidation. Nevertheless, taking the initiative this time was unavoidable, as the combat prowess of Qianyuan and Yi Cao would undoubtedly rival that of Douluo, whom Qianyuan had narrowly defeated in the past. Now, confronted with an assassination from two Soul Kings, the situation was undeniably precarious. Under normal circumstances, he might have chosen to disregard the task, for survival beyond 7 days would suffice to fulfill it with minimal effort. However, today he had crossed the West Luo family, a clan whose strength remained unknown to him. Yet the system's warning indicated that they posed a significant threat. It further emphasized the relentless pursuit he would face from the West Luo family. He feared that while evading their hunters, Qianyuan and Yi Cao might launch a surprise attack against him, placing him in a perilous predicament. Determined, he set his sights on the marketplace, speculating it might serve as their hideout. With this thought in mind, Qianyuan hastened towards the western market. After approximately an hour, he returned to the eerily quiet marketplace. In stark contrast to the brightly lit and bustling other districts, the western market remained devoid of life, even after Buli's demise, further confirming his suspicion that Qianyuan and Yi Cao were still lurking in the shadows. Yet, the challenge of locating them loomed large. How could he find them? Was he to simply wait idly? At that moment, Qianyuan stood beneath an eave, scanning his surroundings. The desolate street was utterly empty. Not even the usual commuters were present, and there was an absence of soul energy fluctuations. Clearly, locating Qianyuan and Yi Cao would prove to be a formidable task. Should he unleash his four sacred beasts' martial soul once more? Would that unique soul energy draw them in? Yet, would such an act incite the soldiers' pursuit? Previously, after slaying Douluo, the soldiers had sealed off the area and initiated an investigation. However, Qianyuan had left no trace. Moreover, Douluo's notorious reputation as a wanted criminal in Soto City had deterred any further scrutiny. This time, he could not guarantee that revealing his presence would not attract the soldiers' attention. Regardless, he felt he had no other options. Beneath his dark cloak, Qianyuan furrowed his brow and unleashed the blue dragon soul, its million-year soul ring radiating a golden light that pierced the night sky. Yet, he retracted his martial soul almost immediately, unwilling to draw the attention of the spirit hall. He unleashed his unique soul power fluctuations, standing still as he carefully scrutinized his surroundings. Should he detect soldiers or individuals from the spirit hall, he would take his leave immediately. Soon, this strategy bore fruit. Qianyuan sensed two unstable soul power fluctuations emanating from a narrow alley in the west of the city, clearly influenced by strong emotions. They are coming. Qianyuan furrowed his brows, feeling those two fluctuations hastening towards his direction. Chapter 81. The Duel in 7 Days. Two waves of soul power, infused with fury, swiftly manifested behind Qianyuan, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger that sent chills down his spine. Swish! A sound of slicing air pierced the silence as a 3-meter-long cleaver grazed Qianyuan's back, leaving a tear in his black robe. With a frown, he flickered and found himself on another rooftop, only to discover two figures had appeared behind him. One was a short fellow wielding a green glowing cleaver, standing behind a hulking figure with wings. Both wore expressions of rage and intent to kill. The short one was Qianyuan, and the giant was Yi Cao. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched their deadly attacks, causing Qianyuan's scalp to tingle with dread. One, a soul king of agility, paired with another of sheer brute strength. Their combat prowess was formidable, and their synergy exceeded that of ordinary partners. Fortunately, he had been on guard today. Otherwise, an ambush would have left him severely disadvantaged. A sense of lingering fear swept over Qianyuan as he recalled the perilous aura that had just surrounded him. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Qianyuan's voice remained low, yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Come for your lives. We seek vengeance for Douluo. Qianyuan, interpreting Qianyuan's seemingly cordial greeting as a provocation, did not even pause to inquire if this person had slain Douluo before attacking again. Sixth soul skill, Dragon Slaying Blade. Qianyuan, perched upon Yi Cao's back, gritted his teeth as he unleashed his sixth soul skill, intent on shredding the dark-robed figure before him into pieces. Qianyuan's lips twitched involuntarily, a wave of helplessness washing over him. To launch the most potent attack right from the outset, denying him even a chance for negotiation. In his previous encounter with Douluo, Qianyuan had been somewhat arrogant, brashly enduring Buli's assault, which had resulted in severe injuries. Having learned from that experience, he held nothing back this time and immediately summoned his four sacred beasts' martial spirit, the Black Tortoise. A torrent of soul power surged forth like a flood. And behind Qianyuan, a colossal black tortoise materialized, its dragon-like head and tortoise shell, adorned with a monstrous snake coiling around it, exuded a menacing aura as earthy yellow soul power rippled around it. Simultaneously, two golden soul rings descended from above, enveloping Qianyuan, instantly creating a profound and awe-inspiring presence that permeated a 100-meter radius. First soul skill, Emperor's Might. The Emperor of Earth, drawing upon the power of the Earth attribute. He forms the armor of the Earth, enhancing his defense fivefold while reducing his speed by 50. The cooldown period is 5 hours. As the soul skill of the Emperor of Earth was unleashed, Qianyuan was instantly enveloped in a swirling torrent of earthy soul energy, swiftly coalescing into a formidable armor reminiscent of a war deity's attire, enveloping him entirely. He stood as an immovable fortress, akin to a mountain pass. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Following this, he unleashed his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Shield of Earth. The very ground trembled in response, the azure stone tiles beneath him crumbling in an instant as mounds of yellow earth erupted, forming robust earthen prisons that encased Qianyuan within. Outside these earthen confines, a rich aura of earthy attributes permeated the air. Second soul skill, awarded to a level 20 Great Soul Master, a million-year soul ring skill, the White Tiger's Golden Ring. Shield of Earth, derived from the Earth attribute, converts soul power into a shield that mitigates 30 of physical damage for a duration of 10 minutes. With a cooldown of 5 hours. In the face of Tianyu's most formidable assault, Qianyuan opted not to retaliate, but rather to rely on the unparalleled defense of his Xuanwu spirit to withstand the impending strike. This unforeseen shift rendered Tianyu momentarily astounded. However, he showed no signs of hesitation. The green glowing kitchen knife in his hand had expanded dramatically, now exceeding 10 meters in size. With a resounding crash, the knife struck the earthen prison, sending dust billowing into the air and causing ripples across the ground as the shattered stones disintegrated into powder. Fortunately, the existence of the earthen prison spared the surrounding structures from utter destruction, yet the sheer force of the attack had caused some nearby buildings to cave in. As the dust settled, the earthen prison split in two, revealing cracks in the armor of the earth, which weakened yet did not dissipate. Meanwhile, Qianyuan held aloft the Pangu axe, steadfastly blocking Tianyu's soul skill without yielding an inch. How is this even possible? Shock was evident in the eyes of both Tianyu and Ikao. Although Qianyuan's soul skill and martial spirit were unprecedented to them, exuding immense power, he was merely a two-ring Great Soul Master, while they were Soul Kings. The mightiest strike of a Soul King had been thwarted by a Great Soul Master. Who would believe such a tale? Had they not witnessed it firsthand, Tianyu would have remained skeptical. In this moment, he became even more resolute in his conviction that it was indeed Qianyuan who had slain Douluo. It is indeed you. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall avenge Douluo. Tianyu bellowed, swinging his knife once more, preparing for a renewed assault. The soldiers have arrived, and if you wish to confront them, I am more than willing to engage in a fierce battle. Qianyuan, emboldened, stood undaunted. Despite enduring the strongest blow from a Soul King, he remained unscathed. With the unmatched defense of the Xuanwu spirit, the fivefold defensive boost from the Emperor's soul skill, the 30 damage reduction from the earthen prison, and the might of the Pangu axe along with the million-year arm bone, he had perfectly withstood that strike. Qianyuan even contemplated that perhaps he could withstand an assault from a Soul Emperor. What? Tianyu furrowed his brow sharply and turned to look back. Indeed. At the end of the market appeared a row of soldiers, wielding torches and weapons, hastening towards this direction. The soldiers were the last people they wished to encounter, for they were wanted fugitives, and once captured, their freedom for life would be lost. At that moment, Qianyuan withdrew his martial soul and calmly stated, I understand your desire for vengeance, and I shall grant you an opportunity. 7 days hence, at midnight, I shall await you beyond the eastern city woods. After uttering these words, Qianyuan turned and vanished into the night, dismissing any further dialogue with Tianyu and Ikao, as he sensed their fury. Thus, further words were futile. He merely needed to buy himself 7 days to ensure the completion of his soul-hunting task. Only then would he be fortified when facing Tianyu, Ikao, and the relentless pursuit of the Shilua family. Although the Zualuan pistol could vanquish a Soul King in an instant, its ammunition was limited, and the Shilua family, being one of the 4 prominent families of Satoa City, had an uncertain strength. The Zualuan pistol was his last resort for survival, and he could not afford to use it recklessly. Chapter 82. Retribution from the Shilua family. What should we do, Big Goose? Should we pursue him? Tianyu's raspy voice echoed, revealing his indecision. Ikao, too, was at a loss, unable to provide an answer. Should they chase after Qianyuan now, it would undoubtedly ignite a bloody conflict, and the soldiers of Satoa City would surely give chase. The consequences of capture would be dire. 7 days, then let us grant him that time. He has chosen such a secluded location. He is courting death. Tianyu, glancing at the approaching soldiers, resolved to leave this perilous place. After all, They had already arranged a meeting with Qianyuan in 7 days, so there was no fear of him escaping. With this decision made, the two swiftly departed the scene, merging into the surrounding darkness. By the time the soldiers arrived, the place was devoid of any presence, leaving only chaos in their wake. Qianyuan returned to Shrek Academy, stealthily slipping back to his dormitory, and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, he attended the grueling training with dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, the use of a bicycle allowed him to conserve energy, otherwise, his body would struggle to endure. Through this period of intense training and soul battles, he began to grasp the direction of his evolution. It is well known that soul masters can be broadly categorized into several types: assault, defense, support, healing, control, food, and agility. Qianyuan had resolved to forge a new path, that of the explosive type soul master, characterized by the ability to unleash extraordinarily high damage in a brief span. While assault type soul masters possess the strongest attack power, agility type soul masters exhibit the highest burst potential along with unparalleled speed. Qianyuan aimed to merge these two formidable strengths into one. He sought to embody both the most potent attack and extraordinary explosive force, for only in this manner could he overcome the endurance deficits caused by his frail physique. Lacking endurance, one must compensate with explosive power. My stamina may only sustain me in combat for 10 minutes. Yet what if I could eliminate my adversary in a mere minute? What then is the utility of my endurance? Qianyuan pedaled his bicycle while contemplating his training regimen. Although he possessed a plan, executing it proved challenging, as he remained uncertain about how to enhance his explosive strength. This quandary occupied his thoughts throughout the day. Yet clarity eluded him. After all, to expect an increase in explosive power without enhancing muscle firmness was akin to chasing a mirage. As the day slipped away quietly, Qianyuan found himself devoid of viable solutions. The sole notion that crossed his mind was to temporarily merge his internal energy and soul force using the profound principles of Qianyuan Taiji. As night descended, Qianyuan departed from Shrek Academy once more, making his way to the Soto Great Spirit Arena for the promotion matches. Achieving the rank of Copper Spirit would yield certain rewards from the system, though he remained oblivious to their nature, which only heightened his anticipation. Soto City buzzed with life at night, yet Qianyuan chose to avoid the bustling streets, opting instead for a secluded alley. His attire warranted discretion. The last thing he needed was to attract the attention of the Douluo family. The alley was eerily quiet, devoid of passers-by, while the dim streetlights cast an ominous glow, shrouding Qianyuan, cloaked in darkness, in a furrowed brow of unease. Something was amiss. Yesterday, this path had seen its share of pedestrians, and shops were still open. What had changed today? Qianyuan muttered to himself, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. As he ventured deeper into the alley, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The silhouette was robust and towering, illuminated by the streetlight, showcasing the sinewy muscles that rippled beneath his skin. Mo-yi? Qianyuan's brow furrowed sharply. He realized he had drawn the attention of someone from the Douluo family. Beast God, you were fortunate yesterday, but today, luck is not on your side. Mo-yi's speech was somewhat comical, marred by the gap where two of his incisors had been. The specter of danger lingered. Qianyuan inhaled deeply, his gaze icy as it locked onto Mo-yi. He understood that Mo-yi would not come alone. Lurking in the shadows were likely others emboldening him. Did you not claim I was unworthy of witnessing your martial spirit? I have brought someone with the stature to compel you to reveal it. Mo-yi advanced toward Qianyuan with a sinister grin, brimming with confidence unlike the day prior when he had been utterly defeated. Step forth, third elder. This individual, bearer of the beast god martial spirit, seems eager to unveil it. At Mo-yi's mocking laughter, a figure gradually emerged from the corner shadows. Ah, the beast god martial spirit, how intriguing. Today, I am keen to observe this enigmatic power. A shadowy voice emerged alongside a figure, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, sporting a distinctive mustache, who approached from the darkness with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing this man, Qianyuan felt a sudden, ominous sensation in his heart. A soul emperor? The man's brow arched sharply. Ah, how intriguing. You can sense it. The beast god martial soul is indeed extraordinary. You discern my identity as a soul emperor without any soul power fluctuations from me. Mo-yi's expression twisted into a sinister grin. Beast god, are you afraid of encountering a soul emperor? This esteemed individual is the third elder of our Douluo family, Mo-hung, a level 63 battle soul emperor. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps I might consider sparing your life. With a sudden snap of his fingers, Qianyuan produced a Qianyuan pistol. Uncertain of his chances against the soul emperor, even with a million-year soul ring and soul bones, the disparity in their levels could not be bridged solely by such means. During this period, He had painstakingly analyzed his martial soul and unearthed a critical flaw. Regardless of the million-year soul ring or soul bones, he could not harness their full potential entirely. Only by elevating his own level could he enhance their augmentation. Presently, he could only confront a soul king, and he could not guarantee his own safety in facing a soul emperor. Thus, he drew the Qianyuan pistol, ready to deliver a decisive blow at a crucial moment. What do you intend to do with that iron banana? Mo Hung observed the peculiar object in Qianyuan's hand, dismissing it as he continued to advance. Stay right there, or I will shoot. Qianyuan's voice was cold as he raised the Qianyuan pistol, aiming at the center of Mo Hung's forehead. Chapter 83, An Unexpected Turn. The dark barrel pointed menacingly at Mo Hung's brow. This was the strongest adversary Qianyuan had ever faced, and he did not believe he could match a soul emperor. Hence his reliance on the pistol. Shoot. Mo Hung was momentarily taken aback by Qianyuan's declaration, but soon erupted into laughter. You intend to use that iron banana against me? Have you lost your wits? Under the black robe, Qianyuan's expression darkened significantly. The moment Mo Hung stepped within 5 meters, he would resolutely pull the trigger. I advise you to refrain from advancing another step, or you shall find yourself with no return. His voice was frigid, devoid of any tremor of fear. You think you can make me vanish without a trace? You are indeed audacious. Mo Hung's demeanor shifted abruptly as he unleashed his martial soul, revealing a blood-red scythe that radiated a formidable presence, far surpassing that of Mo Yi, particularly with the dense blood mist that instilled fear. Without hesitation, Mo Hung launched his attack the instant he summoned his martial soul, swinging the scythe toward Qianyuan's neck. He refrained from employing any soul techniques. As a soul emperor, it would be a disgrace to use them against a mere great soul master. Despite his lack of techniques, the power of his strike was formidable. Even with a million-year-old soul bone, Qianyuan would find it challenging to withstand such an assault. With a resounding bang, Qianyuan acted decisively. As Mo Hung unleashed his martial spirit, he immediately pulled the trigger. A spark erupted from the dark barrel of the gun, illuminating the dim alley far more brightly than the glow of the martial spirit. A dull thud resonated as Mo Hung's advancing form abruptly halted at the sound of the gunfire, his body arching backward as a jet of blood shot skyward. The appearance of this scene left Mo Yi in a state of shock. The earlier thunderous noise had already terrified him, and the blinding spark had taken him by surprise. When he witnessed Mo Hung's figure freeze in place, he was bewildered, for from his vantage point, he could see an unknown object embedded in Mo Hung's forehead, an object known as a bullet. A smile crept onto Qianyuan's lips. Even a soul saint, caught off guard, could not withstand the power of the Qianyuan pistol, let alone a soul emperor. The blood jetting upwards spoke volumes. Before the Qianyuan pistol, a soul emperor was utterly insignificant. This weapon truly inflicts pain. No wonder you dared to provoke me, armed with such a tool. Just as Qianyuan marveled at the might of the Qianyuan pistol, Mo Hung's chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, and simultaneously, his body, which had been leaning back, regained its balance. Blood adorned his face, streaming from the wound at his brow, rendering him grotesque. It was this terrifying visage that caused Qianyuan's heart to constrict with fear. How could this be? I clearly witnessed the blood jet. Qianyuan gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide, unable to fathom the scene before him. He even pondered if Mo Hung's soul had left his body. However, upon closer inspection of Mo Hung's brow, he realized with a start that the bullet had not truly penetrated. Rather, it was lodged there, as if some force had impeded its advance. The bullet's tip had penetrated, yet its rear remained stationary, halted by a powerful barrier that caused the bullet casing to crumple. You have inflicted pain upon me. Yet I am fortunate to possess a 1,000-year-old skull. Otherwise, that last strike would have claimed me. As Mo Hung spoke, a faint red glow flickered at his forehead, and from it emerged a white skull enveloped in crimson light. The overwhelming aura emanating from it made Qianyuan furrow his brow. The presence of a skull was indeed unexpected, and he had not anticipated that a millennium-old soul bone could withstand the bullet's force. Mo Hung was now consumed with rage. As a soul emperor, being wounded by a mere great soul master was a disgrace that would tarnish his reputation in Soto City. The dignity of the 4 great families must be preserved. Youngster, if I do not vanquish you today, I shall boldly claim the title of Soul Emperor. Third soul skill, Blood Rage Scythe. As Mo Hung unleashed his third soul skill, a thick mist of blood enveloped the blood scythe, accompanied by anguished wails that echoed through the night, reminiscent of some entity pleading in desperation, instilling a deep discomfort in the hearts of those who heard it. Enhanced by the third soul skill, the blood scythe extended from 2 or 3 meters to an imposing 5 meters, resembling a gruesome harbinger of death. With a single slash, it carved across, parting the blood mist, and surged toward Qianyuan. Concealed behind this cross slash was the true lethal strike of the soul skill. At this moment, Qianyuan felt an overwhelming urge to surrender. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of helplessness loomed within him against this ferocious assault. He had only felt such impotence before Tang Hao. Never even in the presence of a soul sage. Suddenly, a surge of clarity washed over him from his lower abdomen, dispelling the haze of confusion and erasing that feeling of powerlessness. However, this did not imply that he could evade the impending attack. Even if he could dodge the cross slash, he could not escape the true threat that lay hidden behind it. For it was the blood scythe lurking in its wake that constituted the real danger, and this soul skill possessed a locking effect that rendered any attempts at evasion futile. This is dire. Qianyuan clenched his teeth and summoned all his soul power along with the primordial Taiji heart method. Martial soul, for saints. Yet, as he prepared to unleash the Xuanwu soul, relying on its formidable defense and soul bone to withstand the impending onslaught, a figure appeared before him like a specter. A dignified soul emperor resorting to soul skills against a great soul master. What disgrace! The voice was authoritative and solemn, and a powerful aura of murderous intent enveloped Qianyuan, shielding him behind. The figure did not release any martial soul or soul skills, standing there with an air of simplicity. When the cross slash collided with this person's body, it was as if an invisible barrier protected him, rendering the attack utterly ineffective and shattering it in an instant. The subsequent strike of the blood scythe fell, yet it was effortlessly pinched between two fingers by this individual. Upon seeing this figure, Mo Hung's pupils constricted sharply. His voice trembling. Qianxin. Chapter 84. Encountering an idol. The person was clad in ethereal attire, strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable regal aura that rippled even beneath the cloak of night. Qianxin maintained a calm demeanor, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze tranquil as water, yet his voice was chillingly cold. Is it not humiliating to strike at a great soul master? Or does the Shilua family rely on bullying the weak to survive in this Soto city? Qianyuan had already discerned the identity of the person before him, his heart brimming with exhilaration, for in the original narrative of Douluo continent, his most cherished character was none other than Qianxin. One sword, 7 kills. It reverberated through the soul. At this moment, Mo Hung was valiantly suppressing his inner trepidation, his legs trembling. Lord Qianxin, I. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for words. Should Qianxin wish to end his life, he would not even need to draw his sword, and his family would not dare to pursue the matter. I do not wish to impose upon you, yet I implore you not to bully the weak. Despite his martial spirit being known as 7 kills, Qianxin was inherently kind-hearted, harboring no intention of violence. Yes. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. As he spoke, trembling, he scurried towards the shadowy alley, disregarding the presence of Mo Yi beside him. Mo Yi was equally astonished. Who could have anticipated that Qianyuan's fortune would lead him to encounter Qianxin in such a secluded alley? However, the fact that Qianxin bore no murderous intent was his greatest stroke of luck, prompting him to hastily follow Mo Hung in their escape. They wandered for an indeterminate duration until both were panting heavily, finally pausing to catch their breath. What shall we do, Elder 3? The beast god has acquired assistance. Could it be that he will seek retribution upon us? Mo Ye's foremost concern was whether Qianyuan would enlist Qianxin's aid for vengeance. Mo Heng's expression darkened as he shook his head. It is evident they are not acquainted. It seems Qianxin was merely acting out of a sense of justice. For the time being, we shall refrain from engaging the beast god and wait for Qianxin to depart from Soto City before we take action. Mo Hung could discern that Qianxin was merely a champion of righteousness, and thus he felt no apprehension. He was determined to exact revenge for the injury upon his own head and would not let matters rest, nor would he allow Mo Ye's grievances to go unaddressed. In another narrow alley, Qianyuan walked alongside Qianxin. The regal aura emanating from Qianxin left Qianyuan in awe, were it not for his own million-year soul ring. He feared he would be unable to maintain composure in Qianxin's presence. Swordmaster, you are my idol. Qianxin, concerned that Mo Hung would not let the matter lie, escorted Qianyuan out of the alley, and throughout their journey, neither spoke, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Until Qianyuan could no longer contain himself. Idol. Upon hearing this term, a flicker of bewilderment and confusion crossed Qianxin's face. Qianyuan lowered his voice. Indeed, it means I greatly admire you. In my heart, you are a being akin to a deity. Qianxin exuded an undeniable charm. His long hair flowing as if animated by a gentle breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. Should the 7 kills sword be drawn, this allure would undoubtedly be amplified. A deity? Haha, you must be referring to the 100-level title. I am still far from that point, not a god. Qianxin replied with a gentle smile, his tone tranquil. Swordmaster, may I request a favor from you? Qianyuan stepped directly in front of Qianxin, blocking his path. Qianxin's brows arched slightly, marking perhaps the first expression shared between them. What is it? Could you please give me your autograph? Qianyuan's tone was somewhat agitated. Had he not been concealed by a black robe, Qianyuan would undoubtedly have seen the urgency and excitement etched across his face. Snap! In that moment, Qianyuan snapped his fingers, and instantly, paper and pen materialized in his hand. Qianyuan's brows furrowed even more intensely. He was utterly perplexed by the intentions of the cloaked figure before him. Please, Swordmaster, I hold you in the highest esteem. Might you grant me an autograph? Faced with Qianyuan's fervent request, Qianyuan felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet he ultimately picked up the pen and began to inscribe upon the pristine sheet of paper. 1 sword, 7 kills, Qianyuan. The strokes were bold and commanding, the penmanship sharp as a blade, resonating powerfully like a symphony of flowing ink. Thank you, Swordmaster, Qianyuan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, carefully tucking the precious signature into his bosom, reluctant to let it slip into the icy abyss. Why are you being pursued by the Douluo family? Perhaps it was Qianyuan's actions that piqued Qianyuan's curiosity, prompting his inquiry. Qianyuan shrugged, eschewing embellishment as he recounted. I was competing in the Soul Arena against a man named Mo Yi from their family. Before the match, he caused me trouble, demanding that I beg for mercy and even resorting to physical intimidation. Naturally, I disregarded him outside the arena, as the spirit of the competition is friendship first, contest second. However, once we were on the stage, I realized something was amiss. Mo Yi was attempting to kill me rather than engage in a fair duel. Upon hearing this, Qianyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Did the host, or the judges, or the staff of the Soto Great Soul Arena not intervene? As a titled Douluo, Qianyuan was acutely aware that the rules of the Soto Great Soul Arena strictly prohibited any soul master from using the guise of competition to enact violence. Mo Yi had clearly violated these regulations, and someone should have intervened. Qianyuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and with a hint of grievance in his tone, remarked, perhaps it's due to his background in the Douluo family that no one intervened. Qianyuan remained silent, yet a flicker of anger appeared on his countenance. He was a man of integrity and could not abide such behavior. Later, I ended up breaking Mo Yi's jaw, and then they sought revenge on me. That is how it unfolded. I am truly grateful to you, Swordmaster, for coming to my aid in time. Otherwise, my life would likely have been forfeit. Qianyuan's words brought Qianyuan to a halt, his expression rife with confusion as he gazed at him. What did you say? You broke Mo Yi's jaw? You are merely a rank 23 soul master, while Mo Yi is a soul venerable. How could he possibly be your match? In that instant, Qianyuan had successfully captured Qianyuan's attention. However, not wishing to reveal his identity, he hastily added, it was merely luck, pure luck. Had he not tripped, I would never have had the chance. Qianyuan's expression remained one of skepticism. It was evident that he did not believe Qianyuan's claim. Could a soul venerable truly stumble in battle? Was this fellow even a genuine soul venerable? What is your martial soul? May I have a glimpse of it? With a gaze as sharp as a sword, Qianyuan fixed his eyes on Qianyuan, whose heart quivered under the intensity of that piercing stare. Chapter 85. Exchange for celestial herbs. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianyuan unleashed the Pangu axe, which, in its current state, remained rusty and unrefined. Upon witnessing Qianyuan's martial soul and the 2 white 10-year soul rings, Qianyuan's brow furrowed slightly. This martial soul, possessing only a modicum of offensive capability compared to agricultural martial souls, appeared rather unimpressive. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly lackluster martial soul had managed to give a soul master a hard time, even managing to break the opponent's fangs, a feat that left Qianyuan both astonished and intrigued. This is your martial soul? 2 10-year soul rings? Qianyuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is my martial soul. Though it may seem like a mere rusty axe, it holds a certain degree of lethality. Faced with such an explanation, Qianyuan found himself at a loss for words, though his curiosity about how Qianyuan achieved this was palpable. The two continued on their journey, parting ways at a bustling intersection after emerging from the dim alley. Qianyuan proceeded to the Soto Great Soul Arena, intent on completing his promotion task and eagerly awaiting his reward. Today his opponent was also a soul master, yet this one possessed a far better disposition than Mo Yi, showing no inclination to trouble Qianyuan, and even exuding a friendly demeanor in the arena. I have long heard of the beast goddess renown. I hope you will show mercy, said a man in his 30s, clad in a black bodysuit, addressing Qianyuan from the arena. Qianyuan waved his hand dismissively, lowering his voice. It is merely a spar, let us keep it to a friendly exchange. As the host announced the commencement of the match, both combatants plunged into battle. This round of the promotion match promised to be rather fierce. The victor would advance, while the loser would need to accumulate points anew for another chance. The man wielded an iron rod as his martial soul, adorned with 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow. His attacks were varied, yet throughout their exchange, Qianyuan sensed that his opponent refrained from using lethal force. Given the respect shown for the rules of engagement, Qianyuan chose not to press the advantage and deliberately prolonged the bout to spare the man further humiliation. Eventually, the man, exhausted, conceded defeat. "I admit my loss. Your defense is astonishing, and I could not breach it." His tone was laden with resignation and astonishment. How could a great soul master possess such formidable defensive capabilities? He also noted with surprise that no matter what attack he launched, Qianyuan consistently defended with only his right arm, leading him to speculate that Qianyuan might possess a defensive soul bone. Qianyuan successfully advanced, becoming the lowest-ranked Copper Soul Master in history, a legend in the soul arena. Congratulations, host Qianyuan, on your promotion to Copper Soul Master. You have been awarded a fragment of an ultra-rare blueprint. Though it was merely a corner of the blueprint, Qianyuan recognized what it was through the accompanying component. Once again, a blueprint for a firearm has emerged. The specifics of the weapon remain undisclosed. Yet given its classification as an exceedingly rare schematic, it undoubtedly possesses formidable capabilities. Over the ensuing days, Qianyuan leisurely rode his bicycle during the day, and after dinner, boldly ventured to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to partake in competitions. On the following day, he ascended to the rank of Silver Spirit Fighter. Congratulations to host Qianyuan for advancing to Silver Spirit Fighter. A fragment of an exceedingly rare blueprint has been awarded. On the 4th day, he achieved the status of Gold Spirit Fighter. Congratulations to host Qianyuan for advancing to Gold Spirit Fighter. A fragment of an exceedingly rare blueprint has been awarded. On the 7th day, he participated in the Purple Gold Spirit Fighter advancement match. Within the span of a week, Qianyuan ascended from Silver to Gold Spirit Fighter, and now faced the challenge of qualifying for the Purple Gold Spirit Fighter rank. It is noteworthy that amongst the Gold Spirit Fighters, there are already those of Spirit King caliber. Qianyuan's ability to triumph over opponents without utilizing his martial soul has certainly garnered the admiration of all. Moreover, on the 7th day, it coincided with the final opportunity to complete the soul hunting task. Congratulations to host Qianyuan for successfully completing the challenging soul hunting task. Evading the assassination from Qianyuan Goose exam. Reward, 100 soul hunting points. At the Shrek Academy dormitory, on this particular day, Qianyuan surprisingly did not venture to the Soto Great Spirit Arena for competition, prompting curiosity even from his dorm mate, Tang-san. "Qianyuan, why aren't you going out for a stroll today?" During this period, Qianyuan had been absent from Shrek Academy for most of the first half of the night. Flender and Zhao Wujia paid him no mind, and with the assistance of Yu Xiaojiang, no one was aware of Qianyuan's nocturnal activities. Qianyuan nodded with a cheerful smile, his expression brimming with excitement. "I have been diligently cultivating. I feel that I am on the verge of breaking through my bottleneck today." With that, he exuberantly dashed outside. Addressing Tang-san, "I might not return tonight. I intend to enter seclusion in the forest. If anyone seeks me, please handle it for me." Without awaiting Tang-san's response, Qianyuan dashed out of the dormitory, racing towards the distant woods, leaving Tang-san in a state of astonishment. Seclusion? The term seclusion had never been uttered in this realm, yet in his previous life within the Tang sect, it was a rite of passage for every elder and disciple. At this moment, Tang-san harbored a flicker of suspicion regarding Qianyuan's identity. Could he possibly hail from the same origin as I? Unbeknownst to Tang-san, Qianyuan was in a fervent rush into the forest. Those 100 soul hunting points had conveniently brought his total to 500 points. This sum permitted him to redeem a rare celestial herb from the soul hunting shop. Soul hunting shop, points, 500. With 500 soul hunting points, one may redeem a 100,000 year spirit ring, a 100,000 year spirit bone, a rare mineral, random, or a rare celestial herb, random. With 1,000 soul hunting points, one may redeem advanced fields, self-created soul techniques, or divine artifacts, random, or cultivation heart techniques. The level of the soul hunting shop is too low. Higher level shops have not been unlocked. To exchange for more advanced rewards, please elevate the level of the soul hunting shop. Gazing at the exchange list of the soul hunter shop, Qianyuan yearned not just for the soul skills he could create, for that would be the pinnacle of existence. However, at this moment, leveling up was of utmost importance to him. To truly unleash the formidable effects of the million-year soul rings and soul bones, he needed to elevate his soul power. He decided to exchange for a rare celestial herb. The rewards for such herbs were random, but Qianyuan was confident that whatever the system provided would be exceptional, thus he awaited eagerly. Successfully exchanged for a rare celestial herb, deducting 500 soul hunter points. Congratulations to the host, Qianyuan, for acquiring the rare 8-petal celestial orchid. As the system's voice echoed, a peculiar aura manifested amidst the ice-breaking cliffs, instantly invigorating Qianyuan. Chapter 86, Another Million-Year Soul Ring. From the depths of the cliffs, a delightful and refreshing essence emerged, and with his spiritual perception, Qianyuan felt an exhilarating surge within him. With a snap of his fingers, he hastily retrieved the 8-petal celestial orchid. It was a flower with 8 delicate petals, entirely pure white, reminiscent of the Tianshan snow lotus, exuding an air of elegance. Celestial herb, can you enable me to ascend to Soul Sovereign? Today, I rely on you. Qianyuan inhaled deeply, unable to quell the excitement within him, placing all his hopes upon the celestial herb. If he could break through to Soul Sovereign this time, he could withstand several rounds against the Soul Emperor, relieving him of the fear of the Xylo family's pursuit. He consumed the 8-petal celestial orchid, and an elegant, gentle aura swiftly permeated every meridian in his body. In that moment, the realm he had cultivated seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, one that was imperceptible yet undeniably real. Furthermore, Qianyuan sensed that this change in his realm would enhance his future cultivation speed, allowing him to perhaps catch up with others in their training pace. Time ticked away, with dark clouds obscuring the starry sky, casting a shadow over the entire continent. In this dim forest, a faint soul power was steadily radiating. Raindrops began to fall, the fine drizzle pattering against each leaf before dispersing, while Qianyuan, seated beneath a tree with his eyes slightly closed, formed a delicate golden layer of soul power around his body, protecting him from the rain. Congratulations to the host, Qianyuan, for advancing to Soul Sovereign Level 30. Achieving the reward level. You may choose from the following rewards. Option 1. 1 million-year soul ring. Option 2. 1 super rare domain. Option 3. 1 super rare medal. Once more, the reward system announced the incentives for Qianyuan, and yet again, he opted for the million-year soul ring. For him, a solid foundation was paramount. Without a solid foundation, what good would a super rare domain or powerful soul bones do? They would merely constrain their inherent power. I choose the million-year soul ring. With his declaration, a golden radiance pierced through the swirling dark clouds, parting the shrouded night sky, and a beam of golden light shone forth, illuminating the entire horizon with dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, a golden halo, imbued with astonishing power, gently descended. With a thunderous roar, the golden ring fell. The entire forest sank an inch in an instant, and the immense halo gradually dissipated upon Qianyuan's body, merging with him. This million-year soul ring turned out to be the sacred beast Xuanwu. Might the next soul ring he acquires be the sacred beast Zhuke? Qianyuan opened his eyes and couldn't help but marvel. His first soul ring was the sacred beast Qinglong, and his second was the sacred beast Baihu. Now, 3 of the 4 sacred divine beasts had been gathered, with only Zhuke remaining. Perhaps the next one would be it. Suddenly clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoed from his hands. The transition from Great Soul Master to Soul Sovereign may not seem substantial, yet, for Qianyuan, it represented a significant transformation. A formidable power surged within him, not merely from one martial spirit, but from the monumental evolution of the 4 sacred divine beast martial spirits. For instance, the first soul skill of the Qinglong spirit, Wind's Whisper, harnesses the wind attribute to seal a 20-meter radius, unleashing a tempest to assault foes while siphoning 50 of their speed for his own use, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Originally, it sealed only a 20-meter space. But now, with his enhanced soul power and the acquisition of 3 rings, the sealed area extended to 50 meters. The speed siphoned from enemies increased from 50 to 60. Though it may seem a mere 10-point enhancement, this increment could significantly sway the tide of battle. The third soul ring, how powerful? After savoring his newfound strength, Qianyuan examined the soul skills he had acquired. Qinglong's soul third skill, Shadow Capture, drawing from the wind attribute, gathers the surrounding winds to double his speed and transforms into a shadow to launch a surprise attack on the enemy, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Baihu's soul third skill, Thunder Slash, utilizing the thunder attribute, condenses a substantial amount of soul power in his hand, infused with lightning, to pierce through enemies ahead, while boosting his attack by 30 for half a minute, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Zhuke's soul third skill, Fire Vein Inheritance, based on the fire attribute, draws upon nearby fire sources to enhance both his and his ally soul power recovery speed by 30, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Xuanwu's soul third skill, Earthquake, rooted in the earth attribute, affects a 20-meter radius, causing the ground to tremble, dealing area damage to enemies while increasing gravity twofold. lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Though these 4 soul skills may not significantly amplify attributes, Qianyuan understood that this limitation stemmed from his low soul power level, as these skills had sealed certain attributes. Otherwise, how could a million-year soul ring be so feeble? Taking a deep breath, Qianyuan finally broke into a joyous smile. After such a lengthy journey, he had successfully ascended from Great Soul Master to Soul Sovereign, a remarkable achievement. In contrast, Tang San and his companions were already striving towards the Soul Sect. Congratulations, host Qianyuan, on successfully advancing to Soul Sovereign. Unlocking the sect options. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed once more. Please name your sect. A brand new interface materialized before Qianyuan, resembling a list of sects within a game, uniformly displaying position titles. It was christened Qianyuan Sect, a name he directly chose for himself. Qianyuan Sect, Level 1 Sect. Capable of enrolling up to 50 disciples, appointing 1 vice sect leader, 2 elders, 3 hall masters, and 10 elite disciples. Upon hearing the prompt, Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a knowing smile graced his lips, for it reminded him of a past task that seemed intricately linked to the sect. Yi Zhiqiu, a pivotal figure in the latter stages, needed to be swiftly allied to serve his interests. Initially perplexed by the task, Qianyuan could not fathom why Yi Zhiqiu was designated as a key character, but now, reflecting on it, he perceived its significance. In due time, he would visit Songhui Academy to recruit Yi Zhiqiu into the sect. However, for the moment, he needed to focus on resolving the matter with Qianyuan. He had initially intended to ascend to Soul Master rank before confronting them to eliminate future threats, but with the sect now unlocked, he could contemplate inviting them as well. With this thought, Qianyuan's spirits soared as he hurried towards Soto City, for today was the day he had arranged to meet Qianyuan, and he was eager to test his newly acquired soul abilities. Chapter 87, Thunderslash. On the outskirts of Soto City, Qianyuan, clad in a black robe, concealed himself within the forest as a gentle drizzle pattered against the leaves, creating a soothing symphony. It was now midnight, and according to their agreement, Qianyuan had been waiting here, yet Qianyuan had yet to appear. What could be the reason? Had they forgotten the appointed time? Furrowing his brow, Qianyuan felt a surge of anticipation to engage with Qianya and the others. The last encounter had seen him merely as a 2-ringed soul master. Though he had managed to withstand their onslaught, he had little opportunity to counterattack. Now, having ascended to Soul Sovereign and wielded a 3rd million-year soul ring, he could face a Soul King with near certainty of victory, and against 2, while not guaranteed to slay them, a stalemate was certainly within reach. It was regrettable that on such a fine rainy night, they were absent. Qianyuan shook his head in dismay. Should I venture to Soto City to seek them out? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qianyuan's pupils narrowed to a fine point, as he caught a glimpse of 2 dark figures flickering at the eastern gate of Soto City. They had arrived. A slight smile crept across his lips as he released his soul power, ripples of energy expanding outward, causing the raindrops to part in their wake. He swiftly maneuvered deeper into the forest. Being so near Soto City, he was keen to avoid any unwelcome encounters with pursuers or members of the Spirit Hall mid-battle. Minutes later, Qianyuan had penetrated deep into the woods, with the 2 shadows drawing ever closer, their soul power radiating an unmistakable aura of anger. Qianyuan came to a halt in a vacant lot, facing the approaching figures. After a brief pause of several seconds, Qianyuan materialized before him. This time, neither party initiated an attack immediately, as they sensed a subtle difference in the cloaked figure compared to their last encounter. You have finally arrived, Qianyuan remarked in a low, amused tone. I ask you, was it you who killed Buell? Qianyuan demanded fiercely, his expression hardening. Qianyuan remained silent, merely gazing at the 2 with an air of confidence. I am inquiring. Do you believe I won't eliminate you right now? Qianyuan, infuriated, brandished his kitchen knife spirit menacingly at Qianyuan. If you could kill me, you surely wouldn't have waited until today, Qianyuan replied with a smile. During their previous encounter, Qianyuan had unleashed a lethal move, but failed to harm Qianyuan, leaving them uncertain of their chances this time. This time, Qianyuan had prepared thoroughly, even devising strategies to exact revenge for Buell. Curiously, Qianyuan pondered why Qianyuan, part of the Buell trio, had not been hunted by the system but was merely evading their pursuit. Was it possible that the severity of Qianyuan's crimes paled in comparison to Buell's? You are so tedious, refusing to answer my questions. Don't blame me for being impolite, Qianyuan shouted. Go goose. Impatient, he disregarded the identity of the assailant and charged ahead. This time, he did not ride on Ikeo's back, but instead rushed towards Qianyuan, while Ikeo seized the opportunity to flank him for a surprise attack. However, Qianyuan was unperturbed. With 3 rings of power, he had long surpassed the realm of a mere 2-ringed soul master. Martial spirit. 4 sacred beasts. White tiger spirit. With a low roar, the sacred beast White Tiger abruptly appeared behind Qianyuan, merging with him as arcs of lightning crackled around his form. A flash of white lightning erupted, its snowy hue radiating as claws extended outward, enveloped in thunder, stirring the winds and resonating across the landscape, exuding a wild aura. 3 resplendent golden soul rings descended from the heavens, momentarily illuminating the cloud-laden night sky. As the rings fell, Qianyuan and EKO clearly discerned the thunderous energy surging within Qianyuan's eyes. At this moment, Qianyuan's aura was overwhelmingly potent, a stark contrast to the former soul master they once knew, especially with the White Tiger spirit, akin to an offensive martial spirit. It unleashed an astonishing wave of soul power. In an instant, Qianyuan and EKO were left in awe, their advancing forms freezing midair. How is this possible? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you have grown this strong? Qianyuan exclaimed, his grip on the kitchen knife spirit faltering. Qianyuan's voice, chilling and deliberate, broke the silence. Today, I shall test my new soul skill on you. Your constant harassment has become quite bothersome. 3rd soul skill, Thunder Slash. As Qianyuan's words faded, a terrifying scene suddenly unfolded. In the drizzling sky, flashes of lightning illuminated the darkness, with bolts of electricity slicing through the night like serpentine giants, relentlessly striking down upon Qianyuan. Strangely, these bolts posed no threat to him. Instead, they surged through his body, rapidly coalescing in the palm of his right hand. Enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, Qianyuan appeared as a deity of thunder, the energy amassed in his palm pulsating with formidable might. Qianyuan and EKO were utterly transfixed, paralyzed by the explosive force before them, feeling an unprecedented sense of peril, a palpable crisis. In mere moments, the lightning enveloping Qianyuan's palm concealed it entirely, transforming it into a radiant sphere woven with electric threads. With a swift motion, Qianyuan unleashed a lightning strike, not merely a manifestation of raw electrical power, but interwoven with his faint golden soul energy. Raising his hand, he aimed the luminous bolt directly at Qianyuan. The speed was astonishing, and with the attack locked onto its target, Qianyuan had no chance to evade. Forced to withstand the impending blow, this fleeting instant offered him no opportunity to employ his soul skills. Qianyuan, EKO stood frozen, his face etched with worry and despair. In his eyes, this strike spelled certain death for Qianyuan. The overwhelming assault had seemingly surpassed the realm of a soul king. No. Qianyuan, too, sensed the impending doom, his gaze filled with despair. He could hardly fathom that a mere soul master could wield such immense soul power. With a thunderous roar, a wave of electrified energy, infused with soul power, rippled outward like a vast electric net, devastating everything within a 10-meter radius. Trees snapped under the onslaught, and the raindrops evaporated in an instant. Qianyuan was engulfed within the electric web, his form vanishing from sight. Chapter 88. Completion of the hidden task. The rain continued to fall in relentless sheets, the accumulating water on the ground conducting electricity, rendering EKO in a state of convulsion, his eyes filled with despair. The mere transmission of the electric web through the water had incapacitated a soul king. Had the previous lightning strike directly hit its target, the consequences would have been catastrophic. As lightning flashed, the surroundings lay in disarray, smoke rising from the charred trees, the ground cracked and scorched. Qianyuan gasped for breath, still maintaining the posture from his recently unleashed soul skill. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful, even shocking him. Particularly the 30% increase in strength from the skill had maximized the lethality of the lightning strike. Though devastating, the expenditure was equally immense, draining over half of his soul energy. This was a burden not typically borne by his first or second soul skills. So what do you think of my soul skill? Quite impressive, isn't it? Qianyuan retracted his hand, yet his martial soul remained unfurled. His eyes beneath the black cloak fixated intently on the now hidden figure of Qianyuan. In that moment, Qianyuan did not truly strike at Qianyuan. Although he was uncertain whether this soul skill could annihilate a soul king-level expert, he opted for caution and directed the thunder slash to the ground behind Qianyuan. The site where the thunder slash had impacted had manifested a gaping scar, measuring a staggering 20 meters in length, with the earth charred and emitting thick, acrid smoke. This scar, wrought by the thunder slash, was at least a meter deep, a sight that was nothing short of chilling, while Qianyuan stood there, utterly stunned. His face was drenched in droplets, whether from sweat or rain. It was unclear, yet his expression was one of sheer terror, with his pupils constricted. The recent attack had imparted upon him a visceral sense of mortality. Even now, he remained ensnared by fear, his legs trembling. This was the closest he had ever been to death, and in that moment of thunder and lightning, he felt as though he had already crossed the threshold into oblivion. I do not intend to slay you, Qianyuan stated, but if you inquire whether it was I who killed Douluo, I can assure you unequivocally. It was indeed I. Qianyuan, emboldened by his 3 million-year soul rings, felt no trepidation in the face of a soul king. Qianyuan had yet to escape the grip of death's aura, lost in contemplation of the events that had just transpired. Behind Qianyuan, Cao, though shaken and fearful, was not the target of the attack, and thus bore less of the burden than Qianyuan. He distinctly heard Qianyuan acknowledge the murder of Douluo, yet even so, Cao dared not make a move. He was gripped by fear, panic welling within him, a sensation he had never experienced even when confronting a soul sage. Qianyuan steadied his breath and took several deliberate steps back, facing Qianyuan and Cao. Despite having instilled a palpable fear in both men, he refrained from acting rashly. I understand the bond of brotherhood you share, yet I wish to convey that true brotherhood involves mutual support and guidance along the path of cultivation rather than destruction. His voice, though low and grave, carried an unexpected gentleness, akin to a guiding light in the dark. I wonder if, when you first embarked on this journey as soul masters, you envisioned yourselves as sovereigns of this land, seeking justice for those who have suffered oppression, or perhaps you were among those oppressed. As Qianyuan's compassionate words resonated, Qianyuan gradually regained his senses, his gaze imbued with confusion and a tinge of sorrow. But what have you become now? Under Buli's leadership, you have mastered the arts of betrayal and plunder. Was this the path you desired? In response to Qianyuan's poignant remarks, Cao could no longer contain himself. His eyes glistened with tears, reminiscent of the dreams he had harbored in his youth. Why have I become this way? Because you chose Douluo, a choice leading to a point of no return. My arrival today is to help you comprehend what constitutes a true value system, what it means to be a genuine soul master. I am here to offer you redemption. Qianyuan felt deep sympathy for the plight of Qianyuan and Cao. It pained him to witness these two bewildered middle-aged men straying from their true path. He sought to harness his own positive energy to uplift them, guiding them back to righteousness. Qianyuan's rigid body finally succumbed, collapsing into the mire. His vacant gaze fixed on Qianyuan. Have we truly erred? He murmured. Qianyuan nodded affirmatively. Do you despise those who bully the weak? I have long dreamt of annihilating those who once tormented me. Cao's innocent demeanor was now laced with fury, as he recalled his youthful tribulations, erupting in indignation. Do you loathe them? Qianyuan demanded with fervor. Indeed. Cao roared in response. What about you? Qianyuan's eyes turned towards Qianyuan, pressing him earnestly. I also detest them. Qianyuan's voice faltered, perhaps still shaken by the earlier thunderous strike, or perhaps stirred by Qianyuan's words. Raise your voice and declare. Do you abhor such individuals? Qianyuan's tone was commanding, imbued with a righteous spirit, fervently wishing to redeem those who had lost their way. I despise them. I want to eradicate all those who once bullied me. In that moment, Qianyuan's pent-up rage erupted, his fists pounding the ground fiercely, splattering mud in all directions. Tell me loudly, do you wish to forsake your wrongdoings and become useful to this continent? Qianyuan's voice soared, once more rallying the two. We detest them. We aspire to be of service to this land. At that instant, Qianyuan and Cao unleashed their long-suppressed fury. Qianyuan sheathed his martial spirit and approached Qianyuan step by step. Upon witnessing Qianyuan's advance, Qianyuan's anger shifted to terror and regret. You have become the very people you loathe, yet today, redemption awaits you, for the light lies ahead. Follow me, and I shall be your guiding beacon on the path of soul masters. As he spoke, Qianyuan extended his hand, urging Qianyuan to rise. In the dim twilight, Qianyuan suddenly perceived a radiant glow emanating from above Qianyuan's head, illuminating his heart. Choked with emotion, Qianyuan reached out, grasping Qianyuan's outstretched hand, rising to his feet. Are you willing to follow me? Qianyuan's voice, though still hoarse, resonated with tenderness. We are willing. Qianyuan and Cao replied in unison, their resolve unyielding. Qianyuan's lips curled into a smile beneath his black cloak as he gently proclaimed, Welcome to the Qianyuan sect. From this day forth, you shall be part of the Qianyuan sect, destined for redemption, becoming valuable to this continent. Congratulations to host Qianyuan for successfully persuading Qianyuan and Cao to join the sect, completing the hidden mission of sinful redemption, unlocking the ultimate reward options. Chapter 89, Be a Good Person. Option 1, Chance to create a unique soul technique. Option 2, One powerful domain, random. Option 3, Random encounter opportunity. Qianyuan had never anticipated that his desire to gather a few individuals for his sect would lead him to unwittingly complete a hidden quest embedded within the system, filling his heart with immense joy. This seemingly impressive reward system does indeed possess its own challenges for activation. It is known that only by reaching a certain soul power level can one unlock rewards. Now, however, a new condition has been unveiled, completing a hidden task. Yet, today's option struck him as rather peculiar. Lacking any soul rings or soul bones, he mused that had there been a soul bone available, he would undoubtedly have chosen a million-year soul bone. The power of such an ancient soul bone is formidable, rendering it nearly impervious to defeat unless faced with an equally potent adversary. Regrettably, this reward pool does not include such a treasure. The opportunity to create a unique soul skill, however, is indeed enticing. Within the realm of Douluo continent, the ability to forge one's own soul skill stands as the pinnacle of strength. If he could manifest a soul skill uniquely his own, would he not ascend to invincibility? His heart brimmed with delight. Although the rewards did not align precisely with his desires, they were by no means insignificant. An exceptionally powerful domain was another reward he found appealing. Currently, he lacked a domain, making this aspect a considerable shortcoming. The allure of the first two rewards was undeniable. Yet the final option left him pondering. An unexpected encounter. Who could it be? Was it a serendipitous meeting or something altogether different? He furrowed his brow slightly. Instinctively, he wished to choose from the first two options. However, the third option appeared rather abrupt, piquing his curiosity. All system rewards had revolved around rare treasures, yet this time, an encounter was offered, prompting deeper contemplation. I choose option 3. After a moment of deliberation, Qianyuan resolved. Since this encounter promised to coincide with numerous rare items, it surely held great potential. Previously, the system had hinted at aiding a crucial figure, leading him to meet Flender, a soul sage who was not included among the system's encounter parameters. Perhaps this time, he might even cross paths with a soul Douluo. Ding. Host has chosen the encounter option. The system will arrange for your meeting within 7 days. If you encounter her, you must find a way to win her favor to unlock new features. Otherwise, no rewards will be granted. With no indications provided, the mere mention of her confirmed to Qianyuan that he was destined to meet a woman. Could it be Bibi Dong? A rush of surprise coursed through him. She was the only character that came to mind. Since acquiring this system, he had been tasked with capturing Bibi Dong as his girlfriend. Yet he had yet to even lay eyes on her. Thus, he sensed that this encounter would not be straightforward. It was likely he would be heading to the spirit hall to meet Bibi Dong. Then I shall await your arrangement for our meeting. Qianyuan felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation, fearing that when the day finally arrived to meet Bibi Dong, he might be obliterated. Having selected his reward, Qianyuan returned his consciousness to reality. Although during his immersion in the system, mere moments had passed in the real world. What is this Qianyuan sect? I have never heard of it, came the inquiry from Qianyuan. Qianyuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, declared with righteous fervor, before long, the sect selection will take place, and the Qianyuan sect shall rise to the forefront of the top 3 sects, crushing all others beneath its might. All you need to do is to genuinely amend your ways. This proclamation was imbued with an overwhelming aura, invigorating both Qianyuan and Yikao, who felt an inexplicable trust and hope towards their new sect leader. You may refer to me as the Beast God sect leader. From now on, you must dedicate yourselves earnestly to the sect. However, I must insist on one thing. You are not to disclose any details regarding my martial soul to anyone. At this moment, the system interface had already recorded the names of Qianyuan and Yikao, meticulously documenting their entry time into the sect, their martial souls, and even their levels of loyalty. What relieved Qianyuan was that both Qianyuan and Yikao had achieved a perfect loyalty score of 100, a most fortunate occurrence. Yes, we understand. They nodded vigorously. But where is our sect located? Should we return now? Qianyuan waved his hand dismissively. I cannot disclose the location of the sect at this moment. I must witness your transformation to ascertain whether you truly possess the resolve to change. When the time comes, I will seek you out. With that, Qianyuan ventured deeper into the forest, aware that his martial soul had been exposed for too long and could attract the attention of the martial soul hall. Remember, to atone for your sins, you must inspire the strangers around you. Only through their recognition can you attain true redemption. He slipped into the woods, vanishing from the sight of Qianyuan and Yikao. Sect leader, how can we assist those around us? Yikao inquired, somewhat perplexed and uncertain about how to help, shouting towards the direction where Qianyuan had disappeared. Begin your redemption by helping the elderly cross the street. Qianyuan's voice echoed through the forest, a warm current amidst the cold rain, enveloping Qianyuan and Yikao in comfort. Exiting the woods, Qianyuan returned to the main road. With Qianyuan and Yikao's questions resolved, he prepared to return to his dormitory to rest. However, just as he was about to change out of his black robe, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power emanating from a nearby thicket. Who goes there? Qianyuan's brow furrowed tightly, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet he found no trace of anyone. I know you are near. How much longer do you intend to hide? He had already grasped his Zuoluan pistol, aware that anyone capable of stalking him in the shadows of this rainy night would not be benign. As his words echoed, two figures gradually emerged from the forest, their faces twisted with sinister and cruel smiles. With their appearance, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted forth. Soul Sage. Qianyuan had initially thought he was being followed by only one person, never anticipating that there were two, and both were soul sages, familiar to him. You little brat. We've searched high and low for you. The last time we let Flandre go because you deceived us. This time, we shall take our revenge on you. One of the men snarled, his visage contorted as though he wished to devour Qianyuan whole. At this moment, Qianyuan felt an overwhelming shock. The two individuals before him were none other than the soul saints who had nearly slain Flandre. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. Chapter 90. The Emergence of the Vermilion Bird Soul. The two seven-ring soul saints, one a lone wolf and the other wielding a spear, possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Even with his current three-ring status, Qianyuan stood no chance against them, and the excessive number of Zuoluan handguns in his possession could hardly be of any real use. Who are you? Qianyuan feigned ignorance, fully aware of the pretense. The lone wolf soul saint spoke ominously. Beast God, it's only been a few days since you saved Flandre, and you've already forgotten us? TSK, TSK, TSK. The lone wolf's words sent a jolt of alarm through Qianyuan's heart. How could they know my name, Beast God? Could my identity have been exposed? At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Qianyuan's brow. Even the spirit hall was unaware of his identity. Should it be revealed, his future would be fraught with peril. For now, he could conceal his identity and intimidate with his million-year soul rings, but once his true nature was disclosed, it would signify to the outside world that he was merely a soul master. Although he had attained the rank of soul master and possessed 3 million-year soul rings and soul bones, the inherent limitations of his soul power rendered these formidable assets ineffective. Therefore, Qianyuan could only contend against opponents 2 ranks above him. For instance, as a soul master, he could face a soul king with relative ease, possibly even defeating one in a heartbeat. However, confronting a soul emperor would prove considerably more challenging. While he might not be vanquished, escaping would still be feasible. Yet, against a soul saint, the situation became dire. It was no longer a matter of difficulty, but rather an inability to contend. Soul saints could manifest their true martial spirits, signifying a qualitative transformation, something Qianyuan could not currently match. If the spirit hall were to discover that he was merely a soul master, rather than the rumored senior acquaintance of Qian Douluo, they would likely resort to violence to seize his soul bones and rings. Thus, his identity must remain concealed. Oh, I remember now. Last time, I granted you a reprieve. Do you think you've lived too long this time? Qianyuan's voice was hoarse and icy. The identity of the Beast God was a moniker he had adopted within the Soto City Soul Arena, one that also testified to his level of soul power. Grant us a reprieve? The lone wolf soul saint's tone remained sinister, laced with cruelty and malice. You are merely a soul master, yet you speak so boldly. Last time, we were intimidated by your soul rings, but not this time. The spear-wielding soul saint let out a cold sneer. His voice icy. Your golden soul ring is likely a variant, much like a mutated martial spirit. As they approached Qianyuan, their intent to eliminate him became evident. However, Qianyuan remained composed, revealing no trace of fear. I am quite curious. How did you come to know my identity? Is it merely because I unleashed my martial spirit today? Did you track my aura? The long spear's spirit coldly sneered. Indeed, we have followed your aura here. But it is through this very essence that we have realized you are the Beast God. The old fool, Mo Heng, actually suffered injuries at your hands, which is truly a disgrace for our Shilua family. Upon hearing this, Qianyuan was rendered speechless, his eyes concealed beneath the black robe, filled with shock. He could hardly fathom that these two soul saints were, in fact, members of the Shilua family, a clan renowned as one of the 4 great families of Soto City, possessing not one, but 2 soul saints, a revelation that was utterly astounding. You are from the Shilua family? He exclaimed. Only now do you comprehend? The lone wolf soul saint taunted. Otherwise, do you think anyone would dare to brazenly slay a soul saint outside Soto City? With a predatory glint in his eyes, the lone wolf spirit behind him seemed poised to strike with deadly intent. To be frank, I am Mo Yang, the grand elder of the Shilua family. And this esteemed figure beside me is Mo Huayuan, the family head. You have harmed our kin and liberated Flandre. For these transgressions alone, you are condemned to death. As Mo Yang's words settled in, Qianyuan's shock deepened. These two were indeed pivotal figures within the Shilua family, one a grand elder, the other the family head, come specifically to seek his demise. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate was unclear, yet from their identities, Qianyuan deduced 2 significant pieces of information. The first was that the four great families of Soto City genuinely possessed soul saints among them. The second pertained to the relationship between Flander and the Shilua family, which was evidently not amicable. However, as Mo Huiyun and Mo Yang prepared to eliminate Flander, they donned masks, indicating their hesitance to confront Flander openly. If he were to survive this encounter, Qianyuan resolved to ally with Flander to seek retribution against the Shilua family. The system had warned him of the unrelenting pursuit he would face from the Shilua family, and he had begun to devise a strategy to evade such ceaseless hunting. His plan was to utterly annihilate his adversaries. Only then could he ensure his own safety, for he was no saint and would show no mercy to his foes. Martial Spirit, four sacred divine beasts, Xuanwu and Zhuke. Qianyuan decisively summoned the Zhuke spirit, a magnificent bird forged entirely from blazing fire, which materialized before him with a resounding cry that echoed across the heavens. Its feathers, adorned with vibrant patterns, shimmered amidst the flames, boasting a phoenix head, Qilan hind, serpent neck, fish tail, dragon markings, turtle body, and swallow beak. Truly a celestial spirit. As the Zhuke emerged, an intensely scorching aura rapidly enveloped the surroundings, warping the very fabric of space as if it were being seared. This was Qianyuan's inaugural summoning of the Zhuke spirit, and he was unaware of its true strength. After all, it was merely an auxiliary martial spirit, its combat prowess unknown. His resolute summoning of the Zhuke spirit was driven by a necessity to fulfill a system-assigned purpose. His soul skill came with a time limitation, which was the primary reason he could unleash a million-year soul skill at the soul master level. Without such a constraint, his body would be incapable of enduring such consumption. Yet, despite this, the consumption of soul power remains immense. With his current soul power limit, he can unleash no more than 3 soul skills. Once he has expended these 3 skills, he will enter a state of weakness, rendering him incapable of even fleeing. The first soul skill of the Vermilion Bird Spirit is to amplify his own soul power 5-fold, precisely compensating for this shortcoming. First soul skill, Derivation. With a resonant roar from Qianyuan, a surge of crimson flames erupted into the sky, forming a pillar of fire that surged into his very being, as if it were igniting his soul power. First soul skill, Derivation, drawing from the fire attribute, burns the self. During the burning period, soul power is increased 5-fold, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Chapter 91, Card. In this moment, Qianyuan resembled a being of flame, the crackling fire enveloping his form, yet concurrently, an unprecedented surge of soul power emerged. He felt as though his soul power had reached an unparalleled peak, a summit he had never before attained. And the vastness of this soul power ignited within him an irresistible urge to unleash it. Confronting 2 soul saints, Qianyuan dared not relax for a moment. Before they could make a move, he must strike first. Otherwise, with their formidable strength, he might be annihilated before he could even summon his martial spirit. What is happening? How has his soul power increased so rapidly? And what is that martial spirit of his? The last time, it was not this flaming bird. Mo Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was unaware that this so-called flaming bird was one of the legendary 4 sacred beasts. The emergence of this martial spirit instilled within him a profound sense of dread, born of an instinctive fear of a formidable foe. A dual martial spirit? Mo Huiyun also expressed surprise, recalling their previous encounter with the Qinglong, only to see it transformed into a flaming bird this time. Third soul skill, Fire Vein Inheritance. Qianyuan roared once more, directly releasing the third skill of the Vermilion Bird Spirit. This skill lacked flamboyant colors, manifesting merely as a flame insignia upon his brow. Third soul skill, Fire Vein Inheritance, drawing from the fire attribute, enhances the recovery speed of both himself and his allies by 30 for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 hours. All 3 skills of the Vermilion Bird Spirit are designed to augment either himself or his allies. The second skill enhances strength. Yet Qianyuan hesitated to squander his soul power. For a soul master, what good is a 5-fold increase in strength? He still could not obliterate a soul saint in a single blow. His choice of these 2 skills had a singular purpose: to elevate his soul power limit as much as possible. The more skills he could unleash, the better. Vermilion transforms to Black Tortoise. With another furious roar, the blazing flames were swiftly shrouded by an earthen aura, the shadow of the vermilion bird growing increasingly ethereal, while that of the Black Tortoise became ever more distinct. First soul skill, Kaiser. An armor as hard as new enveloped his entire body in an instant, augmenting his defense 5-fold, though simultaneously, his speed decreased by 50. Yet, none of this mattered, for in the next moment, he summoned the Qinglong spirit. Black Tortoise transforms to Qinglong. As the dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, it cleaved the night sky, manifesting waves of azure and formidable soul energy. At this moment, Qianyuan had already fused 3 elemental forces: fire, earth, and wind. This was the system Qianyuan aimed to master. In order to restrain his overwhelming power and prevent him from completely upending the balance of this continent, the system imposed restrictions on his martial soul and soul skill utilization. Qianyuan, however, danced on the edge of these limitations. In the transition of his martial soul, the inherent effects of his soul skills would not dissipate with the transformation, and there were no temporal constraints on the martial soul shift. This was precisely why Qianyuan continuously transformed his martial soul. He sought to temporarily augment his strength through various soul skills, thereby circumventing the imposed time limitations on these skills. Yet, this transformation inflicted considerable strain upon him, depleting his mental energy, and he feared that after this operation, he would once again succumb to a state of weakness. His first soul skill, Wind Seal. A binding space materialized from the void, enveloping Mo Huiyin and Mo Yang, leaving them feeling as though a portion of their speed had been siphoned away, their feet feeling leaden. This was dire. He could not allow Qianyuan to act further. Attack. Shock flickered in Mo Huiyuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that a soul reverent could unleash such a potent soul skill. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Qianyuan possessed not just a dual martial soul, but a triple martial soul. Within mere breaths, 3 martial souls manifested within one individual, something he had never heard of, let alone the entire continent. He could no longer afford to wait. In his eyes, the aberrant soul rings and the triple martial soul were terrifying entities. Qianyuan was merely a soul reverent for now, but should he grow stronger, the repercussions would be catastrophic for the West Luo family. Today, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, they would face dire retribution upon his maturation. Unbeknownst to him, Qianyuan's soul skills extended far beyond what he had revealed thus far. Mo Huiyuan and Mo Yang, filled with vigilance and murderous intent, charged toward Qianyuan without hesitation. Yet, at the very moment of their assault, whirlwinds surged forth from the ceiling space, rushing toward Mo Huiyin and Mo Yang. The speed of the tornadoes had increased manifold, likely due to Qianyuan's elevated soul power, while the duo's speed was diminished by 50%, rendering them merely able to match the pace of the gales. The emergence of the tornadoes successfully bought Qianyuan precious time, and in the next instant, he unleashed another soul skill from the Azure Dragon, the third soul skill, Shadow Snatch, with newly acquired Century and Millennium Soul Rings. He was eager to discover whether this skill could inflict harm upon his opponents. Third soul skill, Shadow Snatch, drawing from wind attributes, it consolidates the surrounding wind forces, doubling his speed before transforming into a shadow to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Cooldown period, 5 hours. With the emergence of this soul skill, the swirling vortex within the seal abruptly halted and began to rotate towards Qianyuan. Even more astonishingly, not only the vortex within the seal, but also the winds within a 50-meter radius outside the seal began to converge towards Qianyuan. This is bad. He can manipulate attributes. We must eliminate him swiftly. Mo Huiyuan shouted in alarm and immediately unleashed his 7th soul skill, True Body of the Weapon Soul. Mo Yang, not daring to relax even for a moment, recognized the seriousness with which the clan leader approached the situation and could not afford to stand idly by. 7th soul skill, True Body of the Beast Soul. In an instant, the two unleashed their martial souls, intent on obliterating Qianyuan in his infancy. First soul skill, Sky-Piercing Spear. Mo Huiyuan let out a furious roar as the spear in his hand expanded exponentially, and with the augmentation of the first soul skill, it radiated an overwhelming aura of soul power. Die. This is a locked soul skill. Let us see how you withstand the mightiest strike of a soul sage. This powerful attack, the moment it was unleashed, locked onto Qianyuan. Even with the enhancement of the Kaiser soul skill, it was uncertain whether he could withstand it. Perhaps the Pangu axe was the only means to withstand such a soul skill, yet doing so would undoubtedly inflict considerable repercussions upon himself. However, the arrival of this attack did not instill panic in Qianyuan, for he had already activated the 3rd martial soul of the Azure Dragon. As the winds coalesced, with their numbers increasing, Qianyuan's figure transformed into a shade of azure, while the shadow on the ground seemed to meld with it, gradually shifting to a hue of black. In that moment, Qianyuan resembled a shadow. He bore no facial features, no clothing, nor color, only a silhouette remained. The shadow flickered and vanished from its original position as a gust of wind howled by, narrowly evading Mo Huiyuan's attack, leaving him utterly astonished. He could not lock onto his target, for the opponent was too swift, even surpassing his soul skill, causing it to miss its mark entirely. Qianyuan's lips curled into a smile. The effect of the wind's word seal deprived the fastest enemy of 50% of their speed, while the shadow-catching skill doubled his own speed. With the speed of his opponent diminished, Qianyuan's velocity was nearly on par. And with the enhancement of the third soul skill, his speed exceeded that of his adversary significantly. As the shadow vanished from its original position, Mo Huayuan's attack fell short, creating a gaping chasm in the ground, dust swirling around, and this blow shattered the wind's word seal. Yet in the next moment, Mo Huayuan felt a sudden pain in his waist. A jet of blood erupted from him as he turned in shock, discovering that the pitch-black shadow had transformed its hands into beams of golden light, piercing into his lower back. The golden light resembled a radiant blade, penetrating Mo Huayuan's waist. Though not deeply, less than half an inch, but this half-inch wound was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable power of the third soul skill of the Azure Dragon. At the level of Soul Douluo, being able to inflict harm upon a soul sage's true martial spirit is an extraordinary feat for any other Soul Douluo. Such an accomplishment would be inconceivable. The mere act of approaching would pose an insurmountable challenge. You, how could you possibly injure me? The eyes of Mo Huai were filled with astonishment and disbelief, while beside him, Mo Lang was equally taken aback. He was acutely aware of his clan leader's formidable strength. It was astonishing that a mere Soul Douluo could cause him any injury. Seeking death, the second soul skill, yet before it could be unleashed, Qianyuan swiftly retreated, evading the battlefield just as the incantation of Wind's Whisper dissipated, slipping into the forest to conceal his soul power fluctuations. Without the amplification effect of Wind's Whisper, even with the speed enhancement from the third soul skill of the Azure Dragon, he stood no chance against his opponent. Thus, as the effects of Wind's Whisper and Shadow Capture faded, Qianyuan relied on his innate speed to make a hasty escape, narrowly avoiding disaster. Had he delayed even a fraction of a second longer, his escape would have been futile. Mo Huai and Mo Lang furiously searched the vicinity. Yet Qianyuan remained elusive, thanks to the unique effect of the Pangu axe, which allowed him to mask his presence. It was not until dawn, after Mo Huai and Mo Lang had departed, that Qianyuan cautiously emerged from the depths of the forest. At that moment, he was exceedingly weak. His body bore the weight of old ailments, and having forcibly activated 3 sacred beast souls the previous night, he could barely endure the strain. The exhaustion of his mental energy left him with a throbbing headache, and with great effort, he returned to Shrek Academy. The 7 monsters had already commenced their grueling training, while Qianyuan succumbed to illness once more. Fortunately, this bout of weakness was short-lived, lasting only 3 days before he regained much of his strength, possibly due to the benefits of the 8-petal immortal orchid, which had significantly enhanced his bodily functions. He rejoined the intense training regimen, continuing to leisurely ride his bicycle without drawing attention. During the day, he trained alongside his peers, yet at night, he refrained from venturing to the Soto Great Soul Arena and instead sought to learn forging techniques from Tang San. Xiao San, I have a favor to ask of you. After dinner, Qianyuan lay in bed, smiling as he addressed Tang San. Don't be so formal, just tell me what you need. Years of camaraderie had forged a deep bond between them, akin to that of brothers. I wish to learn forging. I have seen the hidden weapons you crafted, and they are impressive. Could you teach me? Qianyuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Were it not for the Pangu Axe's newfound skill, he would not have made such a request. As a loyal fan of Douluo, he was well aware of Tang San's character. However, upon hearing Qianyuan's request, a flicker of caution appeared in Tang San's clear eyes. If you only want to learn the basics of forging, you could simply work at a blacksmith shop. They would teach you. My forging methods are tailored for crafting hidden weapons, which differs greatly from what you wish to learn. Tang San gently declined Qianyuan's request. If these words were directed at another, perhaps they could deceive the listener. However, Qianyuan was fully aware of the intricacies of the Douluo narrative, which rendered Tang San's refusal somewhat disappointing. Oh, so it is like this. Very well then. Qianyuan shrugged, concealing his disappointment, and lay down on his bed, extinguishing the light. Early the following morning, Qianyuan arose promptly and made his way to Flinder's office. Flinder had also risen early and was already seated within. What? You wish to take such an extended leave? Flinder exclaimed, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Senior, is it my hospitality that has fallen short? Are you dissatisfied? Qianyuan sought to request an extended leave and assured Flinder that he would return before the commencement of the Continental Elite competition. After a night of contemplation, Qianyuan reached this decision, not merely due to Tang San's refusal, but because he recognized his own inadequacies. The Luo family had already initiated a pursuit against him, boasting at least 2 soul saints among their ranks. His previous escape had been a stroke of luck, but that did not guarantee his safety in the future. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that posed the greatest threat. In order to comply with the system's demands and remain by Tang San's side, he found himself constrained. During the day, he had to endure Yu Xiaojiang's grueling training regimen, and by night, he required rest, leaving him with scant time for personal cultivation. Thus, he resolved to depart, granting himself the necessary time to train. I am quite satisfied here, yet I have personal matters to attend to, necessitating my departure. I leave Qianyuan in your care. If possible, please return her to her parents. Without waiting for Flinder's acquiescence, he exited the office, though not before offering a final reminder. By the way, Dean Flinder, the two soul saints that pursued you were Mo Lang and Mo Huayuan from the Douluo family. Upon exiting the Shrek Academy, he did not bid farewell to anyone but proceeded toward the direction of Tsanghui Academy. System prompt. You have deviated from the original storyline. Please rectify this promptly, or face the consequences. Chapter 93, The Constraints of the System. As Qianyuan approached the entrance of Shrek, his brow furrowed at yet another warning from the system. Did the system not take the host's circumstances into account? Taking a deep breath and noting the absence of others, Qianyuan slowly began to communicate with the system. This task was crafted by you and assigned to me. I have fulfilled it and faced pursuit. Is it unacceptable for me to flee? The Douluo family possesses at least 2 soul saints. Your restrictions render me incapable of confronting them. Even if you insist I remain by Tang San's side, do you not fear he may also become embroiled in this turmoil? Qianyuan continued speaking, indifferent to whether the system could hear him. Regardless, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. You have summoned trouble upon me, yet now you deny me the means to elevate my level. Are you intent on bringing about my demise? Although Qianyuan expressed himself with utmost seriousness, he still dared not abandon his position. Without the system, all the benefits it had conferred upon him would be revoked. Devoid of his martial soul, he was but a frail shadow, incapable of surviving in this ruthless world. Moreover, with the Douluo family pursuing him relentlessly, existence became an arduous challenge. Qianyuan stood outside the grand entrance, the minutes slipping away. Within Shrek Academy, the time for training was drawing near, and any further delay could risk being seen by others. Brother, are you leaving? A sweet, youthful voice suddenly pierced the air. Qianyuan, how did you know? Qianyuan turned, his expression a blend of curiosity and helplessness. I went to your dormitory to find you, but didn't see you. Then I asked the dean, and he said you had taken an extended leave. As she spoke, Qianyuan's lips pouted, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Brother, are you going to abandon me? You promised to help me find our parents. Qianyuan smiled gently, tenderly ruffling her hair. Of course not. Once I have made a promise, I shall see it through. However, I have some matters to attend to right now and cannot take you with me. Besides, Dean Flanders will also assist you in searching for your parents. Qianyuan shook her head vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. In this academy, she trusted only Qianyuan. She had no faith in anyone else. I don't care. You can't leave me behind. Wherever you go, I will follow, Qianyuan declared stubbornly, gripping Qianyuan's arm tightly. If you don't take me with you, I want to let you go. With a resigned shake of his head, Qianyuan acquiesced. The system had previously mentioned that saving Qianyuan would aid him in the future, and perhaps her assistance would be crucial on this journey. Very well. I shall take you along, but I need a moment to gather my thoughts, Qianyuan reassured Qianyuan, continuing to wait for the system's response. Yet, as time passed, the system remained silent. Suddenly, Qianyuan's expression sharpened as he observed Qianyuan fidgeting beside him. He resolved with determination, I shall take a chance. I hope the system does not strip me of my martial soul. He was resolute in his desire to elevate his level. Otherwise, he could not surmount the challenges ahead. Unless he could swiftly attain the rank of Soul Ancestor, perhaps he could escape from the grasp of the Soul Sage with ease. Grasping Qianyuan's hand, he strode toward the gates of Shrek Academy. Yet, scarcely 10 meters from the entrance, the system's voice resonated in his mind. System notification. Given the host's low soul power level, you may seek ways to enhance it, with the restriction of returning before the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. The system's tone was cold, but to Qianyuan, it sounded like a jubilant announcement. They had acquiesced to his request. Elated, he stepped forth with renewed confidence, departing Shrek Academy without bidding farewell to anyone, fearing that such farewells might tether him to this place. As he and Qianyuan journeyed onward, time became a blur. Eventually, they found themselves standing before the gates of Tsanghui Academy. The construction of Tsanghui Academy dwarfed that of Shrek Academy several times over, from the exterior alone. It was evident that this was indeed an institution of learning. Brother, what are we doing here? Qianyuan inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the imposing iron gates of Tsanghui Academy. Seeking an old friend, we have a long journey ahead of us, yet our spiritual power levels are insufficient, thus requiring assistance from allies. Qianyuan cheerfully explained to Qianyuan. Along this path, Qianyuan has formulated his own thoughts. He currently lacks the strength to contend with soul saints and possesses no swift means to enhance his own power. Therefore, it is imperative for him to expand his influence, which translates to establishing a sect. The 50 available sect slots must be filled, and only those ranked Soul King or above are accepted, at least for the time being. He is in dire need of formidable Soul Masters. As for the prodigies, that can only be addressed once the sect's ranking is elevated and the maximum capacity is increased. Who are you? The registration period has already passed. If you wish to enroll, come back next year, a doorman clad in the attire of Tsanghui Academy stated. His tone rather unwelcoming. We are not here to register. We seek Director Yi. Qianyuan replied calmly, unfazed by the doorman's brusque demeanor. Looking for Yi Zhiqiu? Who are you? The doorman's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. Qianyuan narrowed his eyes, sensing an undertone in the doorman's tone. The doorman is the most junior member of the academy. He neither belongs to the students nor the faculty, merely serving as a guide at the entrance. Typically, these individuals are common folk working here to make a living. Despite this, the doorman must show respect to every teacher and even to the students. For each student is a soul master while he remains an ordinary person. Yet, even so, this doorman dared to address Yi Zhiqiu so casually, which is a sign of disrespect towards the soul masters and the academy itself. Thus, Qianyuan felt a sense of foreboding regarding Yi Zhiqiu's well-being. Do you dare to call a director by their first name so casually? Qianyuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a hint of jest. Director? The doorman. Upon hearing Qianyuan's words, burst into laughter, his face adorned with a knowing smile. Yi Zhiqiu is no longer a director, at least not at this moment. If you intend to leverage him for a backdoor entry as a transfer student, I advise you to abandon that notion. The doorman's words startled Qianyuan. He had initially let Yi Zhiqiu go because of Tsanghui Academy, believing he could secure several teachers to join his sect through Yi Zhiqiu, especially given the academy's connection to a Soul Douluo. What? No longer a director? What does that mean? Has he committed some grave error? Qianyuan pressed further. This is an internal matter of our academy, and you have no right to inquire. If you wish to enroll, return next year. Otherwise, I shall have to expel you under the pretense of causing trouble. Chapter 94. Breaking into the academy. Brother, this person seems quite fierce. Perhaps we should leave, one once said. Frightened by the doorman's intimidating demeanor, timidly hiding behind Qianyuan. My good sir, we are not here to attend classes, but are friends of Director Yi. Merely passing by today to pay him a visit. Qianyuan continued to speak with a smile, remaining entirely unperturbed. Even though he is no longer the director of Tsanghui Academy, it matters not. We merely wish to pay a visit. Upon hearing Qianyuan's words, the doorman's expression softened slightly, yet he still harbored no intention of allowing Qianyuan and his companion to enter. Yi Zhiqiu is currently unavailable for visitors. There is nothing of great importance. You ought to leave promptly. The doorman's tone remained unfriendly. Is teacher Qianyuan present in the academy? Qianyuan maintained a demeanor devoid of anger, his face adorned with a congenial smile. However, upon hearing the name Qianyuan, the doorman's body stiffened momentarily, and an expression of fear and respect flickered in his eyes. Director Qianyuan is not in the academy at the moment. Do you know our director? Do you possess a directive or letter of authorization from the director? The doorman's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Clearly, he felt a heightened apprehension when confronted with the name of Qianyuan. Meanwhile, Qianyuan felt a subtle stir within him. Qianyuan was merely a teacher at Tsanghui Academy. How had he suddenly been elevated to the status of director? This was incongruous with the original narrative. Could it be that this realm was shaped by the television drama? Although perplexed, Qianyuan soon found solace, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since Qianyuan was absent, matters would be considerably easier to navigate. He was uncertain of the number of skilled individuals at Tsanghui Academy. Yet based on his understanding, there could not be many formidable souls. Aside from Qianyuan, there should be no one above the Soul Douluo level. What? The doorman, taken aback by Qianyuan's peculiar remarks, donned a grave expression, his gaze fixated warily upon Qianyuan. At the slightest sign of unrest from Qianyuan, he would immediately alert the academy's security. However, Qianyuan was indifferent to the doorman's concerns. He advanced steadily towards the iron gate, extending his right hand to grasp a bar of the fence firmly. Instantly, a torrent of soul power emanated from his hand, enveloping it in a pale golden hue, with a white light merging with the gold of his soul bone, flickering in and out of visibility. With a resounding crash, he exerted force. Yet Qianyuan made no overt motion. From his position, the ground around him sank abruptly by an inch, and waves of soul power erupted explosively. The heavy iron gate disintegrated, beginning to reveal itself from the frame, and in mere moments, the gate collapsed inward. Had it not been for the doorman's quick reflexes, he might have been struck by the falling gate. Why you dare to cause trouble at Tsanghui Academy? The doorman was utterly terrified. He had not anticipated that the other party was a soul master, and a combative one at that. Thud, thud, thud. The doorman rushed into the duty room, frantically ringing the alarm bell. Yet, Qianyuan paid him no mind, choosing instead to seize the doorman by the collar. I will overlook your previous disrespect. But now tell me where Yijiqiu is. Qianyuan's voice was chillingly cold, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Such a gaze was not one typically possessed by a mere teenager. The doorman, intimidated by Qianyuan's countenance, hastily pointed towards a dormitory building. In that dormitory building. Cleaning. Qianyuan's brow furrowed once more. Cleaning? The esteemed director is reduced to cleaning duties? This matter does not concern me. It was not my decision, but rather the arrangement of the current dean. The gatekeeper was quite anxious, for to an ordinary person, soul masters are akin to deities. Qianyuan understood that this incident had nothing to do with the gatekeeper, and he also recognized the difficulty in extracting any useful information. So he grasped Wanwan's hand and proceeded directly toward the dormitory building. However, just as he reached the halfway point, a dozen individuals clad in the attire of Tsanghui Academy abruptly blocked his path. Who are you? How dare you trespass into Tsanghui Academy? Do you seek to court death? Among this group of a dozen, were faculty members of the academy, while the rest were students, with the highest soul power level belonging to the one who spoke, who had already attained the rank of Soul King. Qianyuan's gaze was icy. I am looking for Yijiqiu. Yijiqiu? What business do you have with him? The man's expression turned grave. His eyes fixed intently on Qianyuan, while the others had already encircled him. I am his friend. I merely came to see him today. Qianyuan's tone remained frigid, his gaze sweeping over the group without an ounce of trepidation. Yijiqiu is on the verge of being expelled from the academy. If you wish to see him, you will have to wait until he leaves. Currently, he is under our house arrest, and none are permitted to see him. The man's tone dripped with malice, yet his eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. To him, Qianyuan and Wanwan were merely children of about 10 years, posing no threat whatsoever. House arrest? Qianyuan's brows furrowed sharply. His purpose in seeking Yijiqiu was to leverage his official capacity. You dare to detain someone from my sect? You are seeking death. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianyuan unleashed the Pangu opening axe, and 2 white soul rings materialized, causing the previously tense crowd to erupt in laughter. I thought a genius from some sect had arrived. Turns out, it is merely a great soul master, and his soul rings are white. I truly cannot fathom how you have the audacity to cause trouble here. A male student sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are all of Yijiqiu's acquaintances such weaklings? Even knowing a soul Zun would be acceptable. Haha. As the derision continued, others joined in the cacophony of laughter. The leading man smirked. It appears we have a student from a junior academy attempting to masquerade as a disciple of some sect. Unfortunately, we do not accept trash like you. Release our soul weapons and let these 2 little ones experience what it means to be soul masters. With the man's command, the dozen individuals unleashed their soul weapons. Vibrant hues of soul power enveloping the area, exerting a formidable pressure upon Qianyuan and Wanwan. Wanwan's brow furrowed, her eyes devoid of fear as she too wished to summon her soul weapon and join the fray alongside Qianyuan. However, he stopped her with a gentle hand, calmly stating, these few insignificant foes are of no concern. I can handle them. However, Qianyuan's composed demeanor left a group of over a dozen individuals somewhat astonished. A grand soul master, facing the formidable soul power of numerous experts, exhibited no trace of fear, nor did he seem affected in the slightest. Chapter 95. You dare to bully my people? What an arrogant lad. Do you think our Tsanghui Academy is merely a decoration? Today, even if you are a disciple of some sect, I shall ensure you leave a lasting impression. The leading man's gaze turned icy. He could not tolerate the mockery directed at a grand soul master, especially since the overall strength of Tsanghui Academy was not inferior to any of the lower 4 sects. Zhou, teach this blind little brat a lesson. The man commanded a male student. Very well, today I shall make this little scoundrel regret ever showing up. A short-haired male student stepped forward from the crowd, his face adorned with an expression of extreme confidence, coupled with a mocking smile. Zhou, our Tsanghui Academy is distinct from other institutions. Although this little rascal is causing trouble here, we must not be excessively harsh. If word of this gets out, it would tarnish our academy's reputation. The man continued, yet his tone betrayed no intention of allowing Zhou to hold back. Rest assured, teacher, I know where to draw the line. Zhou grinned, revealing a sinister smile, clearly indicating that he had no intention of showing mercy. Qianyuan observed the exchange between the two with a cold, indifferent gaze, as if watching a pair of fools. The student named Zhou possessed a martial soul of a python, with 3 rings of soul power, 2 yellow and 1 white, indicating his rank as a soul master. Moreover, his soul power was formidable. Yet, a mere soul master could not sway Qianyuan, for he himself was a soul master, merely lacking the 3rd soul ring for his secondary martial soul. Kid, remember that after reincarnation, There are places you ought not to tread. Zhou Hai acted decisively, clearly intent on showcasing his prowess before the teachers and classmates. But this time, he encountered an iron wall. First soul skill, snake venom. The green python opened its gaping maw, sharp fangs glinting ominously as waves of green venomous projectiles erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward Qianyuan. However, Qianyuan did not evade, for with the blessing of the four holy divine beasts' martial soul, he was immune to poison. Haha. You little brat are so frightened you don't even know to dodge. This is utterly hilarious. Zhou Hai's voice dripped with confidence, certain that his snake venom would swiftly incapacitate a Grand Soul Master. Yet, he could not fathom that the venom had no effect on Qianyuan. Before he could finish his taunt, his words abruptly ceased, for amidst the toxic onslaught, he caught sight of a figure slowly advancing towards him. As the silhouette drew closer, he was astonished to realize it was none other than Qianyuan. How could this be? You actually have no fear of my snake venom. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, a fierce glint forming in his eyes. Facing a Grand Soul Master, his first soul skill had failed. What a humiliation before all the teachers and classmates. Damn it. Second soul skill, snake body wrap. He unleashed his second martial soul, the massive serpent coiling around him tightly, constricting further with each passing moment. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Qianyuan continued to advance, seemingly unaffected by the constricting serpent. This was an immensely powerful control soul technique. The snake's body entwined and bound the enemy's movements, capable of dominating for at least half a minute. Such a formidable soul technique would pose a significant challenge even to a high-ranking soul master, let alone an average soul sovereign. Yet, Qianyuan appeared impervious to this control, pressing forward as if his might rendered the serpent's grasp utterly futile. Thud, thud. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as onlookers gaped in disbelief at Qianyuan, who was dragging a massive python while walking. How is this possible? Zhou Hai was now in a state of frenzy. A high-ranking soul master was completely unfazed by the constricting power of his serpent. Third soul technique, foraging. Zhou Hai bellowed suddenly, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. Though subtle, in that moment, he was gripped by a profound trepidation that emanated from the depths of his being. With the invocation of his third soul technique, the colossal serpent tightened its hold, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds from Qianyuan's bones. Nevertheless, Qianyuan's stride remained unbroken, drawing ever closer, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. As he approached within 3 meters of Zhou Hai, he finally made his move. This distance had entered the realm of his attack range. First soul technique, gyroscopic slash. Though his body was constrained, the instant gyroscopic slash was unleashed, the enormous serpent disintegrated like a mere leaf in the ocean. Simultaneously, the Panga axe was swung into action. Unstoppable, the mere 3-meter span was crossed in the blink of an eye. And this formidable assault threatened to shatter Zhou Hai into oblivion. How dare you lay a hand on us? At that moment, the leading instructor roared, brandishing an iron hammer, and leaped forward to shield Zhou Hai. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, piercingly sharp, as sparks erupted from the massive hammer. The instructor's muscles bulged, gritting his teeth as he struggled against the gyroscopic slash. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, while Zhou Hai stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how one high-ranking soul master could exhibit such strength. After a tense few seconds, the gyroscopic slash came to a halt, with Qianyuan maintaining a stoic expression, now less than 2 meters from the instructor. Is this the true power of Tsanghui Academy? Hardly impressive. Yi Zhiqiu's presence here is a sheer waste of talent. A cold, scornful voice emerged from Qianyuan, evoking the ire of those around him, while the instructor's gaze burned with fury. Yet, mingled within that anger was astonishment and shock. He was a soul king, forced to exert all his strength to counter a first soul technique from a mere high-ranking soul master. How dare you insult Tsanghui Academy, courting death? The instructor could no longer tolerate such derision, raising his iron hammer high and swinging it fiercely toward Qianyuan's head. The sound of wind surged suddenly, and there was no doubt about the power of this strike. Yet, Qianyuan remained unperturbed. He did not brace himself against the blow, but instead deftly shifted his footing, evading the massive hammer. With a resounding thud, the colossal hammer struck the ground, creating a deep crater. In the next instant, Qianyuan seized the handle of the hammer, an unexpected softness emanating from his palm. The essence of the primordial taiji, the FA technique. The immensely heavy hammer was effortlessly lifted as the technique was unleashed, and a surge of energy imbued with soul force erupted from his hand. With a muffled boom, the teacher staggered backward, struggling to maintain his grip on the hammer. Chapter 96. The Essence of Primordial Taiji. Teacher Yang. As the teacher was forced back by Qianyuan's peculiar energy, The other students, now in a state of panic, rushed to support him. Only 4 teachers remained, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Qianyuan. Although a couple of them held the rank of Soul Kings, their strength paled in comparison to Teacher Yang, who was equally astonished. Qianyuan's expression remained unchanged. At the moment he unleashed the FA technique, his stance morphed into a peculiar formation. His legs transitioned between a bow stance and a horse stance, one hand hoisting the Pangu axe across his chest while the other traced an arc before him. If his mentor, Ma Mogwa, had been present, he would have recognized this as the attack posture of primordial Taiji, which, when combined with the lightning whip technique, would yield even greater efficacy. Teacher Yang's countenance darkened. The brief skirmish had thoroughly humiliated him. He brusquely pushed away the students who were supporting him, his face contorted with anger. "You little rascal. That was my oversight. I failed to dodge." He sought justification as his hands tightened around the hammer's handle. "Now let us see how you evade this next strike." Second soul skill, heavy hammer impact. Raising the gigantic hammer, streams of soul power rapidly coalesced at its head before he swung it down with tremendous force, striking the ground. Rather than targeting Qianyuan directly, he opted to smash the earth instead. With a thunderous crash, the ground's blue bricks shattered, and a wave of earthy energy radiated outward from the hammer's point of impact. Observing Teacher Yang employing this soul skill, the students and faculty hastily retreated, fearing the repercussions of the impending onslaught. This was a wide-area soul skill, indiscriminate in its devastation, and even Teacher Yang himself would be subjected to the surge of energy. The immense ripples spread forth, akin to a colossal wave crashing from a sponge, tumultuous and overwhelming. The sheer force of this technique was enough to instill fear, its power distorting the surrounding space as the energy wave rushed toward Qianyuan at an alarming speed. This soul skill was not a locking technique. Yet Qianyuan found no means of evasion, as the velocity of the energy wave far surpassed him. Yet, he remained utterly composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he retracted the Pangu axe at this critical juncture. Like the majestic Dapang spreading its wings, he placed his empty hand behind him, with his right foot bearing the weight of his entire body. The toes of his left foot traced delicate arcs in front of him, and as he moved, a faint black and white Taiji diagram materialized beneath his feet. The profound essence of Qianyuan Taiji, the mirror suspended Bagua style. With the emergence of the Taiji symbol, an ethereal energy began to swirl around him, and in that moment, he finally sprang into action. His feet rhythmically stepped upon the yang and yin lines of the Bagua, while his hands continuously adapted to the shifting duality. As his footwork transformed, his speed escalated rapidly, and soon, 4 indistinct shadows of Qianyuan emerged within the confines of the Bagua diagram. Each shadow performed its own movements, and astonishingly, these actions converted the surrounding fierce winds into a gentle, yet potent energy. This subtle energy coalesced as it met the formidable aerial attack of Teacher Yang's second soul technique. With a gentle shout, Qianyuan's speed reached its zenith, and the 4 shadows multiplied into 8. These 8 phantoms bore no lethal intent, nor were they mere clones. They were mere echoes of his astonishing velocity, maintaining existence solely within the Taiji Bagua. Yet, even this was sufficient, as the gentle energy collided with the rigid energy waves. Contrary to expectations, there was no thunderous roar nor overwhelming impact. It was as if a gust of wind had met a cloud of cotton, soft and feeble. At that moment, everyone was left in utter shock, their eyes wide in disbelief, as they terrifiedly observed the once opposing energies seemingly merge. What should have repelled each other not only failed to intensify their resistance, but instead fostered a harmonious coexistence. The balance of hardness and softness, grand and subtle. With another light roar, Qianyuan's 8 shadows condensed into 4, then 2, and ultimately into his true self, enveloped in an aura of harmonious energy. As his feet came to a halt and his arms extended, the energy that had absorbed the rigid waves instantaneously disintegrated into shimmering starlight, dissipating into the air. This spectacle unfolded in a heartbeat, leaving everyone bewildered as to how Qianyuan achieved it, while Teacher Yang staggered back in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Could it be that he is not merely a great soul master, but a soul emperor? Qianyuan stood unblemished amidst the crowd, exuding a presence far beyond that of a great soul master. However, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his gaze, yet he concealed it remarkably well, unnoticed by those around him. For the voice of the system had arrived. Congratulations, host Qianyuan, for creating the Qianyuan Taiji essence, Spiral Qianyuan Force. Spiral Mixed Origin Force, the profound essence of Tai Chi, employing the principle of yielding strength to overcome rigidity. Integrates soft and hard energies to create a formidable force that is both offensive and defensive, allowing for retreats and advances, opening and closing with grandiosity. The cold, mechanical voice of the system invigorated Qianyuan, who, in his past life, was merely a lay disciple of mixed-origin Tai Chi, spending money weekly for 2 lessons over the course of 2 years. He was oblivious to the true profundities of mixed-origin Tai Chi, what inner energy and vital force were, or the concept of the lightning-fast 5 whips, or the techniques of the Ma family. He merely imitated without understanding. However, he never anticipated that today, in a casual attempt to test the long-lost secrets of mixed-origin Tai Chi, he would succeed, all thanks to his soul power. Without soul power to guide him, he would have been incapable of manifesting the spiral mixed-origin force. In that moment, he also realized that the soul power of this continent bore a subtle, complementary relationship with the vital force from his previous world. Having just unlocked a new profound ability, he had little time to ponder, as he was besieged. Attack him, everyone. Join in. We must tear this brat apart. Mr. Yang roared in fury and madness, his recent experiences having humiliated him before numerous academies and teachers. He sought revenge, wishing to utterly crush Qianyuan to alleviate his indignation. With his furious shout, for other teachers and members from various academies wore expressions of anger, perceiving Qianyuan as the instigator of chaos. First soul skill, Roar. Third soul skill, Power of Fury. Second soul skill, Icebound Solidification. In an instant, a vibrant array of soul skills descended upon Qianyuan like a torrential downpour. The overwhelming assault of soul skills rendered the atmosphere stifling. Even the distant doorkeeper trembled at the sight, his legs weakening. Despite Qianyuan's status as a soul king, he would not emerge unscathed from this barrage. Yet, he remained calm and unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly spoke. Martial soul, Xuanwu of the 4 sacred beasts. A domineering and majestic aura erupted from Qianyuan, swiftly radiating outward. 3 resplendent golden soul rings descended from above, and those seemingly formidable soul skills appeared diminished under the pressure of his extraordinary soul power. Second soul skill, Earth Technique Shield. Instantly, the stone floor crumbled, and earthen walls surged forth, enveloping Qianyuan. The multicolored soul skills collided with the walls, producing a deafening cacophony. Boom, boom, boom. As the initial wave of attacks subsided, the earthen walls remained unscathed, not a single mark upon them, demonstrating the astonishing defensive capabilities of the Xuanwu's second soul skill. As the dust settled and the walls retracted, the world seemed to fall into silence, all eyes fixated on Qianyuan, as if beholding a monstrous entity. The bizarre form of the tortoise with a serpent's head, the terrifying aura of the golden soul rings, and the impenetrable earthen walls each struck a chord of awe within the hearts of those present. At this moment, Teacher Yang felt his legs weaken, utterly unable to fathom how this child, barely over a decade old, could possess such formidable strength. Both the martial soul and the soul rings were entirely unfamiliar to him. He could even sense a terrifying aura emanating from them, a dread that arose from the depths of his being. What kind of martial soul is this? It is utterly terrifying. What on earth is it? Why do I feel such fear? All present, aside from their eyes flickering with terror, appeared paralyzed, daunted into inaction. Among the students and teachers with beast martial souls, their shock and horror transcended mere astonishment. It morphed into a profound fear rooted in their very souls and bloodlines, prompting an instinctive desire to kneel and worship. The Xuanwu, one of the ancient 4 sacred beasts, evoked such reverence. Should they not bow in the presence of a divine beast? Qianyuan stood like a beast god among them, his countenance icy. Upon meeting our ancestors, why are you not kneeling in welcome? With a resounding thud, as Qianyuan's aura surged, the sacred beast Xuanwu let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Instantly, all those with beast martial souls fell to their knees in worship. Or perhaps it was their fused martial souls that compelled them to such actions. In that moment, out of a dozen individuals, only 3 students and teachers with weapon martial souls remained, dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. Qianyuan retracted his martial soul, which allowed those who had been worshipping to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the immense pressure would have been unbearable for them. Yet, Qianyuan found it peculiar that Wanwan seemed utterly unfazed by the oppressive aura of his martial soul. Her large eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had not anticipated such a manifestation from him. But her reaction was one of awe, devoid of any fear or terror. After all, her martial soul was fairy tale, a rather peculiar one, but certainly connected to beasts in some regard. Qianyuan contemplated shielding her behind him, yet she exhibited no sign of trepidation. May I meet Yijiqiu now? His voice was calm, yet it carried an unspoken weight. At that moment, no one dared to refute him. Even the teacher named Yang did not dare to delay, promptly dispersing the crowd and personally leading Qianyuan and Wanwan toward the dormitory building. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, just as Qianyuan was about to enter, Teacher Yang halted him. Sir, This is the dormitory for work-study students. It may be somewhat untidy inside. Allow me to fetch Yijiqiu for you. Please wait here. Qianyuan cast a sidelong glance at Teacher Yang, correcting him. You should refer to me as senior, not sir. I have lived for over 300 years. Am I not worthy of being called your senior? Teacher Yang was taken aback. A child of merely a few years was, in fact, an ancient being of 3 centuries? The appearance, the stature, it was simply beyond comprehension. Yet, it was Qianyuan's eyes, imbued with a depth and wisdom that seemed incongruous for a child, that lent credibility to his words. Soon, with hair disheveled and a somewhat dirty appearance, Yijiqiu was bewilderedly summoned by Teacher Yang, still clutching a broom in his hands. Yijiqiu was quite perplexed by this sudden display of courtesy from Teacher Yang. However, upon seeing Qianyuan, a look of astonishment mixed with a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Is it really you? Qianyuan replied with a cheerful nod, while Teacher Yang promptly nudged Yijiqiu in the side, admonishing, show some respect, address him as senior. Taken aback by this, Yijiqiu stammered out the word senior. Qianyuan waved his hand and pointed towards the distant garden, taking Wanwan's hand and leading her away, with Yijiqiu and Teacher Yang closely following behind. Once seated in the gazebo within the garden, Qianyuan finally spoke. Yijiqiu, do you remember how I let you go back then? Gazing at Qianyuan's smiling visage, Yijiqiu felt a shiver run down his spine, haunted by memories of that terrifying iron banana. I remember. You told me to follow you from then on. That day, Qianyuan had whispered these very words in Yijiqiu's ear, and only upon his agreement would Qianyuan release him. I am the sect master of the Qianyuan sect, and now you are a member of my sect. Without inquiring into the circumstances that had led Yijiqiu to this state, Qianyuan simply revealed his identity as the sect master. Teacher Yang stood by, utterly astonished, taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly ordinary individual was, in fact, the master of a sect. Qianyuan had taken leave from Shrek Academy with the intent of expanding the power of his sect. His own cultivation progressed at a sluggish pace, compelling him to bolster the strength of his sect to indirectly enhance his own prowess. Previously, when the Spirit Hall had sent individuals to disrupt Shrek Academy, Qianyuan had intimidated them with his martial spirit and spirit rings, and to this day, the Spirit Hall had yet to make a move, likely analyzing Qianyuan's background. During this interim, Qianyuan was willing to expose his martial spirit to forcibly augment his strength. Otherwise, it would be too late to strengthen himself when the Spirit Hall finally acted. He had already devised a plan in his mind. While other sects welcomed talented individuals, he would recruit only fully fledged spirit masters, refusing any below the rank of Spirit King. His primary purpose for visiting Tsanghui Academy was to recruit Qianyuan, a formidable spirit saint. With him on board, there would be no need to fear the pursuit of the Shilua family. Chapter 98, The Plan. Yijiqiu was shaken by Qianyuan's words. He could hardly fathom that a child could be the master of a sect. Had he seen Qianyuan's 4 holy divine beasts' martial spirit, his astonishment would have deepened even further. Alongside Yijiqiu's shock, Qianyuan's name had already appeared in the sect section of his system. Why were you punished to clean in the dormitory? At this moment, Qianyuan inquired about the reason, and Yijiqiu's response raised Qianyuan's eyebrows in surprise. Because Qianyuan is about to rebel. The so-called rebellion refers to his ambition to become the president of Tsanghui Academy. Originally, he was merely a teacher there, but due to his overwhelming ambition, he leveraged his strength to subjugate all the faculty after the former president's departure. Consequently, he ascended to the position of president. While those teachers who refused to submit met with dire fates, often disappearing without a trace. Yet, it was well understood that the disappearances were intricately linked to Qianyuan. Yijiqiu, both in strength and teaching prowess, was an exceptional talent. Thus, Qianyuan refrained from targeting him, only assigning him the menial task of cleaning the dormitory. However, each night, he subjected Yijiqiu to psychological torment. Upon learning of these circumstances, Qianyuan's expression turned complex. As a daring thought began to form in his mind, one so audacious that it sent chills down his spine. He had initially intended to recruit powerful soul masters to join Qianyuan's sect, but Yijiqiu's words had overturned his plans. He realized that even with numerous experts, he might never stand shoulder to shoulder with the Spirit Hall. If he could not rival the Spirit Hall, he would be unable to fulfill the ultimate task set by the system. At least from his perspective, Bibi Dong would likely not even spare him a glance, let alone consider him as a potential partner. Thus, Qianyuan's ascendancy to the presidency illuminated a path for him. If he could persuade Qianyuan to join him, it would equate to securing Tsanghui Academy itself. Was that not a formidable force? Although his sect comprised only a handful of individuals, each one was a local tyrant with their own influence. When the time came, his commands would extend beyond merely the members of Qianyuan's sect. With this notion in mind, Qianyuan turned to Teacher Yang and inquired, When will Qianyuan return? At that moment, Teacher Yang was drenched in cold sweat. Though Qianyuan was a soul sage, his power rivaled that of a soul Douluo, a level that ordinary soul masters could not contend with. Yet, when Qianyuan spoke of Qianyuan, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. He remained as calm as still water, as if Qianyuan's formidable reputation held no weight in his view. President Qianyuan had mentioned he was to meet someone of great importance and would likely return by evening. Teacher Yang was not lying. Currently, Qianyuan's terror outweighed that of Qianyuan, especially since he had never encountered or even heard of that golden soul ring. Qianyuan nodded, his countenance unchanged. Yet his mind was racing with strategies to bring Qianyuan under his influence. Qianyuan's martial soul was unique. The Pango axe and the four sacred beasts' martial souls might not yield any advantage, and in terms of raw strength, Qianyuan held the upper hand. Even though Qianyuan possessed the four sacred beasts' martial soul, it would be futile against a spirit-type martial soul. Thus, he needed to devise a foolproof plan. Just as he was deep in thought, the previously mentioned nobleman rushed towards the pavilion, his face etched with anxiety. He was panting heavily, and upon seeing Qianyuan, his gaze was filled with dread, his legs trembling, unable to utter a coherent sentence. He witnessed firsthand how Qianyuan single-handedly shook the guards of Tsanghue Academy, particularly the awe-inspiring scene at the end that resonated deeply within him. Did he not notice that the senior was engaged in conversation with Yijiqiu? Teacher Yang furrowed his brow, radiating seriousness, though his gaze involuntarily darted toward Qianyuan, concerned that the doorman's actions might provoke his ire. However, Qianyuan merely waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is hardly a significant matter. Judging by the urgency of this young man's demeanor, he may indeed have pressing business." Teacher Yang nodded repeatedly, then turned to the doorman, urging, "Speak quickly. What has transpired?" The doorman swallowed hard, his eyes still filled with trepidation. Yet he found the courage to speak. I observed a group of individuals in black robes loitering outside the academy, and I am uncertain if." As he spoke, the doorman glanced at Qianyuan. As the doorman, it was his duty to monitor the surroundings of the academy for any suspicious activity, which prompted him to report this incident. He also wished to ascertain whether those individuals were associated with Qianyuan. If so, he would have no cause for concern. Teacher Yang's brow furrowed even deeper as he grasped the implications of the doorman's words. Thus he turned his gaze to Qianyuan. "I only brought my sister along." "There are no others," Qianyuan replied, shaking his head. He regarded the matter with indifference, his only concern being the return of Qianyuan. Teacher Yang's frown deepened further, and after a moment's reflection, he declared, "Since they are not affiliated with your sect, keep a vigilant watch on those individuals. If they make any suspicious moves, sound the alarm immediately." "Understood." The doorman nodded repeatedly before hastily retreating. "Our academy has numerous adversaries, so it is not uncommon for individuals with ulterior motives to create disturbances," Teacher Yang explained with a conciliatory smile aimed at Qianyuan. Qianyuan chuckled lightly, not dwelling on the matter, and instead playfully inquired, "Teacher Yang, do you know the age of my golden soul ring?" Caught off guard by the question, Teacher Yang hesitated, replying, 200,000 years, perhaps?" Qianyuan shook his head with a smile. 300,000 years. Qianyuan shook his head again. 500,000 years. At this moment, Teacher Yang was utterly astonished. He had only heard of soul rings reaching 100,000 years, and anything beyond that was beyond his comprehension. "It is 1,000,000 years, Qianyuan stated, his expression remaining unchanged, even taking on a somewhat amiable demeanor. In that instant, Teacher Yang stood frozen. As did Yijiqiu. A 1,000,000-year soul ring, even in legends, had never been encountered before. Both were drenched in cold sweat. The weight of this revelation was simply terrifying. "My purpose for coming this time is twofold. First, to locate my sect member Yijiqiu, and second, to seek out some talented students within Tsanghue Academy to join my sect." Teacher Yang's mind went blank, uncertain whether this was auspicious or ominous, his speech becoming increasingly stammered. This. Do not be alarmed. You should first communicate with all the students. Anyone who considers themselves a genius is welcome to enroll with me. Once they join the Qianyuan sect, I shall provide all the necessary resources for cultivation. Even a 1,000,000-year soul ring would pose no issue." Qianyuan cheerfully articulated his conditions, which merely represented the initial step in his grand plan for recruitment. Chapter 99, The Cunning Strategist. A 1,000,000-year soul ring is indeed attainable? At this moment, even the esteemed Teacher Yang was tempted. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets, as he trembledly inquired, "Esteemed senior, do the academy's teachers qualify?" Not only Teacher Yang, but even Yijiqiu was profoundly astonished. In this realm, a soul master with a 100,000-year soul ring could easily contend with an ordinary title Douluo. So what formidable existence would emerge from absorbing a million-year soul ring? Qianyuan nodded with a smile. Not only the teachers of your esteemed academy, but even the principal would be accepted, provided they possessed sufficiently extraordinary talent. The Qianyuan sect has never nurtured mediocrity. Upon hearing this, Teacher Yang nodded in disappointment, instinctively excluding himself from contention, aware that he did not belong among the gifted. By the way, Teacher Yang, when you speak to the students, please elaborate on my martial spirit. Otherwise, I fear they may not believe you, and refrain from convening any grand meetings. Such actions would only incite further suspicion. Qianyuan advised, instructing him on how to carry out this task. You need only inform those students with exceptional talent. There is no need to divulge more, as that would invite complications. Teacher Yang nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. In that moment, Qianyuan's status in his heart began to eclipse that of the esteemed elder. Understood, esteemed senior. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. As Teacher Yang hastily departed, despite his internal disappointment and frustration at not being a prodigious genius, he soon reflected that even if students from Tsanghui Academy were selected, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune for the entire institution. At that juncture, who would dare to bully Tsanghui Academy? Who would even consider defiling it? In that time, Tsanghui Academy would ascend to legendary status on this continent. Once Teacher Yang had left, Yi Zhiqiu swallowed hard, gazing at Qianyuan with wide-eyed disbelief. Sect Master, is it true that our sect will indeed distribute million-year soul rings? Yi Zhiqiu found it hard to accept, having never witnessed Qianyuan's martial spirit, leaving him uncertain of the veracity of this claim. Yet, observing Teacher Yang's flustered and fearful demeanor clearly indicated that they had previously crossed paths, and Qianyuan must have triumphed. Thus, he sought confirmation regarding the sect's promise of million-year soul rings. If it were true, it would be an incredible opportunity. Qianyuan cast a sideways glance at Yi Zhiqiu. What a fanciful dream you entertain. Of course, it is a fabrication, even if I were to provide it. Are you certain anyone on this vast continent could withstand the pressure of a million-year soul ring? Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned, his face flushing red. Then, esteemed senior, you. Of course, it is all part of a grand strategy. Simply observe, and in due time, you shall comprehend. Qianyuan, with a cheerful demeanor, pulled Wanwan over to sit beside him as they awaited the return of Qianyuan. Meanwhile, after leaving Qianyuan's line of sight, Teacher Yang shed his previously subservient demeanor, standing tall with an air of arrogance, as though he had not just suffered a loss of face. As the esteemed Teacher Yang entered the teaching building, a student, upon seeing him, wore an expression of embarrassment. This was due to the fact that during the earlier confrontation, many students had heard the long ringing of the alarm and had leaned out of the windows to observe, thus being well aware that Teacher Yang had indeed lost considerable face. He certainly knew that his uncle had nearly found himself in a humiliating position, almost kneeling before others, and for this, he had become the target of ridicule from his peers. Huing Tio, you've arrived just in time. There is something I need to discuss with you. Teacher Yang, whose full name was Yang Sheng, had been teaching at Tsanghui Academy for several years. Through the reputation and connections he had cultivated over the years, he had effortlessly brought his nephew into the academy. Ignoring Huang Tao's awkward expression, Yang Sheng, filled with pride, pulled him aside and, after ensuring that no one was watching, spoke in a hushed tone. Nephew, you have been at the academy for 3 years now, and among your peers, you are quite exceptional. I have an opportunity that could illuminate your future, and I am prepared to offer it to you. Yang Sheng was well aware of the principle that one should nurture their own kin before others, so any opportunity for growth would naturally be extended first to family. What opportunity? Huang Tao inquired, puzzled. You saw the senior with the golden soul rings, didn't you? At the mere mention of Qianyuan, Yang Sheng's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. This statement, however, left Huang Tao in a state of confusion. It was quite peculiar for a youth younger than himself to be referred to as a senior by a middle-aged man. Noticing Huang Tao's bewildered and disdainful gaze, Yang Sheng dropped his pretense and spoke plainly. That senior is no ordinary person. He is the leader of a sect. Furthermore, his golden soul rings amount to an astonishing 1,000,000 years. His purpose in coming to our academy is to infuse fresh blood into his sect, and he has promised that anyone who joins him will have the chance to obtain a 1,000,000-year soul ring. This is an immense stroke of fortune for you and our family. Huang Tao's expression froze, an unprecedented shock flooding his mind. At that moment, he felt utterly blank. A 1,000,000-year soul ring. What kind of existence was that? He could even sense the violent soul power emanating from Qianyuan, and despite the distance, fear gripped him deep within. However, as the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation may be blinded to the truth, while onlookers remain clear-headed. Yang Sheng, overwhelmed by the imposing pressure he felt, failed to notice the flaws in his reasoning. Yet Huang Tao did catch a glimpse of the inconsistency and, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "But, uncle, what is that senior's current level of soul power? I saw he only possesses 3 golden soul rings. And the classmates are speculating that his soul power level should merely be soul master." Yang Sheng curled his lips in disdain, exclaiming, "Do your classmates truly grasp the gravity of the situation? Have you not witnessed his martial soul, which compels all beast martial souls to bow in submission? Is this not evident enough?" Upon hearing Yang Sheng's words, Huang Tao's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He had indeed overlooked this critical point, and his heart swelled with fervor. I'm going. Huang Tao promptly agreed. Satisfied, Yang Sheng nodded and leaned in to whisper a secret into Huang Tao's ear. "Let me share something with you. In truth, the elder's soul power has already reached the rank of Soul King. Otherwise, do you think I would have lost? I want to even mention this to your aunt. You must keep it a secret, for I am only confiding in you." Encouraged by Yang Sheng's words, Huang Tao nodded resolutely. "Don't worry, uncle. I want to even tell my mother." He hurried towards the dormitory building to pack a few essentials before meeting Yang Sheng to see Qianyuan. However, on his way, he encountered his close friend, Qianyuan. "Xiao Tao, I heard that someone caused a ruckus at our Tsanghui Academy today, and your uncle was beaten. What level of soul power does that person possess that even your formidable uncle could not match him?" Huang Tao hesitated for a moment. As his closest ally, he felt compelled to share some truths. He leaned in conspiratorially towards Qianyuan, his expression brimming with pride, and whispered, "You must not share this with anyone else. My uncle confided in me, and I shall tell no one else. The elder's soul power level is merely that of a soul emperor, yet he possesses a million-year soul ring." Chapter 100, The Spread of Misinformation. Huang Tao spoke mysteriously, yet a smug smile graced his lips. "Otherwise, do you think my uncle would have been unable to contend with him? Moreover, I must inform you that the elder is preparing to take on disciples. I am about to pay my respects to him." With that, Huang Tao excitedly entered the dormitory building to change into splendid attire to capture Qianyuan's attention. Upon hearing this news, Qianyuan's face was instantly filled with shock. A million-year soul ring? This is utterly unbelievable. If I had not witnessed that soul ring radiating golden light with my own eyes, I would never have believed Huang Tao's words. At that moment, a male student approached, regarding Qianyuan with disdain and placing a hand on his shoulder with a contemptuous expression. "Qianyuan, I saw that strange kid who even managed to beat Yang Sheng today." His face bore a mocking and gleeful expression, as if Yang Sheng's defeat had alleviated some deep-seated resentment within him. "What did Huang Tao just tell you? Did he reveal any details about that peculiar kid's background?" "Wu Gang, Sr. Huang Tao didn't tell me anything. We were merely catching up." Qianyuan felt a bit intimidated by this senior, his gaze darting nervously. "Did he say nothing at all?" Wu Gang frowned, his grip on Qianyuan's shoulder tightening, a faint wave of soul power emanating from his fingertips. "Ouch, that hurts." In pain, Qianyuan dared not resist, exclaiming, "It hurts. I will tell you everything. But please, Senior, do not disclose this to anyone." "All right, you may proceed." Wu Gang replied with a cold smirk, his grip loosening considerably. Taking a deep breath, Qianyuan cautiously leaned closer to Wu Gang and whispered, "That is not a child. In fact, it is a senior whose soul power has reached the level of a soul sage, and he possesses a million-year soul ring. Otherwise, how could those students kneel and plead for mercy?" Upon hearing this, Wu Gang's expression shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief filling his gaze as he looked at Qianyuan. Rendered speechless, he too had felt the overwhelming aura that instilled fear and anxiety. Moreover, that senior was seeking to recruit a direct disciple, and Huang Tao had already gone to make preparations. Qianyuan was indeed Huang Tao's staunch ally, refusing to protect him even at the cost of his own life. Get lost. Upon receiving this news, Wu Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To have a powerful figure capable of wielding a million-year soul ring as his mentor would assure him a future of unparalleled success. With a sudden kick, he sent Qianyuan flying and hurriedly rushed to the office of Vice Dean Li Mingwen. "Uncle, uncle." Wu Gang pounded on the door fervently. A commanding voice came from within. "Did I not instruct you to address me as Vice Dean while at the academy?" As the voice echoed, the office door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a square face, his brows furrowed as he regarded the immensely excited Wu Gang. "Uncle, I bring monumental news." Wu Gang, disregarding all else, stumbled into the office and firmly closed the door behind him. "What monumental news?" Li Mingwen raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "I have heard rumors of someone causing a ruckus at the academy today, and the doorman even sounded the alarm. Could there be any good news amidst this chaos?" Li Mingwen's office, situated away from the main entrance, had no visibility of the unfolding events. Though the alarm had sounded, he was not concerned. as the Tsanghui Academy boasted a formidable security team. He was simply awaiting Yang Sheng's report, never expecting his own nephew to be the one to burst in. Leaning in conspiratorially, Li Mingwen whispered to Wu Gang, "Uncle, the senior who arrived today is no ordinary person. He is a master of the soul, Douluo level." Even Yang Sheng was left incapacitated. This senior possesses a million-year soul ring. Do you comprehend the significance of that? He is a ruler of this continent. And he is preparing to accept a disciple. This is my golden opportunity. The more Li Mingwen spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Almost as if he were already a disciple of Qianyuan. "Uncle, grant me this opportunity, and you shall become the dean of Tsanghui Academy." With Li Mingwen's words, Wu Gang's demeanor brightened, nodding vigorously. "What a splendid idea. Haha, let us not delay. As the vice dean, he will surely take you as his disciple." After bidding farewell to Li Mingwen, Wu Gang began selecting exquisite garments. Even though his nephew was about to become a disciple, he felt compelled to dress appropriately, ensuring that the dignity of Tsanghui Academy remained intact. Just as Wu Gang was engrossed in his choices, the door was abruptly pushed open. Who could be so discourteous as to enter without knocking? Yet before he could finish his thought, he was struck dumb, beads of sweat quickly saturating his attire. His expression laden with alarm. "Director, when did you return? Why wasn't I informed so that I could come to greet you?" Wu Gang instantly transformed into a sycophant, fervently ingratiating himself to the figure who had entered, the current head of Tsanghui Academy, Qianyuan. Qianyuan had returned to Tsanghui Academy unbeknownst to anyone. His hands clasped behind his back, his gaze frosty. "I inquire of you, who was responsible for the destruction of the Academy's gate?" Wu Gang's heart tightened, stammering, It was an elder." "An elder?" Qianyuan scoffed. "Surely, as a sole emperor, you do not expect that a titled Douluo would come to our academy?" His demeanor was chilling. Since Qianyuan's ascension to the role of director, an atmosphere of tension had enveloped the entire academy. No one dared to defy his will, lest they meet an untimely demise without knowing how. In response to Qianyuan's remarks, Wu Gang's eyes darted, prompting him to quickly assert, "Director, that individual is indeed an elder, a titled Douluo of the 100th rank, even possessing a million-year soul ring. Such a formidable presence." He continued, "Moreover, I've heard that this esteemed elder intends to take on a closed-door disciple, and this disciple is to be recruited from our academy." Wu Gang's words brimmed with flattery, as if he had made a monumental contribution to the academy. "Huh, a 100th rank titled Douluo? Do you take me for someone who lacks worldly experience?" Qianyuan snorted coldly, his martial spirit instantaneously summoned. For those who dared to deceive him, death was the only fate. "Director, I assure you, everything I say is true. The million-year soul ring is golden, far exceeding our comprehension." Wu Gang's heart raced, fearing for his life. "Oh, a golden soul ring?" At this, Qianyuan's brow furrowed slightly, his martial spirit retracting, for he had indeed never encountered a golden soul ring. While the notion was somewhat incredulous, he recognized that Wu Gang would not dare lie to him. Thus the credibility of the matter remained high. "Is he truly the director?" Qianyuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Wu Gang.